Good morning and a very warm welcome to Snetterton for the second day of this championship finals race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. Several titles still to be decided at this very final day of championship racing this season for the 750 Motor Club. On the Snetterton 300 circuit today, just a shade under 3 miles in length. A very tight and twisty infield circuit with some very fast elements to it as well. And as you can see, not much elevation. It is, of course, a former airfield, Snetterton, and hence it's a pretty flat place to be. Weather forecast today, well, talking to people in the paddock, depends where you look for your forecast. Our forecast is it's going to be cloudy with no rain and temperatures climbing up to 16 degrees during the course of the day. A bit more breeze than yesterday possibly as well. At least 12 mile an hour breeze, possibly gusting a little bit higher than that. That's the forecast for today. It certainly stayed dry for the racing here yesterday. So that's the forecast. What have we got to look forward to during the course of today's racing? Well, the answer is plenty of action for you. 13 races in total coming up over the course of the day. Nearly all of them are 15 minutes in length, but we've got one 90-minute enduro to round out the day, and we've also got a qualifying session to throw in to the mix as well. We're going to be starting, though, very shortly with the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Also, before the lunch break, we've got Hot Hatch, F1000, Clios and the Yokohama Mazda 7s as well. But as you can see, the cars coming out onto the grid for the first race of the day, which is the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and you can see on pole position there the red number 778 car being driven this weekend by Ali Bray, and alongside him is number 71. That's the man already crowned as champion, Ben Short. This a grid determined by the result of yesterday's race. So as you can see, it was Ali Bray that took an emotional victory yesterday, which he dedicated to his late grandmother, and second was Ben Short, and Ben Abbott third, with Ben Hansey in fourth position. Those two disputing second position in the championship. I think Abbott ahead at the moment by just 1 point. Let's have a look at the grid though. On pole position, it is the 778 car of Ali Bray. Alongside him is number 71 Ben Short. The second row has 93 Ben Abbott in the purple car, and the number 1 car Ben Hansey. Third row is another guest driver not scoring points. That's 881 Jack Sycamore and 97 Cian Donaldson. On to the fourth row of the grid, and it's Jordan Johnson in number 92, Marcus Bailey 54, 55 George King and 9 Ian Tomlinson on row 5. Treble 7 Courtney Mills and 66 Hayden McDonald on the 6th row of the grid. On row 7, it's going to be David Abbott in 67 and Lloyd Huggins 14, Matthew Short in 72 and Adrian Johnson 22. Peter Griffin in the number 38 car has 21 Matthew Pennefather Neal alongside him. On to row 10, and that's 13 James McCann, Stephen Robinson in 11, Sam Moody in 96 and Daniel Watkins 25 on the 11th row. Row 12 is Liam Cochran in 94 and Nico Favreau in 46. On row 13, it's 7 William Pickard and 191 Philip Andrew Barrett, Stephen Reed 53 and John Goldsmith 214 on the 14th row. The 15th row, Paul Barnard in 291 and Steve Quenby number 91. And then towards the rear of the field, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher number 70 has Andrew Robinson 90 alongside him. And then the only two drivers that didn't finish the race yesterday, 122 Billy King and 30 Jake Micklewright. 1 minute board has been shown, so a very good morning, very quickly, to Josh Barrett, and happy birthday as well.
Thanks, Ian. It's nice the 750 Motor Club have organised such an exciting race day for me, so let's hope it provides what we think it might do.
Well, we've already had the 30-second board shown. The 5-second board is about to be displayed as well. So we're almost ready for our first of 13 races today, organised by the 750 Motor Club. 15-minute race for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. The lights go out, the race gets underway then. It's a good start from Ben Short from the outside at the front row of the grid. Ali Bray a little bit slow away. Ben Abbott is tucked in behind him, I can see, as they head up towards the first corner. That might give Ben Hansey the opportunity to get ahead of Ben Abbott, which would be important for the championship, for second place in the championship at any rate. So they head through Rich's Corner for the first time, and it's still Ben Short in the number 71 car ahead of Ali Bray in second, who's taking part in his first race meeting of the season this weekend. Then it is Ben Abbott, crucially ahead of Ben Hansey for third place as they round Wilson Hairpin for the first time.
It looks like we're good through there this time. It was a bit of a dramatic opening couple of laps to yesterday's race. Saying that, looked like there might be a slow car in the background. Anyway, the leaders turn their way through Palm with Ben Short ahead of Ali Bray and the Ben Abbott and Ben Hansey. So it's nice that Ali Bray's up there and not called Ben, really, isn't it? With all the other Bens around him. Number 30, that is the slow car, isn't it? Which is Jake Mickelwright, who had problems yesterday, so perhaps that's car related. Anyway, busy old stuff in the mid-pack down through the Agostini hairpin. 2-3 wide on occasions there, but looks like we're good through there. Here's the battle for the second in the championship, for third in the race, and Ben Hansey's ahead. He's got ahead then of Ben Abbott. You thought he might have done on that start of the race with the inside drivers, all sort of slowed up by the slower start in Ali Bray.
Out of Williams and on to the Bentley Straight for the first time then in this 15-minute race. Probably going to be 7 laps of this near 300 circuit here at Snetterton. There, number 7, William Pickard, doing the battle with number 94, Liam Cochrane, who we enjoyed the onboard camera with yesterday. As they head down towards the Brundle and Nelson, though, it's an attempt being made there by 778 Ali Bray to get ahead of number 71, Ben Short, but he couldn't quite make it through. And it is still Ben Short that has the advantage as they head to Coram for the first time in this race. Just wait to pick them up on the camera, and I can see out of our window it is still Ben Short that is ahead at the moment, and Bray in second place. They've made a little bit of a break there from the third place car, which is Ben Hansey.
So turning to Murray then to complete the first lap of racing today. Ben Short carries a lot of speed there through Murray, but it didn't work out for him. He's sideways on the exit of the corner, which isn't going to be good for his momentum on the very long centre straight. And Ali Bray's already alongside him and he's nosing ahead, but he's on the left-hand side of the circuit, so by the time to get to Ritchie's, I think with a bit of side draft going on there for Ben Short, he's challenging as they go down into Ritchie's. So he's going to hang on here, is he? Ben Short just about. He nearly lost the lead there, Ian, but just about managed to weather the storm.
Yes, only just though, and they're alongside one another still as they head up towards Wilson, and Short goes very deep into the corner, and that's going to let 2 cars go through, and there's contact between Ben Abbott and Ben Short, and Ben Abbott is spat out onto the grass, and I think he probably just about kept that out of the barriers, but that is crucial for the battle for second place in the championship, because Ben Hansey is still there on circuit, and in second place now, Ben Abbott just about scrabbling back onto the circuit, but he's going to be well down the order, and well, I guess it could be that this will be a score that he drops if he finishes well down the order. We'll have to see how it impacts on the championship a little bit later.
All a bit controversial though, because of course Ben Short, that kind of helps his customer. I don't think anything was intentional there, it kind of just worked out that way, but a real shame for Ben Abbott, who's been having a fantastic season of racing. He's been a race winner over the course of the year. But yeah, that really doesn't help his cause. What I guess he wants to do now is perhaps get himself in a place where he can get a reverse grid slot for the race later on today. That's drawn out of a hat after today's race. Anyway, it's Bray that leads now with a bigger gap from Ben Hansey. It was unusual to see Ben Short make a mistake like that, getting perhaps a bit desperate, braking as late as he dared to keep Ali Bray at bay, but ran out wide, ran off, well, didn't run off the road, but ran a very, very long way wide, which allowed Bray and Hansey through, and as he tried to rejoin, he made contact there with Ben Abbott, which spat Ben Abbott off the road and quite a long way down the order. We'll pick up at the end of the lap how far down he's dropped, but there is Ben Hansey, who's a big beneficiary in all of that, really. He's now in second, ahead of Ben Short. Then Jack Sycamore, who's there in 4th position, isn't he? He's dropping into the clutches of Marcus Bailey and Jordan Johnson, who's having a good run here. Kian Donaldson, who's having, I think, his first appearance of the season. And then George King. It's been fantastic to see so many different drivers competing in the MX-5s this season. I think we've had 62 different drivers that have competed this season, Ian.
Interesting as well, Alan Robertson, who coordinates this championship, was telling me in the paddock this morning there's a lot more interest for next year, some new drivers wanting to get involved. A few drivers that had inquiries from a few years ago, people who were building cars, they've now finished building those cars and they're ready to go racing, so it's looking good for an even better season next year in the Mazdas. But side by side for second place now, it is still Ben Hansey holding on, so I guess you fancy here that Ben Short might just sit in behind Ben Hansey if they're playing the championship game, although
I guess Ben Short's got to decide here whether he wants to try and win the race or help Ben Hansey get this second place in the championship, hasn't he?
Absolutely, yes. So we'll see how this one plays out. But Ali Bray 1.04 seconds ahead at the end of the lap.
Ben Abbott's 22nd, so he's a long, long way down the order, which could be a bit of an issue.
And potentially could have been even further down because he had 2.5 miles of Snetterton to make up some positions as well.
So yeah, real shame for him, because that could well have sorted out that battle in the championship for second place. Let's have a look at the battle for fourth. Well, Sycamore's getting away again now, isn't he, in the AB Motorsport car. Ben Short has got past Ben Hansey now, so I guess what he can do here is for the next 9 minutes see if he can catch Ali Bray and pass him. If he can't, he can always drop back and let Ben Hansey through, can't he, if he does want to play the team game. Something you don't really see that much in Club Motorsport, but I guess when you're the team boss and you've got customers, that's a factor that does come in. So here's Marcus Bailey then. He's a driver that's sort of returned to the category, hasn't he, over the last couple of years. As you say, there might be more of that to come next season. Jordan Johnson and Kean Donaldson and George King are in that group. Then there's a gap back there to Ian Tomlinson. Then there's a gap to Courtney Milnes, who is there in P10, ahead of Hayden Abbott, David Abbott and Matthew Short. And you see there, Abbotts and Shorts, you've got lots of family relations. It's a great family atmosphere in the 5-club paddock.
Certainly is. Watching the cars as they head down Bentley Straight and into Brundle and Nelson. We're on lap 3 of this Switch MX5 Cup by 5-club race. And that is Jack Sycamore. Jack has raced in Masters on and off for several years now, in various different championships and guises. But, he's been successful, race winners, held lap records as well, and certainly one to watch, but hasn't been doing too much racing of late, in the Mazdas at least, as we watch the #1 car. So that's the reigning champion, of course. Ben Hansey was the champion in 2019. He retained it in the shorter season that we had last year, affected as it was by the COVID-19 pandemic and a more reduced calendar that was run for the 2020 season. Looking a little bit further back, we're going to get a change with Marcus Bailey and Jordan Johnson. I can see overlapping as they go into Rich's corner that time. That's for 5th and 6th positions, but I think they came out of that in the same order. As we watch the cars as they head through Rich's corner and up towards the Wilson hairpin. Here's a good battle going on, Brooke.
Yeah, that's 94, which is Liam Cochran, I think, who had a problem at the start of the race yesterday, but is moving his way through the order by the looks of things. Yeah, he's up to 15th. He started much further back than that on row 12, so it's been a good start to the race for him. He's caught up with 93 there, which is Ben Abbott. So he's actually dropped behind Ben Abbott, hasn't he? So Abbott's 15th. He goes 14th now, up the inside, passing Adrian Johnson. You can see a bit of damage on his car from that incident. So he's working his way up really well here, is Ben Abbott. As I say, up to 14th. He's lapping 3 and 4 seconds quicker than the cars he's around at the moment. And he goes past Abbott. Abbott goes past Johnson there, and Liam Cochran follows him through. So I guess for Liam, this is a good driver to follow. One of the fastest drivers in the championship. A driver that was a winner at Brands Hatch. So they turn their way through the Hamilton corner. That's 14, that was a bit wide. That was Lloyd Huggins. And 38 is in there as well, which is Peter Griffin. So some good battles going on all the way through the field. However experienced you are, however quick you are, you're likely to find someone to race against here. And
this is a good little scrap. It's Marcus Bailey and Jordan Johnson. Also involved is Kean Donaldson in the number 97 car, and George King, 55. So a nice little four-way scrap this for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position. Just going through the compression at the bomb hole, and then on towards Coram Curve they will go. 5.5 minutes of this race left to go. Don't forget another race still to come up later on for the 5-club racing MX5 Cup. To Murray's, these quartet of cars go. Jack Sycamore having made a bit of an escape from these four now. Up front, Ali Bray, I think, continuing to extend his lead. It's gone out to nearly 1.9 seconds now. Someone getting a driving standards flag, likely to be for track limits infringements. We'll see if we can think of anyone that gets a 5-second penalty during the course of this race for exceeding them. Jordan Johnson in the 92 car trying to go around the outside of Marcus Bailey at Rich's corner that time, and they're still alongside one another, but Bailey's going to have the inside line. Johnson's later on the brakes though, and it's that was a bold move by Kean Donaldson in the 97 car. He's got ahead of Marcus Bailey. Bailey has lost 3 places there pretty much because George King following through as well, but that was a bold move, wasn't it, from Donaldson there.
It's all gone wrong for Ben Abbott. He's not completed the 4th lap of this race. He wasn't around. Here he is in the pit lane, isn't he? And he's driving through the pits, so not sure if he stopped with his team or not, but he's back out again, but he's way down the order now.
Okay, that's pretty disastrous from 25th 26th classified as he went across the line that time through the pit lane. 4.5 minutes to go. We're watching this battle for fifth position, isn't it? And it is now Jordan Johnson at the head of this group, head of Cian Donaldson, and then it's Marcus Bailey, and then it's George King. And they've sort of split into two pairs a little bit as they head down to Oggies.
Jordan Johnson's just had 3 finishes in the top 5 this year, so this is a good run for him. With a competitive field out there as well, with the additions of Ali Bray and Jack Sycamore for this weekend. So this is good stuff from Johnson, but he might not stay there because Cian Donaldson is right there in the tow, heading down the Bentley straight, as it's known nowadays. You can see with Bray and Short's pace up front, they've really pulled away from Ben Hansey, and then Jack Sycamore's dropped away. But here's the battle for 5th, into the S's, into Brundle first, the left-handed element, and Jordan Johnson had just about been able to keep Cian Donaldson at bay there, but he runs a bit wider on the exit, and Nelson's there side by side once more. So Donaldson might make this work. He started the lap in 7th. He's trying to get 5th. Johnson, who was 5th, has the danger here of losing multiple places because both George King and Marcus Bailey are coming through. They're 2 by 2 as they turn their way through Coram. And in fact, Jordan Johnson's got 5th back, hasn't he? He's back ahead of Cian Donaldson. So 2 corners on the outside line worked for him, but now he's running out wide. They're all running wide. I think they've all triggered the track limit sensors there at the exit of Murray's. There's 2 more laps to go, Ian, and this battle continues. I
think Cian Donaldson is amongst the drivers getting the track limits warning flag there. The others being Hayden McDonald and Sam Moody. I think if I read those numbers correctly before the board disappeared over the pit wall.
That's slightly worrying as he was out wide. Look what's happened up front. Ben Short's been caught by Ben Hansey all of a sudden, so I wonder if it's some team management going on here. Because Ben Hansey's now alongside. Doesn't look overly keen to go past at this point, does he?
No, it's also, there's a standoff between the two of them. Oh, very early on the brakes was Ben Short into Palmer. Oh, and look at that. Ben Hansey's gone through to take 2nd place away. With Ben Short very early on the brakes for Palmer that time. That's interesting. So Ben Hansey back up into 2nd position along the Tyrrell Straight, as we're calling it now, and up towards Agostini they go. Hansey, though, 5 seconds or so behind Ali Bray. So he's not going to win this race, I don't think, but he will be picking up maximum points, of course, because if it stays this way, because Ali Bray not registered for points in the championship, as he's just doing this as a guest race. Ben Abbott's just gone through again, hasn't he? Where did he get to this time? 24th, so he's made up 2 more places. I think this will be one of his drop scores.
Yeah, he's going to be starting a long way back for the last race as well, so I'm not sure even if this sort of means that Ben Hansey will claim that 2nd place in the championship, or make it pretty likely. But it's Donaldson now at the front of this group, so he's got himself, now he has got himself ahead of Jordan Johnson, and George King's got ahead of Marcus Bailey. So Bailey, who was at the front of this group of 4 cars, is now at the back of it with a lap and a half to go. Now Ben Short all of a sudden is able to stay with Ben Hansey after those early braking moments, funnily enough.
David Abbott's getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, but he's in 12th position overall. And we'll see if any other drivers pick up penalties as well in the last lap or so of this race. But here are the 2 in 2nd and 3rd. Ben Hansey number 1, Ben Short in number 71. They're in no man's land really. Ali Bray's 5 seconds up the road, 5 seconds behind them is Jack Sycamore. And because they're possibly not really racing each other that hard, it's a slightly odd situation as they turn their way towards Murray's.
It's not quite like yesterday's race, is it, which was pretty frantic stuff. Today's race, it was at the beginning, I guess, but then it's calmed down somewhat. It's been a much easier race for Ali Bray. He said he'd be more relaxed today, and he's just drove off into the distance, lapping in the 221s consistently. Then Short and Hansey come through, and they turn their way then up towards Ritchie's, then it's Sycamore, then this battle of 5th, that's to be resolved. They're catching Sycamore actually, aren't they?
They are. Last time through they were sort of 1.3 seconds faster than Sycamore.
Only 1.6 behind him, but probably a little bit too late to do anything there. They're battling amongst themselves with Cian Donaldson ahead of Jordan Johnson into the Wilson hairpin. Brake as late as they dare. George King there as well. Marcus Bailey, if anything, is dropping back a little bit. And it's likely that one of these drivers might end up on pole position for the partially reversed grid race, which will come up later on, where Ali Bray really will have his work cut out in that one.
No, always great fun, aren't they, the reverse grid races?
Sometimes, though, they sort of get settled quite early on if somebody's able to get through quicker than the other quick competitors.
They do, but I sense that it's quite a competitive field, particularly here this weekend, so it might be a bit more interesting. We'll just have to wait and see. So around Agostini they go for the final time in this race. They are, I think, still catching Jack Sycamore, but not quickly enough, I don't think. And they're pretty much sort of line astern at the moment, aren't they? They're not really close enough to challenge each other. There's Jordan Johnson and George King in 6th and 7th places at the moment. And there's Marcus Bailey in 8th position. They've got about 3 or 4 seconds back then to Ian Tomlinson in 9th and Courtney Milne who rounds out the top 10. But Ali Bray has been pretty dominant in this race. He didn't make the best of starts in the 778 car, the car owned by Kevin Dengate, but he has really gone on to dominate this race, hasn't he? 7.23 seconds the lead at the beginning of this final lap. Yesterday it was a frantic fight with Ben Short for the outright honours, but this time he has just been able to drive away. And a reminder that it was 2017 when he was the runner-up in the championship to Ben Short. That was a very good competitive year. But just going through then the final few corners, out of Maurizi's gone, up to the line, the checkered flag is made ready here at Snetterton, and our first winner of the day is Ali Bray in the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. But who's going to be second? They're almost side by side coming up to the line, but it's Ben Hansey by the length of his bonnet that holds on to take second place from Ben Short. Third, that's for second and third. Fourth is going to be Jack Sycamore, and he was almost caught in the end by the next group of cars. Fifth went to number 97 in the end, Cian Donaldson. Sixth to number 92, Jordan Johnson. His 15th finish inside the top 10 this season out of 18 races. George King, 55, was 7th. 54, Marcus Bailey was 8th. Ian Tomlinson was 9th in number 9, and Courtney Milne rounded out the top 10 with the 777 car.
Okay, and just behind her, Hayden McDonald, Matthew Short. I don't think David Abbott's penalty is going to actually affect his result, is it? They're in 13th position. No, he was 10 seconds ahead of the rest. Oh, he ends up with a 15-second penalty, so it will affect him. He gets another penalty for exceeding track limits. But that was a pretty gentle race to get our way into the day's racing, wasn't it, Ian? Which probably isn't the worst thing. But congratulations to Ali Bray. What a weekend back he's having into racing. I know he's quite interested, isn't he, to do a full season next year. And this is all boding rather well on a circuit he said he didn't overly enjoy before this weekend. The Snetterton 300 circuit, but he must be enjoying this weekend, and winning one of these races, maybe a little bit artificially, by 8 seconds is a dominant way to win that race. But as we say, it'll be perhaps a bit more difficult for him in this partially reverse grid race, which will come up in the afternoon. Ben
Abbott eventually came across the line in 23rd position in the number 93 car after that incident up at Wilson. I think it was lap 2, wasn't it, that the incident happened there with Ben Short. So last few finishes coming through as we look at the results now from that race. 778, Ali Bray it was that took the win. From number 1, Ben Hansey, the gap nearly 8 seconds in the end. In third place, number 71, Ben Short. Fourth position to number 881, Jack Sycamore. Fifth to number 97, Cian Donaldson. Sixth was Jordan Johnson in 92. 755, George King. Marcus Bailey in number 54 was 8th. Then a little bit further back, Ian Tomlinson in number 9. And Courtney Milne, 777, rounded out the top 10. And then you can see the rest of the field. You can see David Abbott there in 13th place. The 15-second penalty will actually, once the final results are published, drop him back about 4 places, I think, from where he was. Liam Cochrane, good drive from him to 14th position. Peter Griffin, I think, a similar finishing position to yesterday in 17th. And looking further back, their confirmation, you can see that Ben Abbott back to 23rd position. But he would have been hoping for so much more than that. And I think just a few more finishes probably on the final screen. Billy King, John Goldsmith and Jeremy Splasher. So I think we did just lose the Jake Micklewright car, and we had 33 finishes during the course of that race. Needless to say, lots more still to come here at Snetterton today. We've got coming up next the PBS Brakes Hot Hat Championship. But for now, let's head down to Matt Suckling, who's going to speak with Ali Bray.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from the first of the MX5 races today, second of the weekend. Ali back on top once again. That looked a little bit easier, but it was hard work at the start.
Yeah, it was hard work at the start. I think Ben made a little bit of a mistake. He just locked a wheel, and that enabled me to get up the inside. But the car is amazing to drive. Like it is really good. So kudos to the team. They've done a brilliant job. I forgot to mention Chris Flynn and Will Hayden yesterday. So big shout out for them. Thank you very much. And that one's for my two boys as they've turned up this morning.
Brilliant stuff. It must be quite good to be back out and taking these wins. It seems pretty easy, but it's not, is it, with all these cars on the grid?
It's not easy. It's nice to come back after 14 months off and jump back in and go straight to the top. But that's just down to the car and what the team have done. So no, it's great to be back, and the racing's brilliant. So I'm looking forward to the reverse grid now. I want to see what number we get.
Well, that's the thing. You've got the reverse grid to come. We're possibly going to have a hat trick, but it's going to be hard work with the reverse grid.
It's going to be hard work. I think it'll be more of a race in race 3 for sure. So I'm looking forward to that. I like a battle.
Well, let's bring our lovely lady in, and we're going to have a ball drawn from the hat here to see what number we're going to have for the reversal of the final race of the weekend for the MX5 Cup. He digs deep, and what number does he get? Oh, number 10. That's a big number. Big number there. Ali, that's going to be hard work for you to do to come from 10th, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to this. I can't wait. Yeah, no, it's going to be 10th. Cool. Well, I've got Ben will be in front, so I might follow him for a bit at the beginning, let him do the hard work. But no, looking forward to race 3. Thanks to the missus as well for letting me do this weekend. She's massive support. We've had a real rough year, and love you.
Good stuff. Well, Ali, good luck for race number 3 of the weekend, 2 of the day, of course. That's all we've got time for down here. We've got the other 2 standing by, but there's going to be a fight, as you said, for second in the championship a little bit later on, which we look forward to. But for now, let's head back to some more racing with the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship.
Yes, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship also has a triple header this weekend. The second race of the 3 is what's about to come up with this grid, also determined by the results of the race that we saw yesterday. So on pole position, it's the Honda Civic Type R, number 63, Philip Wright, and the similar car, number 45, Alistair Camp, alongside. The second row has number 18, Chris Smith, in another Civic, and the Integra of number 82, Stuart Window. Then you've got Jack Ashton, who went so well in the early stages of yesterday's race in his Metro on the inside of row 3, number 79, and Jamie Martin in the Civic FN2, number 2. On the fourth row, it's an older shape Civic for number 37, Chris McCloy, with Sean Green's Type R alongside number 33. Michael Dwayne, who was yesterday's Class B winner in the Clio, is next up in 777, head of the Class C champion now, Neil Stringfellow, number 74, in his Peugeot 205. Then it's Tate Taverner, 22, and Alan May, 51, on the 6th row. On to row 7. And it's Tom Hall in number 88 and Andrew Ashton in number 97 in another Metro. Leon Shepherd 146 and Stephen Harrison 64 on the 8th row. Then Paul Jarvis 58 and William Murphy 31 on row 9. On the 10th row, you've got Daniel Cogswell in the Nissan Almera in number 15 and David Drinkwater, number 1, last year's champion, on course to retain it if he can have another strong result in this race. On the 11th row, it's 8 Jack Chapman and 148 Wayne Shack. Would be interesting to see if Jack Chapman can make up much more progress in his MG. 98 Paul Warren and 169 David Knight on the 12th row. 13th row is Paul Keynes in 75 and 43 Chris Woods, David Measday 55 and Stuart Kennedy 13 on the 14th row of the grid, and it's Jerry Frost in 175 and Alex Martin number 19. It's a big grid of cars for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. We go on to row 16 and Emilio Lucchesa in 23 and John Hobbs 49, Matt McCarthy 94, Olivia Martin number 28 on the 17th row. The 18th row 136 Julian Ellison and 137 Zach Irvin. And rounding out the field, we've got Ryan Polly, number 36, who was strong in the early part of yesterday's race before having I think it was an electrical issue. So 36 and 73 on the 19th row, 73 being Adam Croft, who was in and out of the pits several times. 14 Jared Coulson and 20 Martin Paget on the 20th row. And then Matthew Mandipira, 177 in his Clio, hopefully out there on row number 21 of the grid. So a big old field, Josh, and it was a dramatic race that we had yesterday for the hot hatches.
Yeah, it was nice and exciting. Probably one of the most exciting hot hatch races we've had, I think, on the return to the category. We had 5 cars battling, 6 cars, wasn't it, battling for the lead, with Ryan Polly and then the top 5 from yesterday. Phil Wright didn't make a good start, so he dropped to the back of those 6, but worked his way to the front. As you said, Jack Ashton started at the front, but dropped back. And as you say, Ryan Polly, just as he got the lead, he had this electrical fault which cut the car out. I think he got hit by Phil Wright. Wright was unable to avoid the slowing car, but Polly's retired, but the car's been fixed, and he's going to be dramatic to watch on the back because he qualified on pole yesterday, so theoretically he's the quickest driver here. So he'll be looking to get a good qualifier or a good grid spot for race 3, really, working his way through. But yeah, championship on the line here as well. As you say, David Drinkwater could well take 3 back-to-back championships overall. He's already won the Class C championship, and we think a second place within that class will be enough, don't we? And he yesterday won that class by 14 seconds, so there's no real reason why he shouldn't be able to do the same again. But the Class A championship, Alistair Camp could wrap that up in this race, couldn't he? Rob Baker, the boss of Area Motorsport's been messaging me this morning, and he agreed with us in a 3rd place finish for Ali Camp would be enough to do that. But he hasn't been as quick this weekend as in previous meetings. He's won so many races early on in the season. He won 7 races. Phil Wright has now won 4. So a podium in either of the 2 races today for Camp would be enough. I think the overall championship is slipping away somewhat to David Drinkwater. Of course, he could do nothing about.
Well, that's right. I think Class A's been, although Alistair Camp won all those races off the reel at the start of the season, it has been competitive because Philip Wright and Ryan Polly have also won races. We've not had a race won outright yet by a car other than a Honda Civic Type R yet this season. I guess if anyone's going to do that, well, potentially it could be Stuart Window because he's in the Integra, Mr. Honda. But Jack Ashton in the Metro, he was very quick yesterday, wasn't he?
Yes, and you know that car's quick at the start, so how far up can he get from 5th on the first few corners is his aim. And Class B, that was really interesting yesterday with a great battle throughout between Michael Dwayne and the champion of this season, Neil Stringfellow. They've separated by 700ths of a second at the flag, so that again is going to be an interesting battle to watch. We've got Polly from the back, we've got the Class B leaders, we've got David Drinkwater trying to win the championship, and then those 5 cars at the front which should have a good tussle. So there's so much to watch in this Hot Hatch Championship. It's been a fantastic season for the category. There's been so many drivers over the season. We've had 28 in Class A, 25 in Class B and 28 in Class C. So
nice to see it so evenly split as well.
Absolutely, that's nearly 80 registrations, isn't it, over the season. There's 1 car for the pits, though,
which is too far away for me to tell who it is at the moment.
Must be quite a bit further back on the grid because there's no
It
spaces.
is the 169 car, which is David Knight's Honda Civic.
Okay, perhaps he was late because he was supposed to start 24th. Is he going back to the paddock?
Yes, he is. He's left the pit lane.
He made his debut yesterday in the championship. So that's a shame for him. Hopefully he'll be able to get that sorted for tomorrow.
Just a reminder,
for later on, I should say.
a reminder, there are 3 classes. Class A cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B up to 175, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. You'll see them differentiated by the different colours on the timing tower on the screen for those of you watching on the live stream, and they can use any tyre from the Motorsport UK list 1A, 1B or 1C. Last couple of cars just slotting into position then. 15-minute race ahead of us for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The green flag is waved at the back. The 5-second board is shown, and we are about to go racing at Snetterton for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The lights go out and away they go, and it's a pretty even start by both of them on the front row of the grid. Chris McCloy a little bit slow away in his Honda, but he does get going now, and everyone managed to get safely, I think, away from the line. But it's Stuart Window that's made a fantastic start in the Honda Integra, the red and white car, which we don't see too much of during the course of the season. But he's made a great start and looks to be in the lead of the race as they head into Rich's corner for the first time. But he's dropped back, and it's Philip Wright that's got the lead. In fact, it's going to be about 7th by the time they get to Wilson Hairpin. It's Philip Wright in the lead at the moment, and we'll pick up on all of that as they head down through Palmer's for the first time in this race. But you can see it's Philip Wright from Jack Ashton in second. I thought it wasn't Jamie Martin, I think, up to 3rd position in the FN2. The slightly more modern shape of Honda Civic. Chris Smith 4th, Ali Camp 5th, and Stuart Window 6th.
It was a kind of an unusual start there for Stuart Window, wasn't it? But He's there in 6th place. Tate Taverner is 7th. What a start for him in the Class B car, the Type R Trophy machine. I think they're quite a bit of a mix further back because of that slow starting car. Amazingly, nobody hit Chris McCloy, so that was good news. But Michael Dwayne, yesterday's Class B winner, is off the road at Ritchie's, which is a shame for him. I hope that car's not going to cause a delay to this race. They're the Class B leaders then. Tate Taverner ahead of the champion Neil Stringfellow. They're just ahead of the Class A car of Sean Green. But a real mix-up at the front in Class A with all those cars sort of changing positions. David Drinkwater's way back in Class C. He's certainly not leading that at the moment, but he'll be able to fight back. Class C, I think, being led by Wayne Shackelford in the Saxo, but they're the leaders heading down the Bentley Straight. With Jamie Martin chasing after him, but it's Phil Wright from Jack Ashton. Martin there in third. He's under pressure because Chris Smith goes right round the outside of him into Brundle, so that was a pretty bold move, and I think he's gone through there, but it's really busy in the mid-pack. So yeah, Shackelford leading Class C from Chris Woods, and David Drinkwater only third at the moment.
Yeah, so interesting start to the race. Ali Camp yesterday was slow in the early part of the race, but did come back second in the end, so we'll see how he can come through. But watching here, well, there is the 73 car of Adam Croft. You can see the Peugeot 205 in the middle of that shot. We've also got John Hobbs 49 going through in the Peugeot 106. But here are the two leaders, nose to tail as they come off Murray's. It is Jack Ashton right under hatchback lid of the Philip Wright car ahead of him. Actually on the straight, Wright just able to stretch his legs a little bit away from Jack Ashton. There's yellow flags at Mitch's corner. That's where Michael Dwayne's car had stopped, but a long way off the circuit, so not really going to be a problem for them. It's Ryan Polly up to 13th position, as well as Jack Ashton tries to go up the inside of Philip Wright into Wilson Hairpin, and he's gone through to take the lead. The Metro's gone from row 3 to lead, but for how long? Philip Wright getting back alongside as they come off the Wilson Hairpin towards Palmer. He's going to have the inside line for the left-hander. Does he manage to get through once again? Jack Ashton really doesn't want to let it go, does he? He's still alongside now as they head along the straight towards the Agostini hairpin. Ashton's going to be on the outside line here. What can he do with this? Round the hairpin they go. He's trying to go all the way around the outside, but eventually he's going to have to tuck back in behind Philip Wright, who has the lead once again.
The Metro was bouncing about on its suspension through there, wasn't it? Jack Ashton driving it fastest Metro I think you're ever going to see out there, isn't it? Absolutely flying. Jack Ashton couldn't, though, quite get the lead away from Phil Wright, but an amazing first lap from Ryan Polly to come from the back to 13th. So he's overtaken more than 20 cars in 3 miles. So fantastic stuff from Ryan Polly. How far up can he get? We shall see. Stuart Window's car looks slow in a straight line. I think he's got some kind of problem after such a good start. He's still there, I think, in 6th, but it's 5 for the lead. Phil Wright, Jack Ashton, Chris Smith, Jamie Martin, and then Alistair Camp at the back of the 5 at the moment as they turn their way into Brundle, and Jamie Martin fighting back, I see in the background there, trying to get himself ahead of Chris Smith. So we'll see if he's managed to make that work. He has not, and then it's Camp behind them. So the 5 leaders turn their way towards the end of lap 2. We got 7 laps in yesterday's race, so we shall see how today's one goes as they turn their way through Coram Curve, and this is then Phil Wright with Ashton, who's quick through this corner, through Murray's. That's where he was able to challenge earlier, but I wonder if we get into the point of the racing where the Civics now have got up to temperature, up to speed, and it's going to get a little bit harder for the Metro driver Jack Ashton.
Yep, 4.5 minutes gone, 10.5 minutes left to go. Jamie Martin, I can see, is trying to throw up a move up the inside of Chris Smith to get back into 3rd place into Richie's corner. Alistair Camp still there in 5th, those two still side by side as they head up towards Wilson. Martin on the inside line, Chris Smith on the outside, not wanting to give any quarter. This might bring Ali Camp back into the equation as well. He's sort of right with them now, so 3 cars together for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The area motorsport car, liveried car of Ali Camp there in 5th at the moment, but can he get up the inside of one of them? Yes, he can. He's ahead of Chris Smith now, up to 4th. As they head through Palmer that time, but he's lost a few car lengths to Jamie Martin there, who is in 3rd place. And we reckon that a 3rd place finish in Class A today in this race will be enough for Ali Camp to wrap up the Class A Championship title with a race to spare.
He has just got the fastest lap of the race. Ryan Polly's 8th now, so he's continuing to progress. You'd think that 6th would be that all he can get, but the speed is going. We'll see how it works out. Jamie Martin here in 3rd. This is the best we've seen him go this season. Don't think he's been on the podium. He hasn't. He's had a couple of 4th places, so he'll be keen to try and keep hold of this 3rd place ahead of the area motorsport driver, Alistair Camp, as they turn their way then onto the Bentley Straight. Two different models here of Honda Civic. So we'll see how the EK2 and the EP3 match against one another. But up front, Phil Wright is pulling away from Jack Ashton, isn't he? Jamie Martin's weaving about a bit to keep Alistair Camp at bay. He's able to do so far. I think Jamie Martin, who's raced Volkswagens before. Alistair Camp, who came through Ford Fiestas initially, wasn't it, in hot hatch racing, before moving into this Honda Civic more recently. At the moment, unable to get past Jamie Martin, and Chris Smith rounds out the top 5 as they come towards the end of 3 laps. By the way, in Class C, Wayne Shackelford was still ahead of David Drinkwater after 2 laps.
Yeah, and Neil Stringfellow leading in Class B. Tate Taverner did lead at the end of lap 1 though, but the Peugeot now back ahead of the man that's already wrapped up the Class B Championship this year. So as they come up to the line to complete lap number 3, we'll keep an eye on the gaps and whether they're going down or coming out. Well, the gap from first to second has gone out by nearly half a second that time. Ashton and Martin, that's gone out by about 15 hundredths. And Camp closed in a little bit on Martin because he did his personal best lap of the race. So best lap of the race so far to Philip Wright, a 2-minute 12.10, but we're into the 2-minute 10s in the course of yesterday's race. But Philip Wright with the best lap of this race so far. So, oh, and that's Chris McCloy, number 37, that's off the road. He made a very bad start, but he'd come back to 9th position, but he spun that away at Richie's Corner and lost a few places as a result of that. Trying to work out exactly where he's fed in, but he'll have lost half a dozen places, I would think, as a result of that. As all locking up there into Agostini is Jamie Martin, who's actually a little bit closer to the back of Jack Ashton's car than he was not so very long ago, but that mistake cost him a place because through goes Alistair Camp into the 3rd position that would be enough to guarantee him the Class A Championship.
7 Class C cars are together, but David Drinkwater is at the front now. He's managed to get himself ahead of Wayne Shackelford on that last lap. So I suspect now he's at the front he'll be able to get away. But yeah, the top 7 there weren't separated by very much at all, which is great to see. But here the battle for 3rd overall, where Alistair Camp is ahead of Jamie Martin now and Chris Smith. So I wonder if some of the reason that Jamie Martin was closer to Jack Ashton was because he braked so late, the Agostini hairpin.
Indeed.
But Ashton's doing well there in 2nd place. Camp's got his window wipers going. Is there a few spots of rain out there maybe? It was just the one, perhaps he didn't mean to do it. Stuart Window's still going there in 6th after what looked like some issues. And behind him is Ryan Polly. So Polly's up to 7th now. He was 6 seconds behind Window at the start of the lap. He's lapping about a second quicker. Then there is Sean Green, who's in 8th, and the next car is the Class B leader, which is Neil Stringfellow. 2nd in that class, behind the Class A car, is Tate Taverner, and then 3rd in Class B is Paul Jarvis, who has set the fastest lap within that class. Remember, he's coming from a bit further back after an off yesterday.
That's Tate Taverner, who's 2nd in Class B at the moment. Been racing the Tekiwa Type R Trophy during the course of this season, but making his hot hatch bow here at Snetterton. The leaders go across the line again. It looks like Jamie Martin's trying to get 3rd place back from Alistair Camp as they went into Richie's Corner that time. There we are, you can see it on screen now, and it's no change there, I don't think. There's Stuart Window still circulating in 6th, and Ryan Polly in 7th. That time through, Polly has done a 2:11.91, which would have been the fastest lap of the race, apart from the fact that Phil Wright went faster still, a 2:11.53, but Polly took 1.3 seconds out of Stuart Window that time. However, there is about 4.5 seconds between them, so he's going to take most of the rest of the race to catch him, I think. As we watch Tate Taverner go wheel to wheel with the number 51 car, which is that of Alan May, another Honda Civic driver. That for 11th and 12th, but not for class position.
Well, Jarvis had a bit of a grassy moment there. Class C leaders across the line. David Drinkwater's got new competition because Paul Keynes is going after him now, who is 4th at the start of the lap. So we'll see if we can catch up on the Class C car just going into Ritchie's. David Drinkwater is being caught by Paul Keynes, who's just set the fastest lap of the race within that class. So he's going well. In 3rd is Wayne Shackelford, 4th Chris Woods. From the back, Martin Paget is 5th. So it's all change in that class, and it looks like David Drinkwater will take the overall championship with how he's doing so far. But he's having a bit of a tougher race than what it was for him yesterday. There's the other Metro. That's Andrew Ashton, isn't it? He is in 5th position, I think, in Class B, challenging Tom Hall in the Renault Clio.
That's right, and there's the MGZR, which started at the back of the grid yesterday. That's Jack Chapman, who's up to 18th position now. He started the race in 21st. There's Stuart Window then, local driver, I think just in his 2nd event of the season, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and he's being pursued by Ryan Polly, but I suspect Polly might have about catch Window by the end, but 6th might be about the limit of his ambitions. but that does at least, Josh, give him a sort of sensible, a useful grid position for the final race. As we watch David Drinkwater now, the number 1 car, the Class C leader, and you can see there Paul Keynes in that little Citroen Saxo, only about 3 or 4 car lengths behind him as they head through Oggies. We're watching there Daniel Coxwell in the Nissan Almera, one of the Class B cars, who's been pretty consistent this season. I think will probably finish second in the Class B Championship. Oh, and just a bit of damage there, wasn't there, on the 18th position car, Jack Chapman. I just noticed a bit of trim hanging off. But here's the battle for the Class C lead.
Paul Keynes is challenging. This is a really strong race from Paul Keynes. He finished 4th yesterday. He's trying to go around the outside of David Drinkwater, who locks up a bit. So Drinkwater, I think, only needs to finish 2nd here, but I'm sure he'd like to win it with Keynes challenging. So it's great to see the pace that Keynes has got in this race compared to yesterday. He's going 4 seconds a lap faster than he was going yesterday. David Drinkwater's doing, I think, similar kind of pace to yesterday. Then the rest of them for 3rd in class. Wayne Shackelford was at the head of them. But that battle for 3rd in Class C. Look, there's 4 of them absolutely together, and Chris Woods in the Citroen C2 going right round the outside through Coram Curve, and he goes through. Wayne Shackelford was the driver that led the class at the beginning of the race. Then Martin Paget, who started from the back, is right there, and then David Ma7da in the Vauxhall Corsa. The 2 Saxos are nearly side by side. So great variety here in the Class C battles, and it's great to see how close it is as well. 4 of them absolutely together as they cross the line, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. This Class C is sort of quite close in some respects to what the old Stock Hatch would have been, and you've got a lot of Saxos that competed in Stock Hatch back in the day taking part in it as well, but good variety with the Citroen C2 in there, the Vauxhall Corsa as well, and great fun to be had on a real tight budget as well within Class C. And as David Drinkwater has demonstrated for the past couple of seasons, and indeed this year as well, you can win the championship overall with a less powerful car, up to 145 brake horsepower per car in Class C.
That's right. Shackelford trying everything here to hang on to a class podium for 3rd, and behind Martin Paget and David Ma7da still going at it in the Saxo and the Corsa. There's Paul Keynes, just a bit. They're really pulling away now, the top 2, aren't they? So they're lapping quickly, and then Shackelford and Woods. These are on their penultimate lap. The overall race leaders about to start their final lap of the race. And still the same order, I think, up front. So we'll carry on. No, it's closer for 2nd up front. So perhaps we'll catch up on that as well. So many different battles to watch. It's so hard to know what to look at.
Yeah, Alistair Camp's just challenging Jack Ashton for 2nd place, into which his corner. But Ashton holds on there. We see it on screen. So that's for 2nd overall. We'll just go back to this Class C battle.
Fastest lap just done by Alistair Camp, 2:11.36, but that's been beaten by Ryan Polly, 2 minutes 11.22. But here comes Camp round the outside of Ashton. That doesn't work. These 2 have really pulled away from Jamie Martin and Chris Smith, who are being caught all of a sudden by Stuart Window, who's perhaps solved whatever those problems were and going after him. So great to see all 3 classes really here having great battles. The grid's really good this year, really competitive as well with this new car system. And Jack Ashton, desperate to hang on to 2nd place, he's defending down towards the Agostini hairpin. Camp, who we know is quicker, he lapped a 2.5 faster on the last lap, tries to come round the outside of the Metro, which is what, 20 or so years old or something like that. And he's hanging on ahead of the area motorsport car, Jack Ashton, run by the family who have been in Metros for so many years. And now Jack Ashton showing what a Metro can do against other types of car.
Just worth mentioning that Jamie Martin in 4th place has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. As things stand, that will drop him down to 6th position behind Chris Smith and Stuart Window.
And the way Ryan Polly's going, he might get past him as well.
Potentially, yes, that's a good point. So as we are watching the battle for 2nd place, Camp having a look up the inside as they head along the Bentley Straight, putting himself on the inside line for Brundle Nelson. There's our race leader, though, 63 Philip Wright, as the clock ticks down to 0. It's the last lap, of course, for 2nd there. Jack Ashton just about doing everything he can to hold on from Alistair Camp. Camp, of course, just needs to finish in 3rd position to wrap up the Class A Championship. I think that's probably any attempts he'd had on 2nd place in this race over now, as he's fallen quite a few car lengths behind, as you can see from that wide shot. So it looks like it's going to be Jack Ashton that takes 2nd place there in this race, which will be his best result so far in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Up to the line, though, comes Philip Wright. He takes the checker flag, his second win of the weekend, his 5th of the season in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. But there goes a best result for Jack Ashton in second. Ali Camp in third place wraps up the Class A Championship. Jamie Martin is 4th at the moment, but we'll have to see how adjusted times are. Ryan Polly got ahead of Stuart Window.
Chris Smith.
Of Chris Smith, should say. So it was Chris Smith that dropped back on the final lap. That Jamie Martin result will drop him to 6th, won't it? Because he'll still be ahead of Chris Smith. Here's a battle further back. That's Leon Shepherd. This is for the place, last in place inside the top 10. Chris McCloy had that spin down at Riches. He's got his hand out of the cockpit there, not sure quite why. There's Neil Stringfellow through to win Class B, though, in the Peugeot. And it's Leon Shepherd in a smoky Fiesta that just gets the best of Chris McCloy as they go over the line for 10th.
Paul Jarvis got 2nd in Class B at the end there, passing Tate Taverner. So that was a good race for him. And then 4th in class, does that go the way of Tom Hall, I think, from Andrew Ashton. But our champion, David Drinkwater, now pulled away from Paul Keynes, the Class C leader, just turning his way into Murray's in the background of your shot there. And I think this is 3 in a row, isn't it, for David Drinkwater in Hot Hats Championships. This one's been taken much more to the wire than previous ones, but this race was a bit more difficult for him as well. But David Drinkwater takes the win then, so congratulations to him and takes the championship. Paul Keynes, a good drive to take 2nd in Class C, and then 3rd in class is a race to the line here, I think. Nose to tail, and it's going to go the way of Martin Paget, who's come through from the back of the grid. So a good drive from him to beat Chris Woods. Wayne Shackelford, who once led in Class C, has dropped way back in 5th place. Then it's like Paul Warren is through next in 6th. So great racing throughout the field there. Phil Wright's having a good weekend, but it's not good enough to stop Alistair Capman in the Class A Championship. And overall, it's gone the way of David Drinkwater, Ian.
It has indeed. Another class win for him as well. Been very dominant within Class C yet again. 3rd championship in a row for David Drinkwater. And many congratulations to him for that, as the remaining cars just make their way over the line at the end of that PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship race. You can see on the caption there, we finished 21st. We'll have a look at the full results in just a second, though, of that PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship around here at Snetterton. There we go. Philip Wright taking the win by 2 3/4 seconds from Jack Ashton, so 63 from 79. Ashton's best result of the season. Alistair Camp, number 45, it was that took 3rd place. Jamie Martin, number 2, was 4th. On the road at least, but he'll go back to 6th on adjusted times with a 5-second penalty. Stuart Window, number 82, was 5th. 36, Ryan Polly, 6th. Then Chris Smith, number 18, Sean Green, 33, Neil Stringfellow in 74. The Class B winner was 9th, and 146 Leon Shepherd rounding out the top 10. For the back, you got Chris McCloy, who had an eventful race to 11th place. Paul Jarvis getting 2nd place in Class B towards the end there in his Saxo. Ahead of Tate Taverner, number 22, he was 3rd within Class B. And looking on to the next screen, we'll get confirmation that in 21st position it was David Drinkwater winning Class C in his BMW Compact. In the end, about 6 seconds clear of Paul Keynes, and in 75, and number 20, Martin Paget, 3rd within that class. And another screen to go through because there were so many cars here. Olivia Martin, she was, I think, probably 2nd in the Class C Championship. We'll have to get confirmation of that. She was certainly there coming into this weekend, 28 in 31st position. And I think we just lost Adam Croft again in his Peugeot 205 GTI, and David Measday also retiring towards the end of that one. Okay, another Hot Hats race later on, but for now let's head down to the pit lane and Matt Suckling once again.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with the race winner from the Hot Hats Championship, Philip Wright, for the 2nd time today. How did you find that one?
Yeah, that was a lot better than the first one. We actually managed to get off the start line this time and actually had a bit of a good race with Jack, and then managed to pull away and watch what was going on in the mirrors. That was nice.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight between Jack and Ali, of course, and you're trying to fight for Class A, but I think it's just been won now by Ali.
No, if he finishes lower than 2nd in the next race and we get fast lap and win, we still win the championship. Okay. Well, according to my maths anyway. Well, I'm a builder, so I don't take that for gospel.
There's a lot of maths going on this weekend, as always, but yeah, you're still in the hunt. You've got a push, and it's going well this weekend for you.
Yeah, car's going fantastic. Can't thank the boys who fixed it last night any more than I can. We had a lot more damage than we thought, and they got it all straightened out, and car's running well.
So it'll now be just about that start in race 3, won't it?
Yeah, we just got to get off that line again. It's what we've struggled with all year, so...
Well, good stuff, Phil. Good luck for race 3.
Lovely, thank you.
There we go, Phil Wright, your winner then for the Hot Hats Championship. Let's try and grab a quick word with Jack Ashton, who finished in second place. Jack, what a performance in a fairly old car. That was great for second.
Oh yeah, I'm ecstatic. That's the best result so far. I didn't think starting this year, I thought I'll be maybe get a top 5 this year, but P2, blimey, I'll take that every day.
It seems to go really well here at Snetterton. The car seems good on the straights, but Ali was pushing you right towards the end, wasn't he?
Yeah, so yesterday's race, the tyres lasted about 3 laps, so I tried some new things to try and make the tyres last a lot longer today. They did that, but the last 2 laps I had I had some traction, but not as much as I wanted, and it was really bringing Ali onto me. But I was not letting him go. I was definitely fighting that one to the end, and I knew the last lap was close. And yeah, sure enough, the flag came out, and it was the biggest saviour I've ever seen.
You got another race to come. Do you reckon you can get yourself to the front in terms of first for the last race?
It's going to be tricky. These were a fresh set of rubber. Next race, they're not going to be that fresh. But who knows? Something can happen. We'll try our best, see what happens.
We look forward to it. Well done, Jack. Congratulations on that one, and a big celebration down here as well for Jack. And we'll very quickly grab David Drinkwater, Class C winner once again today. David, is that job done, or you got to go for the final race?
Good question. Not sure. I think final race, because Ali still got some good points there. I think third, was it? So, yeah. 10 points. Yeah, probably the final race. So, I had a good race myself, so I was very happy.
Yeah, was there a bit more battling for you? I think there was someone closing you down towards the end.
Yeah, I had a great race with Paul, Wayne initially, and Paul. In the initial part, I was trying to take it easy because I didn't want to make any moves. You know, you're thinking about the long game. You know, you have to be really careful. And then Paul caught me up quite well, so we swapped tyres. We were hoping for a bit of a damp this morning. It was due to have a bit of rain, but that didn't quite work out. So I struggled a bit, but it was all, you know, Paul kept me all the way, pushed me all the way, so it was brilliant.
Well, it's going well for you so far. You've got one more race to come, so good luck for that one.
Thank you very much.
There we go, David Drinkwater, your winner for Class C in the Hot Hats Championship. Josh, you were right, a few drops of rain just starting to fall down here, so that could make the racing a little bit more interesting as we go through the day. But on the way next, it's time for the second race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship.
Yes, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship coming up next, the second of 3 races this weekend, and with these cars, of course, running on slick tyres. Spots of rain just before the cars leave the assembly area is not necessarily what you want, but leaving the assembly area is what they're doing nevertheless. Let's have a look at the grid. It's a partially reverse grid based on the result for yesterday. So pole position is number 69, Eddie Folkingham, and alongside him, number 37, Ben Powney. The second row is last year's champion, number 1, Dan Clues, and 41, Billy Stiles. Matthew Booth, yesterday's race, no, it wasn't, he was third yesterday, third place yesterday, 65, and Lee Morgan 56 on the third row. The fourth row, 5 and 12, 5 Rob Waller, and yesterday's winner, number 12, Tom Gadd, I beg your pardon. The fifth row, 55 and 10, that's Nikita Abramov and Alok Yengar. The sixth row, 14, Adam Walker and Paul Butcher in 42. The seventh row, 88, Mark Betts, and 33, Rob Bailey. Max Windhauser 66 and Daniel Levy number 17 on the 16th row. Kaylee Cole 73 and Dax Ward number 29 on the 9th row. Row number 10 is number 9 Peter Lake and 67 Andrew Wheels, and the two drivers that didn't make it to the end yesterday, 80 Dan Gore and 95 David Tagg. And 80 Dan Gore is a significant one, Josh, because he was the man that was very well, man that was coming into this weekend very much in contention for the championship, and of course still is.
Absolutely, he had all types of engine issues on Friday. That continued in the race yesterday. And the car made some rather remarkably nasty noises, but Mattel cars have been working at that, and hopefully all will be good. Lee Morgan, the other main championship contender, he was also leaking fluid, which was causing all his rivals to go off, which perhaps helped him because he didn't lose any places. Not quite sure what the problem was there, but again, hopefully the team have got that all sorted. We've got 4 drivers that can win the championship in the 2 races today. Lee Morgan's on 260 points, Dan Gore on 254. Matthew Booth on 233 and Rob Wellham on 221 with 60 points to be picked up over the course of the 2 races today. And it's going to be absolutely intriguing here to see how this goes. We've got reliability to factor in. There's nobody can drop any points now.
Well, that's it.
They've already had their bad results over the course of the season.
Exactly. We don't need to worry about drop scores now. It's basically the long and short of it. It's just the points as they score them are what counts. They go off onto this green flag lap. Those spots of rain haven't really amounted to very much, I don't think, so it's certainly not going to be a problem being on slick tyres in these conditions.
And the good thing is, these F1000 Jedi racing cars tend to be very good on these slick tyres. We've seen races when there's been spray before, but the slicks have worked. They've been able to continue to race on slick tyres and not let the rain get remarkably bad. I think we'll be fine.
Good to see that Dan Gore in that Mattel Cars prepared Jedi is out there on the back. Reminds you that all of these cars are Jedi chassis, but they're powered by 1000cc motorcycle engines. Oh, and problems for Ben Powney there on the green flag lap. He's stopped at Wilson Hairpin, and he is the leader of the Clubman class championship. And I guess he'd have been desperate for a good result in this race, because, i.e. 6th place and no better than that, because you don't put points in the Clubman championship for higher than 6th. Because later on today, he's got a situation where he's got an F1000 race and a Mazda 7 championship race back-to-back, and he's going for championships in both of them. The Clubman class in the F1000s, the overall title in the Mazda 7s as well, so he'd have probably been hoping to get a good result here and wrap the Clubman's championship up.
That's right, and alternatively, you might be looking for a very good result in this race, starting there on the front row of the grid. He had good pace in qualifying yesterday. I think he had a couple of offs on the fluid. He certainly wasn't the only one. Yeah, looks like he might not be starting. What can Dan Gore do from the back? He did say to me on Friday, we might hear this at lunchtime if you keep on the Alpha Live feed, we're happy chatting some of the drivers, and Dan Gore was saying he didn't want rain, he'd like a dry weekend. I guess the biggest preference is that the engine does what it should do over the course of the 2 races today. But this should be interesting, shouldn't it, with Falkenham there on pole, and Clues, Styles, and then the 4 really quick drivers this weekend: Matthew Booth, Lee Morgan, Rob Wellham and Tom Gadd. What an end to the season Tom Gadd is having. I think they sold the championship winning low cost this week as well. And of course he was a race winner at Alton Park last time out. He won yesterday. What a great way this is going. And I think he's won before Ben Powney has won. Of course, both are coming from low cost, so that's a bit of bragging rights for him as well.
Well, that's right. And of course, Tom Gadd was the champion of the low cost, which Ben Powney never was either. That's something else to mention.
Start delayed board is being prepared.
Okay, and that may because Ben Powney's car was stopped at
there's vehicles heading in that direction.
Wilson, so yes, they'll be looking to tow him away. Now, it's how quickly they can do that, I guess, but the cars are already heading into Murray's on the green flag lap. Dan Gore, the Penguin enthusiast at the back of the field there. He looking for his F1000 championship. He's also gone well this season in Monoposto races as well, and the Mattel Cars entry. But we've got the cars then coming onto the grid with the start being delayed. Which will be a few moments before we get the racing underway. We've got Eddie Falkingham, as we've mentioned, on pole position in the number 69 car, and of course he came from Clio's originally, Clio 182 Championship he raced in previously. He's from York, a joinery manufacturer, and he's part of the JFK racing team. Had a 7th last season, and it was 2018 that was his first season as a complete novice in the Clios.
Start delay board hasn't yet been shown to the drivers, and it's been replaced, I think, by the 5-second board, so we are going to go racing.
We are indeed, with that gap on the front of the grid where Ben Powney is missing. He's also got his car out of the way. The red lights go on, and they go out, and it's a
Lee Morgan's not got away, Ian.
Lee Morgan's not got away.
Oh, Dan Gore's gone off, trying to avoid him.
But it's Ed.
And he spun, Dan Gore spun.
So Dan Gore spins, and he just avoids being collected by the number 9 car, but out in front. It was a good start by Eddie Falkingham as they head up through Rich's Corner for the first time and towards Wilson Hairpin. You can see there Dan Gore is trickling away in the background, but for the lead is Eddie Falkingham there that leads Dan Clues in second. Rob Wellham up to 3rd place, Matthew Booth in 4th, Billy Starter in 5th, and Tom Gadd in 6th place. So the top 6, top 7 indeed, right together as they head through Palmer for the first time. Now, did Dan Gore get that car fully fired up in the end?
Lee Morgan's still on the grid, so he's out. So this is
and the race is being stopped.
Oh, right.
Red lights are on. The race is being stopped.
If that didn't happen, this would have brought the other 2 right into the championship, wouldn't it? Matt Booth and Rob Wellham, who were around 30 points behind. But Lee Morgan won't be allowed to take the restart, surely, will he? Because of the red flag. So this F1000 Championship, it just keeps adding drama, doesn't it? Yesterday, you had the two championship contenders, main championship contenders, in strife with car problems, and then straight away, off the start of this race, championship leader Lee Morgan stalls. He can't get the car back going, and Dan Gore here, he's out the car as well, so I don't think either of these drivers are going to take the start of the restarted race. We've got a replay of this to have a look at. So you can see Lee Morgan there from the third row of the grid, just does not get away. If you look in the background, Dan Gore, his main rival, was blinded, had to take to the grass, and he couldn't control the car across the grass and spun, and I don't think he was able to... I don't think he hit anything, but he's obviously not been able to continue. So absolute drama in the F1000 Championship. You couldn't script this, could you, Ian?
Well, no, absolutely. So Lee Morgan's car is being pushed off the grid. Dan Gore is out of his car. And the reason for the red flag, of course, was because Lee Morgan's car was stranded on the grid. And that clearly wasn't a very safe situation. Now the marshal's with Lee pushing it down the pit lane. Lee's pushing it in a reasonably urgent fashion.
So Matthew Booth is 27 points behind the championship leader. Rob Wellham is 39, so Wellham can't take the lead of the championship here, but he can absolutely keep in contention. It's very likely here, and we are going to have 4 drivers able to win the championship going into the final race of the season. And if Matthew Booth wins this race, he will lead the championship after coming into the weekend 41 points behind.
Absolutely right. So... you would think at this point, the heart of Lee Morgan and Dan Gore, it must have sunk right down through their boots, because it's absolutely disastrous. I mean, the best thing about that situation was that nobody collected Lee Morgan, in particular Dan Gore, because he was the one that did have to take quite serious avoiding action, and it could have been a nasty situation. Again, worth talking about the speed marshal lights that we couldn't see from that replay, but no doubt that have been flashing and indicating on the rear of Lee Morgan's car that he was stationary, and that warned the other drivers behind him that there was a car ahead that wasn't mobile and that they would need to try and avoid it. And you can see the light on the back of the car, so that's the light that it's used for that purpose. It's used when a car spins, to let another driver know there might be a car in a dangerous position, but also it's used as part of the Code 60 procedure when that's used, as it is in F1000, which is sort of in lieu of a safety car situation. Dan Gore's car even needs a lift. He's looking rather ruefully on in his Mattel Cars overalls.
It's like there's urgency toward Lee Morgan's car, but he shouldn't be allowed to take the restart, should he, as the cause of the red flag?
Well, we'll have to see how that one all pans out. There's Dan Gore looking on, the 39-year-old economist from London. The car's being shown back onto it. You notice the marshal's got their hoods up now as well. And there's a spot of rain on our cameras. There's not actually spots on our camera, on our commentary box window right now, but I guess it's just cold and chilling. Maybe that's why the marshals have got their hoods up.
That would definitely be me if I was there, Ian.
Okay. Is this why you're in the commentary box and not marshalling?
Billy Stiles can't get going now. He's stopped up there at Murray's, and of course he was going to start right near the front, wasn't he, on the second row of the grid. There's our pole man, though. That's Eddie Falkingham. He has had a best result of where this season. I get the right piece of paper would be rather helpful. You got that, yeah?
5th.
Oh, there we go.
Was his best result, well, it's still his best result of the season so far.
That was much better than any other result, so let's see if he can better that here. There's Dan Clues. The right-hand side of the grid is looking rather empty, because we haven't got Ben Powney. At the moment, we haven't got Billy Stiles, and we haven't got Lee Morgan. So at this rate, Tom Gadd's got absolutely free reign up that side of the track.
Well, absolutely. I mean... it's a very strange situation. There's Dan Clues then, he's last year's champion. Not had the season of light this year, just the one podium finish coming into this weekend. But Dan Clues, very much one of the front runners. You can see there the orange heart to put his name on the car as well. That, of course, in support of all of our marshals. A lot of those appeared on cars in the aftermath of that sad incident earlier this year when we lost Robert Foote, the marshal who was tragically killed in an accident at Brands Hatch. There's Matthew Booth in 65. He was the champion, of course, in 2019. He was also the Sports Specials champion in 2016 as well. And we're just hearing that we think it's going to be a 10-minute race, possibly.
Including the green flag lap.
Including the green flag lap.
So Lee Morgan's car is being worked on frantically And Ma7da cars are talking to the marshals down there, potentially protesting what might happen next.
Well, they ought not get involved, really. It's down to the officials to run the race meeting, of course. Dan Gore's car's been recovered, so that is away. There's 55, Nikita Abramov, in one of the TSR Team Sellers racing cars. Number 30 is Alok Yengar, and he's the Indian driver that's raced in the F1000 for several seasons. Adam Walker there in number 14, one of the privateer entries.
This is important, and Billy Stiles has got going, so he'll be able to take the restart. He's moving forwards.
Yeah, there is Billy now, and he was at joint 11th with Adam Walker, actually, coming into this weekend in the championship. He's in one of the Jedi Racing Cars Works entries, if you like. And there is sort of just leaning over the shoulder, effectively, of Tom Gadd there, in love of the TSR prepared cars. So we do have now one car on the left-hand side of the track, ahead of Tom Gadd. That's Billy Stiles.
So this race is probably going to be about 3 laps, isn't it?
It depends how fast the green flag lap is, really, doesn't it? So 1 minute board is shown. It's going to be a 10-minute race, but that will include the green flag lap, and that's important because we do need to make sure we move smartly through the day's racing. And obviously that red flag caused by an incident in this F1000 race, so appropriate that the race time gets abbreviated.
See comments on the live stream saying there's more drama in this than in Formula 1. I was thinking that,
well,
with the championship rivals both in strife.
Absolutely right. So green flag waves to get the warming up lap underway. And I don't think there's any more sign of rain at the moment, so should be all good to go.
Can't see from here how the Lee Morgan car's getting on. I don't know if you can see that from your vantage point.
They are working on it. Lee's not in it.
I think we're getting
scrutineers down there as well.
Our cameraman who's been doing a great job looking at the cars on the grid. I think he's heading in that direction, so we might get a view of that thing on our Alpha Live pictures in a moment or two. But yes, it's full-on drama in the F1000 Championship for 2021. Here we go, get some shots now. They've got the bodywork back on. Lee Morgan's getting back in the car, so this might all be done, ready to take the restart if he's allowed, which presumably they think he is.
Which would be from the pit lane, of course.
Yeah, but there's points to be got here, isn't there?
There is.
Top 16 finish will start to gain points when he gets in. I'm sure he's got the pace if the car works to do that. Good
work by the Perpetua Motorsport team. And he and Andrew Wheels are the two drivers that race within that team. There's Rob Wellham, local driver, in the number 5 car. He's been successful here at Snetterton over the past 2 seasons. And yesterday he was the runner-up to Tom Gadd, hoping to go one better than that in at least one of the day's remaining races. So it's a slightly shorter F1000 race that we're going to have. Eddie Falkingham leading them round on the green flag lap, not with any particular urgency, it must be said, because he's only now just coming out of Williams. It does slightly puzzle me sometimes why green flag laps are conducted as slowly as they are. To me, it's likely to fix the object off them. There we go. So weaving being done to get some heat into the slick tyres ahead of this race. So it's pole position for Eddie Falkingham, and then the next car that will be starting is number 1, Dan Clues, and then the next car starting after that is 41, Billy Stiles. Matthew Booth effectively starting 4th, Rob Wellham 5th, and Tom Gadd 6th, with some gaps ahead of them on the grid.
Now, I think if Lee Morgan gets into this race, there might be some quick reading of regulations, aren't there?
Yeah, well, it's to be a blue book thing rather than anything else, MSUK regulations, but I'm not sure there's anything, well, we'll have to see if there's anything that explicitly covers it.
But the problem is, of course, you've got different rules in FIA racing and
what is
racing.
absolutely the right thing to do is for the team to make every effort to get the car out. That is what they do. I'm sure if Ma7da cars had been able to do that, they would have done exactly the same thing as well. They would have both made every effort to get their car out on track for the race, and you can then sort it all out afterwards. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah, hopefully it's not something that's sort of sorted out in controversial style.
Anyway, we've got the cars coming back onto the grid then for the remainder of this race. It probably is going to be about 3 laps. I guess this is just a slim possibility we might squeeze 4 out, but probably not.
Well, they're rather quick, aren't they? Do 1 minute 50 round here. It's going to be tight, isn't it?
Oh, and there, the number 9 car's got a problem because it's got a broken wing, and that is Peter Legge, isn't it? So I don't know how that's happened.
I'm not sure he knows either.
I'm not sure he does, because he's not headed to the pit lane. He's headed onto the grid to start the race.
We're not going to have another delayed start or anything.
Well, I wouldn't have thought that would merit it, but we'll see how things go. We've got all of the cars on the grid. The 5-second board I can see is being prepared, so we might just squeeze 4 laps out of this one. There is the 5-second board, so very shortly the red lights will be turned on. Hopefully everyone gets away this time. Lights go out, and away we go.
Tom Gadd's not gone anywhere.
It's Tom Gadd that's not got away this time, but he has now, and he is into the race. So it's Eddie Falkingham leading, Dan Clues in second place as they take their way up into Rich's corner for the first time. Lee Morgan is getting a push out of the pit lane to try and get into the race, which he does now. But it's Eddie Falkingham and Dan Clues that are making their way through Wilson Hairpin. They've got Billy Starnes right behind them, and Rob Wellham in 4th position. 5th is Matthew Booth as they head out of Wilson Hairpin down towards the left-hander at Palmer for the first time. But you've got Clues under pressure here from Billy Starnes for 2nd place.
Another slightly dramatic moment because Lee Morgan nearly stuffed it in the pit wall as he will spin out the pit lane. Anyway, race going for 2nd is close. Dan Clues with Rob Wellham, championship contender around the outside of Billy Stiles for 3rd. He gets through. He knows he's really got to win the race here to get as many points as possible. He's now on the tail of Dan Clues for 2nd place, but up front Eddie Falkingham doing a great start here, getting away. He knows it's a short race now they've got, so to build time here is going to be important. They turn their way through Augies.
Black and orange mechanical warning flag being prepared, I suspect, for number 9 Peter Legge, whose wing was hanging off, the rear wing was hanging off the back of that car as he joined the grid.
That's right. So Stiles, so he's fallen behind Wellham, other championship contender now, another one of them. That's Matthew Booth that's trying to pass him as they scream down towards Brundle, but it's Falkingham now being caught again by Clues and by Wellham. And here comes Matt Booth up the inside to pass Billy Stiles, so he's up into 4th place now, and he gets the car turned in through the Essex, through Nelson, and accelerates off the corner. Tom Gadd is flying after his slow start. Looked like he wasn't going anywhere, but for the lead, Dan Clues looks up the inside, can't do it there. It's Gadd, he's still inside the top 10 amazingly, but for the lead of the race, Dan Clues couldn't quite do it. We've got 4 for the lead with Wellham and Booth at the back of the 4 trying to gain positions.
Yeah, and Eddie Falkingham, of course, not won a race in F1000 before, but he's doing well to lead here at the end of lap 1. He's got last year's champion behind him, but Clues is under pressure now from Rob Wellham. He goes alongside Dan Clues as they head up towards Rich's corner. He's on the outside line, but he sweeps around and into 2nd place there. Rob Wellham, number 5, he gets a very good run through the corner, and he's almost with the race leader now, Eddie Falkingham, and he's going to take the lead. Rob Wellham as they go into the Wilson Hairpin. Fantastic stuff from Rob Wellham. He goes into the lead, and Matthew Booth as well has got ahead of Dan Clues and into 3rd place.
Lee Morgan already battling for 16th place, so here he's getting himself into the points, so he's extending this margin out, but Rob Wellham doing everything he can do. He leads the motor race, heading down towards the Agostini hairpin then on the 2nd lap. Here comes Matt Booth. He's going for 2nd now. Up the inside, Falkingham squeezes him a little bit, but Booth finds enough space and he goes through into 2nd place now. So Wellham and Booth in the positions where potentially we could have 4 drivers battling for the championship come the race this afternoon today in one of the fastest single-seater racing categories in the country, one of the biggest grids as well, and certainly the most competitive.
Oh, it's hugely competitive this season, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, and it's a great advert for the championship as well. I'm sure we'll have more different drivers coming in next season. Tom Gowan, that's Wellham, is it not? Or Falkingham slowing?
One of them went wide because there was dust, but which one was it? Oh, it's not Wellham.
So it's Falkingham that was slowing, wasn't it?
Real shame for him, so he's dropped off the podium, but big scary moment there potentially for Rob Wellham fans.
Yeah, but Tom Gadd up to 4th position in all of that. There's Peter Legge's wing, which is making ever more a bid for escape from the back of his Jedi.
This is a mighty drive by Tom Gadd, isn't it? From looking like he was going to stall, now to challenge him for the podium. What an amazing performance. Tom Gadd, surely he's a contender for the championship next year with this kind of speed he's shown at the end of this season, Definitely. His first year of single-seater racing.
Definitely. He's not done as many races this season as he did like, had a bout of COVID, which ruled him out for a little while, but he's back in it now, and he's going for 3rd place as they head up towards Rich's corner, and he's through on the inside of Dan Clues, so Tom Gadd back into a podium position. And with 2 laps to go, including the one that they've just started, can he even challenge for the overall victory here?
Lee Morgan is into 15th, so that's, I think, 3 points. I think they get one more place at least.
And he's lapping on the same kind of pace as the leaders as well. He's on a 1:51.97 that time through.
Tom Gadd, the fastest driver out there, as you'd kind of expect, as his has his rate through the field would suggest, but he's there then in 3rd place ahead of Dan Clues. Can he catch the top 2? They'll be hoping he cannot. Oh, big slides though from Eddie Falkenham after going so well on lap 1. It's going a little bit wrong for him now. He dropped to 7th there. So Nikita Abramov, he's having a good race, isn't he? In 6th position. He started 9th. He just missed out on the reverse grid for this race. So the cars make their way through or lead on what should be the penultimate lap.
Of course, the 2 leaders in the Clubman's Class Championship are not going to pick up points in. Ben Panics has not started the race, and Dan Clues is too high up the order in 3rd position overall. So one more lap to go at the end of this one. It's Rob Wellham then leading now from Matthew Booth in 2nd place, and Tom Gadd is chasing after them in 3rd. I think we are going to get the 3 of them disputing the lead on the final lap. Dan Clues 4th, Billy Starrs in 5th position.
Okay, and Booth getting closer to Weller. It looks like that might be the case, mightn't it? 7/10 was the gap at the start. Takes a much tighter line through Coram. We saw that yesterday, I think, from Weller. He takes a wide line, tries to carry as much speed through there as possible. But as you say, the 3 of them are together. Tom Gadd is amazing today, isn't he? At this weekend, absolutely flying, going after the top 2, and he does a 1:49.9, which is getting rather close to lap record territory, I think. It's about a second off, but absolutely brilliant stuff this is from Tom Gadd. Can he win the race? He's within a second of the top 2, and he's over a second quicker on the most recent lap.
Well, full-on black flag for Peter Lake now, but he's running in 19th position in any case with that broken wing. So it's Rob Wellham leading, Matthew Booth in 2nd, but Tom Gadd on this final lap chasing after them in 3rd place. I think he's going to struggle, isn't he, to get into 2nd. I think he'll just about catch Booth by the end of the lap, but passing him I think will be quite a different thing, because Booth, of course, the champion 2 years ago, is not going to make it easy for him. As watch number 1, Dan Close in 4th position, go quite deep into Agostini that time, chased by Billy Starrs and Nikita Abramov as well.
Lee Morgan's up to 13th, which I think is 5 points. So as it stands, the 4 drivers will be separated by 14 points heading into the race later on today.
Yeah, and that'd be what, 9 points he'd be ahead of Dan Gore in particular, I think, wouldn't it, off the top of my head?
Right, yeah, but Matthew Boo, where he is, will he be here sort into 2nd in the championship? Anyway, that's all to be decided, because there's still half a lap of racing to go, and Lee Morgan, he's got 5 seconds to make up, so I'm not sure if he'll gain any more positions. What about up front? Can Matthew Booth hang on to 2nd place? It's so important for him.
Well, it is. Rob Wellham, meanwhile, looks set to get his sort of annual win at Snetterton, at least what he gets every year, it seems, as they head out of Nelson towards the bomb hole. He's leading by a little bit more over Matthew Booth this time. Gadd is closer to Booth than Booth is to Wellham as they head towards Coram for the final time, but I don't sense we're going to get any changes in positions now in the final couple of corners. Into the left-hander they go at Murray's. They accelerate away, and it's the Rob Wellham car that is going to come through to take the checker flag and win the penultimate round of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. He does a double-fisted punch of the air.
There's a car off at Coram, so that's another place for Lee Morgan. So that's going to be another point. If he got any higher than 12, who is the car that's gone off? It's Nikita Abramov, who he said was going to get, I think, one of his best results of the season. So he's not going to finish. Lee Morgan's 11th. So 11th is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 points, I think. Let's check that. So that's actually 11. Oh no, 7 points. So.
Yeah, so meanwhile, it's Dan Clues that's come through to take 4th position. Billy Starrs 5th. Eddie Falcom in 6th. Adam Walker, good result for him in 7th place. Alan Bien got 8th. Matt Betts 9th, and Paul Butcher rounding out the top 10. Lee Morgan, as you say, in 11th position, gaining that spot when Nikita Abramov retired on the final lap.
He did get the fastest lap on that last lap, Lee Morgan, 1:49.84, but no points for that in this championship. No. So Lee Morgan is on 267, Matthew Booth on 258, Dan Gore on 254, and Rob Wellham on 251. 16 points separate the top 4 drivers in the championship heading into the final race. This is surely the closest ever conclusion to an F1000 championship.
Yep, and there's, of course, then another race to come later on for those cars and for the hot hatches and for the MX-5s that we saw earlier on as well. See if we can just bring you the results from that Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race. Just 4 laps in the end, but Rob Wellham it was that took the victory by 7/10 of a second. So number 5 from number 65, Matthew Booth in 2nd. Tom Gadd, number 12, was 3rd. 4th, number 1, Dan Clues. 5th 41 Billy Stiles, 6th 69 Eddie Folkingham, 7th number 14 Adam Walker, 8th number 30 Alok Yengar, 9th to number 88 Mark Betts, and 10th number 42 Paul Butcher. For the back, Lee Morgan, from the pit lane to 11th position in the space of 4 laps, number 56. Max Windhauser, number 66, took 12th, then Rob Bailey, Daniel Levy, Dax Ward, Kels Cole, 16th, Andrew Wheels, 17th, Peter Legge, 18th, and Nikita Abramov in 19th position. Well, not in fact classified, with the car stopping on the final lap over there at Coram. So that's the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. More racing to come this morning. We've got the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship coming up next, and then we've got the Yokohama Mazda 7s as the last race before the qualifying session, which precedes the lunch break. There's Nikita Abramov getting back in. He's broken down. Jedi is going to be towed away by the Nissan pickup truck there, and we'll get back to the paddock, and hopefully the TSR team can get him back out for the next race, which is later on this afternoon. So he'll be towed away.
Lots of spectators here at Snetterton today, which is great to see on what is a chilly day, but a great day of racing we have here, don't we? We've only had 3 races, but that race felt like it consisted of quite a lot of things that happened.
Yes, lots of things happening with the red flag. Well, the drama even on the initial start as well, before the initial start, with Ben Powney going into sort of retirement on the green flag lap. I wonder if that then sort of had the knock-on effect with Lee Morgan sitting on the grid a bit longer than he would have liked, and that caused him to not be able to get away from the line. And then that had the knock-on effect of Dan Gore swerving to avoid him, and Dan Gore retired. Whether that was in the end related or not, I'm not quite clear. But yeah, Dan Gore never take the restart. Lee Morgan did from the pit lane and came through to take 11th place, while Rob Wellham and Matthew Booth did everything that they needed to and could do to finish as high up the order as possible to take first and second in that race, and to keep the championship very much a four-way fight going into this afternoon's final round.
If we thought that was close, the next race championship is even closer. So that's the drama is going to carry on, I think, here at Snetterton for this 750 Motor Club Finals Day. And so far, I think it's delivering, Ian.
It certainly is. Let's head down to Park Formulae area, and Matt Suckling is there with our race winner, Rob Wellham.
Thanks very much, guys. Yep, down here with our race winner from that F1000 race, Rob Wellham. Rob, you always seem to get a nice kind of end of the season here at Snetterton. It's no different in this race. A win there, that was a great race. How did you do that?
Well, the first
Well, unfortunately, a problem there with the equipment, so we're going to go back down to...
I got a good exit coming out of the last corner. I think I got Dan, went around the outside and then straight onto Elliott, and I think I caught him by a bit of surprise, but I just then wanted to crack on and get going, but try to save the tyres for the last one.
And of course, you've got the one race to come, as you said there, and it's all kind of playing for the championship now. I think there's 4 of you separated by about 16 points, so it's all to play for.
I haven't actually looked at the points. I'm literally just doing what I'm doing, every race as it is, and this is what happens when you don't get yourself focused in points. But no, awesome, thank you.
Great race, good luck for race 3.
Awesome, thank you.
There we go, Rob Wellham, your winner there for the F1000 race. More later on, but for now, cars heading off onto the formation lap for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship.
Yes, green flag lap underway for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, and this is the decisive final round of this championship. We'll tell you about that in a minute, but all you need to know is the 2 contenders are right there on the front row of the grid. 3, Jack Kingsbury alongside number 11, Jack Dwayne. 7, Stephen Richardson, and 21, Scott Edgar. On the second row, I think Stephen Richardson's carrying our onboard camera for this race as well. Number 30, Darren Ransom, is alongside, as the grid's just disappeared before I could read it, alongside 77 Andrew Harding on the third row. The fourth row, 22 Christopher Kieran, 99 Neil Heath. Fifth row, 55 Justin Griffiths and 47 Ben Swift. Ross Borman in 66 and 26 Gareth Tansey on the sixth row of the grid. Row 7 is 46 Jamie Flynn and 83 James Hayden. Joel Shelbourne in 48 and Chris Lawrence 56 on the 8th row. Jason Powell 23 and Scott Smith 27 on the 9th row. And Ollie Wayne possibly going from the back as well in number 86.
Yeah, he's there.
He is there, so that is good. And championship-wise, Josh, what needs to happen?
Well, Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury need to beat each other, basically, because they are on equal points, amazingly, heading into this. So after 13 races, nothing can be separating these two drivers. They're on the front row of the grid, just in front of Stephen Richardson, who we ride on board with on this green flag lap. Stephen Richardson, car number 6 in 6th place in the championship here, and actually can grab 4th place because he's only 7 points behind Andrew Harding, and they're only a few points behind Jason Pelosi, who's not here, but that's probably going to be less taking our attention, and it's all going to be about this championship battle between Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. And another factor of this race is going to be Oliver Wayne at the back. He was the double winner at Cadwell Park at the beginning of the season. He had clutch issues, I think, yesterday that prevented him from racing. He is going to be rapid, I suspect, from the back of the grid. So he's one to watch. Hasn't done the full season, but has been a front runner when he's been out there. So, yeah, this is going to be another race, Ian, I suspect, which will be dramatic.
Should be. Worth mentioning, if neither Kingsbury or Dwayne were to finish this race, just to put that out there, then it would be Jack Dwayne that would win the championship once drop scores are all taken into account. So that's just something to bear in mind. But they're starting on the front of the grid, and what we all want is a good, clean motor race between the pair of them. That's very much going to take our attention, but I'm sure there'll be good action further back. There is Ollie Wayne, as Josh was just talking about. Had that success at Cadwell Park at the beginning of the season, but sadly after that, he's not done all of the races, and it's not all gone quite as planned. There's 7, Stephen Richardson, our onboard camera car, and the rest of the field just coming through to take up their good positions ahead of this 15-minute race for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship.
This is quite similar, I think, Ian, to when we had James Bark and Patrick Fletcher. They were pretty much equal on points going into a last race at Rockingham, I think, I recall, which had lots of side-by-side action, championship deciding stuff going on.
I think at least one of their championships was decided on countback when they did finish left on points, if I remember rightly as well. Yeah, but
that can't happen here, I don't think, can it?
No, because of the way the drop scores work. So they're coming up to the grid. So it's number 3, Jack Kingsbury from Hoddesdon, on pole position in the grey car, and it's the turquoise and black car, number 11, for Jack Dwayne, the Lincoln driver. So those are the 2 championship contenders. Scott Edgar, I think, probably securing 3rd in the championship. We've not checked that, but he lies on the outside of the 2nd row, 4th position, alongside the number 7 car. Black and orange flags being displayed. Yeah, number 7, the camera car. I think his exhaust is dragging, but the red lights go out and the race gets underway. It's the better start made by Jack Dwayne, and Jack Kingsbury's in danger of being squeezed down to 3rd or 4th position here as they head into the first corner. Scott Edgar's made a good start as well, and he's alongside Jack Dwayne as they head into, which is for the first time, but yes, there it is, the number 7 car slowing. I'm afraid our camera car not going to be going too far into this race, but look at this, side by side for the lead of the race, not involving Jack Kingsbury at this stage. I think that's that Chris Keir that was trying to make up some ground around the outside as well as they headed into Wilson Hairpin that time, but it was between Scott Edgar and Jack Dwayne for the lead of the race, but Jack Kingsbury right there in 3rd position as well as they head through Palmer and down towards Agostini for the first time.
Jack Dwayne getting away, so Jack Kingsbury needs to pass Scott Edgar in rapid fashion here if he's going to be able to take it to the competitor. Jack Dwayne, the rest of the field flow their way into the Agostini hairpin, so real problems there for Stephen Richardson, so that 4th place in the championship is no longer possible, I don't think. But there's Ollie Wayne, so he's gained 1 position really, and Kingsbury goes through there, through Hamilton. He was ahead of Scott Edgar into 2nd place. There you can see it. There's Chris Keir, who's demon on the brakes. He drove into people doing that yesterday, so let's hope he doesn't repeat that, which put him out of the race yesterday. So they got that car fixed. He's on the grass now, headed down towards Williams. There's Andy Harding trying to get up the inside, so he's the one I think is likely to be that 4th position in the championship now. He's had a good season of Clio racing, but the top 2 getting away, and James Hayden's a long way behind anybody else. So yesterday's onboard cameraman who went well with the camera in, not so well without, it seems. But for the lead of the race, it's Dwayne and Kingsbury, the two drivers that have been so successful this season. They're pulling away from the rest, but Kingsbury's got some work to do if he's going to be able to challenge Jack Dwayne in this. Then Edgar, Keir, Harding, and then 55, which is Justin Griffiths, is the next car through as they come towards the end to complete one lap of what should be 7 racing laps here around the Snetterton 300 circuit.
So that's Scott Edgar, number 21. You can see in 3rd place. 4th place just behind him is 22 Christopher Keir, who's started on low form for good, so he's made a good start to this race. Watching the field, filter through Murray's for the first time towards the end of the lap, but there they go, the two leaders, Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury. The gap just under 0.6 of a second between them at the end of the first lap. Scott Edgar another second or so behind in 3rd position in the number 21 car, then 22 Christopher Keir, half a second behind him.
Ross Borber looked totally out of control there, passing Ben Swift, but he made it work. That was all quite exciting. So that's for 9th position. Lead gap 6/10 after one lap of racing. They turn their way through the Wilson hairpin. There's Harding, had a Neil Heath, who's got himself up ahead of Justin Griffiths. So Heath going well here inside the top 6, which he's done a couple of... No, I don't think he's done before. So looking for his first top 6 finish here. Neil Heath in the Barmer's car, just ahead then of Griffiths, and behind Andy Harding. In front, Chris Keir and Scott Edgar pulling away from that battle now. They were all amongst each other, and Griffiths here trying to fight back. He locks up on the inside of Neil Heath, and he goes back through, I think, into 6th position. So
he does, yeah.
They change back around, so it's all go in this Clio race.
And Darren Ransom, number 30, with a novice cross on the back of his car there. That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd between Scott Edgar and Chris Keir. And you can see just ahead of them, Jack Dwayne looks as if he'd pulled out a few car lengths over Jack Kingsbury that time. There was 0.6 between them as they started the lap. It looked like it was a little bit more than that now. Good scraps going on all the way down the order in this K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship race. It's a very good way into tin top racing, very tightly controlled regulations as well. So a very affordable way into the sport. But there they go, the two leaders through Brundle and Nelson, and then we pick up the fight for 3rd place. 21 Scott Edgar and 22 Chris Keir. Edgar looking set for 3rd position in the championship this season as they make their way through. Edgar was 2nd behind Ryan Polly in the championship last year, 4th the season before that. So sort of 3rd will be sort of filling a gap in the puzzle, but he'd like to be getting for the overall championship. Scott Edgar, I'm sure.
Battle of 5th has 4 cars involved now, because Harding, Griffiths and Heath have been caught by novice racer Darren Ransom. They turn their way there out of Murray. Justin Griffiths in this battle is 7th in the championship, coming into this final round of the season. We've done 2 laps and the lead gap is going out to 9/10 of a second. So Jack Dwayne is doing what he needs to do here, pulling away from Jack Kingsbury.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday Jack Dwayne went level on Kingsbury in terms of number of wins during the course of this season, 5. So if he wins this one, it'll probably make it 6, and it'll also be enough for him to be champion as well. So it's got sort of nice symmetry about it, if that is the case. But look at this, Andrew Harding with cars queuing up behind him now, including Justin Griffiths in the 55 car, Neil Heath 99 and Darren Ransom number 30. There is a small gap back then to the next couple of cars, Ben Swift and Ross Borman, who's a little bit further back behind Ben Swift now. 9.5 minutes of the race left to go, so just about 2/3 of it, but we think it's going to be a 7-lap race unless we have any disruptions. Darren Ransom really working hard there to try and get past the number 99 car of Neil Heath there, and Ben Swift is managing to buy into all of this as well. Almost a touch between those two as they went into Hamilton's. That was for 6th and 7th places, and it looks like they might be swapping positions out of our commentary box window. I can tell you that Darren Ransom has gone through ahead of Neil Heath up into 7th place as we watch Edgar and Keir for 3rd position heading on to the Bentley Straight.
Christopher Keir yet to finish on the podium, so trying to do that here, trying to get himself up ahead of Scott Edgar, who's been 3rd on I think 6 occasions now, because he was 3rd yesterday, was he not? Yes, he was. So he's had 6 third place finishes. So he's been consistently there, so that kind of makes sense for finishing 3rd in the championship, doesn't it? Up front, the gap perhaps looked even bigger, Dwayne to Kingsbury, so this is slipping away from Jack Kingsbury. potential drama in this race hasn't really happened, has it? Because Jack Dwayne's just been eking away from Jack Kingsbury. Didn't make the best of starts. That's where it all went a little bit wrong for him. But a battle for third, that's close between Edgar and Kia. Christopher Kia would be keen not to repeat what happened yesterday, where he got involved in an incident. Then you got Harding and Griffiths and Ransom and Heath and Ben Swift and Ross Borman all going into this now. So we've got 6 cars pretty close together for 5th place, with Andy Harding, who's been racing with the 750 Motor Club for a while now, leading this group of cars.
Yep, they go up and over the line to complete lap number 3 with 7 3/4 minutes of this race remaining. There is Harding in number 77. He's 7.5 seconds behind the race leader. Jack Dwayne was another sort of couple of tenths faster than Jack Kingsbury on that last lap as well, so the lead now is about 1.1 seconds. But we're focusing on this battle between Darren Ransom in 7th, Neil Heath in 8th, and now Ben Swift in 9th position, who's right into it as well. You see that 2 of these 3 drivers have the novice cross on the back of their car, indicating that they're in their first few races. Paul have had all their signatures on their licence, which they have to get from the clerk of the course to indicate that they've completed the races successfully and with no particular drama or incident. So there's Kia and Edgar. I thought we were going to overlap there briefly on the exit of Agostini. Kia looks to the left, right again. Up on 3 wheels briefly was Edgar through Hamilton. Over the curbs there was Kia in the number 22 car in 4th position. That may have just cost him a little bit, but we know how good he is on the brakes, so we'll be quickly able to get back on terms with Edgar as they head on to the Bentley Straight once again on lap 4. Harding and Griffiths in 5th and 6th have now pulled away from the next little group, which has got now Neil Heath at the head of it, because he's got ahead of Darren Ransom, with Ransom having lost a couple of positions because Ben Swift's also got through. Ross Borman now getting involved.
Yeah, good debut weekend this has turned into for Ben Swift, isn't it? They're in the 47 car that's in the middle of this shot, which there's a lot of very clear 182s in that particular shot. Lots of close cars together as Andy Harding tries to hang on to this 5th place that he currently holds ahead of Griffiths and now Heath, and then a small gap back to Ben Swift ahead of Darren Ransom and Ross Borman now as they turn their way up towards Coram for the 4th lap in this race. So we've just passed half distance in this race. There is Harding then, who's looking good here. I think the 4th in the championship, which I've suggested has been his best season of racing, ahead of Justin Griffiths, who's involved in that championship battle. Good exit to Murray here for Ross Borman. Tries to get alongside Darren Ransom, but didn't really work out for him, but he's got a good view of the back of that car as they head up across the line. The lead gap is continuing to go out, nearly 1.5 seconds now between Jack Dwayne and between Jack Kingsbury.
5.5 minutes to go, 2 laps to go at the end of the one that they're working on now. So this is the fight for 5th position. Harding and Griffiths, with Heath now catching them, and Swift there as well. So back to a 4-car fight really for 5th position. It's all changed around as the race has developed. Dwayne pulled out another few tenths on Kingsbury that time, so we've not had the drama that we kind of expected / hoped for in this race for the overall championship. Dwayne at the moment looking good to seal it. But down to Agostini comes this fight for 5th position. Number 77, Andrew Harding, is up on 3 wheels there as 55 Justin Griffiths right in behind him. Thought he was going to challenge for a moment. And then a bit more of a gap back to the next couple now, because I think they've fallen over each other a little bit. Ben Swift trying to attack Neil Heath for 7th position. We're getting a driving standards flag being shown somewhere on the start line here. Can't see who that's for though. There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. There you can see Harding and Griffiths have now put daylight between themselves and 7th again, so the complexion of the battle changes once more, Josh.
That's right, but up front, I think it's only going one way, isn't it? That gap continues to increase. Battle for 5th up towards the Brundle Essid section, and behind Ben Swift has now got on terms with Neil Heath. He was nearly a second behind at the start of the lap, but he was challenging there, but he couldn't go through. He couldn't get past into that sequence of corners. So there is 77 Harding from 55 Griffiths from 99 Heath. Looks like you need double numbers here to be involved in this battle. Up towards Coram Curve, towards the back of that group. Darren Ransom is coming under more pressure, isn't he? from not just Ross Borman, but Gareth Tansey and Chris Lawrence are buying their way into that battle. Behind them is Oliver Wayne, who hasn't really made the progress that we were thinking he might do. He's there in 13th, but he's not catching that group of cars.
No, so black and white driving stands flag being shown to someone. They're not quite sure who it is, but that's likely to be for track limits infringements. It's been very much the pattern of the season that if you've won one race to circuit this year, you've won either all of them, or certainly more than one of them. Ollie Wayne won both races at Cadwell, Jack Kingsbury at Donington. Jack Kingsbury also won both races at Silverstone as well. Jack Dwayne won 2 of the 3 at Anglesey, with the third being won by Josh Larkin, the only sort of the 4th different driver to win this year, and then Jack Dwayne won both at Brands Hatch. So it looks like Dwayne is going to do the double here at Snetterton as well, and that's been a very strong second half of the season for him, because that's then 6 wins out of the last 7 races if it goes that way, and the first half of his season was pretty strong as well.
Yeah, it looked like at Cadwell, the opening round, he was going to win both races there, but on both occasions Oliver Wayne passed him with about a lap to go. But obviously he's learned from that, and we'll be hoping that's not something that happens in this particular race. Ben Swift is alongside Neil Heath. They rub against each other slightly there, which I think has put Ben Swift in the mirror in, and there's big contact now, and big spin for Ben Swift into the Armco barrier as well, and that car's rotated goodness knows how many times, and that is, I'm afraid, Ben Swift out of the race after such a good run. A couple of touches there with Neil Heath has put Ben Swift out of the race.
Yeah, that happened at Hamilton, so he's had a drama there. We've got Jack Dwayne still leading from Jack Kingsbury in second, and showing no real signs of catching Jack Dwayne here. Third and fourth, I mean, that's still as it has been pretty much all the way through this race. 21 and 22 together, Scott Edgar and Christopher Keir, but there's not really been a particular sign that that's going to change. And let's just see if we pick up the 5th place battle. Andrew Harding and Justin Griffith are a little bit more spread out than they were, but still this battle going on further back, although it's now lost Ben Swift. You've got Neil Heath and Darren Ransom now disputing 7th place.
Yeah, so despite being involved in that touch, I don't think it's really affected Neil Heath much, has it, in all of that? Looks like we're going to get one further lap in this race, aren't we?
Yeah.
With that particular bit of the track under local yellows. And for the first time in this race, the lead gap has come down to what? Oh, there's door touching going on there at Murray on the Neil Heath and Darren Ransom this time. But the gap's come down to 1.1 seconds between Dwayne and Kingsbury.
Yeah.
And Jack Dwayne's tyres just going off here as Kingsbury's going as fast as he's been all race. Jack Dwayne's pace is going off, and he runs very wide into the hairpin. That probably wasn't ideal.
What were you saying about Cadwell Park? So Jack Dwayne under a little bit of pressure there from Jack Kingsbury. 4.10s was made up by Jack Kingsbury on that lap there, heading down out of Palmer now and towards Agostini. There's about 6 or 8 car lengths between them, but we're just watching this battle a bit further back. Here are the leaders though, down to Agostini. Headlamps on, flash of the lights. It's the oldest trick in the book. We'll see if that one works from Jack Kingsbury. To try and frighten Jack Dwayne out of the way.
Well, we've already seen him make one late braking move that probably wasn't in his plan.
Just that little distraction, that might be enough, mightn't it, for Jack Kingsbury to try and sneak something.
That's something that happened yesterday, of course, in the bike sports, where Joe Stables got distracted and went off the road. So Jack Kingsbury's doing everything that he can. He's not close enough to challenge, so he's got to try with things. Neil Heath's now off. More side-by-side action heading into yellow flag zone, of course, at Hamilton, so they should sort themselves out.
Darren Ransom now, head of that group with Ross. No, it's yeah. Well, anyway, they'll sort themselves out. Here are the leaders heading down towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Yep, flash of the lights there from Jack Kingsbury as they go into Brundle and Nelson. You could just about see that through the windscreen and rear window of Jack Dwayne's car. And he's certainly closer than 1.16 seconds now as they come in front of us. He's still going for it. Jack Kingsbury desperate to try and find a way through. I think he sensed that Jack Dwayne's car is probably not handling as well as it could be. Through Coram they come for the final time. There's still several car lengths between them, but very right on the limits of adhesion there is the number 11 car of Jack Dwayne up into Murray's for the final time. Jack Kingsbury pushing on up on 2 wheels as he clips the curve there. I don't think he's going to do it though. Out of Murray's they come up to the line. Kingsbury's gaining on him, but it's going to be Jack Dwayne that comes through and wins the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship by, in the end, just half a second effectively. He's won the championship from Jack Kingsbury, who takes 2nd place in the race and the championship. Scott Edgar takes 3rd, number 21, 4th to number 22, Christopher Keir. Gap back then to Andrew Harding in 5th place, number 77. 6th is 55, Justin Griffiths. Who's going to be 7th in the end? It's going to be the 26 car of Gareth Tansey that came through all of that. He made up 2 places on the final lap to take 7th place. Neil Heath, number 99, was 8th. Chris Lawrence, number 56, was 9th. And Darren Ransom in the end, Josh, rounded out the top 10.
That's right. One more lap. That's all Jack Kingsbury needed, wasn't it? It got all rather close towards the end. I think that was the closest the two of them were all race, apart from when they were sitting on the grid before it started.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the two of them are showing their class in that race, where they are lapping a second faster than the next two, who in turn were another second faster than anybody else. So Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury definitely the class of the field, but the 6th win of the season there for Jack Dwayne was enough to take the championship, and those 6 wins came in the last 7 races, didn't they?
It's hard to argue with that, and his form in the first part of the year was pretty good too. He was second in both races at Cadwell, as you said. He had another 2nd place at Donington Park too. But to get 6 wins out of the last 7 races and get back on terms with Jack Kingsbury and indeed overhaul him in the end, all credit to him for that. It's been a very exciting season in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Let's have a look at the results now. 0.55 seconds the margin between number 11, our race winner Jack Dwayne, and number 3, Jack Kingsbury. In 3rd place, number 21, Scott Edgar. 4th, 22, Christopher Keir. 5th, number 77, Andrew Harding. 6th was 55, Justin Griffiths. And then Gareth Tansey, 7th in number 26. 8th was number 99, Neil Heath. 9th, 56, Chris Lawrence. And 10th, number 30, Darren Ransom. Further back, Ross Borman, 11th. Ollie Wayne, 12th. Didn't really have the race that Josh Barrett was flagging up that he might do. Jamie Flynn, 13th in number 46. Then James Hayden, 83. And then retirements, Ben Swift and Charles Shelbourne. Ben Swift's dramatic exit from that race being cleared up by the marshals and recovery crew now.
Big punch of the air from Jack Dwayne when he got out of the car there. He's absolutely delighted and he's running over to his team. Yeah, he's a happy man, isn't he, Jack Dwayne?
I don't blame him. I think I would be as well if I'd just won the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. But great to see the emotion down there in Parc Fermé after that race. And we'll hopefully hear from Jack Dwayne very shortly indeed. But we've got one more race to go before the lunch break as well. That's for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. They're already coming to the grid, so hopefully we'll just have time to have a very quick word with Jack Dwayne before that race gets underway.
Jack Kingsbury congratulating Jack Dwayne as well. I think there's good respect between the two of them. I don't recall really much happening between them on track. Really good racing between them. I think we can go down to Matt now with our champion.
Down here with Jack Dwayne then, the winner of the Clio 182 Championship and the champion as well provisionally. Well done, Jack. How does that feel?
Really, really, really good. Yeah, really pleased with that. That was probably the hardest I've driven all year. Just try and keep that gap going, because I knew he'd chase me really hard. One mistake and it would have been all to play for again. So, yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah, he was there. He wasn't disappearing, but so much work has gone into this year. You must be really pleased with the team and how the car's performed.
Yeah, because a lot of people have helped me. You can't do it on your own. A lot of friends, family give up hours of the time for free just so we can come and do this. So, yeah, it's nice. It's a team, like you said. So even though it's amateur, everyone deserves it really. And yeah, I'm really chuffed.
Well done, Jack. You can go and celebrate now and have a rest off the off-season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Jack Dwayne, winner and a champion for this year. And that's it for the Clio 182 for 2021. It's now on to the Mazda 7s.
Yes, and the cars already forming onto the grid for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, the penultimate round. This still to be decided as well. Pole position taken at the very last moment by number 43, David Mason, alongside him, 27, Danny Andrew. He and number 37, Ben Townley, on the inside of row 2 of the main championship contenders. 56, Daniel Sippens, also on row 2. 24, Martin Fowley, and 71, Jonathan Lissitor on the third row. Fourth row is Daniel Court, number 7, and David Winter, 35. Joshua Platts, 20, and Simon Court, 55 on the fifth row. Sixth row is 99, Martin Sheldon, and 23, Samir Abid. On to the seventh row, it's Colin Marshall, number 1, and Lewis Penstone Smith, 47. Thomas Bates, number 69, and Rob Ollie, number 80. Barry Stewart, 44, and Callum Barnes, number 3, are on the 9th row of the grid. But still a little bit of clearing up to be done there at Hamilton. So, Josh, we've probably got time just to explain what the situation is in the championship.
Yeah, it's another one which is really close. We've got 2 races still to come from the Mazda 7s. This is their first race of the day, the championship backed by Yokohama, and it's Ben Powney there on row 2, number 37, that leads on drop scores. by, which I think is 3 points. He was debating that with me, Ian, so I just checked that you got 3 as well, to Danny Andrew, number 27, who's there on the front row of the grid.
I've got 5, but...
oh, right, he did 4, so we've got 3 different numbers.
We'll have a proper look at that that later on, but it could be that I've picked up a wrong score again. It won't be the first time this weekend that I've done that. Anyway, it's like to go down to the final race, isn't it? I think is the net result of everything. As we watch the cars forming up on the grid there, the starter just waiting to get the signal to release the cars into the race. I think the track is largely clear now over there at Hamilton, and just the recovery vehicles moving away from the scene. So I think shortly we're going to get this Mazda 7 race underway.
Either way, though, it's really whoever does best today, isn't it, between Danny Andrew and Ben Powney, with them being so close. Yeah, the start procedure is now underway. 1 minute board being shown up. This should be great racing. Big slipstreaming category. These Mazda 7s, of course, and Snetterton, an ideal place for it, with lots of long straights. So many of them. And the 30-second board is now shown. Then so it's David Mason on pole. Can he take the win here? Well, let's see over the next 15 minutes. 7 laps again, I suspect.
Yeah, as you see the 5-second boards go up from our commentary box window. And it's going to be 15 minutes of racing for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. It gets underway now. Even start from the 2 of them on the front row. Reasonable start from Ben Powney as well, although he does get past. But I think that's Martin Farrelly on the way up into Richie's corner for the first time. So we'll see where Ben Powney emerged in all of this. He's actually had quite a bad start as he goes up through the gears, down to about 6th or 7th position. So he didn't even start the F1000 race half an hour or so ago, and now he's dropped back at the beginning of the Mazda 7s.
And it's Danny Andrew, his rival, that leads, but he locks up. Andrew's going wide. Farrelly spins, who gets hit by Jonathan Lissetter. There's another car that's in there that's wiped a wheel off it, I think.
That's Martin Shelton, isn't it, I think? Yes, that's the wheel that's come off his car, so he's now a 3-wheel car. I suspect that might lead to an interruption.
That's right. So Ben Powney's back to 3rd because of all of that. Danny Andrew kept the lead, but... whether this is all going to matter or not, let's wait and see, because a couple of cars stranded at the hairpin. Oh, no, Lissetter's got away, but yeah, there's bits of car in the middle of the road, and there's a car a bit further around the corner.
Quite substantial bits of car as well. So they make their way around Agostini for the first time in this 15-minute race for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. There's Lewis Penstone Smith, number 47. Towards the rear of the field, but they are heading now down to Hamilton. There is the 35 car, which is that of David Winter from Royston.
I think Martin Shelton is moving again, so I presume a marshal right on the inside of the track might be able to move the bits of car, so we should be able to carry on racing, fingers crossed.
Okay, well that would be very good news indeed. So it is Danny Andrew that leads, David Mason in 2nd, Ben Powney in 3rd. So it's the blue car, from the green car, and the red car, the orange car. Yeah. Confused there because the red flag came out and the race being stopped. So possibly you're a little bit optimistic there with what was going on.
I think I misidentified what car was moving. It was the Lissetter car that was moving, but shame that. So the race is stopped, which is a shame, but deep breath after what's been going on this morning.
And we'll get a restart for this, no doubt, over a reduced race distance, but we should get a restart. Hopefully it won't take too long to clear that up.
We've got 2 cars to lift, haven't we?
Yeah, and I know we've only just sort of cleared cars up from the previous race as well, but the recovery crews will do their very best. That's the 44 car of Barry Stewart with for sale on the side of his car. So I guess if you're in the market for Mazda 7, and why wouldn't you be, then contact Barry. Yeah, the Mazda 7s, just to explain what they're all about, that they are effectively the same chassis used in the low-cost championship, which came to a conclusion at Mallory Park last weekend, and which is run with the 750 Motor Club for more than 2 decades now, but it's running more modern running gear, so rather than the Ford Crossflow engine, they are using a 1.8 litre Mazda engine and other componentry, and that improves performance. It also improves, in some senses, the modernity of the car and reliability, and that's been an attraction for the drivers that have come into Mazda 7s. This is its first year of championship status, of course, but it's attracted drivers not just from low costs, some who've been in low cost and gone away and done other things and come back again, like Danny Andrew, but also drivers from other categories have come into it as well, some completely new to motorsport, some making a switch across from other categories as well, and we've had healthy grids during the course of this season. There's Ben Powney his number 37 car. TSR, Team Sellers Racing, prepare the car for him. That's number 56, Daniel Sibbons, who's had a pretty strong season as well, Daniel Sibbons, hasn't he? How's he fared during the course of this year in terms of his results?
He's been a race winner, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Third in the championship as well. And I have the right piece of paper. I'll tell you where he won. He won at Donington Park, which was another good slipstreaming venue. So there he is, 56, third in the championship. I think that looks pretty good for him. He's had a couple of third place finishes as well. Looking a bit further back, there's 35, which is David Winter, who is 5th in the championship. He has had one podium finish. We look at number 20 there, which is Joshua Platt. He is 10th in the championship. The best result of 8th. 55 there. That was Simon Court, who qualified a bit further back. He's 4th in the championship after a couple of podiums, but he's only on the 5th row of the grid there, so he'll be hoping to progress up the field. And of course, there are a couple or so cars missing a bit further up after that incident. There's number 7, which is Daniel Court, who qualified 7th on the grid. He's a bit further down the championship, 13th. Hasn't been quite so successful as Simon, but he did have an incident at Brands Hatch earlier in the year, so good to see him back and going well there, qualifying on the 4th row of the grid here, within a couple of seconds of pole position. And just a bit of rearranging going on the grid, one of the TMC race engineering cars, which is a team that have been around the 750 Motor Club paddock for quite some time, Ian.
Yeah, Matt Charrington and Father Tony behind that. Marshall's trying to get cars on in the right place, which seems to be quite a pursuit in its own right. There's Martin Fowler. He had problems in qualifying, didn't he, the former MR2 racer, because he only did 5 laps. We saw him slow towards the end of the qualifying session for these cars. He slots into position now.
He was quick starting on that original start.
He was, yeah.
He's a bit late to the grid, so I don't know if he got involved in that incident up at the hairpin.
Yeah, not sure. He may have been delayed. The Shelton car, as you can see, rather opaquely there, is being put onto the flatbed. So that's going to be recovered, and hopefully we'll be able to get racing underway fairly quickly. Of course, no green flag lap for these cars, which does save probably about 5 minutes or so.
And it saves them probably losing too much time from a green flag lap.
Exactly.
So we'll wait to hear what the restart distance is.
Have we worked out what we think the situation is with drop scores?
Well, I've got the same numbers as you, so I'm quite confused how we've got different. We've ended up with different numbers.
Okay, well, we'll perhaps work that out over lunch or something. But yeah, I think we're both agreed on what they're dropping, and we both agreed with the points that they've got before they drop them. So yeah, so we'll just we'll debate that later. But I did just take it, it's just 2 drop scores in the Mazda 7s, because that's not been the case for all of the championships this year. So there you can see the cars on the grid, a couple of gaps where Jonathan Lister and Martin Shelton ought to have been.
Good to see lots of viewers today on the Alpha Live YouTube stream, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, because there's lots of 750 Motor Club racing that is on that channel, including more live racing next weekend, of course, with the biggest motor race in the UK, the Burkitt Relay, with 70 teams, something like 300 drivers, near that number in cars as well, I suspect, which is going to be quite a motor race next week. Very different to the type of racing we've got today with these 15-minute championship final sprints. But definitely a race you don't want to miss, particularly if you've never seen it before. Well worth watching, definitely. So that's next Saturday. It takes place on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone, and that'll be live streamed as well. The race gets underway around about 11 o'clock. If you want to do some homework beforehand, then if you go to the 750 Motor Club's social media feeds as well, you'll see links there to an explainer video, which tells you how the Burkitt 6-hour relay race works. Which, if you've not seen before, I would certainly urge you to look at, because it will explain exactly what's going on. Race is about to start, because the 1 minute board has been shown, so not long to go now until we get this race back underway. We haven't got confirmation of how long this is going to be, I don't think. No. I guess 10 minutes would be... although saying that, this race was only supposed to start a couple of minutes' time, so perhaps we might be able to get the full time. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. 5-second board is about to be raised, so this penultimate round of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship
is about to get underway at the second time of asking. It's David Mason, 43, on pole. It's 27, Danny Andrew alongside him. Better start by Mason that time. Ben Powney gets a better start as well by the looks of it. But it's going to be David Mason that's going to lead up to the first corner. Now, can Ben Powney get ahead of Danny Andrew and up into second position as they turn into which no, he can't. It looks like it's going to be Andrew that holds second then. And Powney, Jonathan Lister's going to join the race from the pit lane
that's
as
quite
well.
Remarkable.
Yes, so that's good that any damage is relatively superficial. But the number 80 car of Rob Ollie is not going very far in this race by the looks of it, it would seem.
7 out wider, that's Daniel Court. But Danny Andrew going for the lead here, up the inside of David Mason, into the Palmer left-hander, and I think he's got the lead. So after a poor start initially, where it looked like he might have lost second place, Danny Andrews actually grabbed the lead by turn 3. So that is good going for him. He knows he needs to buy into this gap to Powney as they turn their way then into the Hustini hairpin, where it's pretty tight through here. But there's some locking up. That's Barry Stewart, whose card was sad. He's trying to gain positions. Didn't work out for him though, he'd run a little bit wide.
So as they head through Hamilton for the first time in this restarted race, it's Danny Andrew then that's got the lead, crucially. What can Ben Powney do? He's in third place at the moment, tucked in behind the green car of David Mason, just ahead of Daniel Sibbins. Martin Falley there into fifth then at the expense of number 7. Daniel Court there having a good scrap. Daniel Sibbins there diving out of the slipstream along the Bentley Straight. He's alongside Ben Powney. And is he going to get the position there? David Mason jinking out from the slipstream of 27 as well, which is race leader Danny Andrew. Sibbins and Powney were side by side as they turned into the corner. A bit further back, you've got number 1, Colin Marshall, and the 55 car, which is Simon Court, that's turning his way through.
Sounds like it's a 10-minute race we're going to get, which makes sense from the previous races.
And Rob Ollie is off the road, but getting back onto it at the moment, wherever he was at the time.
4 for the lead, and Ben Powney trying to come past David Mason here into Murray's. This generally doesn't work, and he clips him, and that's not gone well for Ben Powney, because instead of gaining the place, I think he's going to lose one. He was desperately trying to get out of that, trying not to hit David Mason. It was the smallest of touches. Mason's car hasn't really been affected, I don't think, but Danny Andrews got a much, much bigger lead because of it, and someone's getting a black flag by the looks of it.
Yeah, not sure who that is. We'll have to try and keep an eye out to see if we can spot the number that that's being shown to. That's a car that was asked to report to the clerk of the course immediately. So we'll just see if that's going to be anyone particularly significant in the overall scheme of things. Right, Powney ahead there of Daniel Sibbins, but Sibbins is going to lose a place to Daniel Court there, who was late on the brakes up the inside. Mason's made a mistake on the exit of Wilson Hairpin that time, and now they're all getting together in a massive big bunch, but Danny Andrew, I think, is a few yards up the road.
He is. He's 1.5 seconds at the beginning of the lap. There's yellow flags at Palmer. But for second place, it's Mason and Powney trying to get back ahead of him. These two touched earlier. The pole man Mason's going to lose second place, I think, to Ben Powney. Gets up the inside to go through then, but Powney tries to defend on the exit because he knows David Mason would quite like to come back past him if he can, but he can't make it, I don't think, into the left-handed corner there at Hamilton. Behind them is Daniel Sibbins. So they turn their way then through Augies, but Danny Andrews got a good lead here. So I guess if Ben Powney can't catch Danny Andrew, getting the fastest lap would be good, getting a bonus point.
Yeah, useful, wouldn't it? But there's a bit of a gap to make up at the moment. So Danny Andrew well out in front of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars together. Mason trying to get the place away from Powney as they head along the straight, and he's done it. Powney immediately jinks back in behind, so he'll pick up the toe, and he could get back into second before the end of the straight. Has a dive down the inside into Brundle and Nelson, but he can't make it through there. Almost left the door open for Daniel Sibbins as well. So it's Mason's second now in number 43. Ben Powney, number 37, is third. 56, Daniel Sibbins is fourth, and Daniel Court, number 7, in fifth position.
Into Coram. Powney trying to get back past David Mason here up the inside, and he's got it done. So they're battling pretty hard, and I don't think that's really helping them chase after Danny Andrew as they turn into Murray. We should get 3 more laps out of this, I think. And we got, like 7 cars separated by not too much. Well, Andrew's got that little bit of a gap, but then the next lot are sort of in 2 trios of cars. So the cars cross the line to complete 2 laps, and Powney is in fact quicker than Andrew at 2:14.31, by about a tenth quicker. So despite battling with David Mason, he is lapping at good speed initially.
And Jonathan Lister was the recipient of the black flag, and he is now making his way down the pit lane.
Okay. Farrelly alongside Daniel Court, who's having one of his better races here, side by side for 6th position as they head up towards Palmer, which has got yellow flag, so that must be that car that we saw slow in. It must have stopped again. That's Rob Ollie, number 80. I hadn't come through, so I think that's the reason for the yellows there. But Powney has got 2nd again as they turn their way down into the Agostini hairpin. Danny Andrew won last time at Oulton Park. We had a big span of Ben Powney wins before that, where Powney won both races at Brands Hatch, Cadwell Park, and the first race at Oulton Park. So we'll see how the remainder of today goes. There's David Mason, though, in 3rd position. He's down in 9th in the championship. He's had a couple of podiums this season. We'd like to add to that, but Daniel Sibbons is there behind him as they turn their way through Williams onto the Bentley Straight, where cars really get a good tow, and Ben Powney therefore feels the need to move around, trying to break the tows. Notice there's also rain spots as well around the Snetterton circuit, but nothing, I don't think, that affects things too much at this stage. There's Sibbons, who's going after Powney and Mason, but Ben Powney was able to hang on to P2 in all of that. Behind, Daniel Court's got ahead of David Winter for 5th.
3.5 minutes of the race left to go. Probably going to get a couple more laps at the end of this one then, as they're making their way towards the end of lap 3 now. Ben Powney there in 2nd place with David Mason right behind him. Daniel Sibbons, number 56, in 4th position. They turn their way through the left-hand route bridge now and onto the centre straight once again. 3.25 minutes left to go, so they will get 2 more laps. The line now comes Danny Andrew, still well clear in the lead of the race. 1.82 seconds was the gap at the end of the previous lap. That's now gone out to 2.41, so it's taken out another 0.6 of a second that time over the rest of the field. But then the next 4 cars, or 5 cars, separated in by 2.2 seconds.
I think things have gone wrong for Martin Farrelly. There's a big puff of smoke out the back of his car, and it sounded all rather rough. So I think he's retiring from the race. A few more spots of rain. There's Farrelly. He's out of it. I think he's got some kind of engine problem, I think, which is the same for him. He would run in 7th, and he shall be seen to get that car behind the Armco barrier with a couple of laps to go. With the track potentially this question mark if it's getting a little bit tricky out there. Well, Andrew just set the fastest lap of the race, 2:14.1, which is a 4-point swing if it stays where it is. And of course, Powney's the one that's going to be under pressure, where there's a couple of cars, David Mason and Daniel Sibbons, who aren't far away from him whatsoever.
That fastest lap, though, it's 3 seconds outside the lap record, which is held by Tom Collar in these cars. Mason there over the curve on the exit of Hamilton.
Looks like there's bits of Martin Farrelly's engine that are being seen to by the Starline Marshal. So I think it was quite a problem there that Farrelly had at lap ago.
One of the back markers having a spin, that's number 3, Callum Barnes. That's at Wilson Hairpin, but he gets back into the race.
So is that a bit tricky down there? And Ben Powney is weaving one side to the other, trying to break the toe from David Mason. He wants to be careful not to do that too much, really, you'd think. But David Mason to the outside line, trying to come past Ben Powney, but Ben Powney's able to do it. He's really vivid here, Ian. Oh, there's a cover off. That's Daniel Court out of 5th. That's ended up off the road at Oggies, I think that is. So that's quite a long way off. But for 2nd, David Mason alongside Ben Powney there into Coram Curve. They come very close there, Ian, but Powney's still in front, but he's got a bit of damage with the mudguard flapping a little bit.
It's flapping. That's very much a sort of tradition in this type of racing, isn't it? That you have some wheel arches go flying or flapping in the breeze. So they're going to come through, and they'll be starting their final lap this time. Danny Andrew continuing to lead, so this is a great result for him as far as the championship is concerned. The only thing would be better if Ben Powney wasn't in 2nd place. We've got 3rd and 4th side by side now. David Mason and Daniel Sibbons, who sweeps around the outside into Rich's corner to take 3rd place away at the beginning of the final lap. So Sibbons up into 3rd position.
That time's just got a touch on that lap. So for 2nd place, Powney 2nd, with new challenger behind being Daniel Sibbons, but if anything not quite as close as they once were. Behind, David Winter is 5th, and Simon Court's now jumped up to 6th with the demise of there. You can see Daniel Court and Martin Farrelly. So not quite sure how Court ended up quite far off the road there, but he hopefully will be getting back out later. So for third place is where the battle is more now, isn't it? So Ben Powney seems to have a larger gap. And this is going to be, I think, much like the Clio, isn't it? Heading into the last round is where, as long as things stay as they are, Andrew and Powney, whoever does better in the last race of the season, will come out on top.
That's right. And grid set by second fastest times for the second race. So I've not looked at the grid for that actually, but we'll see how that pans out. But they're catching Andrew, I think, a little bit on this final lap, aren't they? Although it's probably going to be inconsequential.
Yeah, Powney only starts 6th in race 2, so they have it all to do while Danny Andrews on pole.
Okay, so you'd certainly be, you know, if you're a betting man, you'd be betting on Danny Andrew, I think, for the Yokohama Ma7da Championship this year. Up to Brundle and Nelson they come.
Daniel Sibbins has caught Powney and he's put him under quite a bit of pressure to end this lap. Down into the S's there. Powney's able to hang on as they make their way out of there. They're pulling away from David Mason, who's in P4, but up towards Coram. And Danny Andrew looks good for the win, but it's to be settled for second. It wouldn't be the first time that someone's been in front into Murray's where they're not leading at the line. So we'll see what happens there, Ian.
Absolutely, I think Danny Andrews going to be leading at the line, that's for certain. But for second and third, Ben Powney very out of shape at Murray's. Does that cost him momentum as he accelerates away? Daniel Sibbins is going to be in the tow. Danny Andrew takes an important win, but equally important for second place. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Daniel Sibbins that snatches it from Ben Powney at the line by 13/100ths of a second. And that moment at Murray's, that momentum sap, cost Ben Powney. He lost out to Daniel Sibbins in the end. So Sibbins took second, Powney third, Mason fourth, David Winter fifth. Simon Course came across the line in 6th place, and Joshua Platts in 7th. Next car coming across the line should be the number 1 car of Colin Marshall, but no, it's not. It's the 23 car of Samir Abid that comes through next, and then Lewis Penstone Smith. So Colin Marshall on the final lap has dropped back to 10th place. Tom Bates comes across the line to take 11th place in number 69, and then up towards the line comes Barry Stewart, number 44, to take 12th. And then Martin Farrelly takes 13th place. Yes, that was a surprise to me as well. And Callum Barnes, I think, is going to be our final finisher. He's a little bit further back down the order. Oh, he's spun it, though, at Murray's. Can he get the car fired up again? Can he get it moving? And we're just waiting for you now, Callum. Because everyone else has finished their race. Yes, you've got it fired up, and you're going to bring it up across the line to complete your race in 14th position. We lost Daniel Court, of course, and Jonathan Lister was black flagged, and we lost Martin Shelton, did we not, on the original start?
So my spreadsheet is saying that Danny Andrew will be leading by 3 points to Ben Powney going into that final race. Yours may say different.
Well, I'll work that out at lunchtime, but yes. but yeah, I mean, that little mistake at the exit of Murray's, that could prove costly for Ben Powney in the overall scheme of things. You never quite know in the how things might pan out in the later race. Results time, 2.703 seconds the margin for Danny Andrew, number 27, over number 56, Daniel Sibbins. Number 37, Ben Powney it was that took third. 43, David Mason was fourth. And then another David Winter was 5th in number 35. 6th, number 55, Simon Court. 7th, number 20, Joshua Platts. 8th was 23, Samir Abid. 9th, number 47, Lewis Penstone Smith. And number 1, I should say, rounded out the top 10, that was Colin Marshall. Further back, Thomas Bates, Barry Stewart, Martin Farrelly, who somewhat surprisingly made it back out into the race. And Callum Barnes completed our finishes, with Daniel Court and Jonathan Lister not being classified. So that's the first of 2 races today for the Yokohama Ma7da Championship. In a few minutes' time, we'll have coverage of the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy practice session, which will decide the grid for their 90-minute race, which will round out the afternoon. And then we go into our lunch break, with racing set to resume at 1:20 after lunch with the Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship. But let's now head down to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from Danny Andrew, who's with Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that Mazda 7 race, which is Danny Andrew. Danny, you look quite comfortable out front. Just what you needed to win for this championship this year.
Yeah, I think we had a fair bit of pace, and then when the rain came down with a gap, you just back off a little bit, start changing a little bit earlier, but and managing the gap. But no, it was good. I need another one of those to guarantee it, I think. from my mathematics, but I'm not even sure where Ben finished, whether we got second or third. But I think I still need another win to guarantee.
It seems to be going your way at the minute. The Snetterton circuit seems to be suiting you quite well. In terms of Ben, he did just lose out to second place on the line, so he's down to third in that one.
Yeah, we dropped scores. It makes it a little bit more complicated, which I'm not a fan of, but they're the rules. But no, we did well. The car was good. It was good all day Friday. So another one of them this afternoon.
Are you going to be calculating what goes through the second race and seeing where you need to finish and all that sort of thing, or just go out and try and win it?
I think it makes it too difficult. You go out and win. I think we've got the pace to do it. So I think you just go out, try and win, and it doesn't matter what anyone else does then.
We'll see how it goes. Good luck, Danny.
Thank you.
There we go, Danny Andrew with the win there. Let's try and grab a quick word with second and third as we have time with the qualifying session come up. Let's try and grab Ben Powney, who's in the garage. I think we're working here, and also Dan as well, who finished in second. Dan and Ben, can you come and join us out in the Park Ferme area, and we'll have a quick chat with you as well. Dan Sibbons finishing in second place. That was a great drag to the line there. Just pit Ben there in second place. Well done.
Yeah, I think he missed a gear, which helped me out a little bit. But yeah, it was getting a bit slippy towards the end, so it was just mainly keeping it on the track and not making any mistakes. So yeah, it was good. Good race. I'm happy.
In terms of this year so far, how do you think it's gone? You happy with the season?
Yeah, it's my first full season in car racing, really. So yeah, I'm well pleased, and hopefully I can come back next year and do a little bit better, maybe challenge Ben and Danny a bit more.
Is that in the back of your mind this weekend? You know that Ben and Danny are both going for a championship, so you just got to try and put all the pressure on and try and get a win.
Yeah, I got nothing to lose really. I'll just go for it, and as long as I don't get any damage, I'm happy. Yeah.
All to play for, of course, with a win in the second race of the weekend. Looking forward to it.
Yep, I'm going to try my best.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll join Ben as well, who's down here. Ben, it's one of those weekends at the minute. You're looking at the championship. You need a good result. I think the second start went better for you than the first one, didn't it?
Yeah, got a load of wheel spin. I think there was probably some, looked like there's some oil or something down on the track after the race before us. And yeah, I just didn't go anywhere, but made up for it in the end. And I think it probably would have been all right. And yeah, we'll see how the next one goes, I guess.
What happened towards the line? Did you miss a gear to the checker flag?
No, probably it was starting to spit. I don't know if you felt it here, but it felt like it was starting to get just a bit greasier through the race, and I just lit it up a bit too much, a bit over-eager coming out of the last corner, and I think that was just enough for Dan to get us over the line, wasn't it? So yeah, I need Josh on like an in-car radio with doing the championship points, because I think it's going to be pretty bloody close now.
Yeah, they're working it out. They're doing the spreadsheets. They're keeping an eye on it for you and Danny as well. So it's going to be close towards that second race. Busy weekend as well for you with the F1000 also to kind of compete in.
Yeah, it has been, yeah. The next race, I think, is back-to-back. It's literally the F1000 and then straight in for the Mazda 7. So I've got some thinking to do, and I'm going to be starting from the back of the grid in the F1000 as well. So don't quite know what to do yet. But, yeah, we're just going to have some fun, I think, and what will be, will be.
And very quickly, what happened in the F1000 race earlier on?
My throttle stuck open. On the green flag lap, so yeah, tried and moved everything, but no joy, unfortunately.
Well, thanks, Ben. Good luck for the second race.
Cheers, mate. Thanks a lot.
There we go. Ben Powney finishing in third place, second place for Dan Sibbons, and Danny Andrew taking the first win in Mazda 7s here today at Snetterton. More to come from them a little bit later on, but in the meantime, as Ian and Josh said, we've got a qualifying session to look forward to with the 116 trophy.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Matt Suckling down there speaking to our top three at the end of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship race. We're going to turn our attention back to qualifying action now for the final qualifying session of the weekend, and that's for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. And these cars will have a 90-minute race later on this afternoon, in fact the final race of the weekend. Due to get underway at around about 4:25. There you can see we've got an onboard camera again, and this is on car number 1, which is James Reddish, the Bristol driver. He's going to be taking us around on this Snetterton 300 circuit. It's a 25-minute practice session for these cars. He's just accelerating his way out of the pit lane onto the circuit and up towards Rich's corner for the first time in this session. And within the Yokohama Mazda, that was the last race, wasn't it? Within the 116 trophy, the Gas Shocks 116 trophy, and there's a sports special car qualifying out of session there now as well, I just noticed. But within the 116 trophy, you've got a situation where drivers can go solo if they want, or they can share with one mate, or if they've got enough friends, they can share with 2 other drivers as well. And there's at least 1 or 2 teams that are going for a full 3-driver strategy during the course of this weekend. We did see a couple of the cars qualifying out of session earlier on today, and that will be to make sure that those teams which do have 3 drivers, that they all manage to get at least 3 laps in during the course of the session. Now there's David Ma7da doing some laps out of session as well in his Corsa. And it looks like that's Martin Gambling, I think, in the Eclipse Sport Special car that's also out there. I should think he'll just do 3 slow laps because his car will be quite considerably quicker than the 116 trophy cars around him. On board again with James Radish then. It's good to have this on-board camera facility here, and let's see what he's working out in the car. And these 116 trophy cars are based on the cars that built around 2004, 2005 and 2006, and they do provide a very affordable way into one-make endurance racing. They've won a series of 90-minute races they've won during the course of this season, and because you can have multiple drivers as well, it's a very good way of spreading the cost as well between more than one of you. So it's a very attractive way to go endurance racing. Lots of these single-make endurance championships have popped up over the past few seasons, but in a way I would suggest, Josh, this is one of the more credible cars for it, the 116.
Yeah, like as I say, you're racing a BMW to perhaps some of the others out there, and they're a bit quicker as well. And I think we're going to have some of these out at the Burkitt Relay in a week's time, as they come up across the line then. With this big grid, 31 cars I think expected, which is a good way to end the season. A season that's visited Donington Park, Silverstone, Cadwell Park, Anglesey, Brands Hatch and Snetterton already this season on the 200 circuit in the summer. That was won by Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates. So whether that form from a slightly different layout here will be replicated, we're yet to see. I think we'll be hearing from Sam Carrington-Yates during the lunch break. Well, I think we're here for a number of the drivers who are racing here today. And of course, Sam Carrington-Yates, probably one of the more experienced drivers in this field. But here talk about it's a good way for people with perhaps less experience to get involved into racing. A good car to start your racing career out in.
Absolutely, but there are some drivers with quite a lot of experience as well. So just looking at the sliding screen, which is not representative at the moment because they've only done 1 lap, not done a flying lap yet, but we've got second fastest at the moment. You've got Ryan Bensley in there, who obviously was successful in Stock Hatch with the 750 Motor Club, went on to race in the production touring cars. Now that's one of them that has stopped at approaching Hamilton, isn't it, I think?
That's right, yeah.
And the door open on that car, so that's coming to an early stop. But yeah, Ryan Bensley went on to race in sort of production touring cars in here, and I'm trying to remember the name of the championship as it was at that point, running on the Great and British package.
Sport Max.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Sport Max Cup. He's raced Honda Civics as well during the course of this season.
I think he did a round of hot hatch, didn't he, this year?
Yes.
Brands Hatch.
You've got Ian Carvel and Rob Carvel, who long-time campaigners in the VW Cup as well. So quite a few drivers with some experience. Patrick Scharfer, you can see down there. He's a Caterham racer. Of course, Guy Povey, well-known saloon car racer for many seasons. So quite a few drivers with some experience, but equally quite a lot of newcomers to the sport as well, getting involved through the 116 trophy.
Some of those drivers have been remarkably quick though, haven't they?
Absolutely right.
And not been much off the pace of the likes of Sam Carrington-Yates, who was the quickest driver now. I saw he was late out in the session, but those laps were the cars lap times coming out the pit lane basically, weren't they? So the first representative lap is by Tom Sibley, who impressively I think is not far out the lap record, 2 minutes 30.59. The lap record for this category is 2:30.27.
Yeah.
So despite the rain we've had over the last quarter of an hour, the track conditions are obviously fine, and Tom Sibley has done a really good effort. He's had 1 podium this season, which came last time out at Brands Hatch, where he finished 3rd. So So he's done a 2 minutes 30.59, but we'll see what Sam Carrington-Yates can do on his first flying lap. He was later out into the session, perhaps trying to find some clear track. He shares with Mark Sullivan, who's been getting quicker and quicker all the time. Like I say, these two won at Snetterton on the 200 circuit earlier in the year, and also Sam Carrington-Yates by himself won to Anglesey. And we wait for him to come through to see if he can better that lap of Sibley, because even on the lap out the pits, his time I think was good enough to be just outside the top 10. I don't think he's come through just yet, has he?
I'll try and pick up when he does. 18 minutes or so still to go in this qualifying session. And a slow car there looks to be number 19, which is the David Pickham and Richard Wadlow-Smith car for the drivers from Leicester and Litchfield respectively. Number 99 you can see on screen, that's the Patrick Scharfiger and Kevin Begley car. Patrick's say an experienced driver in Caterhams.
This car raced yesterday as well, didn't it?
It did.
In Motorsports.
That's right.
I think that's Carrington-Yates just behind, so we shall see if he can beat that lap of Tom Sibley then.
He certainly has found some clear track. Over the line he goes, and he's the fastest of the 116s with a 2:28.86, which is 1.4 seconds inside his own lap records. You see he's shown there as being second fastest. That's because the fastest car out there at the moment is the car that's qualifying out of session, Martin Gambling's Sport Specialist car, which we'll see out racing after the lunch break.
So we've had 30 cars out on track, I think, here. So a good grid that will maintain to complete the season. There's 53, which is currently third. That's the Andrew Chang and Ryan Bentley duo, both former stock catch racers.
Yep, and Andrew also did some time in the Compact Cup as well, did he not? In the early days of that championship. 58 is Ian Carvel, one of the two Carvel brothers. 12 is Andrew Woodbine. He's sort of regular sort of front runner.
Because he raced with Sam Carrington-Yates last year, I think. On solo this season, Andrew Woodbine with the best result of 4th, I think. So maybe 5th, actually.
232, Jonathan Baker and James Hayward in their car. We will now start to see drivers, I think, heading into the pit lane to make driver changes, to make sure that both drivers get at least 3 laps, because it's such a long race as well. I mean, the actual grid position is probably less important than making sure that all your drivers qualify for the race.
Well, it's nice to start at the front, of course.
Of course.
And get out of any potential dramas at the start.
You see on the shot there the Corsa of David Ma7da, which is qualifying out of session, going over the line as well. And he, for what it's worth, is 21st fastest in this session at the moment, but not looking to set times as far as this race is concerned.
So Rob Carvel's gone second quickest, hasn't he? 1.4 seconds off Sam Carrington-Yates. Tom Sibley therefore dropped to third, and Louis Woodward is next, and he is not a driver that's been in the 116 trophy from quite early. We now look at Carrington-Yates, the quickest man in the session.
Safety car is going to go out. I've seen the safety car out today, isn't it? But obviously we did see a stranded car, didn't we? So possibly that needing to be clear. So safety car going out with 15 minutes of this session left to go. So all the drivers will need to close up in a train behind the safety car. Of course, it does mean that for the duration it's out, you're not going to be setting any quick lap times.
Be a good point to come in and change drivers, isn't it?
Especially as I think pretty much everyone's done 3 laps now with their first driver on board. So they've got that under the bag, under the belt. It's a good time to get the second driver in there. These 116 trophy cars, based on the E87 generation 1 series, a 1.6 litre I engine. They run a control coilover damper kit from Gas Shocks as far as the suspension is concerned. Standard brakes, but there's a free choice of brake pads. 5-speed manual transmission, and there's control tyres as well. Very affordable indeed. Everything tyres at £260 per set. So is a very cost-effective way of being racing. You can see several drivers have taken your advice, Josh, and have come into the pit lane.
So good to know that I hope I kind of know what I'm talking about.
So the 53 car there is Andrew Shang and Ryan Bensley, so driver change going on there. We've got 13.5 minutes of this session left to go. 232 car, Jonathan Baker and James Hayward. Driver change going on, tyre pressures being taken.
You could hear that, couldn't you, quite vividly?
Hiss of those being taken. Busy pit lane, of course. Of course, in the race there's a minimum pit stop time, but not in the qualifying session. Just about getting the second driver out. You see they do have to park at this 45-degree angle, though. That's for safety reasons, because it can get very busy, and by having the cars parked at an angle, then pushed back out into the pit lane before they rejoin the live lane.
I think the one car that seems to have withdrawn from the race is the car that Harry Newey was going to race, so it doesn't look like we will be seeing him. He made his 750 Motor Club debut at Brands Hatch a month ago.
That's right, it was eventful. I think there was a puncture on the car amongst other issues, from what I remember, actually in the course of that race. So safety car out. Lots of activity going on in the pit lane though. That's 42. That's one of the cars that shared three ways. Liam Brezic's Johnny Webster and Jim Allen. Three drivers aboard car 42. Is that not one of the 40-40 racing cars as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. It's the 80 car that's been recovered. Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss. So that's now in a position of safety car. I think the safety car is going to come in then at the end of this lap. And it's going to be with some nice clear track ahead of him, therefore, the Treble 7 car of Sam Carrington Yates that's in a position to set a quick time.
I think the car that's had to be recovered is car 80, isn't it?
Yep.
Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss, so that's been done up at Hamilton, I can see. No car on the side of the track anymore. Whether they'll be able to rejoin the session at all, or if they're going to race, have to qualify out of session, hopefully at lunchtime.
Yeah. So session getting back underway. 11 minutes to go, so just past the halfway point in the 25-minute qualifying session. And fastest at the moment it is the Treble 7 car, Sam Carrington Yates and Mark Sullivan, 2:28.86. But let's head down to the pit lane and Matt Suckling.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Down here with Ben Horgan, who's just jumped out the number 46 machine. Ben, you've got an added driver this weekend. Who's joining you?
Yeah, so we've got my father Mark and then a friend, Harrison Newey. So the three of us will be doing about half an hour each.
So it's nice to have a few extra drivers on board, but how was that session for you in qualifying so far?
Yeah, it felt good. Car felt good. Track's nice and grippy, so yeah, it was feeling all good.
And of course the final round of the 116 trophy for this year. What are you kind of hoping to get on the bag for the race?
I don't know. Up near the podium would be nice, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
And in terms of the race, do you know where you're going to go yet, or how the order will shape out?
We're still deciding at the moment. I think that will come down to qualifying position, but yeah, no final decisions on strategy just yet.
And in terms of the weather, it's a bit iffy so far today, a few spots, but do you reckon it will stay dry?
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. I'm not sure, but it'd be nice to have a dry race.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Ben.
No problem.
There we go. Ben Horgan down here in the pit lane, as we said, now with the added driver of Harrison Newey.
And Harrison Newey, good to see that the car is out there. I think it's 25th fastest at the moment, that car. Harrison, a driver of some repute, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. He's, I think he beat Mick Schumacher in a single-seater championship a few seasons ago now. Obviously,
Formula 3 Euro Series, wasn't it, I think? But,
obviously, they've gone in a slightly different direction since then. But yeah, Harrison Newey's been doing pro racing up to last year, where he raced in the DTM in the final year of the Class 1 regulations. He also raced in the European Le Mans Series. He raced at Daytona last year, at Bathurst as well. So he did lots of racing last year. In the past, he's raced in the Japanese Super Formula, the FIA WEC, Asian Le Mans Series as well. There was the champion there. And then, of course, single-seater racing before that. So, yeah, that's a fair bit of experience. And, of course, the son of Adrian Newey, who himself's done a bit of racing. Not sure if he's done anything with 750 Motor Club, more on the historic scene.
8.5 minutes to go. This is on board with James Reddish. How's he faring? He's in 15th position, or 14th position once we take the Martin Gambling out of it. So starting on row 7 as things stand. And we will see them turning their way through the right-hander there and up to the next corner, left-hander. So this is Hamilton, isn't it? He's going through now, I think. No, it's not. Quite difficult to tell just because of the light shining into the car. But nevertheless, good to see the kind of work the drivers have to do on board these cars down through the gears he goes.
This might be Agostini.
Yes, right, we've worked it out now. I think the right-hander I thought was the left-hander was Palmer, I think, wasn't it?
Good though to see the work that has to be put in, and how standard the cockpit really is of one of these cars as well.
Absolutely, I don't know if the radio still works. But, yes, you can see there's very standard cars these, not a lot that can be done to them. The lap times, 2:28, it's not exactly rapid, is it? But it's quick enough, and rear-wheel drive, of course, so it's a proper race car from that point of view.
And Sam Carrington-Yates has just done the fastest lap of the session, so Mark Sullivan not got in it yet. He's just on a 2:28.2, which puts him 2 seconds up now on anybody else.
Yeah, I think that car would need to come in quite soon to give the second driver the opportunity to do his 3 laps to qualify for the race.
Well, those have been here at Snetterton already this year, although on a different layout. Would that count?
An interesting question, yes, because there is sort of a chance to get in sort of in exceptional circumstances if you've not qualified. That's Murray's that he's going through now. You can tell that because the sort of amount of work that has to be done around that part of the circuit, and he's gaining on cars. There's some of them which I think are heading into the pit lane, including I think one of them might have been Carrington-Yates actually.
He's done another better lap. He's on a 2:27.92.
Maybe not.
Although Tom Sibley's up to second now, 1.4 seconds. So he's on a 2:29.3. So he's underneath lap record pace as well. So this is good stuff from Tom Sibley, who's just had that one podium in the past. Then Rob Carvalho is third. Louis Woodward is in fourth, and then Ben Saybold and Mark Palmer are up inside the top 5 now. So there's a few solo drivers towards the sharp end. On that lap that we were watching, James Reddish moved up inside the top 10, so he looked like he was working at the wheel, and that's because he's done a better lap, 2:31.3.
There's a lot in the 2:31s, isn't there? So from 6th, it's just changed now, from 7th down to 17th, everyone's in the 2:31s.
And the 2 in front are only just inside the 2:30s.
Yeah, so there's 12 cars within 13 cars within 1.05 seconds of one another. So that's very competitive.
There's a very smoky car. Is that the camera car? There it is. Yeah, it is number 1. Oh dear.
It's cursed, that camera today, I'm afraid. So yeah, James Reddish, you can sort of see he's looking in the mirror there. I think he realises that something is afoot.
Just on his best lap of the session.
And it's off on the grass. Yeah, it's pulled off. So well done, James, for getting it off the circuit quite quickly. He'll find somewhere to tuck in behind the barriers, which is a great thing to do. Always very thoughtful for your fellow competitors to put your car as far out of the way as possible, so it doesn't disrupt the session for everybody else. And he reverses into the gap, and so that's unfortunate for James, but he's just got into the top 10, although he's dropped back down to 14th on the classification now. He's doing an excellent job of parking that car. All credit to him. He's really done very well at parking it behind the barriers next to a marshal's post. John Elsey there, photographer, just going along to take a look at what's going on. 4 minutes of the session left to go. It's
up to third have come the Godden, so that's good pace, isn't it, from Jack Godden and Christopher. To go third quickest, 2:29.92. That's another car underneath the lap record.
Yeah, so that'll be, I imagine, Jack Godden aboard at the moment. You can see the car parked of James Reddish. But yes, Jack Godden, he's been pretty quick and shares the car with his father, Christopher. And shown some excellent pace during the course of this season, I would suggest, but not necessarily always had the results to prove it. So he's gone ahead of Rob Carvell now.
So if you removed Carrington Yates' lap time, you've got 20 cars separated by 3 seconds, I think.
Very close indeed, very close. Carrington Yates effectively, won the race in dominant fashion at Anglesey, especially when he was helped when able to take 2 pit stops late on in quick succession. 3 minutes of session to go. That's number 89. So that's Freddie Tatham, who drives solo in his car. And that's the 99 car again, which is the Sharfiker and Begley vehicle.
That car's up to 6th now on the previous lap, 2:30.58, so improving.
And number 43 there, that's the one that's been shared for the last couple of seasons by Eduardo Fradiani and David Weinberg. And usually we get some support for Eduardo and David on the live stream. So for his friends and family are watching on, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And the 43 car at the moment is in 24th position. I can hear a squeal of tyres somewhere. It's at Palmer's, I think, judging by the position of the yellow flags. The car has spun. And
joining now as well,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah, yellow flag's got in. So
one of the Carvels, 58, which is Ian, who is 9th quickest. So he's had a dramatic spin by the sounds of things, but he's got that going without hitting anything. Tyre scores his way then for Agostini as well.
Black and white driving standards flag being shown to somebody. 89 car Freddie Tatham, that's been into the pit lane, but it's a solo driven car, so it didn't need to do a driver change.
The Andrew Chang Ryan Bentley car that had dropped down has gone up to 4th quickest on a 2 minutes 30.10 and making it the 4th car underneath lap record pace. So this all suggests that lap times have been improving over the last 12 months or so since these cars were last on this circuit.
I think it's 32. Although I said that we've not 32. Maybe the 232 car that was getting the driving standards flag then. Jonathan Baker and James Hayward possibly. Reminder, this is a 90-minute race. There'll be 2 mandatory pit stops with minimum length to keep things nice and equal for all the teams doing 3 or 2 or 1 driver strategies.
Tom Sibley's getting quicker, 2:29.22, puts him 1.3 seconds off of pole. Up to 3rd now has come Rob Carvell, dropping Jack Godden to 4th, and then Ryan Bentley's car therefore is now 5th. Saybold and Palmer still 6th, and improving to 7th now, Louis Woodward, 2:30.48, just 8 tenths off of 3rd in P7. So lap times are getting quicker right at the end of this session. Most drivers now on the final lap of the session with a few seconds left. I think there'll be 1 or maybe 2 cars that get another lap in.
Yeah, just a handful, I think, but we'll... So on check flag waves now, though, so no more flying laps can be started. So the session coming to an end for these drivers as they come over the start and finish line that time. And as when everyone's been through, we'll give you a quick rundown on the order at the end of the session. A reminder then that racing will get back underway at around about 1:20 after lunch with the Protec Shock Sports Special, so just under an hour from now.
Right at the end there, Ian, the Harrison Newey car gets it into the top 10 with a 2 minutes 30.76. So we've got the best part of 10 cars now within that second, haven't we?
Yes, it was really, it's really very tight, isn't it? Sort of from Rob Carvell 59, 2:29.68 to I guess, let's say Hove is in 19th, 2:31.84. That's 16 cars within just over 2 seconds of one another. Around a 3-mile lap, that's really quite good. Some cars heading into the pit lane already, so not completing their flying laps. Most of them have now been through.
Lewis Tyndall, who's been a winner twice this season, he's outside the top 10. So here's going to be someone that's going to want to move forward. He drove with Andrew Bayliss to victory at Cadwell Park, and he drove with Alan Caulfield at Brands Hatch last time to win.
Just gone across the line now. He's improved his lap time to a 2:30.51 on the final lap.
So he's inside the top 10.
Yeah,
now.
so he's just improved to what will be 8th position on the grid. Just seeing if there's any more cars to take the flag. I think possibly just one more. And then I'll give you a quick rundown on the positions. And the last car to cross the line is the Sam Carrington Yates car, shared with Mark Sullivan, and obviously no improvement that time. But I think that there's just one more car coming through, but I think we can probably pretty safely give you a rundown on the times. Not sure if we're going to get a graphic to accompany this or not. But if not, I'll just give you a quick rundown on the leading results. As yeah, the last car now does come over the line. That's Ian Carvel, isn't it, in the number 58 car after his dramas during the course of that session. Marshall puts his checkered flag away. So fastest was the 777 car. Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates did a 2:27.92, 1.3 seconds faster than number 14 Tom Sibley on a 2:29.22. Third fastest was Rob Carvel, number 59, on a 2:29.68. Fifth fastest number 71 Jack Godden and Christopher Godden, 2:29.88. Sixth fastest number 53 Andrew Shea and Ryan Bensley, 2:30.10. Seventh fastest number 25 Ben Sabold and Max Palmer. You can see this on your screen now, 2:30.41. Then next up, 8th in the classification, but 7th fastest of the 116s, Louis Woodward on a 2:30.48. Lewis Tyndall did a 2:30.51, and Martin Gambling, yes, he's not part of that, so that's actually the 99 class Patrick Sharford and Kevin Begley, 2:30.58. 11th fastest Seddon and Caulfield on a 2:30.65. 12th fastest number 46, the Horgan Morrison Harrison Newey car. Sorry, Horgan and Harrison Newey car, 2:30.76. 13th fastest number 58 Ian Carvel, 2:30.94. 14th fastest number 12 Andrew Woodbine, 2:31.09. 15th fastest number 1 James Reddish, 2:31.30. The same time for 2:32 the Baker and Hayward car. The Rose in number 9 did a 2:31.73. 18th fastest number 44 Richard Phillips, 2:31.75. Alex and Guy Povey number 93, 2:31.84 in 19th and 20th. Freddie Tatham number 89, 2:32.41. And there you can see the remaining times. Richard Lakey, Jeremy Woodgate, the 16 car 23rd, the transponder-less car 24th, 25th fastest Fred Arney and Wideberg, Pickering Wardlow Smith 26th, Kingston Smith in number 41 was 27th, then ignore the course of David Meesday, and then a couple of the 40-40 cars in 29th and 30th, Chris Kershaw, and the car that didn't do a lap, Fiona Wheel Ward and Chris Bayliss, rounding out the field at the end of that 116 trophy practice session. So a reminder that we're now going to head into our lunch break, and afterwards at 1:20 we'll have the first race of the afternoon. That's the first of 2 races today for the Protect Shock Sports Specials. But and then afterwards we've got the classic stock hatches, 5 Club Racing MX-5s, Hot Hatch, Swallow Hellhounds F1000, Mazda 7s, Sports Specials and the 116 trophy. But I believe Matt Suckling has got an interview for us.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our pole sitter for the 116 trophy, which is Mark Sullivan. Mark, great job out there. Sam did a great job and you did a great lap as well, so that's pole for the race later on.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Sam's the man, isn't he? As par for the course, he goes and sticks it on pole. I'm in my rookie year, so it's been great driving with him, learning from him, and hopefully we'll have a good result in the race, you know.
And I'm sure you've learned a lot this year as well, haven't you, from Sam?
Oh yeah, amazing. I mean, it's funny, you think you can drive fast and then you come into something like this and you get out with Sam and you realise it's on a different level, you know. So yeah, it's been really good, really good. Yeah.
And of course, a 90-minute race to look forward to a little bit later on. What's the plan for that? You're going to do 45 minutes or you're going to split it a bit more than that?
The only thing we ever plan is Sam says we're going to drive it like we stole it. So apart from that, I haven't got a clue at the moment, mate.
Should be a good race, though. You've stuck it on pole, as we said, so you're looking forward to the 90 minutes, how it unfolds?
Yeah, definitely last race of the season, so if we can get a good result. I think statistically we've got the best finishing car. We haven't finished below 5th all season. We won last time out here, so obviously it's a longer track, but yeah, hopefully we can have the same result. It's going to be tough, I think. It's more competitive this time, and there's some cracking cars and cracking drivers out there, but yeah, looking forward to it, you know.
It's been a strong season as well. Any plans? I know we're not done this year yet, but any plans for what might be in the pipeline for next year?
We're talking about it, but we're looking at maybe doing something else as well, maybe historics, but we'll just have to see, you know.
Well, good luck for the race, Mark, and well done on pole.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
There we go, Mark Sullivan, one half of the Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates pair in the 777 machine, which will be on pole for the race a little bit later on. But that's qualifying now done, and we've got more racing to look forward to a little bit later on.
It's the final round of the 116 Trophy this weekend, and Sam Carrington-Yates has been doing lots of the winning this season. Sam, how are you looking forward to today's race?
Well, I've done quite a bit of the driving, not so much of the winning. We've had 2 wins out of the 5 so far, but yeah, looking forward to it. We haven't got a penalty this weekend, so I think we've got a good chance of having a podium for definite. Yeah.
It's Snetterton, a circuit you like. You've got the lap record round here.
Yeah, I like them all, to be fair. But yeah, it's a good circuit. I think I prefer the 300 because there's probably a little bit more to it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
What's it like racing in the 116 Trophy?
What's it like? Slower than normal than other cars, but it's a lot of fun. The racing's good. The cars are great. The handling of the cars are great. It's a lot of fun. They're slightly slower down the straight than I'd like, but yeah, they're a lot of fun.
I think you do a bit of driver coaching as well, so is it a good thing for a novice driver perhaps to come into?
It's, to be honest, so my teammate, he's just started this year. It's absolutely perfect for a beginner, or for a novice driver. We've got a bit of a mixed grid. There's quite a lot of experience this year, but there's also a lot of newcomers as well. And there's nothing better to start in than this 116, to be fair.
Obviously, going into the races, generally there has been a safety car this year, which doesn't necessarily help you when you pull out a lead. So have you got any strategy going into the racing this weekend?
To be honest, safety cars they can work in your favour, but they can also kill you off. And actually, the last time out when we had our first win of the season, it actually helped us out, whereas the last round at Brands Hatch it killed us off and we lost the lead. So it can work in your favour, it can work against you, so fingers crossed it'll work in our favour.
Well, best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
It's the final round of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship this weekend at Snetterton, and Jack Kingsbury is one of the drivers trying to win the championship. Jack, looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. It's going to be a tough battle out there, really. I've been having some bad testing this morning, but I'm hoping that things turn around. Yeah.
Obviously, you had a run in the mid-season. We had lots of wins, but the last couple of meetings haven't quite gone to plan, perhaps.
Yeah, no, yeah, I did have a good run, and then a lot of follow-ups with seconds until Brands Hatch. I lost a lot of points in the last race, which is going to affect me big time. So now I've just got to fight back, go out there and try and do whatever I can do, really.
Because it's so close, I guess it makes it a little bit more simple that you know you just sort of have to go out there and win the race.
Yeah, well, it makes it simple, but following through with that is it's going to be tough, but I've got to do what I can do.
Been obviously a good year though for you coming back into the championship this year.
Yeah, no, it's been a very exciting year. Lots of challenges. I've had a lot more problems with the car this year than I've never known to have, so yeah, it's giving me a headache, but you know, there's cars for you.
Well, good luck over the course of the races. Hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you very much.
So there's 3 races to decide the F1000 Championship this weekend at Snetterton. Equal lead in the way is Dan Gore. Dan, 3 exciting races in prospect. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
A few nerves, but I'd rather be up at the front and fighting for it than not be. So yeah, going to give it everything over these 3 races. Going to try and beat Lee Morgan, who's a fantastic driver, a lot of history in this championship. I'm going to give it everything and see where we end up.
Had obviously lots of podiums this year. You had that win at Silverstone, but I guess consistency over these 3 races is pretty important.
Yeah, that's right. So all the consistency means I go in with a drop score in hand over Lee, but yeah, I need to outpace him over this weekend realistically. But yeah, the cars run very well all season. If we can keep that going into this meeting, then that stands in good stead.
These are fast, exciting cars to watch. What do they like to drive?
Oh, fantastic cars. Yeah, love driving them. It's they're like huge, overgrown, overpowered go-karts. Yeah. They're fantastic to drive, and even after 3 years now, it still feels quick when you get in them.
Is it a car you'd say is an easy car to learn to drive, or have you had to build up that experience over the years?
Probably took a little while because I came from Caterham, so I probably had to unlearn a lot of Caterham driving technique and go back to my go-karting background. So it's probably easier to come straight from karts than from a normal road-style car, but they're quite forgiving. They're not as on the edge as they might look. So yeah, I think they're easy cars to learn, but the last few tenths are always hard work.
It's dry today. Is that what you're hoping for over the weekend?
Yeah, I've been doing dry weather dance for the last 5.5 weeks, and yeah, it looks like it should be what we want every weekend.
And Snetterton, is that a circuit you like?
Yeah, I've always gone well here, so yeah, I look forward to this one, and yeah, it's a good place to finish the season.
Well, best of luck. We look forward to seeing how the weekend goes for you.
Great, thanks a lot. Cheers.
So, head of the Ma7da Championship here at Snetterton with one of the contenders, Ben Powney. Ben, you've had a great season so far.
Yeah, it's been good. Last race of the week, season even, Sunday. So yeah, really looking forward to it. Should be a good one between me and Danny, and then hopefully we'll way through the grid.
And it's very close between the two of you. I think something like 3 points on drop scores. So really, it's whoever does best over the day.
Yeah, you said 3 earlier. I was hoping it was 4, but maybe you're right. I probably should trust you. Yeah, it's 3 or 4, whatever it is. It's going to be super close, and with 35 points for a win. It could really go either way. I think it's always going to go down to the last race, which would be good.
This is a big slipstream track, and these are great cars to slipstream in. So, any tactics going into the racing?
Not really. I would say try and get a good start, but I think the team are in earshot. I think if I said that out loud, they'd probably laugh because I haven't made a good start in my life. So try and make a good start, get near the front, and then hopefully the front few would always get away. And yeah, as long as I'm close, that'll do until the last race.
Obviously, this is a new championship really this year. How's it all going with Mazda 7s?
Yeah, it's gone really well, I think. Reliability's been there, the speed's been there, the grids have been there. It's all been really good, I think. There's been lots of positives. I think we've had some cracking races throughout the year as well. We've had Silverstone stands out as a highlight for me. I think 6 of us crossed the line within about 3 seconds. Yeah, it's been brilliant everywhere we've gone, to be fair. And even the tracks that I used to think were a bit boring have become a bit more exciting, which is good with the extra power. So yeah, it's been awesome.
You think it's a great way to go after perhaps if someone's done low cost for a few years, if they want to go a bit quicker?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you've done low cost for a few years and you want to move on, you want to try something else, it's the natural progression really, isn't it? You've got better tyres, a bit of extra power, better brakes, so it's a bit more of a challenge as well. They're easy to drive, but hard to drive really fast, I think.
And this weekend you're also racing the F1000 Championship. Is that a distraction from trying to win the Mazda 7 title?
Yeah, no, I'll just stick to what I've done all year really, and just try and have as much fun as possible along the way. And yeah, although one race I think on the Sunday is literally back to back, so I think it's the Jedi first and then straight into the Mazda. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work in terms of getting the right mind frame, but it's a good distraction in it. I won't be thinking about anything else, I'm sure.
Obviously, they're 2 very different types of cars. Do you have to completely forget how you drove one to drive the other?
Yeah, you will end up in the barriers otherwise, I think. Yeah, no, I try to even use like that little bit of run to the grid, even from the assembly area, just to spin the tyre, just remember where I'm sitting so I don't dive into the first corner thinking I've got slicks and wings when I haven't, and vice versa. So yeah, it should be a challenge, but good fun.
Because they're so different, does that in some ways make it easier? Because it's not very easy to forget which car you're in.
Yeah, you do kind of feel very different when you're in each car, I think, and yeah, a few little burnouts, like I say, on the way to the grid, and you soon know which one you're in. And then yeah, making the use of like the green flag lap, especially if you're going to go from the Mazda 7 to the F1000, that green flag lap is literally invaluable. Otherwise, I'd be in bits, I think. But, yeah.
It's something you've been enjoying doing both championships this year, and obviously doing low cost in the past.
Yeah, it's been really good. Like the whole of the 750, as you know, is superb racing throughout. And yeah, like doing the 2 championships was a bit of a pipe dream really, and it kind of came reality at the beginning of the year when the right car came up at the right money in the F1000, so it kind of made sense to go for it. And yeah, I haven't looked back really. I don't know if I could continue it forever, but certainly for this year it's been really good fun. So.
Well, good luck this weekend, and look forward to see how it goes.
Nice one. Cheers, Josh.
It's the final rounds of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup this weekend, and return to the championship is Ali Bray. Ali, you couldn't resist staying away?
No, coming out for the annual 5 Club round. So yeah, really looking forward to it this weekend.
It looks like it should be close. I think Ben's back this weekend. He's already won the championship, so he's got nothing really to worry about. Just to have perhaps a good battle with you out there.
Yeah, I'm sure me and Ben will come toe to toe again. Seems to always be the case with 5 Club. But I'm actually using Kevin Dengate's car this weekend. He's been kind enough to lend me it. And so far today, it's going all right. So yeah.
Is this a kind of a bit of a relaxed weekend for you? I think you've only got the 2 cars in the awning, which is kind of unusual.
It's very relaxing actually. Yeah, we've not got any customers to worry about. We've got Jack Sycamore. We've brought him back to the championship this weekend. Obviously, you know, Jack's a good friend of mine, and this is his 30th birthday present. So it's great to have him here, and we're having a good laugh.
But I'm guessing when it comes to the races, you're not going to give him a 30th present by letting him win or anything like that?
No. After this year, I'm a proud dad of 2 sons, so they want me to win, so that's the plan.
And really, this weekend's all about, like you say, enjoying yourself. So a result, obviously, that helps you to enjoy it, but having a good race with your mates is what you're here for.
That's it. Like everything's so relaxed. The 5 Club team do a great job. 750 as well. The race is always close, and I can't wait to get stuck in.
Is this a track that suits MX5 racing?
It does. With the long straights, it gives quite a good toe. So you can be a little bit off the pace and still go with the front lot. I mean, Ben Abbott's been fast this year as well. Unfortunately, Mike's not here due to a broken wrist. But yeah, I think there's going to be a few at the front there, and it'll be a good battle.
And then obviously to end the season off, there'll be a reverse grid race, and anything can happen there.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I actually raced was Castle Combe, and the reverse race at the end of the weekend I won. So yeah, I'm partial to a reverse grid. I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
Look forward to seeing how you go this weekend. Good luck.
Mega, great to see you too. Take care. Cheers.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to Snetterton for the afternoon's racing organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's Championship Finals weekend and 8 races to come this afternoon with cars on the grid for the first race of the afternoon. It's the Protect Shocks Sport Specials Championship. This one to be decided as well. But pole position is number 53, Andy Hiley, and alongside him is number 11, Paul Collingwood. The second row is Paul Boyd in number 17 and 41, Austin Greenway. Third row, 64, Anton Landon and 15, Clive Hudson. On row 4, it's the first of the Class C cars, number 76, Brian Chandler, and alongside him the Class B frontrunner, Adam Cottrell. The fifth row is 30, Stuart Thompson, and 7, Stuart Much. The sixth row, Gary Goodyear in 56 and Colin Charles in number 13. On row 7, it's Stephen Wells in 74 and Andrew Grant 52. Rob Johnston is number 82 and Darren Griffin 42 is alongside him. And on row 9, it's 58, Mickey Scott and Warren Vesey in 46. On to row 10, number 10, Nigel Brown has 77, Brad Snow beside him. Andrew Ward 27 and Justin Cox 29 are on the 11th row of the grid. Then it's Alan Robinson in 26 and David Barrow in 72 on row 12. 13th row is number 18, Colin Benham, and 79, Sylvia Much. 70, Trevor Harbour and Gerard O'Donoghue, 69 are on the 14th row, I should say. And Nigel Liddell, number 199, he's Caterham on row 15. I think we'll have number 99, Martin Gambling, alongside him, who qualified out of session. So we should have 30 cars on the grid then for this Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship race. It's the first of 2 races today for these cars. And coming into this weekend, we have Andy Hiley. I think it just needs one 4th place finish to be confirmed as the Class A champion. But we've also got a Class B as well, and those classes split on power to weight ratio. Class C is for the MEV MX 150Rs. They don't form part of the overall championship standings. And I think Stuart Much has already wrapped up the Class C championship. My name's Ian Soman. Joshua Barrett alongside me, looking ahead to this race.
Absolutely, Ian. I think a third for Hiley in the overall, though, is needed, isn't it? So I guess that's his other aim, because
that's right.
Steve Weld slightly closer. But Weld versus Warren Vesey in Class B, just separated by 1 point after unadjusted scores, I think.
Yes, I think I concur with that. Yes, Wells 92, Vesey 91 after drop scores, and 2 more rounds today. Rounds 11 and 12 of the championship, and drivers dropped their 2 lowest scores at the end of the season. Andy Hiley, though, has been the man to beat this season in the Kronos, the number 53 car that you can see there on pole position. He's taken 4 wins during the course of this year, but Anton Landon, who lines up in the number 64 Sienna on the inside of the 3rd row, that's the white and black car. He's had a couple of wins, so too has Paul Boyd. He's number 17 on the inside of the 2nd row. Paul Collingwood alongside Andy Hiley on the front row of the grid. He's had a victory. As too as Martin Gambling, who lines up at the very back of the grid, having qualified out of session. We do have, I think, 4 eclipses on the grid today. You've got Paul Collingwood on the front row, Paul Boyd on the 2nd row, Clive Hudson on the 3rd row, and Martin Gambling, I think, right at the back as the 4th of the 4 eclipses. And yes, he is there, I can see, right at the back of the field. So 30-second board is shown. Very quickly we'll get into the race. There's no green flag lap for the majority of the races this afternoon, so it's a 15-minute race for the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. The revs are starting to rise, the red lights go on, and they go out, and away we go. It's a pretty even start between the 2 front row drivers, but as he accelerates away from the line, bit of wheel spin it looked like for Andy Hiley there as they head up in towards Rich's corner for the first time. Is it going to be Hiley or Collingwood that turns in first? It looks like it might be Collingwood in the number 11 Eclipse that has the advantage over the rest of them. That's Martin Gambling, you could just see going through shot, but yes, it is Paul Collingwood with the lead, and Paul Boyd going through into 2nd place there as well as they went up into the Wilson hairpin that time. So the pole position driver, Andy Hiley, has gone back down to 3rd position. Looks like Clive Hudson is there in 4th spot, and in 5th place at the moment that looks like the Stuart Thompson, the MK Indy car, doesn't it, as one of the MEVs pulling off.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. So not the best of starts for Andy Hiley. You say he has 4 wins this year, not quite as dominant as last year. There's a big look up there from one of the MEVs there into the hairpin at Agostini. It's very busy, a great grid here for the Sport Special. 30 cars, I think, so a great way to end off the season with a great range of kit car type cars. There's number 17. That is Paul Boyd. He dropped back behind Hiley, so he's back down to third place. So Hiley fighting his way back past one of the eclipses there. And then in fourth place, Clive Hudson just dropping away. And then a range of cars behind battling away for fifth position, including some of the slower Class A cars and the Class C MEVs. One of them is another MEV that's gone off, isn't it? That's 42, which is Darren Griffin, who started right in the middle, 15th on the grid, but he'll be able to rejoin after that spin at the Williams corner there. But the race leader's already at the end of the straight with Paul Collingwood ahead of Andy Hiley.
Yes, indeed. So we're working the first lap of this race here at Snetterton. The leaders are at Corham for the first time. It is number 11, Paul Collingwood, that has the lead at the moment. Paul Boyd back to second place, Andy Hiley third, Clive Hudson fourth, and it's Austin Greenway, I think, that's up into fifth position now. Stuart Thompson back in sixth, and Anton Landon, twice a winner this season, the number 64 Sayana, he's back in seventh place. We'll try and pick up on what's the situation in Class B as well as this race goes on, but Collingwood leads by 1.82 seconds at the end of the first lap of this race. Another 3/10 back behind Paul Boyd is Andy Hiley, and Hiley, I'm sure, will be looking to charge back ahead of Boyd and get on terms with Collingwood here, who's had a few issues, Collingwood, as the race season's gone on. That was Steve Wells just going through, shot and going quite deep into the hairpin there, was Clive Hudson.
Okay, Class B being led by Adam Cottrell, I think, and it's Caterham. But big battles going on here. Gary Goodyear amongst them, returning and going well here, isn't he? In 8th position after a lap of racing. So what the best we've seen that car go this season as Hiley dives up the inside of Paul Boyd into the Agostini hairpin, breaks late and goes through back into second. We've done this once already, and then Paul Boyd got back ahead. So we'll see what happens this time. If Hiley can hang on in second place and perhaps go after Paul Collingwood. He was on pole by a couple of seconds. Another incident involving another MEV and a damaged car there. Is that Rob Johnston's Sayana?
It could be, yes, it could well be. That was, yeah, it could be him, because he was in 11th position, quite close with Stuart Much, I think. So those two that came together possibly. Leaders onto the Bentley Straight once again. They come through Williams. That's the Martin Gambling car coming through. How far did he get? He got up to 17th place on the opening lap. That's the number 7 car of Stuart Much. Oh yes, that does rather lend support to the fact that he was involved in that incident with Rob Johnston, number 82.
So in qualifying, Andy Hiley was 2 seconds faster than Paul Collingwood, which would suggest he'll be able to catch him, but doesn't always work out like that. And the race leader, there he is, Paul Collingwood, has been caught
yes,
by Andy Hiley, but Paul Boyd is going with him, so it's free for the lead into Murray's at the end of 2 laps.
Yes, so you've got 3 of them right together. Number 11, Paul Collingwood. Then it's Andy Hiley in the blue and white cross, and then the second of the eclipses is number 17, Paul Boyd, the yellow car. Up and over the line they will come. It's Hiley right in the turf, Collingwood, but Boyd's going to the left-hand side of the circuit. Tucks back in behind them now as they head towards Rich's Corner, and they all go through in single file there through the right-hander at the beginning of the lap. It's Hudson still there in 4th place, and 5th is that one, but to have got a change for the lead, it's the 53 car that's gone through. Hiley has taken the lead away from Paul Collingwood on the brakes for the Wilson hairpin, and Paul Boyd is trying to get past Paul Collingwood as well, and he has done it before they even get to Palmer.
Oh, actually question whether all is well with Paul Collingwood's car again. As you say, that car's been a little bit temperamental this season. He has had a win and a couple of second places, but not much more. Sitting 15th in the overall championship. Heading here to Snetterton. Clive Hudson in 4th, Austin Greenway in 5th, both being caught by Anton Landon, who's been having a good season. 3rd in the championship, 2nd in Class A, coming here after a couple of wins. Not going quite so well here, but he looked like he was catching the 2 in front. But there's Paul Boyd, who's going after Andy Hiley, the race leader, out of Oggie's Corner, with Paul Collingwood still there in P3.
In Class B, it's Adam Cottrell's Caterham that's leading, but Brad Snow now ahead of Steve Wells for 2nd position within that class. Steve Wells doing battle with Warren Vesey, and there's only 1 car between them now as far as the Class B is concerned in the championship. So that's quite a lively little scrap for the Class B title going on as well. That's Gary Goodyear's car. You could just see going through the sort of day-glow coloured car.
Adam Cottrell, the Class B leader, by the way, and his first lap was a 2.5 seconds underneath the lap record. Is that Steve Wells slowing? Yes, it looks like it might be.
Yeah, so Steve Wells possibly in problems there. Wouldn't have expected him to fall behind Brad Snow, and he's not particularly quick along the Bentley Straight there, is he? So I think Steve Wells, unfortunately, the driver from the Isle of Wight, a little bit of strife here. Meanwhile, the leaders out of Murray's.
And Wells has got no points to drop, so this race has to count.
Yes, exactly. I think Vesey has got lots of scores that he can drop. He's been very consistent this season, although he's not really, I don't think, won the class at all, has he, during the course of this year? One class win, yeah, that's it, out of the 10 races that we've had so far. So 8.25 minutes of the race left to go. Probably 4 more laps then.
Martin Gambling's well up the field, isn't he? Just come across the line from the back of the grid to the top 10 after, 3 laps, so that's pretty good.
He is, yes. 2:08 for him that time, so he's sort of lapping around about the same place as the cars just ahead of him now. That is the 74 car, just behind 72 now. So he's dropped a long way down the order, has Steve Wells. The 72 car is that of David Barrow in his MK Indy, and he's not inside the top 20, is he?
Yeah, he's crawling across the line, Steve Wells. Perhaps just trying to score some points because it's needed. Up front, Andy Hiley not far ahead of Paul Boyd still, 7/10 after 3 laps. It should be another 7-lap race, like I think all the 15-minute races pretty much have been. Here's car number 13, which is the Colin Childs. Rob Johnston Racing Sayana, and he is running just outside the top 10. He was passed by Martin Gambling, who's just up the road there, pulling away.
Gary Goodyear made up a few places on that lap up to 12th position, having dropped back on the previous lap. So he's lapping a bit quicker than Colin Childs. There's 7 minutes left to go in this Protect Shock Sports Specials penultimate round of the championship here. And that is the 46 car. That's Warren Vesey. So he's the driver in the bright green car that stands to gain the Class B championship if all doesn't go to plan for Steve Wells this weekend. He's only won the class on 1 occasion during the course of this season, 3 seconds and 5 third-place finishes, but he has been consistently picking up the scores, hasn't he, Josh?
That's right. There's Paul Boyd. Oh, Andy Hiley's so far ahead of him. He was out of shot. So Hiley's absolutely gone away on lap 4. A 2:03.99 is his lap time, and that is a new lap record. That's a quarter of a second under his best from last year. And Anton Landon, the other Class A driver involved in the championship, has got damage and is for the pit lane, which is a real shame for him after, like we were saying, a good season.
Yes, he's third in the points indeed coming into this weekend, and a great shame that he's got some damage there. Hopefully he'll be back out for the second race late on. Martin Gambling just went through shot there, up to 8th place now.
Austin Greenway's not come through either, so whether Greenway and Landon have got involved in an incident here.
It's possible, isn't it?
They were pretty close together on the track. That means Brian Chandler's up to 5th now in the MEV. 6th is Stuart Thompson, and 7th is the first of the Class B cars, Adam Cottrell in that Caterham, making his debut with the 750 Motor Club, I think, this weekend. 2:08.7 now, so that's 2.5 seconds under the previous Class B lap record. I think this is Brian Chandler that we're looking at, yeah, the Class C leader, who turns his way into the hairpin. I think he had a outing in this car at Brands Hatch and was a race winner in the class then. Now at his local circuit and going well inside the top 5.
Yeah, classes, by the way, they're based on power to weight ratios. A lot of the 750 Motor Club Championships are up to 340 brake horsepower per tonne in Class A and 270 brake horsepower per tonne in Class B. So the sort of pale green colours on the timing tower, that's Class A cars. Class B are red, Class C are blue for the purpose of the timing tower on the Alpha live stream. Just watching number 27 go through, that's Andrew Hayward, and he's in 14th. He's in this battle with Warren Vesey. They've got also one of the MEVs involved as well. That could be Mickey Scott, I think, couldn't it? The number 58 car that's involved in that battle as well.
Warren Vesey's running in 5th place, so this is actually going to be one of his drop scores, I think. So despite being in a beneficial place as this championship battle goes, it's actually one of his worst races of the year on position, anyway, within that particular class. So things, despite having this big grid, have spread out a little bit, haven't they? As Andy Hiley completes 5 laps now. That was a slower lap, but still quicker than those behind. He's got 3.5 seconds. There's Austin Greenway's car, isn't it? It's on the grass at Coram. So
yes.
That would have been quite a fast place if that's where they made contact. There's the Class B leader. That's Adam Cottrell. Just got Martin Gambling behind him. Gambling from the back of the grid is now into 8th position. He hasn't lapped as quick as the other Eclipses though. Boyd, Collingwood and Hudson a little bit quicker than what he has been, but he's going to get 7th. That extra power from Class A moves him ahead of Adam Cottrell in towards the Ritchie's corner there.
Just worth mentioning, number 52, Andrew Grant's got a 10-second penalty. That'll have been for jumping at the start of the race.
Yeah, he was supposed to start at the back, I think, because he was excluded in qualifying, so I'm not sure if there should have been. Yeah. Anyway, he's been working his way up the order because he's second in Class B, isn't he? He's got himself up ahead of Brad Snow. Warren Vessey's 4th now, so he's got ahead of Andrew Hayward, or they were pretty much side by side, I think. So there's Gamblin, now in 7th position. He's got Stuart Thompson a couple of seconds ahead, so he might be able to catch him. Yeah,
top 6 could be on the cards here for the former low-cost and compact cup racer. And so we watch the number 79 car. That's Sylvia Much in her MEV XZ. She's second in the Class C standings coming into this weekend. There's Gary Goodyear in the number 56 car, who sort of had some time away from racing in kit cars and sport specials as it's since become, but he's back into it now. And he is in 10th position at the moment.
He had that Class B car of Andrew Grant just behind him. Andrew Grant, who might be able to actually pull away 10 seconds to the rest of the competition in Class B, so that penalty won't affect him too much. But we shall see. The race leaders, they're coming up across the line shortly with a potentially smaller gap here. Hiley to Boyd. We said Hiley's lap time previously wasn't as good as it was before, but perhaps Boyd's getting a little bit too close for comfort now. In the 6s was Hiley, but best that Boyd's done all day, I think, there. Yeah, 2:04.8 brings the gap to within 2 seconds.
2 laps to go, yeah.
We're going to squeeze 2 more in, are we?
Yes, I would think so, because it was about 2 minutes 10 when they started the final lap.
Yeah, these cars, of course, a bit quicker than some of the others we've got this weekend, so 8 laps we should get in here.
Right,
Stuart Thompson's been caught, hasn't he, there by Martin Gamblin, so we thought 6th might be on, and 6th might be taken by the time they get to Ritchie's here.
He's going to get the car up the inside, I think, of Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy, from a championship winning car, and he does indeed go through just Martin Gambling to take the position as they start their penultimate lap then. Standards flag being prepared for someone by the looks of it as well. That's Gary Goodyear, just gone across the line. He in 10th position, just ahead of Andrew Grant on the road. So, got just over a minute of the times element of the race left. That is the number 29 car that you can see on screen there. So that is Justin Cox in his Caterham 7. He's in 18th position overall at the moment.
And that's something like 7th in Class B.
There's Martin Gambling, number 99, as we said, he got through ahead of Stuart Thompson, going into Ritchie's at the start of this penultimate lap of the race, so he's there in 6th spot now. Gambling in 7th, but I don't think they'll catch Brian Chandler, who's about, 8.5 seconds up the road.
Okay, so Hiley, see if his lead's coming down at all, because it did on the previous lap to 1.9 seconds. Battle's carrying on a bit further back, though.
That was David Barrow chasing after the stalwarts in Sports Specials, Nigel Brown.
I think Hiley's picked his pace up, if anything, because that gap hasn't come down anymore, just seeing them cars turning through Coram. But the 3rd place car, Paul Collingwood's a long way behind now, but he's still there in 3rd. So the top 2 much quicker than the rest, really, here. Andy Hiley then across the line to start the final lap of this race, the first of 2 races this afternoon for Sports Specials. Actually, the gap did come down a little, 1.6 seconds between those 2. That is a very problematic car there.
That's smoky, isn't it? It's pulled off, thankfully. Just trying to work out who that is, but they're off the circuit now, so hopefully if any fluid's gone down, it's not going to cause a big problem.
A few cars to pick up after this, and the battle for 7th place has changed now because Adam Cottrell's ahead of Stuart Thompson. So the Caterham 7 goes ahead there of the MK Indy. So Thompson down to 8th. He started the lap in 6th, but he's got more power. It's a Class A car, so he goes back ahead down the centre straight to start their final lap of the race. Meanwhile, a bit further back, another Class A versus B battle here because you've got Gary Goodyear and Andrew Grant together on the road.
Meanwhile, Andy Hiley continues to lead by 1.7 seconds from Paul Boyd. The gap goes down by another quarter of a second that time. There's 4th place driver, Clive Hudson, number 15. And he's sort of in no man's land, really, between Paul Collingwood in 3rd and Brian Chandler in 4th position. Off the road briefly there goes the number 27 car. That's Andrew Hayward and his Silver Clubman, the drive from just down the A14 in Kettering. So coming towards the end of this race now, we've got the leader coming towards us here along the Bentley Straight. Paul Boyd 1.7 seconds behind at the start of the lap, so probably a little bit too far back to do anything about Andy Hiley, who with this result, an overall win and a class win, will wrap up not only the Class A Championship but the overall title as well, helped of course by Steve Wells hitting problems in this race. So Andy Hiley, it will be that takes his second Sport Specials title in a row. He's been a multiple kit car champion as well over the years. Kit cars which sort of preceded Sport Specials and when it was rebadged a few years ago. But Hiley, the Yorkshireman, comes through. Murray's now being pursued by Paul Boyd in the Eclipse, but the Kronos comes up to the line. And the checker flag is made ready. There it is. And it's going to be Andy Hiley that wins the race. Round 11 of the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. He wraps up the title as well. And Paul Boyd in the end just under a second behind him, doing his personal best lap on the final lap of the race.
Much further back is Paul Collingwood. I think he's got some kind of issue. The car doesn't sound great, but he's going to hang on to a podium. I mean, an exhaust problem, I think. Clive Hudson comes through, though, in 4th place on his return over the last few meetings. And then Brian Chandler could drive to 5th. He takes the checkered flag now. And over the course of that race, he set a new lap record in Class C, actually on the last lap, 2:07.41, slightly quicker than what Stuart Much has done in the past. Across the line there to win in Class B on his debut is Adam Cottrell in his Caterham 310R. And a new lap record on the last lap, 2:08.73. Second place in Class B, despite a penalty, should go the way of Andrew Grant in another Caterham. He comes up across the line now. Now a sunny Snetterton, after all the cloud we had earlier. And then for third in Class B, should go the way of Brad Snow, who's got a bit of a gap now over Warren Vesey. Yeah, so Warren Vesey will take the points for 4th, but Steve Wells a non-finisher, so that swings the advantage in favour of Warren Vesey in Class B as they go into the final round of the championship. We'll confirm all of that later on. But Andy Hiley taking the win by 0.96 seconds and therefore doing enough to wrap up the championship as well, as the Protect Shock Sport Specials has its final meeting of the season here at Snetterton. Yeah, so I think Warren Vesey now is 8 points ahead of Steve Wells, so he can still equal Vesey's score. Nigel Brown and David Barrow for 19th and 20th position, battling all the way to the line. They're in different classes. Nigel Brown in Class A, David Barrow in the number 72 MK Indy RR is in a Class B machine. They come over the line in 19th and 20th, having had a very good race. So just a few more cars to come through on a sunny afternoon here at Snetterton now. And confirmation there, you can see number 53, Andy Hiley, it was that took the victory from number 17, Paul Boyd in 2nd place. Paul Collingwood, number 11, is in 3rd. Clive Hudson, 15, took 4th position. Then Brian Chandler winning Class C in 5th place, number 76. 6th to number 99, Martin Gambling from the back of the grid, a good drive from him. 7th to number 30, Stuart Thompson. 8th, number 80, Adam Cottrell, winner of Class B. 9th, number 13, Colin Charles. And 10th was number 56, Gary Goodyear. So that was the top 10. In 11th place, it was 52, Andrew Grant, 2nd within Class B. Then a couple more Class C MEVs, Mickey Scott 58 and Darren Griffin 42. Then Brad Stone, number 77, was 3rd within Class B. And Warren Vesey, you can see 4th within the class, which is good for his championship hopes. And further back, you see there that we had a few non-finishers, Colin Benham, Anton Landon, Steve Wells, crucially for the Class B championship. Austin Greenway, we think there was an incident there with Anton Landon, although we didn't see it. We also lost Trevor Harbour, Stuart Much, and Rob Johnston as well during the course of that race. Those two latter drivers certainly did tangle. So that's the results of the Protect Shock Sport Specials race. They're out again at around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Still plenty more racing to come before then, but they're ready in Parc Fermé, so let's head down to Matt Suckling with our race winner.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that sports special race, which is Andy Hiley. Andy, many congratulations on the win. We understand it's Class A champion and also the overall champion after that result.
Yes, I believe so. I think I just needed a 3rd, and a win's good enough, isn't it? So, yeah, I'm happy with that one.
So another title for you. How does it feel? You excited? You're raring for another season?
I am ready for next season, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it again, yeah. That's what I come for. I enjoy it, and yeah, it's fantastic.
And in terms of that race, it was hard work because you didn't get the best of starts. You had to work your way back through the field.
No, no, you're right. I had to work my way back through it. Paul was very experienced, this Paul, so he knows just where to put his car to make it awkward for you to try and get by him. But eventually, I found a way. So yeah.
Still got another race to come, of course, before the season's done. That's coming up a little bit later on. What do you reckon you can do? Another victory to end the year in style?
Well, we'll try, but you never know, do you? You never know.
And have you enjoyed the season? It's been a big grid here at Snetterton, but overall this year, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I have enjoyed it, yes. Yeah, it's been a good season. There's been plenty of winners, which always makes it good for everybody. So, yeah, it's been a good season.
Well, good luck for race 2 and good luck for next season, whatever you choose to do.
OK, thanks very much.
There we go. Andy Hiley, the winner then of the first sports special race here today at Snetterton. More to come a little bit later on. But for now, we're going to turn our attention to the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And it looks like Ian is joined by Paul Thorpe.
Yes, it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatches. You can see the cars lined up on the grid already. I think there'll be just a few moments before we get underway. There's a bit of clearing up to be done after that race. It's the second race of the weekend for these cars, but this grid based on the second fastest times in qualifying. Pole position went the way of number 46, Chris Deere, yesterday's race winner, and alongside him is number 12, James Hazelhurst. The second row has 67 Matthew Stubbington and 87 Stuart Place alongside him, so that's 4 205s in the top 4 places. Then Titch Calsall in the Fiesta number 89 lines up on the inside of row 3, and Ted Cooper's Nova is 6th in car number 4. On to row 4 of the grid, that is Andy Philpotts in number 6. Alongside him is Martin Case, but I think Andy Philpott's not there, unfortunately. Stuart, we'll hear about that in a moment. Jason Wood, 41, and Jason Watkins at number 73, making it all Jason, row 5. Ben Bateman, 93, and Darren Bassingthwaite, number 18, on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is 39, Martin Rogers, and 33, Ryan Clark. Then on row 8, 26, Paul Brock, and 92, Rick Groom. Steve Groom, 91, and James Hancock, 24, are on the 9th row. And at the back, we've got Pete Osby, 58, Alan Dealey, 62, and Robert Campbell, 47, rounding out the field. So with the sun blasting through the commentary box window, we can see a car being pushed off the grid there, unfortunately. We'll try and work out who that is that's being pushed off. It's the 39 car of Martin Rogers. Paul, yes, that's disappointing to see that.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. I don't know what's happened there. As you said, Andy Philpott's car number 6, he's not here. He was feeling very, very poorly last night and decided he would go home, so that's why we get space there. I don't know what's happened to that car. That car was going very well yesterday, wasn't it?
It was indeed. So Martin Rogers has got out of the car now and is just helping the marshals to push the car into the gap in the Armco there. We did get a view of an onboard camera as well, I think. That's on board 88, which is Martin Kayser's Fiesta, so we'll be able to see the onboard camera as well during the course of this race, which
oh, that's excellent. Martin had a sort of mixed race yesterday. He's got a few teething troubles. He rolled the car at Brands Hatch.
I remember,
and
yes.
He decided to rebuild the engine. He's got a few teething troubles. It wasn't going how he wanted yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if he's had a little tinkle today to see if he can fix that. Also, the man to watch there is Ted Cooper. He went very badly yesterday. He had a really bad first couple of laps, and he just couldn't make it up again. So he'll be wanting to prove everyone right and try and get up into the top 3 places.
Look at this. We've got these 4 Peugeot 205s in the first 4 places, which is quite remarkable. Paul, what do you put that down to? The fact that the 205s, notwithstanding Martin Rogers pushed his car off the grid, are so successful here.
They are very successful. The 205s are really good on tight, twisty circuits like the XR2s. And so the benefit they've got over the XR2s is the 205s are injection, so they've got a lot more power. So it's really favouring the 205 boys.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Chris Deere, it was that won the race yesterday. I think that wraps up second in the championship for him. Ryan Morgan, who's not here this weekend, having already sealed the overall title at Alton a month or so ago.
Well, there's still a mathematical chance that Stuart could take the second place.
Okay.
But Stuart Place has to win the race, and Chris Deere has to finish at least 7th. So it's mathematical. He can do it.
Okay, so we'll see how that pans out. We've seen a few dramatic events already today here at Snetterton, so yeah, anything could happen. Anyone else that we should watch out for that's not in a 205 in particular? Paul?
Well, as he was saying there, James Hasselhurst, he's really he really struggled yesterday. He had a little bit of an off. He went a little bit too wide, so he's really pleased to be on the second row of the grid, and he can be a really quick man. And I think he's got something to prove after yesterday's misfortune. Actually, there's still a car waiting to be recovered there, Looks like
it's one of the Ma7da, I think. So that's out there on the exit of Oggies, I think. So got a few, or maybe between.
And also, I wouldn't write off Stuart Place either. He didn't qualify very well for the first race, and he proved his worth. He got up to third. He's carrying 10 kilograms of ballast because of that. And because of Chris Deer's win yesterday, he's carrying an extra 25 kilos of ballast to the 15 he already had. So Chris is actually carrying 40 kilograms. So this could play towards the end of the race.
Yeah, so the success ballast system that we have in classic stock cars, I mean, it's relatively unusual. Obviously, we see success ballast in the British Touring Cars, a different version of it, but it works well at keeping it nice and close and competitive.
It has, as you can see. Look at the variety of vehicles there. Each one of the types of vehicle out there has run a race this season. Looks like we might be getting underway.
Yes, well, the Marshal there on the gantry still looking fairly relaxed about things. I don't think he's going to leap into action just yet with his minutes to go board, but we'll see about that. But classic stock cash, I mean, it's a great crowd pleaser, isn't it? Because, you know, for people of probably my generation, these are the cars that were on the roads when you were growing
exactly.
up.
I remember when I was that age, always wanting an XR2. I always wanted an XR2. And this is great. I mean, these cars they're pre-92 hatchback cars, 1.68 valve, or if you've got a 1.4, you can have multi-valve. They're the limits of the class. Sometimes we see AXs, and we've seen the odd Swift here and there. They're not here today, unfortunately. It's been a rather checkered year for the AXs coming out. But it's great to see this variety of vehicles all being competitive, all the circuits, and they all have their own benefits and at certain circuits and misfortunes at others. Like I say, the 300 favours the 205s, whereas the 200 circuit here, everyone's in with a chance. So that extra mile in the middle, making it twisty, benefit in the 205s.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the AXs, which we've not got here, but they've historically gone quite well at Snetterton, I seem to remember. I think Andrew Thorpe's had wins here in the past.
Andrew Thorpe's car's incredibly rapid.
Stuart Window's won here as well.
Stuart Window, yes, he won when he was out in a Citroen AX. They are incredibly rapid because they're only like a 1.4 multi-valve. They don't have a lot of weight. The minimum weight is very low, so they're very rapid off the line. But they do on the faster parts of the circuit. They struggle against the power. So, for example, on the 200 circuit, they'd be really struggling. But on the 300, they will come into their own. It's fantastic having all these different cars benefiting at certain tracks and what difference it can make.
And that is the benefit of a championship like this, which is multi-model. There's so many one-make championships that we see these days, so all of the cars have got the same characteristics, whichever circuit you go to. Here, you go to Cadwell Park, that's a circuit that suits one car. You go to Silverstone, it suits another car. You come to Snetterton, it's a different one again.
Exactly. And as you know, I've driven 3 different types of vehicle in this championship. I started with an XR2i, which was fantastic on the straight line and the power, but it wasn't so good on the corners. The XR2 lacks the power, so it's not so good on the straight line, but it's fantastic for a late braking on the corners. And then you get the Novas, and they're sort of like in between. They don't sort of have any advantages anywhere. They're just good all-rounders.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic for me to have been in that position to drive the 3 vehicles, to notice the differences.
Yeah, and you think about where the drivers who've won championships and what cars they've been. Obviously, Pip Hammond.
He's in Nova,
in
yes.
the Nova. Also, Damien Cottrell won a few years back in the Nova as well. Lee Scott, obviously in the XR2i, won multiple championships.
Matt Rosier
205.
Yep.
So it just goes to show, actually, get the right kind of driver, because they're always all great drivers that we've mentioned there, matched up with the right car, and any one of them can win the championship.
And it's the consistency as well. If you remember a couple of, I think it was it last year or the year before, Lee Scott won, and he only won one race, but he won the championship.
Well, and that's it. It's sort of wide open, isn't it, in terms of lots of different winners normally. I mean, this season, I think, exemplifies that. We've had Ryan Morgan, Chris Deere, Stuart Place, Lee Scott, Pete Morgan, Ben Bateman and Pip Hammond all getting race wins this year.
All getting race wins, yes. Yes, it's fantastic. Each vehicle, obviously the driver, I'm looking back further back, Ben Bateman, he's new to the series. This is his 3rd meeting. He started off in mini stocks, and he got invited towards the first race at Donington. He did, which he ended up winning the 3rd race. So I think he will be someone to watch next season. He's getting his own car built. He's just getting the feel of these Novas, and he's really fitting in quite nicely.
Just off camera shot, and you can see the marshals walking back across the circuit there. Martin Rogers has fiddled under the bonnet and he's got back in his car. So somehow I think he's going to get back out into the race. Now how that's going to work, I'm not quite sure, because he's at the moment in the little pull-in just across from the start line here, and of course there's no green flag lap for these cars. So
I would imagine they will let everyone go and then beckon him out after the last car, which is Mr. Campbell's car at the back there, the 205. I'd imagine they'll let him out at the end of the train there.
Yeah, so final round of the season for the Demons Weeks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship coming up, just finishing off the clearing up exercise after that previous race for the Protect Shock Sports Specials. It was the Stuart Much car that needed a little bit of recovery. Right, okay, so Martin Rogers is going to go into the pit lane.
Into the pit lane, yes.
He's going to start from the pit lane, I would think, is what's going to happen. It's like he's doing the Snetterton Stages rally at the minute. It's just a hairpin turn around the. Oh, now he's getting back into the paddock.
Yeah, he's just going to turn round. I thought he might do an autocross handbrake turn, but we didn't
that would
see
have been more spectacular. There
we are. Got a great shot of it there. Yes.
And now the minute to go board is shown. So just in the nick of time, he gets there, and we'll have a very quick Snetterton minute before this race gets underway. It's going to be 15 minutes of racing for the Demons Weeks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. 5-second board is shown, so it's the yellow 205 of Chris Deere on the front row, and the white and black and red and yellow one of James Hazelhurst alongside him on the front row of the grid. Red lights go on and they go out. Away we go. Pretty even start between the two on the front row, but Matthew Stubbington making a great start as well. Tries to go 4 wide on the way up to Rich's corner, and it looks like it's Stuart Place and James Hazelhurst that are beside one another for the lead race. In fact, it's Hazelhurst that's got it. Stuart Place has slotted into second spot as they go round Rich's corner for the first time, picking up the cars at the rear of the field. We'll go on board with Martin Kaiser here as well as he exits Rich's and heads up to the Wilson hairpin, onto the brakes, down through the gears. He goes. There's been a coming together a little bit further back. We'll try and pick up on who that is in the moment.
Is that Rick Groom there?
It may have been. It looked a bit groomish, didn't it? As we watch them as they make their way out of Wilson hairpin. So it's Hazelhurst leading, and it's Stuart Place in second.
Just about hanging off. It looks like Ted Cooper there. He's trying to come up the inside. What a fantastic start from Stuart Place to give himself a shout there. And he's slotted into second. Ted's going to sit behind him. I'm just looking to see where Chris Deere is. And looking on camera now with Martin Casey. It's getting well crowded there. We've got Titch Keshall, and then can't quite see which name that is in front. I think it's Pete Oscarby in front.
That's the Ted Cooper car.
That is the Ted Cooper.
Side by side, though, for the lead of the race. I think we've had a change as well through Hamilton's, because Stuart Place has got through on the inside line, and James Hazelhurst all over the grass. He's going to get back onto the circuit, but he's going to be behind Chris Deere, who'd had a bad start. He was back in 6th. He's now up into 5th position.
Oh, wow, what a fantastic play for a start from Stuart Place there, and Ted Cooper slotted into second, proving that yesterday was just an off day, and it's great to see Tish Keshall up to 3rd place and Martin Kaiser in 4th.
So they're coming through Williams now and onto the back straight. We're on board again with Martin in the XR2i here. Down the straight, so it's just behind the sort of similar car of Kelsall, both XR2Is, and you can see there's not a lot to choose between them, but Chris Deere down the inside of Martin that time, and does he get through? Yes, he does, up into 4th position.
Oh, I'd imagine. I just think Chris just got a little bit bogged down. Chris Deere got a bit bogged down at the start there, and he'd be kicking himself, but he knows that as long as he finishes just a couple of places behind Stuart Place, he will seal the 2nd place. But it's great to have these on-board shots there. Oh, Martin got a little bit right, got a bit bumpy on the curbs there.
There he is. He's in 5th position at the moment. There you can see our race leader, though, Stuart Place, with Ted Cooper in the Nova up to 2nd. So he's had a very good first lap, hasn't he?
Oh, much better than yesterday. I think Ted was way down, I think, about 8th place yesterday. It was an unusually bad. Oh, look at Matt Stubbinson's car looking there very, very second hand. Must have been a little coming together around the back straight there. Looking further back, looking at the back markers, and I can see Campbell has just got behind Osgoody.
As we've got Chris Deere challenging Titch Kelsall for 3rd place into Rich's that time, but we're watching the leader Stuart Place with Ted Cooper just behind him as they swing out of Rich's up towards the Wilson hairpin. It looks like Ted Cooper thought he was going to have a look up on the inside there, but he doesn't quite do it. Kelsall there in 3rd, Kaiser 4th, Deere 5th. Hazelhurst in 6th, and then it's Jason Wood in 7th place.
Yes, I went. Oh, look! I'm just looking at poor old Matt. It's his birthday weekend. That's not the way he wanted to end the weekend. But Stuart Place looking good there in first place, being hassled by Ted Cooper. Stuart wanting to finish on a high and try and get a first place. Back on board with Martin Kaiser. He's going to try and get the drag on the XR2. He should just tuck behind him. And it sounded like the car was misfiring there a little bit, but maybe he's just hit the rev limiter.
Through the Agostini hairpin they go. Yes, I mean, Stubbington's car looks like it's in fancy dress or something, doesn't it? With the wheel arches poking out the side. It's had a bit of a battering from two sides by the looks of it. Cooper a bit wide through Hamilton that time there, in 2nd place as he chases after Stuart Place. But Cooper, he's a driver that's always there or thereabouts, isn't he, in that Nova, and fighting for the win here. He's not had one as yet this season.
No, and he's not letting Stuart Place get away, is he? He's trying to get as close as he can. Maybe he's going to try and pounce towards the end. It's fantastic to see such close racing with no contact.
Yeah, I think Cooper's only done a couple of meetings before this so far this year. He's not done a full season, has he? So good to see him challenging for the lead. Down the inside, can he make this work as they go into Brundle?
They are side by side, and he's got it. He's done it before the corner. Fantastic move.
So Ted Cooper, number 4, goes into the lead of the race. Stuart Place down to 2nd. You were saying, Paul, that Stuart really needed to win this race with fastest lap to stand any chance of taking the championship, or taking 2nd in the championship.
Yes, but he's not going to let this lie. As you can see, he's really eyeing up to try and get him down the straight. They're going round Corham now. It's a strange old corner. You're being chucked one side, and then you have to brake as you're turning. It's a very difficult corner to get right. Now Stuart's going to try and line it up and try and get the best exit he can to try and attack him on the straight.
Yeah, cars going light up onto 3 wheels, several of them. Oh, Titchkell's also got a very good exit from Murray's that time. If you don't have momentum there, that really kills you up the straight, doesn't it?
That's right. The going round Corham, you have to get everything set up for that long straight, because any minor error, you will really pay on the straight, and unfortunately that's what's happened to Titch.
So Chris Deere has gone through to 3rd place in the number 46 Peugeot 205, but Martin Kaiser couldn't take advantage. He's still there in 5th position in the number 88 car.
Yes, he'll be eyeing them up. He had these few problems yesterday in his car, and it looks like he's certainly ironed them out. And we're seeing different cars at the front than we did yesterday.
Yeah, which is good. It shows what open racing is, but it shows that the success ballast has some part to play as well.
I know Titch was absolutely thrilled with his 4th place yesterday, and his aim today was just to finish 5th or above, and he's certainly living to that. But I'm sure he's not going to let that lie, because he knows that Chris is carrying 40 kilos. So if he can stay with Chris, he might have an advantage later on. Oh, and a little bit of a tap there from Stuart Place on the back of Ted Cooper. Oh, that was close.
Oh, it certainly was, between the two leaders. Ted Cooper, number 4, the leader in the Nova, and now they're side by side as they go through Hamilton. It's Cooper on the outside line for the left-hander, Stuart Place on the inside line, and Stuart Place retakes the lead of the race. Stuart Place, he took the lead there on the opening lap as well, didn't he? He gets ahead of Ted Cooper this time and back through into the lead. But look, Chris Deere's right with them now as well.
Yes, because they slowed each other up there. One was defending, one was attacking. It slowed them up, and now Chris Deere is right on their boot lids. Managed to get a different exit there. They can see they've just got a little bit of gap, but this is going to get very tense towards the end.
It is indeed. So they're on to the Bentley Straight. They're on lap 3. Probably going to be a 7-lap race if it goes the distance, with no safety cars or anything like that. So this is where, of course, a lap ago we saw Ted Cooper take the lead away from Stuart Place. He can't do that this time, but Chris Deere now a threat as well. And a little bit further back in 4th place, you've got the number 89 car, Titch Keltel, then 88 Martin Kaiser. Then there is a gap back to James Hazelhurst, who's not really recovered. He's sort of rejoined in 6th after that grassy moment on lap 1, and he's not really made any progress forward.
No, he's sort of a little bit wide there for Martin. You see his car shaking. It's so difficult to get that line right. You just cut the curbs. But no, he's getting set up for Corham, and he's going to try and catch Titch if he can. This is where they all bunch up, and everyone wants to get the best exit. Now Ted's got a fantastic exit. He almost went to the back of Stuart Place. I believe he did. This is giving Chris Deere a chance to go on the outside as they come down the straight.
Yeah, and they're going to be side by side pretty much as they come over the line this time. Nothing to choose between them at all. It's Cooper on the inside line, Chris Deere on the outside line. Paul Thorpe's got his eyes closed, I think, now, as he can't look to see what's going to go on between the two of them. But
and Titch Keltel's gone on the inside. He's trying to get on the inside of Chris Deere. You're doing 100 miles an hour around that corner. What a fantastic...
He's done it. He's gone through to 3rd. That was a great move.
Fantastic move. I think Chris was trying to iron up everyone in front, and he didn't see Titch come and pounce. What a fantastic... Now Titch is trying to grab hold of Ted Cooper's place now. Oh, this is fantastic racing.
It certainly is. They're side by side for second as they go into Palmer. Stuart Place is a little bit further up the road because of that, but these two are almost mirror to door mirror, aren't they?
They are side by side still.
Kelsall with a wheel on the grass there on the exit of the corner. He's going to have the outside line for Agostini. Chris Deere's trying to put his car between both of them. We're watching on board from Martin Case. He's probably in the best position of all of them.
And he's done it. I think he's done it. Oh no, he's gone wide on the exit. This means Ted can get a bit of traction out. Oh, this is fantastic racing.
It really is. So it's which car is it that's ahead now? I think it's Chris Deere, isn't it?
It is. There we are. Chris Deere, now Titch, then Ted Cooper. But Ted Cooper's getting a better run on the inside of Tesla, but he can't quite make it. Now Martin Case is trying to go side by side with Ted Cooper. Then he's got the inside line for the next corner. There's another place change. No, Ted Cooper's hanging in on the outside. Fantastic racing.
This is at Oggies. They're heading to Williams now. The right-hander that brings them back onto the Bentley straight. So they've got a long straight now to try and get a bit of a pause for breath, really, after a very hectic few corners there.
Yeah, them and me both. Yeah, well, now they're setting up for the long straight. They're going to try and get to the toe, but as you can see, there's a little bit of spacing now. Chris Deere has got about 6 or 7 car lengths behind Stuart Place, another 4 car lengths back to Richard Kelsall, Ted Cooper and Martin Kayser. Oh, and Titch has gone a little wide. He's going to compromise his exit, but Ted's unable to pounce before the bomb hole.
He is. So we've got probably 3 more laps to go at the end of this one then. It's the Dimitri J-Karma Classic Stock Catch Championship being led by number 87 Stuart Place at the moment. They're going side by side for third, very nearly Cooper. Ted Cooper trying to get the place back from Titch Kelsall. He started the lap in second position. He's now in fourth. Kelsall over the grass on the exit of Murray's that time. Does that sap his momentum?
It looks like Ted has got a fantastic exit. He's right in the slipstream. He's now ducking out, and I think they're going to come side by side. They are side by side. I say I put my hands in this corner. We're doing over 100 miles an hour on this corner. We only lift and plant. And yes, Ted has got the place back again.
And Kayser carries a lot of speed into the corner as well. He's right on the back of Kelsall now, but runs a bit wide, does he? Goes to the left, goes to the right. He's going to get the inside line for the Wilson hairpin here. Can Kayser get up into fourth place as the number 18 car is going to go into retirement? That's Darren Bassingthwaite, I think. But yes, he's done it. Martin Kayser's gone through to fourth place, but runs wide on the exit of the corner. Kelsall's going to get him back, I think.
He's going to get him back, but then Martin Kayser's going to have the inside line. No, Kelsall has actually managed to hold on to the place. Oh, this is what Classic Stock Catch is about. Fantastic close racing.
Yeah, and you can see there the work that Martin's putting in on the steering wheel as well. In the background, you can see it's still James Hazelhurst in sixth, but he's having a great battle with Jason Wood and Matthew Stubbington only just behind them. But this battle's so good, we're not able to.
We're not able to concentrate on it. Yeah, Jason Wood's actually doing very well there. He had an intermittent day yesterday, but no, he's definitely proven his worth now to make his place there. But look into this little battle. This is not going to be over until the fat lady sings, is it? Yeah. This is really going to be. I think Stuart Place and Chris Deere, they're now sort of on their own. It's the third place, the last of the podium places, which is really in contention.
Track limits flags going out to James Hazelhurst, to Paul Brock and Rick Groom, I think I could see from down below us as we're watching this battle for, 6th, 7th and 8th position. So James Hazelhurst, one of the drivers that I've just mentioned there, then Jason Wood and Matthew Stubbington just behind him, and then it's Ben Bateman, who was the surprise race winner at Donington Park earlier in the season.
He caught us all unaware, didn't he?
Including himself, I think.
Including himself, yes, I think. Oh, and Titch was just looking up the inside of Ted Cooper there. This is not over. Now, oh, Ted's on 2 wheels. That means Titch is going to get a much better exit. And can he make it on the inside? I believe he has. He's got it on the inside. Not quite. Oh, what luck was that from Ted Cooper? On 2 wheels, you lose complete drive. And unfortunately, Ted was unable to bounce, but he's trying to look up the inside, but he can't quite make it work this time. Look into the front runners, we can see Stuart Place now got about. Oh, Stuart's gone. Oh, he's outbraked himself. He's gone wide. I mean, Chris Deere is now into the lead. Now, come on, Stuart, back onto the circuit. Try and keep a podium place.
Well, that's sort of blown his chances of the championship now, I should think, or second place in the championship, I should say, as Chris Deere goes through then in the lead, and it's a lead of 2.5 seconds nearly now over Stuart Place. Ted Cooper third, Titch Kelsall fourth, Martin Kayser in fifth spot, and then James Hazelhurst sixth. But there's Kelsall in fourth place, just behind Ted Cooper as they go on to their penultimate lap in this race.
Yeah, that was such a shame there. Chris will be struggling with his tyres now with that 40 kilos, but that's just worked perfectly for him. He's now just got to keep his head down and look where he's going, and he should be able to secure this. Looking further back, everything seems to be spaced quite evenly now. I think everything's died down a bit, but I wouldn't write off for a late-minute lunge for that. Oh, it looks like we've got a puncher. Paul Brock there, unfortunately, got a puncher.
Yeah, so I think he's going to head into the pit lane. I'm sure he realises that he's got that, and will be out of the race, unfortunately. So this is Ted Cooper in third place, of course. Now he's not far behind Stuart Place after that mistake for Stuart.
Yes, looking further back. So the first we've got Chris Steer, Stuart Place, Ted Cooper, Titch Kessel, onto Martin Kaiser, James Hazelhurst, and then Jason Wood, and then Matt Stubbington. Looking further back here, that's not one of the PDC's cars. That's Martin Rogers with a bit of a ding in the door there. It looks like things are getting a bit closer on the further back.
Well, he's there in 11th, and of course he started the race from the pit lane, so that's been a very good drive from him.
Very good drive, considering his misfortune there.
Yeah, so it's well worth him getting the car fixed and back out into the race. Yeah, Paul Brock just beneath us in the commentary box, coming into the pits with that puncture.
1 second-hand tyre.
So we've got one more lap to go at the end of this one. It's Chris Steer in the yellow 205 heading towards us in the lead of the race. Stuart Place, number 87 in second, and he's under a bit of threat from Ted Cooper, number 4 in third place, and the other driver that's in that group is Titch Kessel now, because they've dropped Martin Kaiser, really.
Yeah, Martin Kaiser's dropped a bit behind, but those three are getting a little bit closer again. I think they've got a lap or two. Oh, this will be coming up for the last lap, surely, and they're getting a little bit closer. Oh, now Matt Stubbins really got behind Jason Wood now. That's the Jason Wood in the first of the PDC cars, and it looks like they're really going to be... Oh, it looks like the checkered flag's coming out. It looks like they're going to end the race now. This is going to be the last lap of the race, Ian.
Yeah, it looks like it. Checkered flag being made ready as they come up to the line. This time it was a bit of a delayed start, that one, of course. So checker flag is going to be made ready, and it is going to go out then to Chris Steer. But who's going to be second? They're almost side by side as they come up to the line, and it's just Stuart Place by about a bonnet length that holds on. That equates to a 1/10 of a second. And look, here's Martin Rogers under a bit of pressure as well from the 73 car, which is Jason Watkinson. So Rogers has got himself up inside the top 10 on the final lap, but is he going to hold on to it? It's Watkinson that's alongside him, but just Rogers in the red.
Oh, he just got it there. Fantastic from Martin there. Like you say, he's starting from the pit lane to make up that many places. Fantastic driving.
And there's number 47, that's the Campbell car that started at the back of the grid. Well, he's up in 16th position, so he's made up a bit of ground. He's ahead of Pete Osgoby there.
Another one of the PDC cars there. Yes, Pete Osgoby, been racing for a very long time.
So they come through to take the checker flag. Osgoby there in 17th, and I think we've just then got Alan Geely possibly as the last driver to finish, because Paul Brock and Darren Bassingthwaite retiring. But I think, Paul, your real passion for classic stock cats showed through in that race, and we can see why.
Yes, I do get a bit excited. I've been involved with this class for 10 years. I haven't been racing full-time for a number of years now, but and now do the rep duties, and I'm still involved with the championship, and this is what it's about. It's all close racing. We're incredibly friendly in the paddock. We had a few problems yesterday, but we all got together and we got the cars back out there, and that's what it's about. And I'm extremely passionate. I sometimes think I might get a bit too excited, but I'm just so passionate about this class. I think it's just fantastic.
And you'll be back for next year, won't you?
Oh, there we are. That's actually the PDC crew there. We got Nick and Dave. They're clapping their hands. It's great to see them. I can see you, Dave. Yes, Dave and Nicola, give us a wave. There we go. That's part of the PDC. There we go. Thank you. That'll get me a free gin. They get a pin gin there that sponsors them, so I might get a gin later out of that.
Thumbs up. Yeah, you're in there, Paul.
Oh, well, I can see you, Tina. Don't hide.
Anyway, that's yeah, fantastic to see them celebrating and supporting as well. Paul's beside himself, besides me. We've got the cars. They've headed into Parc Fermé. I don't know. Shall we have a quick look? Yeah, we'll do a rundown on the results. So, Chris Steer that took the win in 46 with 2.47 seconds in hand over number 87 Stuart Place. Third place went the no way of number 4 Ted Cooper. Fourth to number 89 Titch Kessel. Fifth was 89 Martin Kaiser. Sixth to number 12 James Hazelhurst. Seventh was number 41 Jason Wood. 8th 67 Matthew Stubbington. 9th 93 Ben Bateman, and running out top 10 from the pit lane number 39 Martin Rogers. And further back, Jason Watkinson 11th, then Ryan Clark, James Hancock, Rick and Steve Groom 14th and 15th. Robert Campbell, good drive from him to 16th. Pete Osgoby, and then Alan Geely, the last of the finishers. We lost Paul Brock and Darren Bassingthwaite during the course of that race. So that was the final round of the 2021 Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. We'll look forward to much more of the same in 2022. But let's head down to Matt Suckling in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with a race winner for the second time this weekend. Chris, dear, many congratulations. That was another good race and a victory.
It was. We had to work a bit harder for that one, to be fair. It was, yeah, a bit of a battle, but it was good. It was good. Yeah, we had a good time. I think there was a lot of fast cars up the front all racing together. I think it was much better for the... I was probably on TV this time rather than just by myself at the front. So, yeah, happy with that. So, yeah, good.
It was a cracking race to watch. There was places changing all the time, and that is really what classic stock hatch is all about.
Absolutely. All the balance has changed from last race with the success ballast and things like that. So who was quick is now slower, and it just all changes it up, which is the idea. I still think, you know, the right person won, but I'm biased. But, yeah, it was a good, fun race. And, yeah, it was all clean. I think I had a little nudge from the first corner. I know to go on the inside and accidentally tapped Matt round. I think it was Matt. But other than that, yeah, it was a good race. I will go and apologise to him, though.
And that result secures you, I think, second in the championship as well.
Yes, it does. I just had to basically finish behind Stuart or near to him for the points, and obviously he was. I think he came second. Yeah, I think he outbroke himself into the last corner. I don't know whether I'd have risked making a move, but you know, you take a win. You don't get many wins in motorsport, do you? So when they come to you, you take them.
Well, well done, Chris. Hopefully we'll see you back next year.
You will do. I'll be here with my boy. He was watching the game today. So, yeah, the absolute alignment team will be back next year. See if we can go one place better for the championship.
We'll see. Well done, Chris. Many congratulations this weekend. You can definitely tell it's the end of the season because Rick Groom's car is a little bit battered, worse for wear, but they've done well this year in the Classic Stock Hatch Championship, and we look forward to much more in 2022. But for now, we're going to move on with the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and we'll look forward to see what they deliver in the next race as we hand you back to Ian and Josh.
And yes, it is the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. It's third and final race of the day. Championship well, it's the championship final round. The championship's already decided. It's partially reverse grid. So Courtney Milne's treble 7, who finished 10th in race 1, starts on pole position. Alongside her is number 9 Ian Tomlinson. Second row, 54, Marcus Bailey, and George King, 55. Third row, Jordan Johnson, number 92, and Kean Donaldson, number 97. We're not going to get through all of this grid, are we? But 881, Jack Sycamore, alongside 71, Ben Shaw on row 4. Ben Hansey, number 1, and the race 2 winner, Ali Bray, alongside him on row 5, and then probably the last row we'll be able to give you is number 72, Matthew Short, alongside Hayden McDonald. So the 30-second board goes up through many, many more cars than that on the grid, but a very quick turnaround ahead of this final race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. The 5-second board is shown. We've got the excitement of watching the likes of Ali Bray and Ben Short trying to pick through from relatively lowly grid positions. Lights go out, and away they go. So Courtney Milne's on pole position, sort of out-dragged a little bit there by Ian Tomlinson in the number 9 car as they head up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. So we'll see who it is that turns in first. I think it's going to be Tomlinson. George King in 55 has made a good start as well and slots up into second place.
Ben Short's right there already, Ian's in second or third, so he might lead by the time they get down to the hairpin.
Problem, though, for number 90, which is Andrew Robinson, who has a little bit of a spin but soon recovers. But it's Tomlinson leading, George King second. Someone going quite deep into the Wilson hairpin, but everyone getting around it by the looks of it on this opening lap. Bit of dust being kicked up. That's not unexpected in the circumstances. So Tomlinson, King, and then Ben Short in third place. Courtney Milne's in fourth, I think, as they headed through Wilson.
Yes, Ben Short didn't quite manage to do what I thought he might have done. So third place, so pretty good. An excellent start there from the champion. There comes Ali Ray around the outside of Jordan Johnson, and he gets there. So there's just one car now between him and Ben Short. They're 4 wide. That's touching. That's Ben Abbott round the outside. He's trying to make progress after that incident in the earlier race. So Ben Abbott there gaining positions. He started much further down on the grid. He's third in the championship. Here's Courtney Milnes. There's Ali Bray behind. The double winner this weekend goes past her up the inside, and that's fourth. It's sideways. He controls it, and now he can see Ben Short in front of him.
Okay, well, this is what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to follow Ben Short through, didn't he? And that's exactly what he's doing. So around Williams they go onto the Bentley Straight, halfway around this opening lap of probably 7 in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. and it's George King trying to find a way past, but no, he's bound to third, isn't he? So it's Ben Short now going for the lead. He's going to go around the outside of Ian Tomlinson into Brundle. Oh, yeah, no, not quite. He's off on the grass on the inside, so he's going to cut across. Where's he going to rejoin? He's going to rejoin well in the lead of the race, actually, so that might be a track limits issue. But for second now, it's Ali Bray around the outside of Tomlinson. Tomlinson down to third, George King fourth.
Well, what happens about this? Because Ben Short gained a place to take the lead, and the car behind him is no longer the car that he passed. So that, and he's got a big lead. That shouldn't really be allowed, I would suggest.
Well, it's a track limits infringement, so it counts as one of his potential track limits infringements. I think that's all you can do really in a track limit situation, and not a lot more that you can do.
I see.
But anyways, they come up towards the end of the first lap. It's Ben Short then that leads. Ali Bray second, third is Ian Tomlinson, fourth is George King, Courtney Milnes is fifth, Jack Sycamore sixth, Ben Hansey seventh, Jordan Johnson eighth, Marcus Bailey ninth, and Cian Donaldson rounds out the top 10.
Okay, so it's Ali Bray going after Ben Short. So it just took one lap anyway for them to get to the front there from 8th and 10th on the grid. Ben Hansey 7th, so he hasn't gained too much. Ben Abbott's up to 14th. Those two drivers battling for second in the championship, but Ben Abbott really needs to win it, which is somewhat unlikely, as the rest of the field make their way down. And Ali Bray's with Ben Short now, so he's caught that second up, whether Ben Short perhaps let him catch a bit because of what happened a few corners ago. Anyway, they are together. They're a long way ahead of the rest. In third is Ian Tomlinson with George King trying to come around the outside. You've got Courtney Milnes and Jack Sycamore side by side behind, so Sycamore's making decent progress. And it's 2 by 2 through the hairpin, and I think Sycamore's gone round the outside of Milnes to get fifth. He had, and in front George King still alongside Ian Tomlinson, and he's gone right round the outside, and he's got there, I think, into third, and now Jack Sycamore's going to try and follow him, but Tomlinson's the latest on the brakes. Is he going to get through the Yoggie's corner here? I think he is. He hangs on. He's still there in third. There are, 6 cars involved in this battle, because towards the back of it, you've got Ben Hansey and Jordan Johnson involved as well, so this is a great battle. Behind the top two, Hansey runs out wide there, out of Williams, so this is a great battle for third place. The two leaders are duking it out as well now, with Ali Bray right with Ben Short, but third, they're 3 wide, are they here, Ian?
Yeah, Ian Tomlinson usually drives quite a wide car, but this is for the lead then. Ben Short, number 71, and Ali Bray in the 778 car, who's a guest driver this weekend. For the back, Tomlinson, yep, he's still got his elbows out, keeping at bay anyone and everyone behind him. And at the moment, it is the Jack Sycamore car that's immediately behind him. Ben Hansey and Courtney Milnes, they're very close indeed. Ben Hansey looking set to take second place in the championship. Is a few points ahead now of Ben Abbott, who came through in 14th position at the end of lap 1, which was a gain of a few places. I think he started about 21st, didn't he, or something like that in the end. But here's Tomlinson then in third place as they come towards the end of lap 2. 10 minutes of the race left to go. That's the 66 car, which is get a shot off. That's Hayden McDonald just outside the top 10.
Here's a battle for third, and finally Jack Sycamore is alongside and nosing ahead of Ian Tomlinson. There's more than 6 cars involved in this battle now, as they've been battling. More have joined in, so third now is the way of 881. Jack Sycamore in the AB Motorsport car ahead of Ian Tomlinson. For the lead, it was nose to tail. Ben Short ahead of Ali Bray. They're still in that order. Sycamore locks up in third. Is that going to give Ian Tomlinson a chance? I don't think it does. But you've got about 10 or so of them now involved in this battle. You've got George King and Ben Hansey, who are the next two through. I noticed Ben Abbott is involved in this because he's in 12, so towards the back of this group of cars is Ben Abbott, so he's making great progress from not the best of starting positions, but Ian Tomlinson go back after Jack Sycamore, heading down towards the hairpin. They're side by side behind as Ben Hansey tries to come around the outside there of George King, but I don't think it's going to work out because Hansey's sideways over the grass. He's back on, but that will all rather sideways. Ben Abbott's in a kind of similar position on the grass as he's trying to muscle his way around the outside of another competitor there, but Jack Sycamore now ahead of Ian Tomlinson. You'd think he might be able to get away. He's now there in third position, but so far he's not really breaking the toe as there's more side-by-side action going on behind him.
And they're a long way behind Short and Bray now, out in front of this field. There's Jordan Johnson, number 92, just in behind Marcus Bailey, 54, two very consistent drivers in the championship this year. Here comes Bray then, looking for a hat-trick of wins, chasing after Ben Short, but you can see how much of a lead they've got over Jack Sycamore in third place now, and another of the guest drivers, and Ian Tomlinson in fourth. So Tomlinson's effectively net second here, because we take out Bray and we take out Sycamore from the results here, as far as points are concerned. There's Johnson, just behind him is the Keane Donaldson car, number 97, and they're making their way out of the bomb hole towards Coram, coming through to complete lap 3 of the race. And Sycamore just making a little bit of a break from Tomlinson, but not hugely pulling away from him. Marcus Bailey's got a little bit of a queue behind him now, which includes at the back of it Ben Abbott, doesn't it? So he's buying into the fight for the lowly places in the top 10. Leaders have gone through already, and let's have a look at what the gap is now. Yeah, it's nearly 7 seconds between Bray and Sycamore.
Indeed, but they're having great time in that battle behind them. But here for the lead, Ali Bray up the outside of Ben Short into the Wilson hairpin, and trying to get a tighter line on the exit of the corner. But Ben Short's very wise to that, so he's unable to do anything. So they stay in that same order, still with Ben Short ahead of Ali Bray. They turn their way up towards the Palmer corner for the 4th time of what should be a 7-lap race. They use lots of curb through there. 2 great drivers here. Ben Short, I think they've done a lot more racing than Ali Bray, but Bray putting on a great show this weekend.
Jack Sycamore's had the track limits warning flag. Now it's going to go out to Ben Hansey as we watch the 2 leaders together at Agostini, and it is still side by side between the 2 of them. Short on the outside line for Hamilton, Bray on the inside line, but Bray's just about got it done, I think. Short all over the grass on the exit of the corner. Back on the inside goes Short on the inside at Oggies. No, it's Bray that's just about going to hang on, I think.
That started all at Agostini, didn't it, with an up the inside move for Ali Bray, which has worked out. He's got the lead, so great stuff there from Ali Bray to take the lead of this race there. And I think Ben Short's the only driver that's got a triple, isn't it, this season. Can Ali Bray make it work for him here at Snetterton then? And he might not stay in front for very long, because Ben Short's on the inside. He breaks desperately late for the S's. They turn into Brundle, and Ali Bray's heavy sideways. He saves it, but Ben Short is through. He's into the lead of the race. This is a great battle between the 2 of them. So it's back to how it was at the start of the lap. So if you're watching, looking at the lap chart, you wouldn't know all about this great racing they've been having. If anything, Ben Short's got a slightly bigger lead now off that big old slide that Ali Bray had going through the left-hander at Brundle.
Still 3 laps to go, though, at the end of this one, so lots of time for things to be sorted out. That issue on the first lap up at Brundle and Nelson for Ben Short, I think, will probably largely forgotten about as the race has developed in this way. I think Short was inevitably going to get past Ian Tomlinson at some point, so it just sort of perhaps happened a little bit earlier than it might have done. A few more drivers getting the driving standards flag this time as they cross the line. I think possibly one of them might be Ben Hansey, in actual fact, who's just crossing the line there in 6th position, behind Ian Tomlinson and George King, but ahead of Courtney Mills and Ben Abbott. Ben Abbott up to 8th place now, so he's had a good drive through the field here as he tries to get 2nd place in the championship, but he needs a problem to affect Ben Hansey, I think, and certainly to finish ahead of Ben Hansey.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good battle through the field. Across the line there, Stephen Robinson and James McCann, I think, back in just inside the top 20, side by side. And through goes number 13 then, James McCann into 19th position. He's got good pace compared to those around him, so he's looking to move forward. But Ali Bray for the lead, trying to come around the outside of Ben Short into Agostini. Bray, Short knows that Bray can break late here because he passed him on the previous lap, so he was very defensive, and he was able, therefore, to stay in front. On the previous lap, Jack Sycamore was slightly quicker than these 2 as they were battling so hard. They turn now left then through Hamilton. Ali Bray just gives a slight tap on the brakes as they turn into there. I don't think we saw any brake lights for Ben Short. Through there into Augie. Now you can see Bray working at the wheel. He gets a tighter line, but Ben Short covers him off into the Williams corner. He defends, but what Bray would be keen to do is make a good exit, and then that speed can take him all the way down the Bentley straight, but Short blocks him, so there's a touch between the 2 of them, the slightest of touches, and as they head down to the vehicle bridge, it could be either of them that's in front by the end.
It could be. Notice that George King's got ahead of Ian Tomlinson for 4th position off camera, but he did that, I think, at Oggies, so he's gone through. And he now will be chasing after Jack Sycamore, I think. Ben Hansey, I don't know if he got through as well. We'll try and pick that up in a minute. But here are the leaders, and it's Ali Bray challenging into the bomb hole, but no, he tucks back in behind Ben Short there, the champion for the 2021 season. And look at this gap that they've got back now to Sycamore in third place. Just an illustration there of how big it is. The leaders are at Coram. This is lap 5 of what's probably going to be 7 here. Up to Murray as they come. Turning their way through the left-hander now, back onto the centre straight. Jack Sycamore, you could just see very briefly in the background there, pretty much on his own now, I think, in third place.
Looks like Ben Hansey's passed them all. He did 4th in that group.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is a white car, or white fronted car now at the front of that group. And Ben Abbott, he's not too far behind either now. In fact, he's involved in that. We've lost George King. He's dropped back several places, actually. And now you've got Ben Abbott out of our window challenging in Tomlinson for 5th position. And he's done it. And so those two are right together on track. But the leaders are also right together on track. Ben Short ahead of Ali Bray for the moment, but only just as they come out of the Wilson hairpin. But second and third in the championship are now 4th and 5th on the road, Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott. Wonderful drive this from Ben Abbott, but a wonderful drive too from Ben Short to keep Ali Bray at bay for the moment.
Absolutely. Bray was side by side with him into the Wilson hairpin, but just couldn't make anything work. What about into Agostini? He's done this before. Short sort of sits his car in the middle of the road, which puts off Ali Bray from putting a move on through there. And we're looking back for third. There's Jack Sycamore for 4th. Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott, the back drivers, battling for 2nd in the championship. And Ben Abbott absolutely been flying along in this race, starting from row 12 on the grid to now move inside the top 5. But hard to focus away from the leaders, because at any moment you expect them to be side by side again. And Short runs very wide. He's on the grass, 2 wheels on the grass, and that's given Ali Bray the inside line, heading down towards Williams. And Bray retakes the lead. Perhaps a little mistake there from Ben Short. Seen a couple of mistakes from Short this weekend. I think that is because how hard Ali Bray's been pushing him.
Absolutely right. And talking of pushing him, Ben Short almost pushing Ali Bray along the straight there, and he's back through. He's nosing ahead as they head down the Bentley straight. So he used the toe there. He's going to be on the outside line though, but it doesn't matter because he's already fully ahead now as they turn into Brundle for the penultimate time. Riding up over the curbs there was Ben Short at Brundle, and now Nelson out of it they come, and down towards the bomb hole it is number 71, Ben Short from 778, Ali Bray in 2nd place, and then around about 7.5 seconds back in 3rd is Jack Sycamore. Another look there by Ali Bray as they come into Coram, and the two of them are side by side there for the lead of the race, and it's still neck and neck as they come into the braking area for Murray's. Short just about hangs on, and Bray tucks back in behind for 2nd place, and we have got them coming up to the line to start the final lap of the race here. 35 seconds left on the clock. Bray in the slipstream. Can he make a move as they go up into Richie's corner? He looks to the left-hand side of the circuit, but Ben Short covers that off. Turning their way now through the right-hander. Bray is not giving up on this, and he's trying to go through on the inside now. Is a little mistake from Short there. Jinx to the left-hand side of the circuit for the Wilson hairpin, but again, Short covers that off.
Bray had to brake not to run into the back of Ben Short when Short cut across the circuit to defend from him in quite aggressive fashion, but Ali Bray saw that coming, so he avoided contact. There's still, what, 3/4 of the lap or so to go. There's plenty of time for Bray to re-challenge Ben Short here on this, the final lap of what's been a great race to complete the 5 collaborating MX5 season. And who's going to win? Is Ben Short going to take another victory? Well, and he locks up into the hairpin. Bray breaks super late, but can't really make anything of it. Short's not run too wide, I don't think. So Ben Short is looking for win number 12 of the season. If Ali Bray is able to win, he'll be the 2nd most winning driver of the year, despite only competing at 1 meeting. But here he comes down into Aldgate. He's not past him yet. This is where Short made a mistake a lap ago, and again he's very sideways, and again that's allowed Ali Bray alongside into the Williams corner, and Short turns into Bray and hits him, and so that means Bray's got a loose rear bumper now. He didn't mean to do that, of course, but they're so close, so there was contact there, and again Short's got the run down the straight as Ali Bray's car tries to fall away from itself, the rear bumper, and I don't think it affects the drag at all on these cars. Either way, Ben Short has retaken the lead after that touch the two of them had. So it's Ben Short back in front of Ali Bray with just a few corners to go, Ian.
Well, I think the bumpers now come detached by the looks of it, because if it hadn't, it'd been a black and orange flag territory if we'd got any more laps to go, which we haven't. But they are through the bomb hole now for the final time. Can Ali Bray find a way back through? He's not given up on this yet. He had a look at the inside as they head into Coram Curve. The right-hander is on the outside of the circuit now as they go around this long right-hander. I don't think he's going to be able to get up on the inside into Murray's, so is it going to be all about a drag race to the line? Who has more momentum out of the final corner? Bray has good speed, so too though does Short, so they are going to come up to the line. Bray's in the slipstream at the moment. Is he going to drink out of it at the last minute? He is not going to do that. They were almost alongside though as they crossed over the line, and the gap between them just a tenth of a second at the end. Both of them with hands out of the cockpit, I can see, waving to celebrate that performance. Jack Sycamore takes third place, and fourth and fifth over the line. Ben Hansey just beating Ben Abbott and secures second place in the championship with that. And it's good to see that Ben Abbott was within a tenth of a second of Ben Hansey at the end from the lowly good position. Courtney Milnes took sixth. Cian Donaldson a 5-second penalty, so seventh on the road, but that will drop him down to, well, outside the top 10. Ian Tomlinson takes 8th place, having been leading on the opening lap, number 9. 9th to number 55, George King, and 10th to number 54, Marcus Bailey. But that was a breathless race.
Yeah, it's all going on, isn't it, the last couple of races. And it might stay in that kind of attitude or type of racing we're going to have here at Snetterton. But great stuff. And Ben Short finally is able to beat Ali Bray this weekend. He's had to work hard at it, and it got close a few times on that last lap of the race. And Ben Hansey's now being penalised as well for track limits, so he's going to be further down the order as well, Ian.
Well, that is going to put him into 11.31, becomes 16.31. That is going to drop him down to 10th position, I think. So hang on, we ought to do some maths here on our spreadsheet, because that will mean that Ben Abbott gets the points for second place, so he will get 98. 97, well corrected. And then what did we say for Ben Hansey?
10th minus
10th,
2.
which is 8th, which will be 90 points. So I reckon, yeah, it'll be Hansey by 3 points from Ben Abbott, but much closer than it might have been.
There's the rear bumper of Kevin Danegate's car, driven by Ali Bray this weekend. I don't think that would be too much trouble, but here are the results. Here.
Yes, Ben Short taking the win in number 71 by 0.1 seconds from number 778, Ali Bray. 881, Jack Sycamore it was that took third position. Ben Hansey, fourth on the road, but with a penalty that will drop him down several places. Fifth to number 93, Ben Abbott. Sixth to the 777 car of Courtney Milnes. In seventh place, number 97, Cian Donaldson. 8th to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 9th to George King in 55. And Marcus Bailey rounded out the top 10 on the road, at least, with car 54. Further back, you've got the likes of Jordan Johnson and Matthew Short, Hayden McDonald. Another good drive from Liam Cochrane there to 14th. David Abbott, 15th. Peter Griffin, one place improvement on earlier, from 17th up to 16th he's got in that race, ahead of Adrian Johnson, Matthew Pennefather-Neils, James McCann and Sam Moody. Further back down, Nico Favreau, for example, in 23rd. Steve Quenby had some dramas yesterday. 26th, Billy King finishing the race in 28th position. And Jake Ricklewright got to the end this time after a couple of retirements, finishing in 32nd position. So that was a very good race for the Switch MX-5 Cup by 5 Club. Look forward to more of their racing during the course of next season. Ben Short, of course, the champion, and a very good final race of the season. Let's go down to hear from him now with Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our final race winner of the MX-5 Cup for 2021, and it's Ben Short, the champion for this year, 12-time winner. That was a hard-fought race, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Ali's been driving really well all weekend. Car seems pucker. He's driving so calmly and precisely. And I was counting down the laps because Ali was putting on the moves everywhere, and I was sort of running out of ideas on how to stop it. And I've always said to Ali, you know, if only you stop making mistakes, you'd be always at the front. And I made the same mistake 2 laps on the bounce and gave him rev it straight. But yeah, I haven't had to work that hard in a really long time.
You must have had to try every trick in the book. As you said, you were kind of weaving, you were kind of braking as late as you could. So it was a hard race there.
Yeah, braking as late as I could, offline, waiting at the apex, not get on the gas to try and hold him up. And yeah, you know, I might have braked quarter of a second at once or twice, but within moments he's straight back on it. So yeah, really good fun race, really enjoyed it. I see on the way in I have to go and have a chat with the man upstairs, but I can't think of anything other than track limits I might be in trouble for, so he might have won all 3, but for now I'm happy to be out having a good race with Ali again, just like the old days.
Great job. Well done, Ben. Well done this year as well. Congratulations on the victory. Let's grab a quick word if we can with Ali Bray, who had a great weekend. Ali, many congratulations. Second place. You were trying for the triple, but Ben just outsmarted you slightly towards the end.
Yeah. Ben can have that one. That was all him. He drove really well there. It was a great battle. Lots of side-by-side stuff. In the reverse grid race as well. The first few laps were really interesting. It was brilliant. It was great race. Sorry, it's Josh Barrett's birthday today, so he's up in the commentary booth. So happy birthday, Josh. Hope you're having a great day.
There we go, Josh. Happy birthday, as we said earlier. And again, Ali, you must have been kind of happy to be back, and some great racing this weekend. What are you going to look towards next year, or are you going to go back into the managerial role and just see what the rest can do?
I may have the bug back after this weekend, so we'll see what winter brings, and yeah, maybe if I'm in the car all the time, maybe I'll put Ben Short back a notch next year, but we'll see.
Great stuff. Great to have you back this weekend, Ali. Well done.
Thank you for the team, family. I've got loads of support here today, friends, so thanks to them for coming.
There you go. They got you on the podium 3 times as well.
Jack Sycamore's on the podium again. Big Jack.
Come on, Jack. Come and have a quick chat with us as well. Jack, well done. You've tried all weekend to get there. Nice to have you back as well. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was really good. It's the first time I've experienced the reverse grid with 5 Club. So it added a different dynamic, and it was really good. And as you say, like 5th, 4th, the next logical step was 3rd. So yeah, I'm really pleased with that. Really glad to be back. Massive thanks to my girlfriend Holly, to the AB team, Ali and Nikki, for giving me this weekend, this opportunity. And the car's been magic, and it's after 4 years away. It's just been about getting back into the groove of it.
And how about you in terms of the bug? Ali just said he might have the bug. Have you got the bug to come back?
The bug never goes away. So yeah, I've always got the bug. We'll see what goes for next year. It depends on finances, obviously, and stuff like that. So we'll see. But this weekend's definitely been great. It's been really well done by the 750 and 5 Club as always. So it's been great to be back at the paddock. Yeah.
Well, great to have you back. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Jack Sycamore making the podium in the final MX5 race of the year, alongside, of course, Ali Bray, double winning this weekend, second in that race, and Ben Short, the champion, on the top step of the podium. So there we go. That's it for MX5s for this year. We've got more racing on track next, so as we look forward to the 3rd and final race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship.
Yes, the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. What a great sight that is, all of those cars on the grid. Pole position, number 63, Philip Rice, the green flag lap gets underway. Alongside the Civic is the number 79 Metro of Jack Ashton. Second row is number 45, Ali Camp, and 82, Stuart Window next to him. Ryan Polly in 36, and Chris Smith, number 18, 2 Civics make up row 3. Fourth row, Sean Green, 33, and Neil Stringfellow, the best of the Class B cars, in number 74. Leon Shepherd, 46, and Chris McCloy, 37 on row 5. Paul Jarvis, 58, and Alan May, 51 on the 6th row. Tate Taverner, 22, and William Murphy, 31 on row 7. Tom Hall in 88, and Andrew Ashton in the Metro, 97 on row 8. Jack Chapman and Stephen Harrison on the 9th row, 8 and 64. 10th row is Daniel Cogswell, 15, and David Drinkwater, the Class C front runner and the champion, number 1, David Drinkwater. Row 11, 20, Martin Paget, and 43, Chris Woods. Row 12, Wayne Shackelford in 148, and Jared Coulson in 14. Row 13, Paul Warren, 98, and Stuart Kennedy, 13. Then 49, John Hobbs and Emilio Lucchese in 23 on the 14th row. 15th row, 28, Olivia Martin, and 19, Alex Martin. On row 16, it's Matt McCarthy in 94 and Jerry Frost 175. Then Zach Irvin 137 and Julian Ellison in 136. Adam Croft in 73 and David Knight 169 and on the 18th row. And rounding out the field, you've got Michael Dwayne, treble 7, Matthew Mandipira 177, Mason Parker 155, Jamie Martin number 2, and Paul Kane 75. All drivers that had issues earlier on in the day. So off go the cars on the green flag lap, Josh, and I think actually just about everything's been sorted out now in Hot Hatch, hasn't it?
That's right. David Drinkwater, the Class C and overall champion in Class A. That's gone the way of Alistair Camp, of course. So Alistair Camp's wrapped up the Class A Championship. Second for Phil Wright. Third, that's to be decided between Ryan Polly, Chris Smith and Jack Ashton. Class B, Neil Stringfellow won that. And second has already gone the way of Daniel Cogswell. And then in Class C, we said David Drinkwater won that. Olivia Martin's got second. For third, Chris Woods, Paul Keynes and Martin Paget contest that. And Paul Keynes, who went really well earlier, he was excluded, as was Jamie Martin. That's why they're starting at the back and with a delay after they were out of eligibility in the post-race scrutineering checks. But this race should be exciting. We've got the 6 quick guys at the front. We've got Phil Wright on pole, Jack Ashton alongside, who will probably lead, I think, at the start of this race in the Metro. Then Alistair Camp, Stuart Window, Ryan Polly, who I'm sure will be keen to try and win this after leading yesterday before problems. He came from the back to 5th earlier, set the fastest lap of the race, so he's got the pace. And then Chris Smith, who's been having a good season, goes in 6th. We'll have to look out for the classes. Paul Jarvis, he got the fastest lap earlier in Class B. He starts 2nd behind Neil Stringfellow, so Paul Jarvis will be looking for a win there, I'm sure. And Class C, of course, David Drinkwater goes from pole and be looking to make it 3 out of 3 this weekend. But I think our focus might be to the Class A battle, because I think this is going to be pretty frantic stuff. We've had great hot hatch racing this weekend, which has been absolutely brilliant with this big grid of 40 cars or so, and some great different shapes that you can see as they make their way to the grid, different models and makes out there. It's quite Honda centric to the front, but Jack Ashton is showing what you could do with a different type of car. The Rover Metro GTI did testing on Friday, and I think that's really helped. He's been learning the setup on that car, making the tyres last longer. Race 2 was better than race 1, so let's see how race 3 goes, whether he can take it to those that have won already this season, to Phil Wright, to Alec Camp and Ryan Polly and Stuart Window in the Integra and Chris Smith in the Civic. I'm sure they'll be keen to try and make it 4 different winners as well in the 2021 season. It should be very exciting, and let's hope it lives up to that billing in.
I'm sure it will do. It's fantastic to see such a range of cars on the grid. Yes, it is a bit Civic-centric at the front, but interesting that we do have Jack Ashton in the Metro there. I wonder if anyone else will be inspired to try something a bit different, think a little bit outside the box for the 2022 season, try and break the relative dominance of the Hondas. But within the classes, Class B, you've got a great variety of cars, and Class C as well. You've got the compacts, you've got the Saxos, C2s, and others as well. So lots of cars can be competitive in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. I say final round, everything in terms of championships and class titles sorted out, we think. So this should just be a good bit of fun. Pole position 63, the black car, and the green and orange car, Phil Wright, the purple Metro of Jack Ashton. Then it's the Camp Civic and the Window Integra. As the red lights go out and the race gets underway, good start by Jack Ashton as predicted. Ali Camp makes a pretty good start from row 2 as well. Philip Wright going on to the sort of pit lane exit there to try and find a way back through on the inside of Jack Ashton, but they're going to go 3 wide into Riches for the first time, and the little Metro was sort of sandwiched there between the 2 much bigger Civics as they make their way up towards the Wilson hairpin. So it's Wright that's got the lead, Ashton second, Camp in third, who leaves the door open for Ryan Polly. Polly goes through on the inside to take third place away from him. Then it's Chris Smith and then Stuart Window in the Integra. But that was very tight, wasn't it, as they went into Riches for the first time between Wright and Camp and Jack Ashton in the middle of all of that.
Quite scary from Ashton's point of view, with these 2 big cars either side of him. I wouldn't think a Honda Civic's that big, but compared to the Metro, they absolutely are. And Camp is coming to the outside of Ashton, and he's going right round the outside here. So can he make this work? Potentially, he's alongside. I wonder if Jack Ashton's gone different on the tyre setup here, and that's why maybe he's not quite as quick as he has been on previous races right at the beginning. And Alistair Camp's gone right round the outside of him at Hamilton to go through, and Ryan Polly's coming through as well. He's trying to get both of them. Polly breaks so late. He passes Ashton, he passes Camp, he's second. We thought Ryan Polly was going to be on a charge here. He's started 6th, he's up just second, and this race start hasn't really gone the way that I thought Jack Ashton would go. I say maybe a different setup. We'll see how this 15-minute race develops.
Yeah, it could be that he's playing the longer game here and hoping for more durability at the end of the race. He's under a little bit of threat now from Chris Smith as well in that red number 18 Civic as they head down the straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Smith not able to get past Ashton there as they went into the left-hander. There's Tate Tavenham in the number 22, the multicoloured Civic Type R, but he's behind Paul Jarvis, so that's for position within Class B. Looks like Neil Stringfellow in the Peugeot 205 leading Class B at the moment, and Class C is not being led by David Drinkwater, I don't think, at the moment.
No, that's Martin Paget in one of the Citroen Saxos. Meanwhile, the leaders are making their way back to the end of the lap, and Ashton brakes so late. He gets right on the tail of Ali Camp. He got Chris Smith behind him as well. There's the 205 Peugeot, that's Neil Stringfellow, who leads Class B that you mentioned. But up across the line, then it's Phil Wright that leads, who's trying to build a gap between him and Ryan Polly. He knows how quick Polly will be. The time for this race started slightly early, but it did that yesterday, and we still got 7 laps in, so I presume we should do so again. So the 6 cars out front, separated by a couple of seconds, turn their way down towards the Wilson hairpin, and Jack Ashton's now under pressure from Chris Smith. However, he's trying to get up the inside of Alistair Camp at the same time, couldn't quite make it. Although Camp's wide out over the curb, so can Ashton make anything of this into Palmer? I don't think he is, so he hangs on in 4th position, but it's Phil Wright that leads Ryan Polly as they turn their way down towards Agostini, 2 drivers that have been racing with the 750 Motor Club for quite a while. Similar can be said actually for Alistair Camp. He looks up a bit. Jack Ashton, he's been a debut driver this season, in 4th place ahead of Chris Smith, and then Stuart Window, another driver that's been with the club for a while, in 6th.
Sean Green on his own a little bit in 7th place. Then it's Leon Shepherd, Chris McCloy, and then Neil Stringfellow round out the top 10 at the end of the opening lap. Chris Smith trying to go around the outside of Jack Ashton at Oggies. Jack Ashton's not going to allow that. Chris Smith goes a little bit too wide in the end, and Ashton holds on to 4th position. So Ashton in the Metro, number 79 is 4th, Chris Smith, number 18 is 5th, and then Stuart Window, number 82 in 6th position as they head along the Bentley Straight for the 2nd time in what we think is going to be a 7-lap race. There's Philip Wright then out in front, and he's got a reasonable advantage at the moment over Ryan Polly. It was 1.1 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Polly, I would think, would like to be focusing on Phil Wright and catching him, but he's got Ali Camp right behind him as well, which is something of a distraction. And then you've got this battle, 4th, 5th and 6th right together. Ashton Smith and Stuart Window now with them as well. So good fight for 2nd, good fight for 4th.
That's right, Alistair Camp's got on to terms with Ryan Polly during this lap. Well, at the end of the lap, Polly looked a little quicker. Jack Ashton unable to live with the Civics in this race, so not going as expected so far for him. And then Chris Smith behind as they now charge their way up across the line. The lead was 1.1 seconds, Phil Wright to Ryan Polly. It stays at that, but the quickest of all is Alistair Camp there in 3rd position. For 4th, Chris Smith going up the inside of Jack Ashton, but Ashton turns into Richie's in front. Chris Smith bounces over the curb and is not able to go through. So that lap from Camp, I think it's the quickest we've seen him go all weekend. So he's trying to end it with a win. It's gone past Ryan Polly, I think, into 2nd place. One of the Saxos there have had a moment. That is the car of Alex Martin, I think.
Yeah, number 19. Alex gets back on.
But has Camp got 2nd here? He'd got lead. Phil Wright must have had a mistake there. So Alistair Camp, who was 3rd, is leading. 2nd is Polly, and 3rd is Wright. So that's all changed around. Phil Wright, who's had 2 wins over the course of this weekend, has dropped to the back of the trio out front, who have all won races this season. Alistair Camp has won multiple times, hasn't he? The most of all won
7, isn't it?
On
for
7,
this weekend. Yeah.
5 for Phil Wright, and just the 1 for Ryan Polly.
Yeah, and Ryan Polly here could be in a good position to get a win, which he kind of deserves after leading the race yesterday before retiring with issues. But talking about retiring with issues, Phil Wright, I think, might be heading in that general direction. The car's slowing. Is he back up to speed now? But I wonder if he's just got some kind of intermittent issue that's affecting the performance of that car.
Yeah, he's not in contention up front. So that's a shame for him. But Ryan Polly, looking for win number 2 of the season. Jinx out to the toe. Can't, though, get alongside Alistair Camp. So Camp still the leader in the area Motorsport Honda Civic. Ryan Polly P2. Back onto the podium then for Jack Ashton. Stuart Windows behind him now. So he's got himself up ahead of Chris Smith on this lap of the race. So can Stuart Window get onto the podium? I think he just missed out on that yesterday, didn't he, in 4th place. So we'll see what happens. But out front, Camp brakes desperately late for Murray's. He's going wide. He's off the track a little bit, and he's going to lose momentum, I would think. to Ryan Polly in the Matt Tools backed car that's right behind, and now he pulls out to the left-hand side of the racetrack. They're going to be alongside one another, heading up towards Ritchie's. Camp still got the inside, it's side by side behind as well, but firstly we'll watch the leaders, because Ryan Polly slots around the outside to move ahead of Alistair Camp, and behind Stuart Window in the Honda Integra goes through into third place, but it's all gone wrong at Murray's.
Yeah, and that's Leon Shepherd that's had an incident. The car, as you can see, coming to rest upside down. Number 73 Adam Croft spins. I wonder if there's some fluid on the circuit. There's other cars spinning. Daniel Coxwell, David Drinkwater tries to squeeze through. Leon Shepherd is managing, I think, to get himself out of his car, but clearly something has gone awry there, and we get the race stopped. The red flag. We've got just about half of the race, actually slightly less than half of the race left to go on the official clock, so I do wonder if that might be that as far as the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship season is concerned, which would be bitterly disappointing for Ryan Polly, because he'd just taken the lead, and if the result does go back a lap, it will go back probably to lap 2, which will be when Phil Wright was still leading.
That's right, so that's all
interesting.
It's
just as well the championship's decided already, isn't it? I think...
and I am very concerned about this last race of season curse at 750 Motor Club this year. There's been a rather lot of incidents in last races of the year.
You could see some fluid pouring out of Leon Shepherd's car there as it was upside down, so I hope he's out of the car.
Yeah, there he
is. Yeah, so that's good news.
That's why he was quite keen to get out at speed.
And yes, and that might also explain why other cars were going off in the background.
Also, of course, we saw Phil Wright slow with that issue. Was there anything going on there? I don't think he got back to the line, did he? So do you have to be running at the red flag to be classified?
Well, I think he probably was still running at the red flag, wasn't he? He was certainly running.
But he didn't come across the... Oh, yeah, he was 16th. Yes, he didn't come across the line, did he?
Well, the red flag went out before he got to the line, I think, is the point. And so therefore, we don't know whether he got across the line or not.
Marshall's on the grid as if this could be restarted.
Yeah, we'll see if we do get any sign of that. But as I say, we are sort of into the sort of second half of the race when the red flag went out. I can see that there's circuit vehicles, medical vehicles and so forth on circuit now up at Murray's, as is absolutely routine in those situations. Drivers, I think, they're gonna try and stop them, are they, at Coram by the looks of it, because we've got marshals moving on to the circuit, which would make sense if there's an issue to be dealt with at Murray's. So I think they're going to try and stop the drivers at Coram. I can see the marshals there standing in the middle of the circuit, very brave of them, but drivers are only heading around at a very reduced speed, so I think they will be stopped on track at Coram. You can just about see them right at the back of the shot, just above the graphic there. In the back, there they are. Marshall's stopping them on the circuit and will await further instruction. Marshall is radio there, just trying to make sure he's up to speed with what's going on. But the drivers have stopped there at Coram. So if that is the end of the hot house season, a bit of a shame that it's ended that way. It's a good race up until that point, though, Josh, and Ryan Polly, of course, just taking the lead at the beginning of the fourth lap, getting ahead of Alistair Camp, capitalising when Camp was slow out of Murray's, and going around the outside into Rich's at the start of the lap. But we just need to wait and see what's going to happen next here. There we can see Neil Stringfellow. He was leading Class B at 8th place overall. Andrew Ashton's purple Metro there. Tate Tavern it was that was second in Class B when the red flags came out. Class C, how was Class C shaping up at that time?
Martin Paget was still ahead of David Drinkwater, so this, if he doesn't get restarted, could be Martin Paget's first win of the season, which has been good for him. He's gone really well during the course of this weekend. I think he had a retirement yesterday, so had to come through from the back this morning, and we shall see what happens next, whether this race is restarted or whether Martin Paget will get the chance to have his first win.
Phil Wright said he got fourth gear is the problem that he's got. Matt down there in the pit lane has, or wherever he is, has managed to dig out that nugget of information.
So, yeah, so Phil Wright obviously headed for the pits then, didn't he? I assume, as Matt's found that out already.
Safety cars heading around the circuit, so I would imagine well, I'm not quite sure what that means. Number 94, driver out of the car there, that's Matt McCarthy. Just having a look at something on the right front wheel and something under the front of the car, maybe the wheels fouling on the bodywork or something like that, or the wheel bearing issue. Perhaps drivers fanning themselves with the doors. So it's obviously warming the cars, Josh.
Indeed. Of course, all these front-engine cars, all the heat goes through then to the cockpit during while they're all stopped.
So yes, I can see the drivers who still be strapped in. Of course, will want to let a bit of air in as they're waiting there patiently at quorum for whether the race is going to be restarted or whether they'll eventually be sent back to the paddock. I guess it just depends on how long this incident takes to deal with. A little bit of time for the Shepherd car has been righted now, and you can see the recovery crew putting the straps through the wheels there to lift the car onto the back of the flatbed, and I suspect there might also be some fluid that's being dressed down there as well. And one of the marshals with a shovel. And some of the circuit stuff as well. Yeah, steady on. So we'll just see if there is any fluid to be dealt with as a result of that. Certainly, well, it's the runoff area that they seem to be. So that's probably where the fluid sort of trickled out of Shepherd's car, I suspect. So it looks like sand castles are going to be built, doesn't it?
That's right.
So. That will just hopefully soak up any fluid that's gone down there. And so it shouldn't be too long before that car is recovered. Of course, if we do get a restart, it will be a new grid, won't it? We've got marshals that are down on the grid now.
Certainly, there's more suggestions at the moment that this race could be restarted rather than it not being.
Yes, absolutely.
But there's fluid all the way across the circuit, was that? Or was that a white line?
I think it was a white line.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a white line at that part of the track, isn't there? So Marshall's still holding the cars at come up. I should think pretty soon now they'll be wanting to call them forward. We've got marshals there waiting on the grid.
You see the 750 Motor Club safety car is heading in the direction of our camera. There it is. So it's going to the head of the queue. Is that too light to bring the cars back to the pit lane, or is it to have a look at the incident?
Well, I wouldn't for him to look at the incident, and I wouldn't think it'd be to bring them to the pit lane.
What do you think then?
I'm struggling. I'm struggling for ideas on this one. I don't know. Are they going to start the race behind the safety car? I suppose that's a possibility. Something like that. I don't know, but it does seem like there is some kind of determination to restart this race.
So safety car is now leading the cars somewhere.
Yes.
Whether this is back to the paddock or
we've got marshals on the grid.
Yeah, that was.
But I don't think those marshals have a.
Is this a grid for this race or the next one?
Yeah, I don't think they have a grid for this race. The marshals are. Yeah, I think
there's one coming from timekeepers.
Yeah, I think there's a grid just come from the timekeepers, which actually is a grid for this race, and it is therefore going to be restarted, and the cars are.
It is fluid down there, Ian. It's not a white line.
Okay, there you go. It's been treated.
So perhaps where Lee and Shepherd's car, perhaps it trickled all the way across the track.
Of course, gravity playing its part.
A nice straight line though it's done.
Well, it looks that from this angle anyway. So they are coming onto the grid, being led around by the safety car. I think the marshals now do have grids, which will make the process of getting the cars lined up considerably easier. I would imagine that grid will go back to positions at the end of lap 2, which is when Phil Wright was leading, I think.
But we don't think he'll restart.
We don't think he's going to restart. He'd only got 4th gear, so it's trouble to get the car off the line, if nothing else. So the safety car is doing it's sort of driving pretty to its rightful position now. And then the marshals just need to get the cars grid up. This is not going to be the work of a moment because there are nearly 40 of them.
This is the problem, isn't it? Probably take longer than what of a race we get.
Yeah.
Because I kind of fear that it might be like a 2-lap race or something. But we'll get confirmation of that. Well, we might get confirmation of that. I'm sure Matt will be trying to help out. Yes, Ryan Polly's going to start by himself, is he, on the front row of the grid?
Matt's not doing anything of the sort. He's just standing there watching what's going on. He's not hard at work trying to find out what's going on at all.
Well, Cam thinks he can start from pole.
Well, that's probably perhaps where he's been told to go.
So perhaps they've taken Phil Wright out of the grid then.
Yeah. Well, that's as it was at the end of the third lap, certainly. Jack Ashton's fourth on the grid, behind Chris Smith. So that doesn't make sense at the end of 3 laps. Well, it's a grid, and it's going to get the race back.
But now Sean Green's alongside Stuart Window. I do wonder if Camp was supposed to start from row 2.
Yes, possibly that was it.
Everyone else has moved forward now.
Yeah. Now we've got them there. I don't think there's any going back, is there? So we'll have to make do with it as it stands, I think. Camp just giving a thumbs up to James Winstanley. You can see there's Class B champion, Stringfellow, in the Peugeot 205. Fantastic to have that car on the grid. There's 51, which is Alan May. 58, Paul Jarvis, Stock Hatch champion in the past. 97 is Andrew Ashton, who used to race in the Metro Championship alongside his brother. Jack was out in the early part of the season in a 216, wasn't he? There's Tate Taverner. Okay, the race is going to be 9 minutes from the start of the green flag lap, so it'll probably be a 2-lap race, I think.
Because there's a lot of cars to line up after the green flag lap, isn't there?
Yes.
So this ordinarily could help Jack Ashton, because he's good normally in 2 laps, isn't he?
Yeah.
Although in this race, not so much.
Yes, so we'll see about that. Still trying to get these cars formed up, and unfortunately it does take a little while to do it. Got one coming down the pit lane. That's Matt McCarthy's Fiesta, isn't it? Which was the one that was in trouble in the queue at Coram. Marshall's just trying to work out where everyone needs to be. Of course, usually it's relatively straightforward for them because they're all gridded up in the assembly area. There's one that's pulled right across by the pit wall there.
A bit like Paul Warren and his new compact, or new to him, BMW compact for this weekend.
Yeah, so that suggests maybe he's got some problems. We've got the first, 2, 4, 6, 7 rows sorted so far. The thing is, as you get cars that have been a bit jumbled up or cars that have not come back around, it does become a little bit more difficult for the marshals to try and get everyone into the right order. Because when you're down at ground level, what you can't see is the number of all of the cars that are queued up behind you, behind one another. So it can be very difficult when there's a limited number of start line marshals to get this done very quickly. But they're working as hard as they can to get everyone lined up, ready for this restarted PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race here at Snetterton. Reminder, it's not the last 750 Motor Club action of the season. There's more to come next weekend, next Saturday. The Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit there. And you'll be able to watch that via the Alpha Live stream. So if you subscribe to Alpha Live on YouTube, or go to 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/live next weekend, next Saturday. Race gets underway at about 11 o'clock. You'll be able to watch that with Josh and myself and Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals. Adam Croft's car is in trouble again by the looks of it. It's going to head to the little pull-in just by the start line there. So Adam Croft's not had much luck this weekend in his Peugeot 205. But yes, just to finish off Burkitt 6-hour relay race, one of the great institutions of British racing, next Saturday at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Here at Snetterton next weekend. If you're in the area, then I think we've got time attack and modified live action for you during the course of next weekend. All of the details of that on the Snetterton website.
Something a little different to the Burkitt.
Absolutely right. And the Burkitt is, where are we? Certainly. Right, well, this grid is getting a little bit more organised now. We've got perhaps 8 or 9 cars left to sort out. We've got the classic stock hatch podium presentations, I can see, or Motorsport here, going on down beneath our commentary box at the moment. So lots of rounds of applause and cheers for drivers from the classic stock hatch. And yeah, last sort of 7 or 8 cars to come into position. Then we'll get a green flag lap. When the green flag waves, the 9 minutes will start counting down. It will probably take about 4.5, 5 minutes to do a green flag lap for these cars. So I suspect it's going to be a sort of 2 minutes, 2 laps that they'll get of actual racing once that gets underway.
Leon Shepherd's car been returned to the paddock. Doesn't look very damaged whatsoever. Well, the roof even looks intact after going over.
Well, I suspect it was probably not that high speed a roll there.
Normally get one a meeting at Murray's. Up over those big curbs.
Yeah, so Leon okay, and hopefully the car will be easily fixed for next season. So almost there now. I think we'll soon be into the minutes to go countdown procedure ahead of this restarted race.
Yeah, the 1 minute board now is prepared, and I think we've got all the cars there. Still lots of them, aren't there, after 3 races and some drama?
Well, that's it. I mean, even with the cars that we've lost during the course of this weekend, and indeed during that first part of the race, it's good to see so many vehicles still ready to take the restart for the final couple of laps of racing. And that's the view from on the pit wall. Sean Green's car, number 33. And it's a green name. It's a green flag as well. As the green flag lap gets underway, the 9 minutes start counting down. And when the cars come back to the grid, we'll be underway for probably 2 laps of racing.
It's a shame that it takes a lot longer than how much racing we're going to get, but that's how it is.
Well, that's the thing, especially because it's such a long lap here at Snetterton. These cars, the regulations do provide for a green flag lap as well, so we have to have one. We can't go straight back into racing as we can in some of the other categories that aren't prescribed one. Yes, obviously at Snetterton more so than other circuits, because it is just about the longest lap in the country in terms of the time it takes to complete a lap. It does mean that proportionally that you spend more time doing green flag laps than you do racing. David Drinkwater there, our champion for the 3rd year in a row in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, just going through a shot in the compact. There's the Corsa. We saw that qualifying out of session with the 116 trophy earlier as well, didn't we?
It's got a new driver in it, so it wasn't actually David Measday doing that out of session.
That makes more sense.
It's Mason Parker who's racing that this time. Not sure we had Jamie Martin or Paul Keynes, did we, after they were found to be out of eligibility to take this start. So obviously, whether the problem was something that could be solved for this race, so they were non-starters on the original start. So hopefully Alistair Camp's going to take them round at a decent enough speed that we can get 2 laps in at least. It'll be rather disappointing if it's only a 1 lap race. I don't think that will be a problem. Fingers crossed.
That'd be a very slow lap, wouldn't it? Yeah, for that to be the situation. But already 7 minutes only left on the clock. The leading cars are heading back onto the Bentley Straight, though, aren't they? In fact, they're already part way down the Bentley Straight. Weaving around is Ali Camp, making sure he's got some heat in his tyres. Of course, as he is out front, well, then why wouldn't he take them around fairly steadily? Because he wants as little racing time as possible.
Although if he doesn't make a good start, you might think otherwise.
Well, this is it. It's the roll of the dice, isn't it?
But again, I think out of these first 5 drivers, really any of them could actually take the win, because particularly at the start we have seen some real mix-up in the positions. So it's going to be interesting. So we've got 6 minutes on, so it's only going to be a 2 lap race, isn't it? We're not going to be able to squeeze 3 in.
Don't think so. So we see the cars heading down the Bentley Straight through Brundle and Nelson towards the bomb hole on this green flag warming up lap for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. There is Alistair Camp. Of course, he started out his career, as we're saying, in Fiestas, racing alongside Tom Bell, wasn't he, initially?
Right. We've seen Leon Shepherd's Class A Fiesta. I wonder if that might entice anybody else to bring a Fiesta into the top class. We've also got Julian Ellison out, haven't we, in one of the newer cars?
Yes.
So that's a car that you would think would make have some more Fiestas out, would make sense here.
Yeah, good to see some more blue overall representation.
And actually, looking at the classic stock catch times, they type of cars fit nicely into Class C as well, and would be pretty competitive.
Absolutely right. So, we've got the leading cars take up their grid positions, the rest of the field just joining them. And I think by the time they're all there, it's going to be just over 4 minutes left to go. So just a couple of laps, because of the opening lap will take probably about 2 minutes 20, and that will therefore leave you with less than 1 lap's worth of time. So not too much racing ahead of us, but nevertheless it could be important in terms of not sorting out the championship battles as such, but Ryan Polly certainly he would like to get a win after the disappointment that he's had so far this weekend.
Could it be close where we could squeeze 3 laps in?
Yeah,
not quite enough.
We're not quite going to do it, are we? Because we've not yet got the green flag. We do have the green flag at the back. The 5-second board goes up. I don't think, we're quite going to have time for 3 laps. Just 2 then. The red lights go on. And they go out, and it's a pretty even start between the 2 front row drivers. A good start as well by Jack Ashton in the Metro. It looks like Ryan Polly, though, is going to lead into the first corner. Is he? Yes, he is, and it's Ashton trying to go with him there as they go through the first corner. They sweep past our camera there. It's Ashton on the outside line for Wilson, Polly on the inside line. And very sideways, Jack Ashton there, very sideways, Chris Smith as well, a little bit further back. So he falls back alongside Neil Stringfellow in the Class B leading Peugeot. So it's going to be Ryan Polly then leading, Ashton still second, Camp third, Stuart Window fourth, Chris McCloy fifth and Chris Smith sixth.
Yeah, the reason Smith was sideways, he got a tap from McCloy, but they all sorted themselves out. Jack Ashton, another good start to this race, but now he's under pressure for second because Alistair Camp coming round the outside, and he might well make that work. He's absolutely alongside Jack Ashton, heading down towards Hamilton, while the rest of the field make their way down towards the hairpin, but Camp's gone right round Ashton at Hamilton. He's a little bit wide though, but he has made it work into second position. So again, not the best of starts from Camp really, was it? So Ryan Polly out front and getting away from then Camp and Ashton and Window, second, third and fourth, and Chris Smith back up to fifth, and Sean Green is way off the road. So he gets back on. See, Paul Jarvis has got way back in Class B, so I don't think he's going to get that win. And Martin Paget still ahead of David Drinkwater, looking for that first win in Class C. Class B, by the way, was being led still by Neil Stringfellow. For third, Stuart Window up the inside of Jack Ashton. They're side by side, the Integra, which is a much longer car. Alistair Camp's gone off the road, so he's done a bit of a bend short there, but hasn't gained an advantage, I don't think. He's there in second place still. Then Ashton, Window, Smith, third, fourth and fifth.
Okay, so it's Polly from Camp. Despite that off for him, Ashton's just about hanging on from Stuart Window, and Chris Smith in behind them as well. He's got back ahead of Chris McCloy then. Neil Stringfellow in 7th place overall, leading Class B.
It's a car way off at Coram, and he gets back on again, so no real drama there in the end, but a bit of a scary moment for someone.
Might have been Alan May, I think, possibly, as the leaders come up and over the line again. It's a decent lead for Ryan Polly as they go on to this final lap of the race then. 1.32 seconds is the advantage over Alistair Camp. Jack Ashton in third, Stuart Window fourth, and that's changed around as I speak, because Stuart Window taking the place away from Jack Ashton. He's got to be careful as well because he's got Chris Smith just behind him as well, has the Metro driver, but they turn their way through the right-hander at Wilson for the second and final time in this race. Looks like Ashton is going to try and fight back as they go into public. No, just tucks back in behind the winged Integra.
Looks like David Drinkwater's got ahead of Martin Paget in Class C, and then Stringfellow, Tate Tavern and Tom Hall is the top 3 in Class B. Jack Ashton might lose 4th now. I think whatever the setup he put on for this race hasn't really worked out, has it? With Chris Smith trying now to pass him as well, and he's going to try and do what Ali Camp did a lap ago, go round the outside at Hamilton. Meanwhile, the Class B cars come through. There's Paul Jarvis. It's back up to 4th after not such a good start to this race. He's with Tom Hall then. So that's the Renault Clio ahead of the Citroen Saxo. But for the lead, Alistair Camp is catching Ryan Polly, so this might not be done yet. And Chris Smith did get ahead of Jack Ashton there. So Ashton's down to 5th place, but Smith runs out, has a bit of a grassy moment.
Give Jack Ashton the opportunity to get back ahead. He's got the momentum on his side as they head up the Bentley straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Polly has Camp a bit closer to him, but not close enough really to challenge as they head into the Brundle and Nelson sequence. Further back it is Window in third. Ashton is in fourth. He's got back ahead of Chris Smith then as they head through that compression out of the bomb hole and towards the right-hander. It is still Polly ahead as they go through Coram. Then checkered flag is being made ready. You can see below us. So Ryan Polly, after leading the first race but retiring, I think he is going to get a victory out of the weekend after all of that. Out of the corner they come. Murray's up towards the line, and it's going to be just Ryan Polly that takes the win in the final round of the season of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship by 35 hundredths of a second over Alistair Camp in second place, Stuart Window third, Jack Ashton is fourth, Chris Smith is fifth, Chris McCloy is sixth, Neil Stringfellow is seventh overall and winning Class B. Second in Class B is number 22, Tate Tavenham, and Paul Jarvis did get third in Class B. In the end, he got the better of Tom Hall on that final lap.
Class C to take the flag, and it's David Drinkwater ahead. Meanwhile, battles a bit further back, but Drinkwater wins Class C from Martin Paget, and Paul Warren gets on the podium in third.
We saw Jared Coulson's Clio off the road at Murray's on the final lap, so he lost a little bit of ground as well, dropped him outside the top 20 in actual fact, which is where he was going into it. So yes, as you say, David Drinkwater winning Class C by about 3 seconds in the end from Martin Paget, 18th position overall for him at the end of that 2-lap race. And just coming through now is number 137, that's Zach Irvin in his Clio 182, and I think he's going to be the it's not even going to make it to the finish. Unfortunately, he's going to go straight into the pit lane. So Zach Irvin not making it as far as the checkered flag. So we'll have a look at the results from that PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race then. And it was Polly that took the win in car 36, 35 100ths of a second clear of number 45, Alistair Camp. In third place, it was number 82, Stuart Window. Fourth to number 79, Jack Ashton. Fifth was number 18, Chris Smith. Then Chris McCloy, number 37, was sixth, ahead of Neil Stringfellow, 74. Tate Taverner, number 22, in eighth place, and Paul Jarvis, 58, ninth. So these were the first three finishes in Class B. Sean Green, 33, rounded out the top 10 after his grassy moment. Further back, you can see that David Drinkwater in 18th place, number 1. He was our Class C winner, again already confirmed as the champion, of course. Martin Paget, number 20, 20th overall, and second within Class C. And then Paul Warren, 98, completed the Class C podium. A bit further back, you got the likes of Daniel Cogswell in his Nissan Almera. You got the Corrado of Stuart Kennedy, which we didn't see too much of on screen, which is a great shame because we love the Corrado. And Jared Coulson in his Clio, 26th in the end after his off. And final few cars to say, Zach Irvin didn't make it to the end, but Julian Ellison, John Hobbs, Jerry Frost and Matt McCarthy, who must have restarted from the pit lane, all did. So that's the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, a win then for Ryan Polly to round out the weekend, the triple header for the Hot Hatches. And we look forward to seeing them again next year. Still 4 races to come here today. We've got the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship decider coming up next. For them, we've got the Mazda 7s, the Protect Shocks Sport Specials even, and then we've got the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy to round out the weekend's action with a 90-minute race. But let's head down to Matt Suckling, who's going to speak to Ryan Polly.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner for the final Hot Hatch race of the year, and that, of course, is Ryan Polly. Ryan, many congratulations. You finally got to the top spot this weekend. You've been trying race after race.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a nightmare weekend, but we got there eventually.
What have the problems been this weekend for you?
All sorts. I had drive shaft troubles Friday morning, suspension trouble Friday afternoon, and then an electrical issue whilst leading yesterday. So I've had my fair share.
Yeah, you got them out of the way early on, and of course this final race of the year for you is a win. So it's a nice way to end 2021.
Yeah, it's nice to end on a high. I was gutted about the red flag. I'd actually managed to pull it off from the outside at turn 1 for the lead, and then the red flag come out, but it worked out in the end.
Ali Camp was right there as always, trying to push you hard and trying to force you into a mistake.
Yeah, that's Alistair. That's what he's like. But no, I enjoy racing with him. He's hard, but he's fair, so it's all good.
Good stuff. And what are the plans for next year? Back again, or something a little bit different?
I've really no idea. Probably the same again. It all depends on that one problem being finances, but we'll see.
Great stuff. Well done, Ryan, on the victory to end the year.
Thank you.
There we go, Ryan Polly with the victory. Let's have a quick chat if we can with Ali Camp. 2 seconds, sorry, we'll be with you in a minute. Ali, if you can come and have a quick chat with us, of course, is now the Class A champion. Ali, can we have a quick word with you? Sorry. Well done, Ali. Second place in that race, champion, of course, in Class A for this year as well. Well, you tried your hardest there. A few problems towards the end?
Yeah, I just had a bit of brake knock off. There's no excuses, but obviously I wanted to say thanks for everyone that's made it possible this year, and obviously Robert Air Motorsport, massive thing. The wife for putting up with me, for obviously going off racing. My old man obviously helps an awful lot with it, and then like Toby, everyone basically there's helps come spanner for me and everything. Like I say, obviously without them boys, I'm doing like obviously 50% of it in the car, but like I say, without the people in the paddock, you can't get out there. So.
It's nice to have a little bit of normality this year as well, of course, after last year, reduced calendar and stuff like that. But we're kind of getting back to normal, and it's nice to have you back on form as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice, like I say, to get out and be part of it all. It's like I say, Snet's probably my worst track, but we came here, we knew what we had to do this weekend to seal the championship, so that's what we've done. We've just done enough.
And all in all, this year, you've enjoyed it?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff, well done, Ali. Many congratulations on Class A. And let's go and see if here he is. David Drinkwater, our Class C champion, and mainly overall the champion as well. So it's been a classic year for you, and back on the top step.
Yeah, it's been a really good year, hasn't it? You know, Louis built a great little car there. Louis from Maha, he's put life and soul into that years ago, and it's done really well. And this year's been good. Another third year, I've pushed all the way by Ali and by other team people in Class C. You know, and I think they started, 3 years back. I think James Winstanley just said, why don't you come out in the compact and have a go? And I did, and that was it, and I loved it. And that's why I keep coming back, running in the hot hatch. And I like 750, I've run in 750 for years, and running in the hot hatch has been really good.
I think many people like you enjoy this kind of championship because with the numbers we've got on the grid this weekend, it just shows testament to how popular the hot hatch is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive grid, isn't it? 40-odd cars, I think 45 initially, and a couple dropped out of testing, whatever. But yeah, it's a big grid, evenly split across the classes, I think, which makes it good. You know, it's a bit of a mix with the C's because we battle with the B's as well. So we have a bit of a testament there and a bit of a fight. But yeah, I think overall the car's done really well all year. I think one little bit of a problem in the middle of the year with some fuel pumps, but other than that, she's been bulletproof.
And in terms of the rest of this year, I know you're a busy man with other things and doing other racing. Anything left for 2021?
Yeah, we've got the Burkett next week. Yep. So try and win that again for the third time. Yep. We're having the same three amigos, myself, Paul Hinton and Adam Reed in 3 compacts. Hopefully our handicap's kind, but I don't think it will be after winning it twice. We just need some rain, and then Race of Remembrance in November, which we do for the forces, go up to Anglesey. Lovely weather in November in Anglesey, sideways rain, so yeah, it's still got a couple to go.
Well, good luck for next Saturday, and well done on this year, David.
Awesome, thank you very much.
There we go then, a couple of champions there in Class C and of course Class A, and some really good racing this year in the Hot Hatch Championship, which we look to enjoying in 2022 as well. Right then, we're going to move on next with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, and it's all to play for in that final race of 2021. So let's hand you back upstairs to Ian Soman and Josh Barrett.
Well, this could not be much more exciting, could it, in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. 4 different drivers potentially could win the championship coming into this final round, and one of them is on pole position. That is the number 56 car of Lee Morgan. We have this partially reversed, no, it's fastest lap time, isn't it, situation for this grid. And 56 Lee Morgan is on pole. Alongside him is the number 12 car of Tom Gadd, who's been a winner during the course of this weekend already. He won yesterday. The race this morning was won even by Rob Wellham. So 56 Lee Morgan on pole position alongside number 12 Tom Gadd. Second row on the inside, you've got the number 65 car of Matthew Booth, and next to him is number 5 Rob Wellham. Third row, you've got the 1 car of Dan Clues, last year's champion, and 55 Nikita Abramov, who failed to finish the earlier race as the green flag lap is about to get underway. So as they go off onto their green flag lap, Josh, can you just remind us what the situation is going into this final round of the championship?
Well, this is going to be rather exciting, I suspect, because Lee Morgan leads the way. Pole position is rather helpful for him on 267 points. Second in the championship is Matthew Booth on 258. Dan Gore is third on 254, and Rob Wellham is in 4th place on 251 points. So 16 points separate the top 4.
The good news is that matches exactly the official points table that Sarah Fraser has just shared with us as well. So we're in complete agreement. That's fortunate.
Yeah, so 16 points separate the top 4 with 30 points on offer here. So to the minimum that Lee Morgan needs to do is get on the podium. The rest of them need to win, basically. So Lee Morgan, who managed to save a few points there in the earlier race by getting the car out just in the nick of time and getting some positions, that could be, at the end of the day, what wins him the championship.
Could be, that's right. It's a dramatic situation. Of course, we had Ben Powney, whose throttle stuck open on the green flag lap, didn't it? He was saying he had to stop the car because of that, and that was recovered. The cars were sitting on the grid for a little while. Lee Morgan then failed to get off the line. Dan Gore, his championship rival, had to take the grass to avoid him, and then he had to pull off and was unable to take the restart. Lee Morgan did take the restart from the pit lane and managed to blast his way through the field to pick up some useful points.
I think Ben Powney's missing this race, isn't he, to make sure he can get out in the Mazda 7s without any issues. So no Ben Powney here.
Yeah, and in the Clubman Championship, he is 14 points ahead of Dan Clue. So it will need Dan Clues to finish 6th, but that is the only result now that could possibly, I think, deny Ben Powney the Clubman Championship.
So for Dan Gore, this is all getting rather difficult, isn't it? Because he's starting right near the back. Matthew Booth starts 3rd, and Rob Wellham starts 4th with Lee Morgan on pole. So you'd kind of wonder if those 3 are the ones that are more likely to win. However, this weekend for F1000 has not gone to anybody's plan at any point, really, has it?
It's not. It's not.
Not if you're a championship contender, that's for sure. Because I think coming into the weekend, Rob Wellham didn't really think he stood a chance. I shouldn't have thought, because he was 58 points behind with just 90 on offer. So I'm sure he never expected to be in this position where he could battle for the championship going into this final race. Starting there in 4th again, it's kind of unlikely being 16 points behind, but again, it's a possibility, and if it's possible going into this final race, it's something cool to play for.
Indeed so. Different teams as well. Disputing this, you've got Dan Gore in the Metallic Cars run entry, Lee Morgan, Perpetua Motorsport driver, Rob Wellham in the Jedi Racing Cars entry, Matthew Booth, the privateer. That's that championship family efforts. But for Matthew Booth, of course, he won the championship 2 years ago. So a number of other teams represented. It looks like TSR perhaps going to win the Clubman Championship this year with Ben Powney. But they also run Tom Gadd as well, who's been a winner this weekend. So Tim Gray Motorsport, they also run cars in the championship as well. Another team that also run cars for the likes of Max Windhauser and Mark Betts. And let's not forget the JFK team as well, another Jedi outfit. So there's the lineup then. 56, Lee Morgan, the white and blue and orange Perpetua Motorsport car on pole position. The white car with the blue stripes down the middle is number 12, Tom Gadd, Matthew Booth, and Rob Wellham on the 2nd row of the grid. The lights go on for 15 minutes of racing, and they go out, and away we go. 1000cc superbike engines scream into life, and they all do get going this time and head off up towards Riches for the first time. It's Morgan in the lead of the race, Gadd in 2nd. It looks like Wellham ahead of Booth for 3rd position as they head through the first couple of corners and then up towards Wilson for the first time. It's actually quite a good lead from Lee Morgan, and Rob Wellham very late on the brakes. He moves up into 2nd place there, almost outbrakes himself though. And can he hold it on the exit of the corner? Tom Gadd is beside him as they head down towards Palmer, but Gadd's going to be on the outside line, but he's done it. So Gadd has got back through to 2nd with Wellham there, outbraking himself really at Wilson.
It's all gone nicely for Lee Morgan though, a good start and a good gap here. Wellham and Booth battling for 3rd place down into the Agostini hairpin as the rest of the cars pile in. There's Dan Gore, he's passed what, half dozen cars, more than that actually, because there's more cars coming. So Dan Gore moving through the field, doing everything that he can. It's going to be difficult, that's for sure, but he's trying. He dives up the inside of more people, I noticed out the window. So he's absolutely charging along, trying to gain position. There he is. So he's passed probably about 10 cars now, so that's a really good going. But out front, Lee Morgan, he leads the way then as they come down into the message down into Brundle. We've got a gap to Tom Gadd. Then Rob Wellham and Matthew Booth both brake desperately late. The cars are moving around underneath the drivers, and then they accelerate off the corner back towards the end of the first lap. And in previous race, I think we had 9 laps, so we'll see how many we get in this time. But the battle for third is really good between Rob Wellham and between Matt Booth.
But importantly, it's Lee Morgan out in front at the moment. Obviously, if things stay that way, that's good news for him as far as the championship is concerned. There's 65, Matthew Booth then in 4th position, chasing after number 5, Rob Wellham, as they come across the line to complete the first lap of this race. It's Lee Morgan there, Dan Gore making up another position, up to 9th place then, ahead of Mark Betts as they go across the line. So he started the race on, I think it was 20th, didn't he? And he's up to 9th position now. Wellham and Booth side by side at Wilson, and it's just about Wellham holding on in the number 5 car. But ahead of them, Tom Gadd, and ahead of him is Lee Morgan.
Absolutely mighty first lap from Dan Gore. So he's pushing on, but the race leader, Lee Morgan, 8 tenths ahead at the end of 1 lap from Tom Gadd. Then Wellham and Booth having this good battle for 3rd place. Booth, of course, started the weekend on pole and didn't get away very well on that occasion, did he? And so put his weekend back a little bit. Then Dan Clues there in 5th place, and the rest of them behind. But there's Rob Wellham, car number 5 then, that turns its way through the Oggies corner now, and in front of them Tom Gadd getting away and going after the race leader, Lee Morgan. And if he catches Morgan, I wonder how hard Morgan will do to defend, because he can slot behind him and still win the championship, of course.
Yeah, so nearly 12 minutes left to go in this race. It's Lee Morgan leading, number 56. Tom Gadd right with him now, though, in the number 12 car. And Wellham and Booth still fighting it out over 3rd position, the Suffolk driver. Just ahead of Booth and the number 65 car, the driver from Huddersfield in Yorkshire. And a bit of a gap back then to 5th position, which is Dan Clues at the moment. He's got Nikita Abramov, I think, still behind him in 6th place, number 55. So they turn their way through Coram, now into Murray's, and you can see the speed that they come through. Oh, and Dan Gore has had a moment, and that is not good news. It looks like he might be about to pull off and retire as well, so he got up to 9th at the end of lap 1, but Dan Gore's championship hopes are now looking like they're in tatters.
Yeah, it looked kind of unlikely to start with into this race, but yes, it's worse still. He's had an off and the car's slow, so problems there for Dan Gore. So that leads us down to 3 competitors for the championship, with Lee Morgan certainly the favourite as the race leader, half a second now, although ahead of Tom Gadd, who is catching him all the time. I don't think Dan Gore's weekend could have gone much worse than what it has done. Lee Morgan's had a rather lot of luck on his side up to now, where he had that fluid leaking in race 1. He didn't get away in race 2, but they managed to get the car fixed. He's leading, though, from the front in race 3, but with 3 chargers going after him, particularly Tom Gadd, who's been the man on form right at the end of the season as he gets more used to this car all the time. Well, Lee Morgan's been racing Jedis for more than a decade, hasn't he, where Tom Gadd's only went on about half a dozen races in this car.
I think Dan Gore's weekend, and he's not come through, by the way, to complete the lap, has been so bad. Almost the fact that his autumn part weekend, although it was good, could have been a little bit better, because he lost out to Tom Gadd in the first race towards the end, and in the second race he was just missed out to an extra position on Rob Wellham, as watched the number 95 car for David Taggery during the circuit, when Rob Wellham had a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. He just didn't quite have enough time to get within 10 seconds and pick up an extra couple of points. That could have been crucial, but I don't think it will be now, because this weekend has just been so disastrous, I'm afraid, for Dan Gore. He's had all his bad luck, really, in one go, and that's been his big problem, I think.
Yeah, it started on Friday, and it hasn't really gone away since. So the 4 leaders down into Murray's. Tom Gadd got to this half a second from Lee Morgan. We haven't been able to do much more. If anything, the gap's gone out, I think, after 3 laps now. So it was half a second, first to second, and now it is half a second. So actually, if it stayed the same. I think Lee Morgan's just done 2 identical laps on 2 occasions, 1 minute 50.28. So he's consistent out front. It's the same top 4, Morgan, Gadd, Wellham, Booth, and battles though further back. There's car number 14, which is Adam Walker. I think this battle really for 9th position, being headed by Mark Betts. Then you've got Paul Butcher, Rob Bailey, then Walker and Alok Ingagar, all in that battle as they turn their way out of the Wilson hairpin on this the 3rd lap of the motor race. But it's all about the battle up front for the championship, and I don't think anything is changing there at the moment. So this battle, which is closer towards the back of the top 10, a lick of flame there out the back of 14. Adam Walker and another one as he curves his way through the corner, all looking rather spectacular.
Yeah, talking of bad weekends, Matthew Booth had a very bad weekend at Brands Hatch. He had 3 DNFs there, didn't he? So you do kind of get this situation where if you have something go wrong at the beginning of the weekend, it can be quite hard to get things back. You don't get the time to fully sort of re-prepare the car as you would like it sometimes. So that is the problem, especially with a triple header format that we have in F1000. You know, what can be one bad race can turn into a really disastrous weekend as far as the championship is concerned. That's what Dan Gore's had here.
Lee Morgan's certainly been the most successful though, because he's looking for his 6th win here. Well, nobody else has won more than 2 races. 2 wins for Booth, for Elliot Mitchell, who's not here, and for Tom. Oh no, Tom Gadd's, yeah, he's got 2 as well.
Yes.
Hasn't he?
With Alton and the one that he had yesterday.
That's right.
Over the line goes Lee Morgan again to complete another lap. That's 4 laps in the book now. He's half a second ahead. He's just in a 1:49.96, an identical lap time as well for Tom Gadd. So they've both done joint. Well, no, they've not, because Matthew Booth's gone faster than both of them. He's done 1:49.80. So Matthew Booth has done the best lap of the race now, in 4th position. So he can't find a way past Rob Wellham at the moment, who did his own personal best, a 1:50.03 as well. So this is the fight for 3rd and 4th position. And don't forget, those 2 drivers, you know, if things go wrong for Lee Morgan, they could still be in contention for the championship as well. So an important fight here for 3rd and 4th position as well.
Still half the race to go as well. Matthew Booth trying everything here to get past Rob Wellham. He's only 1.8 seconds away from the race lead. So if he can get past Wellham, perhaps he can go after the top 2. Wellham's also on 2 wins, of course, because he won earlier today. So a number of drivers on 2 wins, but Lee Morgan currently on 5. And the cars turn their way then onto the Bentley Straight. Big gap to the rest. Dan Clues in 5th place. He had a slightly slower lap last time, but he's still got a gap from Nikita Abramov and then Billy Stelz and Eddie Falkenham completing the top 8. Booth so close to the back of Wellham in the tow, you couldn't really see his car on the TV screens there, but he is there. He's right behind Rob Wellham, but yet to find a way through. He's really picking up as much of a tow as these cars offer. But he's not yet making it into a move, and a bit of a problem there for Lee Morgan's teammate.
Yes, Andrew Wheels in number 67. The race continues though. This is the battle for the final podium position. Of course, this season we've had 9 different drivers on the podium. That's 35% of the total drivers that we've had registered for F1000 this year. So that's a measure of how competitive it is. Driving standards flag going out to someone for exceeding track limits. I think we've probably had one of those flags in pretty much every race so far this weekend, as Booth tries to go around the outside of Wellham into Richie's corner, but he can't make that work. So it's still Wellham there in 3rd position, but not at Wilson. It's not, because Booth slips through on the inside line. Wellham will try and get him back on the run down to the left-hander at Palmer. Is he going to do it? No, Booth's got through finally into 3rd place now. He's ahead of Wellham.
Can he stay there? Because Wellham might have the exit going down towards Agostini, right in the toe he is now of Booth. Dives to the outside line, then tries to get the car flicked in through the hairpin, but Booth out over the curbs, a little bit sideways too. He's trying to get this position, but he's not managing it. Now he's out over the curbs on the exit of the Hamilton corner. Now the right-hander through Oggies. But as they battle, the top 2 getting away. One for the pit lane there is 66, which is Max Winderhauser, who was running a little bit further back. But the race leaders heading off down the Bentley Straight for the 6th time of what should be a 9-lap race. The lead gap went out slightly on the last lap between Morgan and Gadd. But a much bigger gap, 2nd to 3rd. But what can Matt Booth do now that he is into the 3rd position? Of course, a former champion from a couple of seasons ago. And then this big gap back to Dan Clues, who is mysteriously fallen into the clutches of the 6th place man here, Ian.
Well, that's an interesting development, because the only result that would give Dan Clues the Clublands Championship is a 6th place finish, by my reckoning. In terms of the overall championship, as things stand, I think it's 297 points for Lee Morgan, and I think, well, it might be a bit more than 278 now for Matthew Booth. Now he's made up that position, but it's certainly going to be Dan Gore 4th in the championship after all of that, after being a contender for the title going into this weekend. That's Nikita Abramov we've just seen going through there. And then just behind Nikita is the teenager, number 41, Billy Stiles. There's Eddie Falking, the ex-Clio racer going through. But yeah, Dan Clue's in 5th position, only just about half a second clear of Nikita Abramov now. That's Paul Butcher, the F1000 stalwart. As we are watching, that's Andrew Wheels and David Tagg there go through for 17th and 18th position, so they're having a good battle down the order, we can see. And there's Kales Cole, number 73, the Irish driver, in 16th position as she comes towards the end of her first full season of racing in the F1000 Championship.
Yeah, the Wheels and Tagg battle, they're both people who've had moments in this race. We've seen them both on the grass at one occasion or another. Here's about a night. Paul Butcher, he's not had a great weekend really here at Snetterton, has he? Because he was a mathematical possibility for the championship coming into the weekend. He's just ahead of Rob Bailey.
That's for 9th and 10th positions, isn't it? There's David Tagg, number 95, in 18th spot. Making his way out of the right-hander, the left-hander at Murray's, and onto the start and finish straight with just about 2.5 minutes of this race left to go now. There's Tagg heading up the straight into Richie's corner.
Race leaders completing the lap, and Tom Gadd is closer to Lee Morgan as they turn their way into Murray's. Meanwhile, Rob Bailey's got the better of Paul Butcher for 9th. Into Brundle and Nelson. 2 laps to go for the leaders, and Tom Gadd is closer, I think, than he's been all race long. The gap's under 4 tenths as they head off down toward Ritchie's. Here they are. They turn into Ritchie's for the penultimate time of the weekend, and Lee Morgan, he's going to have to work hard if he's going to get this race win. Doesn't need to win the championship. Tom Gadd would love another victory, of course. And if he does that, he would be the second driver to win the most races this season behind Lee Morgan. But he's got to get past him first as they turn their way out of Palmer and a hair off down past Tyrrell's into the Agostini hairpin behind. Matthew Booth is pulling away from Rob Weller, but he's not really making any inroads on the top 2. But turn their way through the infield. They might have some cars to lap as well before the end here.
Yeah, possibly so. That's Gadd in second place. If Gadd gets the better of Lee Morgan, and Morgan only finishes second, that's not going to stop Lee Morgan winning the championship, I don't think, because as things stand, he's got quite a decent advantage over second place, which would be Matthew Booth in the points. So it wouldn't be completely disastrous for Lee Morgan to lose the lead. It's one of those. Perhaps he just needs to be mindful of that and not defend too heavily if Tom Gadd does attack him. He's coming up to lap his teammate here, so hopefully he won't make life too difficult for him. That's the Perpetuum Motorsport number 67 car of Andrew Wilson. That's reasonably difficult as they make their way through. And Tom Gadd does get a bit of a run now on Lee Morgan as they head through. There's the David Tagg car to lap as well, the car that's in 17th position, which they'll get to in a couple of corners' time, I think.
It's Peter Lake first, though.
Yes, it is.
Around the outside, they have to go through Coram. And it's tightened everything up between Lee Morgan and Tom Gadd. Probably a similar gap, though, to what it was a lap ago. So the cars go on to the last lap. Yeah, Gadd, he's close, actually, as he comes up across the line. He pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit and trying to get for the lead of the motor race here is Tom Gadd, trying to get his 3rd win of the season. He slopped through. Fantastic stuff there from Tom Gadd then. He used the toe. Lee Morgan didn't make it too difficult for him, I don't think. But it is Tom Gadd that leads the race then from Lee Morgan, who slots down into 2nd place. He's just got to get through this last lap.
Yeah, I suspect a bit of championship head on there for Lee Morgan. So Tom Gadd has gone through in the TSR car to take the lead of the race with the timed element, as you can see, having counted down to 0 and making their way along the straight towards the left-hander at Agostini. Still the fight for 3rd going on. Rob Wellham is keen to get the place back from Matthew Booth. Lee Morgan, though, just turning his way through Hamilton ahead of the 3rd place battle. There's Tom Gadd, though, our new race leader, the low-cost champion from a couple of seasons ago. And there he goes on to the Bentley Straight for the final time. So Tom Gadd looking good for his 3rd win, and that's the back marker. No, that's Tom Gadd. That's Lee Morgan, right? It was the back marker at the front of the shot that briefly confused me there. So Lee Morgan here looking for his 2nd championship title, I think, in Swallow Hill Foams F1000. It's about, what, 8 years, I think, something like that, since he won his first title, but he's been competitive, for many seasons in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. And he'll be a deserving winner of this year's championship as well. But Tom Gadd, someone who's shown himself have great pace in the last couple of meetings, he's going to be one to watch for the 2022 season. That's for certain. Up to the line they come then, and Tom Gadd takes the checker flag to win the race. But Lee Morgan wins the championship. I'm not sure Tom Gadd did see the checker flag there in actual fact.
Team look pretty happy with Lee Morgan's result as well, don't they? They know they won the championship, and she'd say the first time in 8 years that Lee Morgan's won the title. It's quite a big gap, because generally Lee Morgan, I think it's fair to say, is one of the quickest drivers in the championship.
Matthew Booth took third place, which would be enough for second in the championship. Rob Wellham took fourth, which would be enough for third place in the championship. Nikita Abramov, 55, takes fifth. 41, Billy Stars in sixth.
Yes, he got ahead of Dan Clues, which is important, of course, for that clubman crown.
Which means that Dan Clues gets 14 points, so they will finish level on points, I think, in the clubman's championship. And I'll await a message from Sarah Fraser to tell me how that sorts itself out. But certainly it's Lee Morgan that takes the win, and he was twice second in the championship before. Was Lee Morgan, and he lost the title in a sort of last race decider here a couple of years ago as well, I seem to recall. But see the rest of the cars coming over the line to complete their Swallow Hill Homes F1000 season. Over the line goes Kales Cole in number 73 to take 16th position. And I think those are all of the cars on the... And I think David Tagg did just start his final lap ahead of them, didn't he? But let's have a look at the results at the end of that Swallow Hill Homes F1000 race. And it was a win for number 12, Tom Gadd, by 1.59 seconds in the end over number 56, Lee Morgan. 65, Matthew Booth took third place. Number 5, Rob Wellham took fourth position. Nikita Abramov took fifth place in car 55. Billy Stiles was sixth, and Dan Clues seventh. So I think he finishes level on points with Ben Powney in the Clubman's Championship. Eddie Falkingham, number 69, takes 8th ahead of Rob Bailey, and Paul Butcher, number 42, rounds out the top 10. Adam Walker and Alok Yengar, 11th and 12th. Mark Betts and Dax Ward, 14th. Daniel Levy, 15th. Chaos Cole took 16th. And David Tagg, Peter Legge, Andrew Wheels, and retirement in the form of Max Windhauser. And, of course, Dan Gore on the opening lap of the race. So that's the F1000 season completed. Really enjoyed that season of F1000 racing. It's great to have such a rapid single-seater category on the 750 Most Club bill, and the F1000 grids just grow and grow and grow, which is absolutely fantastic. We can see down in Parc Ferme, Tom Gadd and Lee Morgan congratulating one another. Let's first hear from Tom Gadd with Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our final race winner of F1000 for the year is Tom Gadd 2 this weekend. That was a hard race for you to try and get past Lee, but job done for you. Well done.
Yeah, that was the hardest race I've had all year. Lee puts up a serious pace, and it's relentless pace. And luckily, I thought my tyres were going off halfway through, but they came back towards the end. And no, it's just great. Fantastic for the team again. Really good weekend for them. Team Centres Racing couldn't do without them. And sponsors have got sponsors here, Space Spectroform Engineering. Won't be able to do it all in. They've put through a lot this year, and they've helped me out massively. So yeah, it's a testament to them again.
Yeah, stellar weekend on the podium in every race. So it's a nice way to end the year.
Fantastic way to end the year. After all the struggles we've had this year, it's just a fantastic way to finish it, and great start to next year, I suppose. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well done, Tom. Very quick word with our champion for this year, which of course is Lee Morgan. We'll have a quick chat if we can. Lee, many congratulations. Very busy weekend, lots to get through there, but you managed to get to the end as a champion this year.
Yeah, it was a challenging weekend. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen at one point.
You pleased with it though?
Oh, like 8 years it's been just working and working, but yeah, got there in the end, mega happy. So yeah, take a minute to sink in, I think, after all the hard work that's gone on this weekend.
It's been brilliant. You've deserved it, and you can now go and celebrate.
Looking forward to it.
Well done, Lee. Many congratulations, and good luck for next year. Hopefully we'll see Lee back amongst all of them in the F1000 Championship. For now, though, second race of the weekend for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship.
Yes, cars on the grid already for the final round of the season for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, and you can see there on pole position It's and that's the wrong grid. It's the number 27 car of Danny Andrew that's on pole position, and alongside him is number 56 Daniel Sibbons. Second row 43 David Mason and 71 Jonathan Listeter. Third row is 7 Daniel Court and 37 Ben Powney. Fourth row 35 David Winter and Martin Fowley in 24. Fifth row is 20 Joshua Platts and 99 Martin Shelton. On the sixth row it's 23 Samira Bidden, 55 Simon Court. Then it's Colin Marshall, Lewis Penstone Smith, Rob Ollie, Barry Stewart, Thomas Bates and Callum Barnes. That's the way the grid is going to line up. The red light is on and 15 minutes of racing get underway then, and it's Danny Andrew that makes a reasonable start. Jonathan Lists from the second row of the grid gets away quite nicely as well. Ben Powney needs to make progress from row 3 here. This grid's set by second fastest qualifying times, so he needs to make some progress up the order if he's going to take the championship fight to Danny Andrew in this final round of the season. So they head through Rich's Corner for the first time, up towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Danny Andrew on the inside line, and it was just trying to see.
Listeter.
It is Listeter on the outside line there as they turn their way through Wilson hairpin. Yes, it's David Mason, I think, a bit further back.
3 points is what separates Danny Andrew and Ben Powney coming into this race. So Powney needs to win it with fastest lap, really, to beat Andrew here, but he's got cars to pass first, and we know that Danny Andrew is rapid around this track, but he has lost the lead because Jonathan Listeter, who was involved in the accident in the earlier race, takes the lead. He's been a winner in low-cost racing here in the past, and they turn their way round the Agostini hairpin. It's Listeter from Andrew, and it's side-by-side for third place because Ben Powney is trying to gain another one. He started 6th. This has been a good first lap, but he hasn't quite made it. He can't find a way past Daniel Sibbons, who, of course, beat him right at the line in the previous race, so he doesn't want that to happen again. So he's right behind as they turn their way up towards Williams. But Jonathan Listeter doing great stuff here, Ian, as the race leader. He only started 4th.
Yep, and he's been a winner in low cost here a couple of years ago, hasn't he, Jonathan Listeter? In very different conditions, this streaming wet. There's the 69 car, which is Thomas Bates, just ahead of 44 Barry Stewart. But it's 71, Jonathan Listeter leading the way down the Bentley Straight, but Danny Andrew dives out of the slipstream, goes to the outside line for Brundle, and he can't make anything of that move at the moment. So Daniel Sibbins there in 3rd, David Mason 4th, Ben Powney in 5th position.
Yeah, he's lost a place instead of gaining one.
That's not really what he's supposed to be doing. And they head their way down towards Coram for the first time here. I think this is going to be an uphill struggle for Ben Powney from this position. Danny Andrew, meanwhile, he doesn't need to win this race. He could sit second behind Jonathan Listeter quite happily here and still gather enough points to wrap up the championship here in the final round. But I'm sure he'll want to go out with a win. He sort of had that demeanour of someone who was just focused on winning the race, and if he does say the championship will come, he's going to have a go for the lead here. He dives out of the slipstream of Jonathan Listeter and is already ahead, I think. Yes, he is, as they head into Rich's Corner. But Sibbins there's got a double toe. He goes through to second place on the inside of Listeter as well. So Listeter from 1st to 3rd in the space of about 100 yards.
That's all worked nicely for Andrew because they're all battling behind him, which means he's getting away. And David Mason comes around the outside of both of them. He passes Listeter. He was going to pass Sibbins, but he braked too late and Listeter's back past him. So David Mason's 4th on the grass, trying to come back at Listeter, but Danny Andrew up front is getting away here with all that going on. So through Palmer they turn and they accelerate their way. 6 leading cars with David Winter at the back of the queue. They were separated by just over a second at the end of lap 1 of what should be a 7-lap race, and they turn their way then through the hairpin with Danny Andrew leading Daniel Sibbins, Jonathan Listeter, David Mason, Ben Powney, and then David Winter finally at the back of the 6.
If it stays this way, Danny Andrew will get his 5th race victory of the season, so he'll be level on wins with Ben Powney, but he's had more second places, 4 to Ben Powney's 2, so that will really be the difference between them this season. Oh, number 3, Callum Barnes has had a little spin, but I think is going to get back into this Mazda 7 race. That's the 35 car at the back of the group. You can see there, David Winter just tucked in behind Ben Powney at the moment. There's a gap back, really, to the car in 7th place, which I think is the 55 of Simon Court, who'd got Martin Fowley just behind him at the start of the lap. And Martin Shelton out there as well, which is good to see in the car with the pink roll cage. You can just see in the background there. That was the car that lost a wheel on the first corner of the opening race earlier on today.
Yeah, lots of work, I imagine, to get that car out. So Andrew's got a good lead for fourth. Ben Powney trying to squeeze up the inside. He's on the grass, he's sideways. That, again, doesn't really help his situation, so he's still down there in 5th position. He's finished on the podium in every race he's finished this year. So it's not really great to have the last race of the season, the championship decide, although you're having, so far, the worst performance really we've seen all season from Ben Powney. So he turns his way onto the centre straight to complete 2 laps of racing, with a car of Danny Andrew up front, ahead of Daniel Sibbons, who's having to defend from Liceta, and as they battle, that's going to help Andrew, you'd think, but Liceta up the inside to grab 2nd place. Yes, and Sibbons has run wide, so this is allowing David Mason to get 3rd. He's trying for 2nd round the outside of Liceta. Sibbons has also dropped behind Powney. For 2nd, it's Liceta from Mason, from Powney, from Sibbons, from Winter. Powney might lose a place. Liceta might lose a place. Down towards the Palmer corner they go. Danny Andrew clear of all of this. And for 2nd on the outside, Liceta holds on. I think Ben Powney did flop back behind Daniel Sibbons in all of that. And he's having to defend from David Winter. Actually, coming back on Sibbons. It's all action in the Mazda 7 Championship in that group for 2nd place. Powney has got 4th back eventually, but it is absolutely action-packed race to complete the season this year.
Yeah, so Powney in the number 37 car now ahead of the Daniel Sibbons car, isn't it? Number 56. As we're watching the scrap for 2nd. For 3rd there, because he's now having a go at David Mason up the inside into Oggies, isn't he? And he might just about make that work. Oh, it's going to go 3 wide on the exit of Oggies into Williams, because Sibbons, tries to make it 3 wide, realise that's not really a viable possibility, but Ben Powney in the number 37 car does go through, ahead now of number 43, David Mason. I should think, though, Danny Andrews, he looks in his mirrors, is really chuckling a little bit to himself about all of this, because he can see that they've been battling with each other, delaying each other, and that's allowing him to get away a little bit. Having said that now, Jonathan Liceta in 2nd place has made a break from the next 3, and they've changed around again, because Powney's gone from 3rd back to 5th down the Bentley Straight. But the thing we've got to watch now is, can Liceta catch Danny Andrew once again with 8.5 minutes to go in this race?
Yeah, we'll see. Andrew's been quick, hasn't he, all weekend, so I suspect that's going to be a difficult task. For 3rd place, though, in decorum, David Mason and Daniel Sibbons battling over this place, with Powney and Winter right there as well as they head down into Murray's. Powney puts a wheel on the grass, a tire on the grass, gets the car a bit crossed up, but he saved it without too much of a drama. And they stay in the same order, therefore. But Liceta's not far from Danny Andrew here, is he? They come to the end of 3 laps, almost identical lap times, so the gap's the same, really, between the 2 of them. But of course, Liceta did have to gain a place in all of that. For 3rd, Daniel Sibbons repasses David Mason. So the corner where Sibbons lost so many positions a lap ago, this time he gains one for now. Mason, is he attacking, is he defending? Maybe a bit of both. Into the Wilson hairpin. He's alongside Daniel Sibbons again. So this is absolutely cracking Mazda 7 racing, Ian, isn't it? It might be a championship decider, but the actual race itself is really good to watch.
It certainly is. So Andrew ahead of Liceta by 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap, but that might well come down. But for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, it's all happening. Sibbons in that position at the moment, Mason to the outside of him as they go into Agostini. Powney takes a much tighter line and goes through on the inside of Mason there to get 4th place away. So Mason down to 5th. Winter there in 6th position, with a long way clear of Martin Farrelly in 7th spot. But this is the fight at the moment for 3rd and 4th positions, isn't it? Daniel Sibbons and Ben Powney. Yeah, David Mason just behind them. They could do with working together, really, though, couldn't they, to try and catch Jonathan Liceta again, and also racing to Danny Andrew. But I suspect they won't do that, and they'll just be disputing 3rd position between themselves for the rest of the race, which is no use at all to Ben Powney.
Yeah, they've been changing positions enough already. We're into the 2nd half of this race. This is lap 4 of what should be 7, I think, again. Powney on the inside line, stays 4th this time, as they then turn their way. Oh, Daniel Simmons made a mistake here. He's a little bit wide out over the curve, but the lead gap is coming down here. Jonathan Liceta is catching Danny Andrew for the lead of this race, and Jonathan Liceta has just taken the 1 win this season, which was back in the wet in May at Donington Park.
Yeah, bit of a wet weather specialist is the reputation that he has, fairly or not. So he's chasing after Danny Andrew here. Meanwhile, David Mason's made a bit of a Horlicks of Murray's that time, hasn't he? He was 5th, whether he's still 5th as they head on to the centre straight remains to be seen, because he's now going to be under pressure from David Winter, as Ben Powney is going to get alongside David Sibbons. So side by side for third, side by side for fifth as they head into Richie's corner. It's Sibbons holding on from Powney, and for fifth, which way does that go? It's Winter that's got through now ahead of Mason, so that's changed. And a bit further back, there's been some changes on that lap as well. It's Simon Court up to 7th, Samir Abid 8th, Josh Platts 9th, and Martin Shelton now in 10th place. So that's another good battle that's going on down the order.
So this is lap 5, and Ben Powney still trying to find a way ahead of Daniel Sibbons, but it's not working out for him. And David Winter, as you say, up to 5th after that mistake at Murray's for David Mason, as Powney alongside this time, down into the Agostini hairpin, the inside line for the TSR driver, and he slots through into 3rd position. How long will it last this time? He's been in this position before in this race. And you can see the top 2 are much further ahead. Fastest lap going the way of Lisseter, a 2:13.14. Battle for 3rd continues, and Simmons brakes really late, gets right onto the back of Ben Powney's car, but just about avoid running into the back of him, which I'm sure will be pleasing for both of them as they turn their way then onto the Bentley Straight. You'd think that Simmons is close enough here, Ian, to get the toe on the long run down toward Brundle.
And he's going to pull out of the toe now. He's going to be on the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the inside line for Brundle. He's already through, actually, as they make their way along straight, and almost there's a situation there whereby Powney could try and pick up the toe again. So watch the 2 leaders now, and Lisseter really putting the pressure on Danny Andrew here. There's Sibbons in 3rd place, Powney 4th in the background, Mason back ahead of Winter in 5th and 6th positions. So they're making their way through the bomb hole now. So really, we've got 3 pairs, haven't we, for the first 6 positions. A bit further back, it's Simon Court now up into 7th place. As into Murray's comes our race leader, Danny Andrew then. 0.6 of a second was the gap between him and Jonathan Lisseter at the start of the lap as they come up to the line with the driving standards flag being shown to someone. I think that gap's a bit less than 0.6 now. It is 0.26 seconds. It's quite a lot less than that. As Lisseter now does the best lap of the race. He's into the 2-minute 12. It's a 2-minute 12.93, and the only driver on that lap to be below the 2-minute 13 mark. So Lisseter is piling the pressure on now, the race leader, as this is the fight for 3rd place. Sibbons and Powney. Powney getting up the inside of the number 56 car at Wilson, and he's done it, but does he run too wide on the exit of the corner? It just takes a little bit of curb there, not an awful lot. Sibbons, I think, still alongside him, though, as they go down into Palmer's. And it looks like Powney's going to hold on, as Andrew, meanwhile, as he starts working his penultimate lap of the race now, he's still trying to fend off Jonathan Lisseter here. But the gap's gone out a little bit between those two as they make their way into the hairpin. It was 0.26 seconds. Just looks to have gone out a little bit now as they work their way around this penultimate lap. And there's the battle for 5th and 6th, David Mason and David Winter, 43 and 35. And they are heading out of Agostini up to Hamilton's once more.
Yes, it's interesting to see how the gaps have developed, isn't it, between these pairs of cars, because they were all in one big group at the start of the race. But now 2 car battles basically throughout the front part of this. Ben Powney a little wide maybe through Williams, but carries the speed through pretty well. Has to use the curb on the exit of the corner, and he's now looks like he's defending. But back for the lead though, that pretty close again. Lisseter back with Danny Andrew, has a little peek to the inside, and is he going to challenge? I don't think he is quite, but of course Danny Andrew, he can finish 2nd, but he doesn't want to make a mistake trying to win this race. With 1 further lap to go, he is ahead as he turns his way then through Coram, trying to win the first ever championship for the Mazda 7s.
Someone's going to get a 5-second penalty, and it is going to be the 43 car, David Mason, then, who's in 5th position, so that'll be for exceeding track limits. About to see him come into shot now. There he is, he's just behind David Winter again in the 35 car. In actual fact, but the leaders come up and over the line to start the final lap of the race then. The gap's pretty similar, 0.34 seconds, as Andrew, with the pressure on him, did the best lap of the race there, a 2-minute 12.87 now. He has the fastest lap of the race. Sibbons has got back ahead of Powney. They were identical lap times as they came across the line that time, but Sibbons goes through. And a bit further wide, just out of our country box window, they're going 3 wide further back, which is for 7th, 8th and 9th, Joshua Platt, Samir Abid and Simon Court. There we are. You can see that battle going through. In fact, there's 5, is that 5 or 6 of them? 5 of them, I think, all going through riches together now. There's the leader, though. That's Danny Andrew, and he's got half a lap to go.
And he's under the most pressure he's been all race, and Jonathan Lissetter comes up the inside, and he's alongside, he's nosing ahead, he runs a bit deep into the corner. Danny Andrew has to adjust his line, I think, because of it, but Jonathan Lissetter takes the lead then with about half a lap to go. He is in front. Is Andrew going to try and fight back, or is he just going to be happy to finish in second, and importantly ahead of championship rival Ben Powney? They turn their way then into the right-hander at Oggies, and of course we've got more slipstreaming opportunities to come where Danny Andrew has a chance to fight back.
Absolutely right. He's got about 4 car lengths to make up on Jonathan Lissetter here, so this is the best opportunity. Pick up the toe down the Bentley Straight. Danny Andrew was saying he's more focused on the wins than the championship. Indeed, he moves out of the slipstream, goes to the right-hand side of the circuit. He's going to take a very different line into the corner. He's already ahead, though. He's retaken the lead. Number 27, Danny Andrew, back ahead of number 71, Jonathan Lissetter. Can Lissetter try and find something in the final couple of corners of this race to snatch what would be his 2nd victory of the season right at the end? Danny Andrew will want to go out on the season with a victory, his 5th victory of the year, to go out on a high as champion. They can see Sibbons and Powney 3rd and 4th, so Powney not doing enough for the championship in any case. But it's Andrew heading through the Coram and now through Murray's, leading the way then. Lissetter right in behind him. Can he jink out of the toe? And as they go up to the line, I think he might just be a little bit too far back to make that work. They're right up against the pit wall, checkered flag waves, and it's going to be Danny Andrew. Yes, he's delighted. You can see him punching the air there. He's won the race. He's won the championship as well for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. That race victory was won by 0.23 seconds in the end over Jonathan Lissetter. A bit of a slower lap from both of them, actually, on the final lap, perhaps unsurprisingly, because they were swapping positions all of the time. Josh, here's this battle coming over the line for 7th place, and I think it was Simon Court, 55, that got it in the end from Samir Abid, Joshua Platt, Martin Shelton, and Daniel Courts, and those 5 cars were separated by 1.6 seconds, Josh.
Yeah, Danny Andrew then won the first 2 races of the season and the last 3, so he started well and finished well, where Ben Powney had his 5 wins in a row in the summer months, so perhaps Ben Powney prefers it when it's a bit warmer.
Yeah, maybe if we can have a shorter season next year, sort of maybe June through to August or something like that, that would suit Ben Powney. But that was a fantastic race for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. Good battles amongst the first 6 places. And he did a great 5-way fight for 7th place, eventually won by Simon Court. We saw not enough of that. We would have seen more had we not had such excitement up at the front of the field as well. Final few cars just go through. Martin Farley about to come over the line. He's had some mechanical issues. It sounds like the car's perhaps dropped a cylinder or something as he comes over the line. I think it's going to be Callum Barnes in number 3 that rounds out the field in 18th position. Let's see if we can summarise those results for you. Danny Andrew, number 27, the race winner by 0.23 seconds over 71, Jonathan Lissetter in 2nd. Danny Andrew thereby winning the championship. 56, Daniel Sibbons 3rd. 37, Ben Powney was 4th. David Winter in 5th place, number 35. 6th to number 43, David Mason. 7th was 55, Simon Court. 8th was 23, Samir Abid. In 9th place, number 20, Joshua Platt. And in 10th place, number 99, that was Martin Shelton. Further back, Daniel Courts, Lewis Penstone Smith, Colin Marshall, Thomas Bates, Rob Ollie, Barry Stewart, Martin Fowley and Callum Barnes rounding out the finishers. So that was the Yokohama Mazda 7 season, the first full championship season for the category. Very enjoyable. Look forward to more of that next year. I'm sure we'll get more cars out for next season as well. Just 2 more races left to go here at Snetterton for this weekend, this season indeed, of 750 Motor Club Sprint Championship racing. We've got the Protec Shock Sports Specials Championship coming up next, and then we're going to have the Gas Shocks 116 trophy into the twilight 90-minute race. But we can head down to Parc Formulae now, and Matt Stuckling, who's going to speak with Danny Andrew.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner then from the Mazda 7s, Danny Andrew, and the champion for this year as well. Danny, well done. You got the job done. How does that feel?
Yeah, good. I knew we had a lot of pace on Friday, although we're nowhere near it today. And Jono was moaning that his car was rubbish all weekend, but we drove away from everyone else, and he was just unbelievable. But I guess it was the last lap, so I tried to box a little bit clever, and thankfully it paid off.
He played it well there, to be fair. He could have kind of sent one down the inside line, but he knew there was a championship, and he knew you were racing, so that you played it well there.
Yeah, we've had our moments this year, but no, that was perfect racing, very clean.
And this year, of course, now it takes you on to, I think, 5 wins, so it's been a solid season. The championship with it as well, so nothing really to complain about, I don't think.
And no, it's always nice to bookend the season. 2 wins at Silverstone, 2 wins at Snet, so it's always good to finish on a couple of wins, but the car's been mint. Yeah, can't fault it.
Danny, well done, and good luck for next year.
Thank you very much.
There we go then, our winner and our champion for the Mazda 7s this year, Danny Andrew. We look forward to more from them next year as well. Right then, moving quickly on with our next race, which is the Protec Shock Sport Specials. So again, back to Ian and Josh.
So cars forming up on the grid for the second race of the afternoon for the Protec Shock Sport Specials Championship. The overall title having already been decided in favour of Andy Hiley, who lines up on pole position for this second race. The grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So it's Hiley, number 53, on pole position, and alongside him is number 11, Paul Collingwood. So it's the Kronos and the Eclipse on the front row. The second row is 17, Paul Boyd, and 41, Austin Greenway, both an Eclipse and an Elite Pulse. The third row, 15, Clive Hudson, and 76, Brian Chandler, the first of the Class C cars. Row 4 is 64, Anton Landon, and 80, Adam Cottrell. Row 5, 7, Stuart Much, and 30, Stuart Thompson. Row 6, 56, Gary Goodyear, and 13, Colin Charles. Very quickly, we'll just give you the next 3 rows. Stephen Wells, 74, and Rob Johnson, 82 on the 7th row. Mickey Scott, 58, and Darren Griffin, 42 on the 8th. Warren Vesey, 46, and Andrew Hayward, 27 on the 9th row. But I think that's pretty much all we're going to have time to give you, because the 5-second board has been shown. The red light is about to be turned on for 15 minutes of racing in the Protec Shock Sport Specials Championship, and it gets underway now. And a pretty good even start by both of them on the front row. Paul Collingwood and Andy Hiley. A good start too by Austin Greenway and the number 41 Elite Pulse that was a retirement from the first race, and that's trying to go around the outside of the Eclipse of Paul Boyd as they head into the first corner. But it's Hiley from Collingwood, and then the Elite Pulse trying to get alongside Boyd again as they go through the right-hand hairpin at Wilson that time. But we've got an exciting race in prospect here. I don't think the Class B Championship has quite yet been sorted.
However, Steve Wells' car was slow, so I think that's Warren Vesey pretty much won the championship. Now, Warren Vesey almost ran in the back of Steve Wells off the line because of the issues for Wells. But the battle for second in this race between the Eclipses is pretty tight there into the Agostini corner, but Paul Collingwood is hanging on there ahead. I think, for now, but they head off. And Martin Gambling from the back is absolutely flying again. He passed so many cars at the start of this race. You could just see him there slotting past 2 or 3 more into the Hamilton corner. And then they make their way down towards Oggies. But up front, it's Hiley from Collingwood, from Boyd, from Greenway, from Hudson. 5 for the lead. Yeah, Gambling got up to 6th from the back in race 1. Let's see what he can do in this second race of the weekend. There's Nigel Brown, number 10. He's doing battle with the number 77 car, which is Brad Snow in the Silver Phoenix. Warren Vesey, our Class B champion-elect, is also involved in that battle as well. And there we can see 41, that's the Elite Pulse of Austin Greenway. It was a car that held the lap records at a number of circuits in the hands of Eddie Ives, took several wins a few years ago. Now the boss of the elite team that races primarily in Ginetta racing. Based just literally down the road. Very literally down the road. We could almost, throw a stone and catch the workshop, I think, from here. And 13 minutes of the race left to go. Coming up towards the end of the first lap then. Andy Hiley looking in good form again here, Josh, getting away a little bit from Paul Collingwood. And then it's the 17 car, I should say, of Paul Boyd in 3rd position. Then it's the Elite Pulse in 4th of Austin Greenway, and Clive Hudson 5th. So the first 5 have gone away a little bit from the rest. Stuart Thompson is the best of the rest in 6th position, car number 30. In the earlier race, Paul Boyd ended up with the pace of the leader there, Steve Wells. We thought his championship looked to be over off the line. Indeed, it is. So Warren Vesey, therefore, the Class B champion, it would seem, after just taking a single win over the season. But he's been really consistent, finished every race up to now anyway.
And Steve Wells also didn't do all of the races this season, and the other driver that won, I think, 4 races this year, Brendan Dudley, he only did about half of the meetings as well. So,
oh, there's a big spin out of shot coming out of Palmer. The card shot right across the circuit.
And a spin for Clive Hudson as well, number 15 up at Agostini. So he quickly gets to work on the wheel and gets the car back into the race. So a few dramas there.
I'm not sure where the car ended up that went off at Palmer. It's gone completely out of my sight. Oh, there it is, just to rejoin it. It was one of the MEBs that ended up, I think, spun at Palmer, almost ended up at Oggies.
Yeah, yellow flags have gone in, so that's all been sorted out.
I reckon it might have been Brian Chandler, because they were battling, he and Stuart Much still there.
It was he and Darren Griffin, I think, that were battling, wasn't it, over the line in another of the MEVs. So that's the 7th car of Stuart Much. He's just ahead of Martin Gambling. Now, they were 10th and 11th at the start of the lap. Steve Wells, by the way, into the pit lane, out of the race. What a disappointing end to the season for the man from the Isle of Wight. So that's Chandler. So it's Chandler that's still circulating. He's got Clive Hudson behind him now after Clive Hudson's spin, and that's Stuart Much, isn't it? So it's the one that went missing Darren Griffin, therefore, possibly.
Might well be. We'll check at the end of that. There's Gambling, though. He's getting himself towards the top 10 now. So it's been good for him. Shame he didn't start at the front, really, because he could have made it an extra car, I suspect, in the lead battle that is herring up across the line again, with Hiley having a bigger lead this time, I think, over Collingwood and Boyd. Paul Collingwood seems to be going a bit better than the earlier race, although he started well in race 1 and faded. Carried lots of speed there through Ritchie, and Austin Greenway and Stuart Thompson complete the top 5. And yeah, indeed, it's Darren Griffin that's not coming through. So he had the big spin at Palmer, but luckily he didn't hit anything. That's what was a fearful moment, I think, for could have been, but it's all fine. He continues, but much further down. There's Paul Boyd then in 3rd position. It's good to have all these eclipses back, because at the beginning of the season there weren't many of them, but with Paul Boyd returning and Clive Hudson as well, there's lots of them out again.
Yeah, which is really good to see. There's the Austin Greenway Elite Pulse. Looks like he's in 4th place.
Better have seen him go in that car, I think, isn't it? Not falling that far away from the leaders at all.
No, that's good to see. So you've got the Kronos of Hiley, then you've got these eclipses. There's Paul Collingwood, number 11. You can see he's developed the aero a little bit on that compared to the other eclipses of Paul Boyd and Clive Hudson, who originated those cars. And there you can see Paul Boyd going through. Here we have the view down the Bentley Straight. Andy Hiley in the lead. Paul Collingwood 2nd, Paul Boyd 3rd, and 4th is Austin Greenway. That's a rather smoky looking car there. Just trying to work out which one that is. Making its way through Hamilton in any case. And it's being caught and passed by one of its rivals, I think. I can see. There's Clive Hudson, so he's in 7th place. Gambling there in 9th in the other of the eclipses. Colin Charles, number 13, and the Sienna, the red Sienna.
Might have been Alan Robinson, the smoky car.
Could have been. And 27 there is Andrew Hayward in 12th position. And behind him is Warren Vesey, then, who's going to be the man that's going to wrap up the Class B Championship, we think.
Andrew Hayward, what you're seeing there, is the Class B leader, because Adam Cottrell not having such a good time as he did earlier in the Caterham.
No, down in 14th position. There is a new 2nd place man. Paul Boyd has got ahead of Paul Collingwood on the way up to Rich's corner. So they were side by side over the line, Collingwood and Boyd. And on the way up to Rich's, Paul Boyd's got the move done. But can Collingwood come back to him? No, I don't think he can there.
Andy Hiley's just broken his own lap record from earlier today, a 2:03.7, which is some way quicker than what he was doing here last year. About half a second or so.
86.41 miles an hour that equates to, just to give you an idea of the average speed around this 3-mile Snetterton circuit.
Looks like Adam Cottrell has now got himself back ahead of Andrew Hayward for the Class B lead, and then Warren Vesey is 3rd.
Yes, that's right. And Andrew Grant again has a 10-second penalty being added to his time, which I think he should have had at the start of the race, but that was an out-of-position start again, as it were. So there's Boyd up to 2nd place. He's sort of 2.2 seconds or so behind Andy Hiley. He's got his work cut out to try and catch Hiley in the Kronos here, hasn't he, I think? Boyd's a very rapid driver in his own right.
Yeah, he caught in the earlier race from a little way back, didn't he? So Heidi seems to do a really quick lap, or he did in the earlier race, then he sort of backed off and allowed Boyd to catch. So maybe he won't make the same, do the same thing again, because he knows what the pace that Paul Boyd potentially has in that car. Austin Greenway now has fallen a bit further back, quick at the start, but can't quite keep that pace up. Then Clive Hudson's now fifth, so he's got himself ahead of Stuart Thompson. Then Brian Chandler lead in the Class C field in 7th place, and behind him is Martin Gambling, the driver coming from the back of the grid. Earlier he finished 6th, so there's not really any reason why that can't happen again, because he's quicker than these 2 cars in front.
Paul Collingwood then down to 3rd position in the number 11 car. Behind Paul Boyd as they come through to complete lap number 4, with Hyde improving his lap time again at 2:03.15 that time through. So he's got the bit between his teeth. He's pushing on in this race, and his lead now 3.17 seconds.
Paul Boyd is going quicker than he's ever gone before around this track, 2:04.1, but unfortunately for him, that's some way slower than what the leader's going, with Andy Heidi going quicker than he's ever been before around here.
Yeah, that's the thing, the pace just keeps on improving, doesn't it, in the Protec Shock Sport Specials Championship. And there's Collingwood still chasing after Boyd. He's not really letting Boyd get away too much at this stage. As Warren Vessier can see out of our window, he's being passed by, I think, Andrew Haywood in the Class B battle.
Yeah, he had got ahead and fallen behind again, so that's a good battle for 2nd in Class B, with Andrew Grant joining them in the Caterham.
I think Grant will go past them. Well, no, yeah, possibly a little bit quick, but not hugely.
Meanwhile, Martin Gambling's gone down the inside of Brian Chandler at Agostini to gain a place. There's problems there a bit further back.
That's the number 72 car. David Barrow's MK Indy is heading for the pit lane, I'm afraid, out of the race. And we've had a few retire already from this one, including Steve Wells, of course.
Warren Vessie's got 2nd back, going down towards Agostini. That might be a battle to pick up if that's possible for the 2nd in Class B. Well, very close. But the 2 Eclipses are closer to one another again, because Paul Collingwood going after Paul Boyd, it seems.
Austin Greenway not able to stay with them, though. He's dropping back, and last time through, Clive Hudson was nearly a second faster than Austin Greenway, but about 6 seconds behind him, so it'd be a tall order for Clive Hudson to try and close the gap to Austin Greenway in the remaining 5 minutes of this race. There's Stuart Thompson in the number 30 car, but he's now being put under pressure by Martin Gambling. So Gambling already got ahead of Brian Chandler on this lap. He might well get ahead of Stuart Thompson as well before very much longer, and up into the top 6 once again, as he did from the back of the grid in race 1 in that Eclipse. So he's had perhaps not the results he would have liked. He'd have liked to have been battling up there at the front, but I should imagine he's had quite a lot of fun, Martin Gambling, fighting his way through the order.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm at the cockpit for Gambling, not quite sure what that was all about. Turning his way down to Murray, thought it was quite a busy part of the track to have 2 hands on the wheel, but he had time to do something with his arm. But he's challenging Stuart Thompson now. He goes up the left-hand side of the racetrack, and he should pass him into Ritchie, and does. So he's back to 6th, like he was in the earlier race. Only 4. Oh, he's gone off. He's gone wide, and they both pass him. Chandler has to get on the grass to avoid the car there of Gambling rejoining. So after all that hard work, he's got to do it again.
Yeah, back down to 8th place he goes, and so he's got to get past Chandler, the former MX5 champion. He's not going to make it easy for Martin Gambling, I'm sure, in that Mav MX150R with its spit of flame coming out of the rear of the car there. And ahead of him, Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy ex-championship winning car when it was in the hands of Matthew Booth.
Andrew Grant has got past both Andrew Haywood and Warren Vesey now, by the way, in Class B.
Right, Gambling's got back to 7th. He's gone up the inside of Brian Chandler into the Agostini that time.
So try again to get past Stuart Thompson. Got a little bit to catch him first. Lead gap is 3 seconds between Andy Hiley and Paul Boyd. See how that goes over the last couple of laps of this race. There's Austin Greenway in 4th. Clive Hudson in 5th position, going quicker than him, but I don't think he'll catch. And then the battle for 6th with Stuart Thompson in front. You couldn't see Martin Gambling's car there for a moment, but he is there. And he's there in 7th place with Brian Chandler through next in 8th. There go the Eclipses 2nd and 3rd. And I think they're falling away from Andy Hiley on this particular lap, because Hiley just missed out on matching his best lap, and he's now 4.44 seconds ahead.
Yeah, he took another 1.2 seconds out of Boyd and Collingwood that time. He did very similar lap times, both in the 2:04.3 bracket.
We should get 8 laps out of this race, shouldn't we?
Yeah, there's Hiley on his 7th lap, then leading the race in the number 53 Kronos, just turning his way through Palmer. And there is Boyd in 2nd place. Collingwood in 3rd place has dropped back a little bit in this first sort of third of the lap behind Paul Boyd. He was the 2nd behind exactly at the start of the lap, but it's perhaps nudging up towards 2 seconds now as they make their way into Agostini. So I don't think Paul Collingwood's going to be able to do anything about Paul Boyd in the last lap and a bit of this race now. It's fallen too far behind to do that, I suggest, unless Boyd makes a mistake or has a problem with the Eclipse, number 17. So they turn their way through Oggies towards Williams and back onto the Bentley Straight once again with this vain pursuit. Oh, and there's Gambling trying to go up the inside of Stuart Thompson. He's got his arm out the cockpit again, and this time he does get through. That might have been more in sort of indignation rather than anything else, but he has now wrestled his way past Stuart Thompson and back up inside the top 6. That's Martin Gambling in the number 99 Eclipse. This is Andy Hiley in the number 53 Kronos.
And he's the leader by some way over Paul Boyd. The earlier race he won by less than a second. He should win by more than that this time, with just over a lap to go. So 2nd there, Boyd, 3rd, Collingwood. But Andy Hiley in front of them both. There he is. Out of Murray's with 1 further lap to go in this race, and it's been a great couple of seasons or so, hasn't it, for Andy Hiley since he's returned to Sports Specials. Won, I think, almost all the races last season. This year, not quite so many, but it's been a good end to the year, particularly here at Snetterton. He also won a race at Brands Hatch, at Anglesey, at Cadbury Park and at Donington Park. We haven't had 2 wins in one weekend yet, but I think that should change here.
That's slightly surprising, isn't it, really, that that's been the case. But it's been good for Andy Hiley, good couple of seasons, as you were saying. Once he sort of came back into it, he struggled a little bit with reliability initially, but that's been sorted out now, and obviously took the championship last year and has followed that up again with the title this year. There's Paul Boyd and Paul Collingwood just heading on to the Tyrrell Straight for the final time.
Paul Collingwood going even quicker, 2:03.6. Paul Boyd, I should say, 2:03.6. That's the quickest by some way that he's gone all day, so he's getting quicker and quicker all the time. So if Heidi hadn't increased his pace for this race, Boyd would be looking good, but just shows you even over the course of the day these drivers get quicker and quicker as they get more used to their cars. I don't think there was any Sports Specials drivers testing here on Friday, so I guess getting used to things as well over the course of the day. You don't get that many laps in really over a weekend at Snetterton, do you? Only about 20 or so because of the length of the lap. That's that right. Many laps you do almost in one session at Brands Hatch, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the 53 car, Hiley coming through the bomb hole for the final. Oh, and that's Stuart Thompson, and he has got off the sea. That's at Agostini, isn't it? That's a long way off to go there.
Pretty impressive.
So I'm not quite sure how he's managed that, but I suspect there was perhaps a coming together, and I'm just looking to see he was battling with Brian Chandler at the start of the lap, so maybe there was an issue with Brian Chandler there. But here comes Andy Hiley out of Murray's for the final time. Checker flags made ready. And Andy Hiley's going to do the double this weekend in the Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship here at Snetterton. And he's confirmed as champion, of course. And it's going to be Paul Boyd that takes 2nd place. There he is. Does he do another lap in the 2-minute 3s on the final lap? No, it's the lap in the 2-minute 4s. With Andy Hiley actually on the last lap doing a 2-minute 2.90, reducing his own lap record. Paul Collingwood has taken 3rd place in car number 11. Bit of a gap back then to the first of the 7-type cars, which is the Austin Greenway Elite Pulse. He comes over the line now in car number 41. And then it's going to be the next Eclipse. That's Clive Hudson in 5th place. In the background, you can see Martin Gambling, number 99, is going to take 6th position. And he's going to be just ahead of the Brian Chandler MEV. That's going to finish in 7th place overall and win Class C. And then it's going to be Stuart Much moving up into 8th place with that off for Stuart Thompson on the final lap. So Much comes home in 8th place. Who is going to be 9th. It looks like it's going to be the Caterham, I think, of Adam Cottrell, number 80. So he wins Class B, ahead of Colin Childs, number 13. Then it's going to be Stuart Thompson across the line in 11th place. And then it's Andrew Grant, who's got a 10-second penalty to be added to his time, although I don't think that's going to make too much difference because it's a long gap back then to Mickey Scott, number 58, who's going to take 13th position. 14th going the way of Andrew Hayward, 15th of Brad Snow, and then 16th is Warren Vesey, number 46. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position, I think, in Class B, but I think probably still enough for the overall championship.
Class B championship.
The overall Class B championship, you say, just not the overall championship. That's gone to Andy Hiley. And then rounding out top 20, Darren Griffin, Nigel Brown, Gerald O'Donoghue, and Justin Cox. So another fine Protec Shock Sports Specials race to end the sprint racing season for the 750 Motor Club. We've still got the 116 Trophy Enduro to go in a few moments' time. But we will have a look first, though, at the results of that race. So Andy Hiley, number 53, took the win. 6.61 seconds clear in the end with that blistering final lap of number 17, Paul Boyd. Number 17, Paul Boyd second. Third to number 11, Paul Collingwood. Fourth to number 41, Austin Greenway. Fifth, number 15, Clive Hudson. Sixth was number 99, that was Martin Gambling, again from the back of the grid. Class C winner was number 76, Brian Chandler from Stuart Murch, number 7, and Adam Cottrell, number 80, 9th overall, winning Class B, ahead of number 13, Colin Childs. Stuart Thompson, after that off on the final lap, finished 11th. Mickey Scott was the third of the Class C cars. Andrew Grant, the second of the third of the Class B cars, ahead of Andrew Hayward, Brad Snow, Warren Vesey. Nigel Brown finished in 18th place, car number 10, and further back. Sylvia Much and Nigel Liddell on the final finishes. We lost David Barrow, Alan Robinson, and Stephen Wells from that Protec Shock Sports Specials Championship race. So that was an excellent way to end the season for the Protec Shock Sports Specials Championship, 12-round championship, with Andy Hiley taking the overall and the Class A title as well. And let's go down to the pit lane, and we'll perhaps hear from Andy Hiley for one final time this season. Down to Matt.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner for the second time today, Andy Hiley, just having a quick chat with the other competitors. Andy, well done, 2 out and 2 here at Snetterton. That was another great race and a good push towards the end.
Yes, well, I could drive with a little bit less inhibition, couldn't I? So, because the championship was over, so towards the end I thought, well, last lap, why not? Oh, you know, try it. And I think did we get the fastest lap on the last lap or next to the last lap anyway?
You beat your record again, 2:02 you got down to.
Yeah, right, yeah, I saw it come up 2:02.9. I was chuffed with that, yeah.
So all in all, a perfect weekend, really. You've got Paul and Paul battling behind you, so that kind of gave you a little bit more gap. But as we said, really, really quick this weekend.
Yes, the car's working really well this weekend. I'm really happy with it. So yes, it was a fantastic weekend, perfect weekend for me.
And of course, this year you've taken a few wins, of course, as well along the way, which is always nice, and the championship to go with it as well. So it's been a perfect year, pretty much, and looking forward to next year now. Yes,
I am looking forward to next year, but I'd just like to say thank you for all the guys, all the marshals, all the scrutineers for sorting it out so we can go and have all that pleasure. So yeah, thank you guys.
And it's been another competitive year in terms of the grid. You've got some big numbers out there.
Yes, it's been good this year. Yeah, there's been good numbers, and as I said before, we've had quite a few variations of winners, so it spreads the love around, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Well done, Andy. Many congratulations to you. We've got the cars on the grid for the next race now, and I think it's a fairly big grid to get through as well. So we're going to hand you back to Ian and Josh for the final race of the day, which is the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy.
Yes, the cars coming onto the grid for this Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy. It's a 90-minute race, and it can be for 1, 2 or 3 drivers. And let's go through the grid then for you. Pole position is going to be the car of number 777. That's Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, and it's going to be Sam Carrington-Yates that starts in that car, and he's certainly the quicker of the 2 drivers. The second alongside that car on pole position is going to be number 14, Tom Sibley. He's going solo, clearly. On the second row, on the inside, we've got number 59, Rob Carvel, and then you've got the number 71 car. That's going to be started by Jack Godden. On the third row of the grid, it's going to be 53 and 25. The 53 car is going to be started by, we don't know who, either Andrew Shang or Ryan Bensley, but then the car next to them on the grid, number 25, is going to be started by Ben Saybold. So Ben Saybold starting the number 25 car. The fourth row of the grid, 87 and 75, 87 Louis Woodward and 75 Lewis Tyndall. The fifth row is going to be 99 and 5. 99 is going to be started by Kevin Begley, and the 5 car by Anthony Seddon. On the next row of the grid, we've got cars 46 and 58. 46 is going to be started by Benjamin Horgan as the green flag lap gets underway, and 58 is Ian Carvel. On the 7th row, it's 12 and 1, 12 Andrew Woodbourne, and 1 is James Reddish. On the 8th row of the grid, it's 2-3-2. That's now a single driver car for Jonathan Baker, because James Hayward is not driving that anymore. And alongside Jonathan is going to be the number 9 car, which is going to be started by Shane Rowe. On row 9, it's 44 and 93. 44, Richard Phillips. 93 is the car that's going to be started by either Alex or Guy Povey. It's not quite clear from this. They were both the drivers briefing, though, I think, which is good news. Then on the 10th row, 89 and 11. 89, Freddie Tatham, and 11, Richard Lakey, both of those solo drivers. The 11th row, 3, Jeremy Woodgate, and 16, that is the car that is driven by Omar Mahmood, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor. And then on the 12th row, 111, Antonio Almeida Souza, and 43, the car being started by Eduardo Fradiani. On the 13th row, it's 19 and 41. 19, the car of David Pickup and Richard Wadlow Smith, and 41 is the car being started by Julian Kingston Smith. And then on the next row, 42 and 40. 42 being started by Liam Brezitz, and 40, that's the car of Andrew Long, Andrew Black and Matthew Heel. Chris Kershaw is going to be on the 15th row, and then at the back I think we should see the Tom Mills and Paul Abraham car, and also Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss, both of those cars having qualified out of session. And it's going to be Chris Bayliss, number 80, that starts the car that's going to be right at the back of the field. So that's the way that the grid lines up, and as you can see, the cars well on their way around this green flag lap.
That's right, Ian. We've had 4 different winners this season. Nobody's won more than twice, so it's been a competitive year for the Gadshocks 116 trophy at Silverstone. Mark Burton was the winner. At Donington Park, Anthony Seddon with Alan Caulfield. On the 200 circuit here, it was Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates. At Cadwell Park, Lewis Tyndall with Andrew Bayliss. At Anglesey, it was Sam Carrington-Yates solo. And then at Brands Hatch, Lewis Tyndall was with Alan Caulfield. We ride on board on this green flag lap with, I think, number 19, which is David Pickup and Richard Wadlow Smith car. You can see the drivers in a 2x2 formation already ahead of this rolling start for the longest race of the weekend, and for the 7th round, I think, of the Gadshocks 116 trophy. Going off of qualifying, you'd expect Sam Carrington-Yates to pull away. He was on pole by 1.3 seconds from Tom Sibley, but equally probably needs to make a gap, because we know that he's the quicker of the 2 drivers in his car. And it should be interesting here, Ian, a 90-minute race with a couple of pit stops in the middle of it, basically.
Just very quickly, the drivers that have pit stop penalty serve, James Reddish will have to serve 20 seconds in his first mandatory stop, Tom Sibley an extra 10 seconds, Ian Carvel 20, Rob Carvel 10, and Lewis Tyndall will have a 30-second extra time to serve on his first mandatory pit stop. More on that as the race goes on, but as you can see, the cars coming up to the line for this 90-minute race. The red lights go on, they go out now, and the race gets underway then, and it's Sam Carrington-Yates that goes straight into the lead as they head up towards Riches for the first time. The car that's in behind there looks to be the 14 car of Tom Sibley, but this very smartly turned out grid of cars heads into Riches for the first time. And already look at that lead for Sam Carrington-Yates over the rest of the field. You can see Jack Godden there in the mainly black car with the yellow and orange stripes down it. That's in sort of level pegging for third place at the moment as the cars turn their way through the Wellston hairpin down towards Palmer for the first time. And we go back on board with that number 19 car of David Pickup and Richard Wadlow-Smith, the drivers from the Midlands. They're towards the back of the field, but I'm sure that we're seeing plenty of action as this race goes on.
That's right. For second place, Rob Carvel got the better of Tom Sibley there into Riches. There's a touch as Jack Godden gets attacked. Not quite sure by whom, but that was a lively move into Agostini there. You can't really win a 90-minute race on the first lap. You could lose it. I think both those cars are continuing, and it's still battling away. But you've got the 25 car, is that in the Ben Sable? Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? And then on the inside is 75, which is Lewis Tyndall. And it's very, very busy at this part of the track. We said in qualifying how many cars were separated by very little and around this position on the grid. So it makes sense, I guess, here, Ian, why we've got so many cars battling pretty close together.
Yeah, and it could well be this way for quite a lot of the race, I would think. So they all stream down Bentley Straight. Absolutely fantastic sight they make. I'm sure there'll be some good photographs taken with this big pack of cars. We'll make cars in this 116 trophy. Several of them getting alongside one another down the Bentley Straight and into Brundle and Nelson. See the 41 car going through shot there. That's one of the 4040 Motorsport cars. Julian Kingston Smith starting that particular car. They changed there for position because they were trying to get up the inside of the number 232 car, which is now being driven by Jonathan Baker for the whole 90-minute race on his own. So there is 53 heading through shot. That's the car being driven by Andrew Shang and Ryan Benton. We don't have a starting driver for that one. Shang actually on board that car. Already though, up and over the line to complete the first lap of the race comes the number 77 777 car, which is the Sam Carrington-Yates machine. So our timer screen as yet a little bit reluctant to update itself. So we'll check on the order in a minute. Yes, it's just updating itself now. So it's Sam Carrington-Yates by 1.61 seconds from Rob Carvel in second place, Tom Sibley in third, number 14, fourth is number 71, Jack Godden, fifth is number 75, Lewis Tyndall, and sixth is 53, which is the Shang and Benson car, and you can see the running order there now on your screen.
Sun shining now as well over Snetterton, pretty low in the sky of course at this time of year, so that's going to be an extra challenge to deal with, but it's a 1.6 second lead then after one lap for Sam Carrington-Yates over Rob Carvel, then Tom Sibley, Jack Godden, Lewis Tyndall and Andrew Chang completing the top six. Here is Chang just ahead, I think of Ben Sable and Louis Woodward, a three-car battle there. And you've got big packs of cars, and here is car number 19 then. That car shared between David Pickard and Richard Wadlow-Smith, which is running a bit further back in the pack in 24th position, I think. That's Jeremy Woodgate just up ahead of us as we turn then left through the sun there, well and truly in the driver's eyes, turning left through Hamilton, then down in towards the Oggies corner through the right hander we head here, and then continuing on round the Snetterton 300 circuit. Ian.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the car a bit further back down the order, then outside of the top 20, David Pickup and Richard Wadlow-Smith. And as we watch a couple of cars changing position, that is for 5th and 6th, isn't it? Was it 6th and 7th? 6th and 7th thing, with just about Shang and Bensley holding on from the 25 car, which is the car that's been started by Ben Saybold. And then Lee Woodward in 8th place, just behind the number 87. So tight little scrap there. Shang and Bensley the 25 car for the moment. It's an 85 minutes left in this 90-minute race to come through to complete their second lap. And it's Sam Carrington-Yates that's gone through to do that, and he's now 1.95 seconds clear of Rob Carvel, so he's pulled out another 3/10. Tom Sibley third, Jack Gordon fourth, Lewis Tyndall fifth, and Andrew Shang in 6th position.
That first flying lap in is a new lap record already, 2:29.43, and actually the top 4 cars I think were underneath the lap record, so pace looks quick this season in the 116 trophy. And there for 7th place a change, because Louis Woodward in the 87 car has slotted past Ben Seibold, who's run out wide and is under pressure from Anthony Seddon, a bit further down the order than we expect that car. Seddon and Caulfield, who have been a winner this season, have been on the top 4 on 4 different occasions, so you can see a bit further up the order, be looking to move forwards, I imagine, and into the Agostini hairpin. They do move forwards because they go up into 8th, so that's a couple of places lost for Ben Seibold at the start of this lap. He's got Ian Carvel not far behind him as they head up towards the Hamilton corner on the 3rd lap of this race. So there is Seddon then ahead in 8th place now, at 25, which is Seibold. As they turn their way through the Boggies corner. The best result for Ben Seibold this year has been a 5th place, battling with race winner Anthony Seddon there. Big packs of cars further back, isn't there, outside the top 10 here, heading into Williams, and somebody's been caught out. That's our camera car, isn't it? That's had an off-track excursion, and that was running in 24th position before that happened for the novice team there.
So 7 minutes gone in this race. Just to explain how the pit stops work. So the pit lane window opens 15 minutes into the race, and it is open until 75 minutes. So basically the middle hour of the 90 minutes is when the pit lane window is open. And in that time, the teams must make 2 mandatory stops. They have to be at least 60 seconds in length. I mentioned a few teams have got penalties, and that's for success in previous races, and they have to serve that time at their first mandatory stop. But obviously the drivers that are going solo, then they don't need to make any driver changes, but those with 3 cars, 3 different drivers, that's why we have the 2 mandatory stops rather than 1 mandatory stop. Obviously if you're a 2-driver team, then you just need to decide what your strategy is. So you're going to change the drivers twice? Probably not. But then it's a question of when you make the 2 mandatory stops. Do you make them quite close together, or do you spread them out? Do you try and divide the work between the 2 of you relatively equally, or have you got one driver that's a bit quicker than the other, or whatever other factors might decide your arrangement of when you take the pit stops. Of course, the other factor, of course, is when it's strategically a good time to take it. And of course, if you get a safety car, very often that might be the optimal time to make a pit stop. So we've got the cars heading around on their 4th lap of the race. Of course, it's Sam Carrington-Yates that's leading the way at the moment by 2.42 seconds over Rob Carvel. But watching Jack Gordon there, and he's just behind the number 14 car of Tom Sibley. I think he's brought the gap down actually on this lap so far. He was 1.2 seconds very nearly behind at the beginning of the lap, but that gap looks to have come down a little bit. There's the race leader.
That's right, Sam Carrington-Yates, whose fastest lap now sits on a 2:29.08, and he's 2.4 seconds ahead of Rob Carvel. But Carvel is getting away from Tom Sibley, who you say is coming under pressure from Jack Gordon, but those two quite a bit ahead of the 5th place car of Lewis Tyndall, who's not far ahead of Andrew Chang, Louis Woodward, Anthony Seddon, Ben Seibold and Ian Carvel. Those 6 cars not that far apart, then a gap back to the cars outside the top 10. But here's Carrington-Yates, who is consistently the quickest driver in this series. Had some different teammates over the course of the season in the category. And there is Carvel going after him, Rob Carvel. They're in 2nd place in this race, an experienced racer in his own right, Rob. Volkswagen Cup front runner for quite some time, wasn't he? Rob Carvel in I think a variety of machinery. He was the 2003 Volkswagen Racing Cup champion and was the runner-up the following year. beat the likes of Sean Hollenby that season, who went on to be a British touring car racer. But after 3 laps, another better lap for Carrington Yates, a 2:28.8, half a second quicker than Carvel, so the gap goes out to 2.8 seconds. The 2 RL Motor Services cars together on the track there. The big gaggle of cars coming up to the line to complete 4 laps. And they flash underneath our commentary box position, which you get a good view there of. And they turn their way then up towards Ritchie's. So those 2 team cars there, 18th and 19th. That's Richard Phillips and Richard Lakey. And into Palmer, it's all quite busy. This is further up the road. This is for 5th position, I think, because Andrew Chang is about to lose a place he just gained. He just got past Lewis Tyndall. But now Tyndall is fighting back on the inside line into Agostini, but Chang brakes very late on the outside to try and hang on here. They are side by side on the outside line, though. Chang, I thought he might have the momentum, but I don't think he does. I think Lewis Tyndall is still in front, and then just behind there's loads of cars with Anthony Seddon ahead of Louis Woodward. You see there in 87. Behind him is Ben Sable, and behind him is Ian Carvel. So it's a 6-car battle heading down into the right hand at Oggies.
Absolutely. Good racing this, isn't it, in the Gasshocks 116 trophy. And although it's a 90-minute race, I'm sure the drivers enjoy the battle for track position as well. And so with the full eyes, if you like, on the overall prize at the end of it. The reality is that the pit stops could prove more decisive than a change of position at this stage, unless you can get away significantly from your rival.
There's that battle for third. It certainly has got closer. Tom Sibley, who started on the front row, has been caught by Jack Godden then as they turn their way towards the end of 5 laps of racing. And behind them is that big gaggle of cars, which only has 1 car in it now. So what has happened there? Lewis Tyndall is by himself, and then the rest are way further behind. So Tyndall has gone to the front of that group and pulled away remarkably. So something's gone on there, obviously. So who is left behind? Well, Chang is 6th, Seddon is 7th. Yeah, so a bit of a mix-up, I think, behind... Oh, no, it's a lapped car, isn't it? So what's gone on there, then? So it's the 232 car. It's not Lewis Tyndall, so they're all still in that gaggle. So mistake there from my part. So a car has already been lapped there for 232, which is the car now solo by Jonathan Baker. So something's obviously gone wrong for him at the start of this race.
Yeah, so we're almost at the point where the pit lane window is going to be open. So we're watching that fight for 3rd place between Tom Sibley and Jack Godden. They're turning their way through Palmer onto the straight past the Tyrrell's restaurant and towards the Agostini hairpin name for the motorcycle racing world champion. Oh, and Sibley a bit deep into the corner there. That gives Jack Godden the opportunity to try and make a move, but he couldn't convert that. He's there in that number 71 car, very smartly presented machine. And they are heading through Oggies now and in towards the Williams right-hander, which will bring them onto the Bentley straight. You can see there is a penalty of some kind. I think it might be a stop-go penalty going out to the 232 car, which is the one that's just been lapped. So what that car has done that merits the penalty, I'm not quite sure at this stage, but 232 is going to get a penalty of some description.
Jack Godden got into the back of Tom Sibley coming out of Williams there, but they're both continuing. Looks like 29 cars started this race in the end, so that's 1 fewer, I think, than what we were expecting. Perhaps Chris Kershaw, who's the slowest in qualifying, only did a couple of laps, doesn't look like he's made the start, but everybody else has. And the lead for Sam Carrington Yates is 4 seconds after another fastest lap of the race, 2:28.83, ahead of Rob Carvel. Then the battle for 3rd, where we see Tom Sibley and Jack Godden. There's that stop-go penalty board that Ian was mentioning a moment ago. Not to affect, though, our race leader, who's done now 6 laps. And I think he's done the fastest lap on every lap of the race. 2:28.58 now for Carrington Yates, and that puts him nearly 6 seconds up on Rob Carvel, who sits there in 2nd place. Here comes the battle for 5th, up across the line, and it is Andrew Chang ahead. I think there's only about 4 of them now involved. Lewis Tyndall is 6th. 7th is Ben Saybold, and 8th is Anthony Seddon. Louis Woodward and Ian Carvel have just dropped off a little bit in that gaggle.
Pit lane window is now open. The board's being displayed on the start line by the marshals, so we can start now to see pit stops being made in this Gas Shocks 116 race. I'm not convinced that we'll see a rush to the pit lane just yet, but a safety car, for example, could change the thinking on that. Still, this great little dice going on, of course, for 5th position backwards, headed by Shang, with Tyndall just behind. They're heading off up to Agostini again, and next through it's the Saybold car with the Seddon and Caulfield car just tucked in behind. That car being started, of course, by Anthony Seddon. There's 58, which is Ian Carvel. He's in 10th position at the moment. His brother Rob, a lot further up the road, in 2nd place, number 59. He's just in behind Louis Woodward there, I think, isn't he? With then 11th place, I think, Andrew Woodbine at the moment. There's the battle, though, Josh, between Shang and Tyndall.
Yeah, well, quite close there for Williams, didn't it? But they avoided touching one another. Meanwhile, for 3rd, Jack Godden had a good go there at getting past Tom Sibley. It didn't work out for him, but he's right on his bumper. And those two are now over 10 seconds ahead of the battle for 5th place, which had... that's the back marker. Then it's the 5th place battle, which has got Andrew Chang at the front of it still. So he managed to hold off Lewis Tyndall, who had to go to get past a corner ago. So it didn't work out for him just yet. This group already 20 seconds behind the leader. Really showing the pace that Sam Carrington Yates has got. He's already across the line to complete 7 laps of this race. And on that lap, I think for the first time all race long, he hasn't set the best lap of the race. But it's good enough still to extend his margin out to over 7 seconds. But for 3rd place, it's side by side with Jack Godden on the outside line of Tom Sibley. Tries to sweep right round the outside at Ritchie's, which would be a really good move if he can make it. And he's still on that outside line. Has he got the momentum to nose ahead down towards Wilson? But later on the brakes is Tom Sibley, and he can't make it work. But that was a good effort there for the 71 car driven by Jack Godden.
Yep, nice attempt into Rich's corner, but he couldn't quite make it work around the outside there. So as you see them head through Palmer, they're still nose to tail in 3rd place. Reminder, it's treble 7 leading the way. That's Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates aboard that car at the moment. But here we've got this fight going on for 5th position. It's Tyndall now that's got ahead of that little scrap, but all of a sudden it's got very close again between all 4 cars. Andrew Shang has gone down to 6th place in car 53, and then I think it's quite difficult to tell now with the angle of the sunlight. In fact, it's the 25 car of Ben Saybold that's gone through, hasn't it, in 6th position. Shang's gone down to 7th. Oh, and then a moment on the exit of Agostini for Seddon, and that might bring in, it does bring in Louis Woodward up into 8th place in the 87 car. So activity down there in the pit lane. Can't see which car this relates to just at the moment, but looks like they're trying to sort the cooling out on that car. Work being done under the bonnet. Just try and see. It's one of the 40-40 cars, I can see, number 41. So that is the car that was started by Julian Kingston Smith. So but it looks like they have done a driver change there, doesn't it? So possibly slightly earlier than they would have wanted to have made their stops, with only 5 minutes gone since the pit lane window opened, or 4 minutes gone since the pit lane window opened. But they've taken the opportunity of needing to get this car in for some running repairs to make a driver change.
Yeah, and with a hot engine, putting coolant in isn't the easiest of things. You can see it sort of bubbling up over the top, but certainly coolant being put in, which after 20 minutes of racing probably is not ideal. And for 3rd, he's gone through, I think. Jack Godden's made it work. He's got himself ahead of Tom Sibley. They turn their way out of Murray's. Battled further back though. Let's see if we can pick up what's happening here. I think that's James Reddish, isn't it, in 1 at the front of this. So this is for 14th position, I think. Behind him, there is the 15 car, the 15th place car, which is Benjamin Horgan at the wheel. There's some real dices, isn't there? Further back, lots of drivers with little experience as well, really, here. There's the 99 car, which is Kevin Begley, just ahead of 44, which is Richard Phillips at 16th and 17th positions. Then behind in 18th, Jeremy Woodgate, Richard Lakey, Freddie Taver, all involved there. Actually, I think Taver's gone to the front of that group, has he? So he's gained a couple of positions, but more cars into the pits here.
Yeah, that's the 232 car. Now that, I think it also had to serve a penalty possibly, which it might have to do separately. But, the driver, which is Jonathan Baker, just being spoken to by the team there. The team have got the stopwatch running as well, you can see, just keeping an eye on that to make sure it's a 60-second stationary stop and no more than that. Try not to lose too much time in the stops. But, there we can see the 75 car heading down towards us. That's Lewis Tyndall in 5th position, ahead of Ben Seibold in 6th. But Ben Seibold has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so that's going to drop him down the order a little bit. Of course, over the course of a 90-minute race, that may become less relevant unless he starts to rack up, or he and his teammate, Max Palmer, start to pick up more track limits infringements as the race go on. There's 87, which is the Louis Woodward car. He's just ahead of number 5, Anthony Seddon, having taken that position a lap ago. And Ian Carvel now with them as well, in 10th position.
Quite early to start racking up penalties, though, isn't it? Because there's a long way to go.
Talking about the 232 car, is now serving its stop-and-go penalty beneath us here, I think. As off has gone number 12, and that is Andrew Woodbine, who was just outside the top 10. He's had a spin, and he's getting back into the race, and he's lost a few positions, I think, but it's that Freddie Tatham in the number 89 car just going past him. He was 18th, so he's lost about 8 places, I think, there. Andrew Woodbine, as a result of that spin.
Got Oggies. Here's Rob Carval in 2nd, is now 8 seconds behind Sam Carrington-Yates. Jack Godden is still there in 3rd. He's pulled away slightly from Tom Sibley, not much though. There's Sibley in the 14 car as they come to the end of 9 laps now. And there is that penalty board being shown out to the 6th place car, Ben Seibold, with that track limit penalty. So any more track limit violations, he's going to start to rack up these penalties at a rather rapid rate. And here he is, across the line in that group, battling for 5th, which is headed by Lewis Tyndall, then he's next in 6th. Andrew Chang is next, and then Anthony Seddon. And all 4 of them are just on their personal best laps of the race on that particular lap, all in their 2:30s. Then Louis Woodward is next in 9th, and Ian Carvel 10th. And a gap back to the 11th place car, which is the Shane Rowe car. In 12th position is the Povies. And up to 13th now has come Ben Horgan, I think, in the 46 machine. 14th is then the Kegley car, then Phillips, Reddish, Tatham, Woodgate, and the rest come through.
Marshall on the finish line is about to get the black and white driving standards flag out again. He, by mistake, I think, picked up the checkered flag a moment ago and was about to wave it, and wouldn't that have been a shame to have shown that with 66 minutes race of the Gas Shocks 116 trophy still remaining, but he quickly realised his mistake, and it's the black and white driving standards flag that's been displayed instead. There's the 232 car going back out into the race, and there's the black and white driving standards flag I was just talking about.
In fact, there would have been some short drivers, wouldn't there, if the wrong flag had been shown.
Yes, the 19 car's in for its mandatory stop. We're going to have a driver change as well. If we knew which driver was in the first place, we'd be able to say who was getting in, but we didn't have that information, unfortunately, about the number 19 car from our list that was provided to us.
Truck driver struggling to put the steering wheel back on, which
yes,
would be quite a vital element to the car.
Well, we have seen drivers have steering wheels come off in their hands mid-race, haven't we, before?
He found the wipers. Not sure that was quite the intention.
Yeah, it's not raining. The sun's out now. Anyway, the chaos of a driver change in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. And let's not worry about the wipers just yet.
Hopefully the steering wheel sorted, though.
Well, that's the main thing. That's the main thing. But yeah, door closed, and just making sure that they don't go out in the race again too early.
You need to watch your hands when you're pushing the car back where the wipers going, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Back out into the race and into the live lane of the pit lane and back out onto the circuit. As the wipers are off, and yeah, adjusting the visor because the sun probably is more of a problem than any potential rain. And off they go, the number 19 team back into the race, and there's a speed differential for you.
That was Louis Woodward, the ninth place guy, just cutting across the front there. There is adjustments going on now. There's less cars around, and there is that battle that just got past our pit stopper, and all running a bit wide is Seybold, and that could give Chang a chance to get 6th place back. And Seddon goes to the inside of both of them, so they're almost 3 abreast, headed into Palmer. Seddon thinks that's not a great idea. And Seybold 25 hangs on to 6th place ahead of Andrew Chang, but Chang fights back down towards Agostini, and again Seddon thinks perhaps 3 wide might happen here. Chang breaks the latest, the earliest on the brakes was for Seybold, and he's the driver that loses out to Andrew Chang. Anthony Seddon couldn't make anything of that, so he stays in 8th, but as they battle, Lewis Tyndall in 5th is getting away.
Nose to tail here, Seybold and Seddon just behind Chang now. Of course, Seybold does have that 5-second track limit penalty to be served. I think that 41 car that was in the pit lane is still there, the Julian Kingston Smith, Daniel Reed and Paul Offord's car.
Yeah, they've only done 6 laps.
So yes, that's unfortunate. So 28 cars still circulating then, I think, in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy for the cars from the mid-2000s, 2004 to 2006, 1.6 litre injected cars. That's got a little bit too close. And off for a spin goes number 5, Anthony Seddon, and that was after contact with Ben Seybold.
Yeah, he just got ahead of Andrew Chang. I don't think he was really trying to get past Ben Seybold, but he braked so late. He got alongside him, got sideways, made contact, like you say, and then had a big old spin. Luckily, he didn't collect anybody when he came back across the grass, but he will rejoin, but much further back. And Chang, I think he had to back out of it because of all that. Louis Woodward managed to pass him, so that put Woodward up to 7th, won't it? 8 for Chang, and then Ian Carvel at the back of this trio of cars now. Nearly a third of the way into the race, just over an hour to go.
Yep, time flying by here in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. It's still 777, Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates leading that gap now 12 seconds to second place number 59 Rob Carvel, third is number 71 Jack Gordon, fourth number 14 Tom Sibley, 5th is number 75 Lewis Tyndall, 6th is 25 Ben Seybold, 7th is 87 Louis Woodward, 8th 53 Andrew Chang, 9th number 58 Ian Carvel, and it's now the car that was started by Shane Rowe, number 9, that rounds out the top 10.
Another fastest lap for Sam Carrington Yates, 2:28.3, which I think is at 2 seconds underneath his previous lap record, so pace much quicker this year for whatever reason.
He was in the 227s, wasn't he, in qualifying, 227.92.
This will be a much larger fuel tank.
Yes.
I guess these cars don't burn fuel perhaps quite like some other cars.
No, but nevertheless, there'll have been more put into it for this race than there would have been for the qualifying session earlier on. They only needed to do 25 minutes. And it's a 90-minute race, of course, no refuelling, and the Gas Shocks 116 trophy is not permitted. So they have to make sure they've got the tank sufficiently full of fuel to run the full race distance.
The view behind our commentary box is very different to what it's been for the rest of the weekend, because the paddock has emptied somewhat after what's been a really busy paddock here. Lots of people have gone home after an enjoyable weekend of racing. The 116 trophy race continues on track. They won't know anything about that as they battle around the track.
Yeah, so pretty much at the half-hour mark in this race, so we might start to see 1 or 2 more driver changes. Others may just be thinking, well, shall we just hold on for a minute, just see if there's a sort of safety car or anything like that. Right, we've got 1 car that's been into the pit lane and is going back out into this. That is the 5 car, so Anthony Seddon, after that moment, I think probably decided it was a good opportunity to head into the pits for their first mandatory stop. Now, whether he's handed over to Alan Corfield or not, I'm not quite sure, but That's the 5 car that's been into the pits now.
Race leader's done another lap. 13 seconds, the gap now between Carrington Yates and Carvel. I guess Rob Carvel will be quite pleased with this because he probably knows that the teammates, the cars around him, probably aren't quite so quick, with Sam Carrington Yates handing over to Mark Sullivan and Jack Godden handing over to Christopher Godden. So is he thinking that Tom Sibley will be his main rival here perhaps, who's 6 seconds behind him, and then the pair of them are a long way ahead of anyone else?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there is an advantage, of course, to being a solo driver in that you're going to be pretty consistent in terms of pace all the way through, but as you correctly identify, both the first and third place cars have got their quicker drivers out first to try and sort of build up advantages over their rivals. So yes, it could well be Carvel against Sibley, sort of for the overall win, but just depends how much of a lead Sam Carrington Yates can build up, really, doesn't it, in this first part of the race,
and how quick Mark Sullivan is in comparison.
Sibley had a good result last time out at Brands Hatch, third place finish he had there. The race won by Lewis Tyndall and Alan Caulfield with James Reddish in second place on that occasion, number 1 car. He is 15th today, so contrasting fortunes, as that's the 11 car going very deep into the corner. That's Richard Lakey, who is in 18th position. And he's just been passed by Andrew Woodbine, who's been back through the field after his spin a few laps ago. Back on board with our camera car, number 19. That's the car that is running in 26th at the moment, David Pickup and Richard Wadlow-Smith. And they'll be doing battle with some of the 40-40 racing entries, I think, as this race develops.
It's just been lapped by Shane Rowe. That's the 10th place car that you can see in front of us, just getting away a little bit. Camel car just did a 2:37. Shane Rowe just did a 2:32. Lot of the tyre school running wide out over the curbs. All controlled though, didn't end up being a problem. Which has been in the pot this year. Seen a few incidents there coming out of Williams with cars out over the curbs and then it not going so well, getting back on track, but no problem there. But a change here for 7th because Andrew Chang, who was at the head of that group of cars, has now been passed by Ian Carvel, so starting to drop back. But important things going on here in the pit lane, Ian.
Yeah, that's the leading car of Sam Carrington Yates. Ian, it looks like he's already being pushed back out into the race, and there's almost a coming together, I think, with was that the 40 car that I think has just made it stop as well. That's the 111 car, I beg your pardon, isn't it? That's Antonio Almeida Souza getting back out into the race.
So it wasn't the race leader?
No, it wasn't the race leader. Although I have to agree, that those ones on the side of the car did look like 7s from the angle that I was looking at, so beg your pardon. There's the treble 7 car. That's what a 7 looks like. That's Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates. So they're still out on circuit. And that is the 16 car. And just behind that is the 11 car again, which is Richard Lakey, to illustrate what a 1 looks like. And another one going into the pit lane there. 46 going through shot there. That's the car which was started by Benjamin Horgan. I don't think that's been in yet. That's the car that Ben's father Mark and Harrison Newey is also due to drive as well during the course of this race. Harrison Newey, the former Formula 3 contemporary of Mick Schumacher, who obviously has not yet made his debut in the 116 trophy.
I'm sure it's on his list, Ian.
I imagine so. I imagine most F1 drivers are just itching to get out and get a shot to 116 trophy. Fascinating to see how they'd get on, really, wouldn't it?
Absolutely right. Had, maybe not quite at that level, but other top class drivers try Club Motorsport in guest appearances, which haven't been terribly successful.
There's the 42 car going through. That's the car that was started by Liam Vazitz, but also being driven in the face by Johnny Webster and Jim Allen. And there's the 75 car. It's not Lewis Hamilton, but Lewis Tyndall that's there in 5th position in this race. And there's Ian Carvel, number 58. Like his brother, used to compete in the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Both of them favoured earlier model cars. Freddie Tatham goes back out into the race after making his first stop, and so too does number 16, which is the Omar Mahmood, Harry Portlock, Roger Taylor car.
Quite a few pit stops happening then, despite no interventions in this race.
Yeah, if you want to split the race evenly 3 ways, though, you're at that time when you're making your first stop, aren't you? Or you're perhaps just beyond it, really. And a few teams will do that because the objective will be, I suspect, as much as you know, winning races and getting as much position on track is your aim. It's as much about enjoying your racing, and therefore, if you're sharing your money 3 ways, then you want to get as much sort of equal track time as well between the 3 drivers. So that'll be a factor as well for some. Enjoying this club level motorsport, chance to drive around this magnificent Snetterton 300 circuit. 11 and 12 you've got together there, and that is for 17th and 18th place Richard Lake and Andrew Woodbine. Woodbine trying to recover after he spin another 5-second penalty, and that's Jeremy Woodgate now in the number 3 car, who runs in 15th position. He's 7 seconds ahead of the next series car, which is Richard Lakey, so it's not going to make too much difference at this stage. 53 minutes and also left to go in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy race here at Snetterton. Time is about 5:10, so we're going to be racing until just after 6 o'clock here in this 116 trophy contest. So we'll be getting a bit gloomy by then. That's the number 9 car, that's the Rose. Shane Rose starting that car. The Irish drivers. And they head out of, Shane heads out of Magazine now, we're back on board with number 19, which is David Pickup and Richard Wadlow Smith. And just trying to see which car they're behind. It's difficult to tell, isn't it? Because the situation where there's cars on different laps. How far behind?
It might be Richard Phillips. Was that group of cars? I think he was about to be lapped by about 12. So I think there's a few more cars close behind, which we might see slot past soon. This car just did its best lap of the race, by the way, 2:35.1.
Ben Horgan's just been into the pit, so he's handed over either to his father or to Harrison Newey now. The number 46 car running in 19th position at the moment. That's after it's made its stop as well, so that's a sort of slightly false position in the running order at the moment.
Into Brundle, bit of corrective oversteer. Right through Nelson, lots of lock needed there. Not much in the way of gear changing going on until now.
No, glance in the mirror there from the driver. He's conscious that there will be cars around him as well.
Yeah, I think there's about 4 cars, and not too far behind. There's a right on his bumper heading down towards Murray's, I can see, but not able to find a way past. But he's pointing now to the left, so of course, as these cars are all one make in a straight line, there's nothing that really can separate them.
Yeah, it's the 44 car that's going to try to go past, which is Richard Phillips, and then it's going to be the 99 car of Kevin Begley, isn't it? And then it's Jeremy Woodgate number 3 and James Reddish number 1. Of course, Woodgate and Reddish used to share a car, didn't they, in the early part of this season? 15th and 16th, or 14th and 15th together on track at the moment.
Hovey car that was in front earlier, wasn't it, when we went on board?
Yeah, 93. And that was started by, we don't know who started that one, did we? Whether it's Alex or Guy. Father, Alex the son. 50 minutes of the race left to go. 43 cars been in for, I think that's its first stop, Eduardo Frediani. Possibly now handed over to David Weinberg for the second part of this race, the 2 London-based drivers. And they get back out into the race, and they, at the moment, are 26th now, having made their pit stop.
The battle was third. We saw that change, didn't we, a few laps ago. Jack Godden is now 4 seconds ahead of Tom Sibley, so pulling away. So that's a job well done by him. The gap out front, though, 16 seconds. Sam Carrington Yates to Rob Carvel, then 5 seconds back to Godden, who's in 3rd place. We've had 40 minutes of racing, 16 laps now done by the leader.
Harrison Newey it is that's gone out in the 46 car, by the way. Thanks to Matt for passing on that information to us.
He's just behind the Seddon Caulfield car by a tenth of a second, and they're both cars that have pitted. Are they the first cars to have pitted? Possibly, aren't they?
Yeah.
19th and 20th position.
Carvel just getting a position there away from Andrew Shang. So that is for position, that little change we've seen. That's for 7th place as they come up and over the line. Tom Sibley has dropped back. Has he headed into the pit lane? Yes, he has. Tom Sibley, number 14, is into the pits. So that's probably the first of the real front runners that have made a stop. So he's dropping down the tiring screens at the moment. See what his fortunes are in the second part of this race. Coming up to half race distance now. Downwards flag being displayed from beneath the commentary position here.
And another personal best by our camera car, 2:34 now for the 19 cars. They're getting quicker all the time.
Yeah, so now only 6 seconds a lap off the pace of Sullivan and Sam Carrington. It sounds quite a lot, but around a 3-mile lap, it's not really as much as you think it might be.
And these cars that are lapping them are not really getting away when they get past, are they?
No, well that's right, but they're clearly lapping in sort of 2:31s, and actually if you look at the times they're doing at the moment, they're lapping in 2:33s and 2:32s. So yeah, they're not going to get away, are they? And of course these drivers in the 19 car, David Pickett, Richard Wadlow Smith, aren't as experienced as the likes of Sam Carrington-Yates, who Mark Sullivan was saying earlier on when Matt interviewed him after qualifying. You know, Mark's learned an awful lot from Sam during the course of this season. That, no surprise, I'm sure Sam's been coaching Mark a lot as well, and it's good to have that kind of experience. But Sam with experience in the Compact Cup and the M3 Cup, and in Formula Ford 1600 as well, a regular competitor at the Walter Hayes Trophy, which comes up in a few weeks' time at Silverstone. He's a good driver to pass on that kind of information.
Louis Woodward there. He's set at 8th position now, but not really around anybody competitively. He's just lapped the 42 car, which is down in 27th place. The car driven by Liam Brettitz and David Weinberg, I think. Godden is in. Jack Godden is in from 3rd after a good stint.
Yeah,
staying in the car.
Looks like it, doesn't it? I think that's his father, Christopher, just giving him a helping him to refresh himself. So no dramatic driver change between them this time. Of course, they've sort of got legendary status in the 116 Trophy after they not only changed drivers in the pit lane at Cadwell Park, but changed overalls as well. When, as Christopher went to get in the car, the zip on his race suit broke, so it had to be an impromptu driver change to get into son Jack's overalls, which were a little tight and probably by that point quite sweaty as well. But nevertheless, Christopher was able to get back out into the race on that occasion.
So Lewis Tyndall is now 2nd. So Rob Carvel must be in as well at 59.
Yes, he is. I can see him beneath me, and also is that the Shang car as well? Yes, I think it is the 59 and 53 cars.
Yeah,
both in.
So now we're up to half distance. So some teams thinking we're better do our first stops, and Jack Godden's got ahead of Rob Carvel in the pit stops. So they exit the pits in a different order to what they came in.
Well, Rob Carvel had a penalty to serve, didn't he? He had a 10-second penalty to serve.
The Godden pit stop was only 5 seconds quicker though, so something didn't quite go to plan there. But either way, up to net second now really is Jack Godden, ahead of Rob Carvel, and they're now 15 or so seconds ahead of Tom Sibley.
And don't forget, Tom Sibley also had a 10-second extra long pit stop to serve as well.
Good action in front of the camera car. 2 cars side by side into Hamilton.
Brake lights went on and went off at about the same time, didn't they? Pretty synchronised. And I think there's another car goes. So that's the one car, which is James Reddish. I was just going to say, those are the same cars that have been in front of our camera car for a few laps now, it would seem. And now James Reddish has got through as well, so he's up into 10th position now, not yet having made his first stop.
Into the 2:33s now for our camera car. 2:33.79, another personal best.
Gaining confidence all the time.
He's coming back on James Reddish now.
Oh, and why not? Why not try and unlap yourself along the Bennett straight? Just a bit more straight line speed, I guess, and if you've got the straight line speed, there's no point sitting behind the other car, is there?
I think a better exit. Williams allowed that because, of course, perhaps Reddish was a bit offline when he got past.
The camera car in qualifying, the best lap was a 2:34.75, so the car's gone quicker by well over a second than it had in qualifying.
In front of him, Jeremy Woodgate is trying to get ahead, I notice, of Kevin Begley for what is now 8th position in this race. And to the outside through Coram for Woodgate. It's not really going to work out for him, I don't think. And then they come out of Murray's. The best exit of all, though, was from the camera car. There might be a lap down, although obviously making a pit stop. But a good exit there and getting quicker all the time, as we've been saying.
Another 5-second penalty board's about to be shown. And we'll try and see...
Freddie Taver, maybe 89. He's got...
Yeah, I think that's probably who it is that's getting it this time. So another one gets it as 99 comes into the pits. That was the car started by Kevin Begley, wasn't it? So 99 into the pits as well.
Camera car trying to pass Jeremy Woodgate now. Although Reddish comes up the inside of him instead, so he has to readjust his line. Oh, and then he gets hit by another car on the exit of the corner. That must be Richard Lakey then, who was behind Reddish, but a small touch there.
Yeah, we'll just see that possibly as they head into Palmer. There's Reddish in the Reddish Motorsport car.
Woodgate in front. So these are the two that drove together before, isn't it?
That's right. I think if I had a Reddish Motorsport car, I'd paint it sort of crimson or just something slightly off red, just to go with the name of the team rather than black. But that's just my way of thinking. There's you can see the 19 car just turning through there, and it was Woodbine actually, who was just behind it.
Yeah, so Lakey's got past him now.
Yeah.
Agostini, and then Woodbine. We did see off earlier, so
yeah.
you'd kind of suggest that he's the quickest of this group.
And he's in 11th at the moment, isn't he, Woodbine? And his best lap time was actually on the last lap of 2:31.54.
Side by side here, they were together earlier when they come out the pits. This is the Anthony Seddon Alan Caulfield car just ahead of Harrison Newey.
Yeah, that's for 16th and 17th position, yeah.
And Harrison Newey's now done a 2:30.2, which is a couple of seconds slower than Sam Carrington Yates, but is within the top 10 kind of pace in this race.
That's the 80 car. That's the Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss car that broke down on the first lap of qualifying this morning, so they had to qualify out of session. The Shropshire-based drivers, how are they faring in the race? Well, they are in 22nd position at the moment, so it's about a third of the way up the field.
It's the Woodgate and Reddish cars, 8th and 9th. And Woodbine's now 10th, so he's got ahead of Lakey. He's dropped back behind the camera car, but runs a little wide and heads for the pit lane.
Yeah, so, and he's followed in as well. So we'll see if that's going to be a driver change this time, but that's the second stop for the 19 car. They'd already changed drivers, of course, at the previous stop. So this might just be 60 seconds sitting there just outside the garage.
Chalky! I've been
Don't need Chalky. I don't know where Chalky is, but they're giving him a shout. 40 minutes of the race left to go, so we're on board as the number 19 car is in the pits, and they are going to change, and we've got tyres being changed as well. That's on that's number 11, isn't it? That's the Richard Lakey car, the RL Motor Services entered machine.
That's obviously an unusual thing, so is that some kind of tyre problem?
Could be, yes. It wouldn't be a routine stop, of course. They wouldn't normally be wanting to do that. Drive all the way from Plymouth. BMW specialist RL Motor Services. And the car will be prepared to get back out into the race.
Did we mention Ian Carvel's got a 5-second penalty?
I don't think we did.
How about Jack Godden?
I don't think we mentioned that either.
How about Richard Lakey?
Oh, he's spoiling us, Josh.
So yeah, quite a few drivers are getting 5-second penalties now.
There's one of them. Number 58, the grey and orange car.
And the one in front, Ben Saber, got it a bit earlier on.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Right, I think he was the first one to get the penalty. Carvel coming into the pits for his second stop now. So he's made his 2 stops in fairly rapid succession, actually.
Who's that?
Ian Carvel.
He hasn't pitted yet, has he? He's
Well,
fourth.
I thought he had.
That was Rob, I think.
Yeah, no, but I'd already got him down on my list as having pitted. I thought he looked like he was going to go it well, but
He's
right.
He's only 55, or was only 55 seconds behind the leader.
Yes, you're probably right. The Trouble 7 car's not pitted at all yet, has it, the race leader?
No, I don't think the top 10 haven't. Yeah, Jack Godden must be the first stopper. He's only still just ahead of Rob Carvel. They come out together and they are still together. Yeah, only separated by about 6 tenths of a second, aren't they? There is Andrew Woodward, who's now got himself ahead of number 1, James Reddish. So that's for position, that's for 9th place, as they come up to the line to complete lap number 20 with, what have we had, 52 minutes of this race. Camera car still in the pits.
That's longer than anticipated, for certain. The driver wasn't buckling, wasn't he, which wasn't necessarily expected to be the case. I hope it's not another curse of the onboard camera and the car's going to have to retire.
New driver seems to be, or driving the car's that was back on again, and gloves going on as well.
Ian Carvel's going back out into the race, by the way. So he has now served his first stop.
Looks like he's got ahead, I think, of the Chang Bentley car in all of that.
Ian Carvel had to serve an extra 20 seconds as well as part of that pit stop, so it's interesting that he's managed to gain ground.
Camera car's going back out.
And that's interesting. How did Ian Carvel's pit stop only take 1 minute and 25 seconds more than his best lap of the race when he had to have an extra 20 seconds at the pit stop as well? That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. So, because he had to effectively have an 80-second stop.
I've not calculated something correctly then. I think the Seddon Caulfield car must have made a second stop because they're now much further behind Harry Newey, who is 14th. And still is lapping a couple of seconds slower than Sam Carrington-Yates.
And here's the battle for the lead amongst the pit stoppers. And this is for 10th and 11th overall, Jack Godden and Rob Carvel. Jack Godden has got a 5-second penalty to be added to the time of him and his father at the end of the race. So the minute he's effectively about 5 seconds behind Rob Carvel, but they're together on track as the sun starting to set here at Snetterton. There is the 46 car of Harrison Newey then.
Looks like there's a lot of support for Jonathan Baker on the live stream. Problem is he's running in last place.
We like an underdog though, don't we? We do enjoy supporting an underdog. And
He's lapping quickly actually. He's done a 2:30, which is sort of the same pace as what most people are doing, or the quicker people are doing out there.
But he is a couple of laps down, isn't he, which is the problem. He did have to make that long stop in the early part of the race. So that sort of set him back. The Povies have been in and gone out again. So we've probably had a driver change there between Alex and Guy Povey. 21 minutes left before the pit lane window closes, of course, and the majority of drivers have got 1 stop left to make. Some have got 2 stops left to make in that time, so they'll have to make them pretty back-to-back in some cases.
Yeah,
close to back-to-back.
These 7 cars haven't they? The top 7 yet to pit. Then Godden and Carvel the first of the stoppers. I think we've had Rose and Woodbine in on this lap, haven't we?
We have Shane Rowe is in.
Fastest lap for the leader, 2:27.96 now. 0.04 of a second off qualifying pace.
I was going to say, getting down towards those times that we saw in qualifying.
And leading by 48 seconds over Lewis Tyndall.
No one else has done anything better than a sort of mid 229, have they? I don't think. 229.32 for Rob Carvell, I think, is the next best lap after that, which is sort of 1.3, 1.4 seconds slower.
Shane and Andrew Rokar comes out the pits and is going to just slot in behind Harrison Newey by the looks of it. So that's dropped down to 13th, and Harry Newey up to 12th.
Yeah, what kind of lap times is Harrison Newey doing? He is doing 2:31s, so competitive lap times, but not right as at the very forefront of the lap time, which Sam Carrington-Yates has been doing at 2:27.96. Driving standards flag being prepared. The start light marshals have been very busy through the whole weekend with driving standards flags and penalty boards that they've had to be displaying. So many thanks to them and all of the other marshals around the circuit here at Snetterton for the sterling work that they've done during the course of this weekend. Into the pits has come 75 from second position, so that's Lewis Tyndall. This used to be a 90-second stop though for Lewis in the Hollywood racing car. And so Lewis will just wait for a few moments before he's released back out into the race. So that means it's now Richard Phillips in the number 44 car that's moved up into second position, as this looks quite fruity, doesn't it? You've got the Povis now in between Carvell and Godden, but Carvell's got ahead of Godden now.
Yeah, that's the important thing that's happened there. As they go past the sun setting. They're absolutely nose to tail now, because Godden must have got a better exit. So he's right in the toe of Rob Carvell for what is now 5th place, the best of the stoppers. And Carvell is ahead, but by the smallest of margins.
Headlamps starting to take effect as well, aren't they? Shining a little bit more brightly. 25 goes back out into the race as well, so that's Ben Savard. I would think Max Palmer now aboard that car with just over half an hour of the race left to go.
Sam Carrington-Yates has just lapped Ian Carvell, so only 8 cars, I think, on the lead lap now, although, of course, Carrington-Yates has got to make more pit stops than most of the others. And here are Carvell and Godden heading down towards Agostini, the hairpin. And they turn their way through. The Godden car, that's the one that was used as a guest car last year, wasn't it?
That's right. So I think Stephen Mackley and Martin Donnelly drove that car, didn't they? During the course of last season. Martin Donnelly probably more notably, I would suggest, than Autosport reporter Stephen Mackley.
He weren't getting with it long after that. Martin Donnelly had an accident, didn't he?
That's right. So just over half an hour to go in this race here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit for the Gasshocks 116 trophy. You're watching Rob Carvell in number 59, just edging away from number 71, Jack Godden. Godden has a 5-second penalty. Damaged the 111 car there, which is the Antonio Almeida Souza car, which is running in 22nd place. Just looked like the bonnet pin has broken or not been fitted properly, and the bonnet's popped up at one corner. Just got to be careful that air doesn't get underneath that, and the bonnet doesn't fly up into the windscreen and cause damage, and cause the driver to lose sight. It's just ahead on the road of the 42 car, which is the Brezitz, Webster and Allen car, and there's a lap between those two. We get a picture of how gloomy it's getting now from our camera positioned on the starter's gantry.
Lots of cars coming into the pits, I notice.
There are, and try and see who some of them are. Got the 111 car, I can see, I think car 3 is in as well, which is Jeremy Woodgate.
Possibly 44, Richard Phillips.
Not sure, I think 1 is in as well, I think James Reddish is in.
Well, Phillips should have been through, so if he's not in the pits, he's in strife. Yeah, so the 2 Reddish cars are in, as you say, from 3rd and 4th.
Interesting that they've both decided to stop at the same time. You'd think they'd stop at different times to avoid too much pressure on the team.
But, Richard Phillips has come through, hasn't he, on that screen? For some reason hasn't come up on my timing screen. But yeah, so Richard Phillips didn't come into the pits then. So why is my screen not refreshing? It's a good question. Okay, so I need to stop looking at that, therefore.
Yeah.
And the leader's in. Sam Carrington-Yates is in, and it doesn't...
No, there's not going to be a driver change there, is there? Mark Sullivan not ready to get in the car yet, so it's going to be Sam Carrington-Yates that's going to do a few more laps at least. Yeah, left his stops at Anglesey late, tried to take 2 in 2 laps. But Sam just sitting there nonchalantly. The 111 car going back out, that's the car with the bonnet that was just starting to flap, but they've been and just taped that down to get that car back out into the race. Number 3 also going back out, Jeremy Woodgate, who was up into sort of 3rd position. I think the times on the screen now are not completely up to date on the timing tower.
Not just my time screen that's not updated then.
No. I think there's a glitch in the system, but on the official timing screen I can see that it is the 777 car that was still ahead, but that's the car that's now in the pit lane. There is 59 Rob Carvell and 71 Jack Godden. They're still scrapping away for what will be probably, at least temporarily, the lead of the race once everything's shaken out. But we'll see about that. It depends. I would think Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, or Sam Carrington-Yates more to the point, will get back out ahead in actual fact. There's the 3 car back out into the race. Then Jeremy Woodgate just behind the 99 Begley and Shaftable car. There's that battle between Carvell and Godden. 28 minutes of the race left to go here, and pit lane window will be closing in 13 minutes, so there'll be quite a few drivers still needing to make at least one more stop, including some of the front runners. You can see the 44 car is in now, that's Richard Phillips, so he's come in to make his stop. There's the 232 car, which is getting so much support from those watching online, so that's Jonathan Baker from Chatham. We'll just watch him for a moment. He's not really got much to race for at the moment because he's right at the back, but he's been setting some good lap times, 2:31s and 2:30s.
He's catching the camera car at a rapid rate. So
he is. So we could have some interest there before the end of this race. It looks like the timing tower's updated itself now.
It has. It looks like Carrington's got what, half a minute lead, something like that, over Carvell and Godden.
Yeah, Richard Phillips going back out into the race.
So the question is whether Mark Sullivan's going to get a drive or not. I guess similar can be said for Christopher Godden, can't it? 3rd place car.
Yeah, they won't get much of one. That's for sure. More cars going over the line, and the sun's come back out again, poking out from behind a cloud. It's not far away from setting now over the East Anglian countryside. There we are. Beautiful scene here at Snetterton. Over towards the west. Car coming down the pit road is the... Yeah, I can't see the number on that car. I don't know if we've got the camera down in the pit lane, which will help us to identify what's going on. It's a little bit too far away. See which car it is that's coming. Oh, it's the Reddish Motorsport car again, so I think that's Woodgate again, Reddish again, isn't it? There's the 232 car that we've been enjoying. This race, that's Jonathan Baker in the Scales Plastering Limited entry.
So he's not going to catch the camera car.
He's not, is he?
Andrew Woodbine has dropped down to 25th and he's long overdue. So I think something's happened to Andrew Woodbine lately. Number 12. He was running inside the top 10. A nice shot, isn't it, of the setting sun here at Snetterton.
Rob Carvell's into the pits. Rob Carvell into the pit lane. That's important because he's contending for 2nd place with Jack Godden. Jack, of course, still needs to hand the car over to Christopher.
Sam Carrington-Yates is pushing on. Car, I think, flying up on 3 wheels there for a moment. The front and side wheel off the ground as he chucked the car into Agostini. So he's pushing on. So he's leading by about half a minute to Rob Carvell before he pitted.
5-second penalty board is going to go with shown to number 16, which is the Abar Mahmood, Harry Portlock, Roger Taylor car. and also a 10-second penalty is going to go to number 11, which is Richard Lakey as well. So that's going to be added to the 5 seconds that I think he's already got, hasn't he? Yes, he has. So he's now got 15 seconds showing on our timing screen. So he's been indiscreet in his use of track limits once again. .5 minutes left to go in this race. It's a half-a-minute lead or so for Sam Carrington-Yates over Jack Godden now. And Lewis Tyndall in third place, number 75. He's 22 seconds behind Godden. And Ian Carvell 10 seconds behind Tyndall. They all need to make their second stops. And each of those three, Godden, Tyndall and Carvell, have also got 5-second track limit penalties to be added to their times as well.
It's getting to the stage where it's almost easier to tell who's not got track limit penalties, because it's getting to be a significant number, isn't it?
It certainly is. That's the 44 car. Richard Phillips then, who was briefly up in second place, wasn't he? I think he's made his 2 stops in fairly quick succession here. I think that's his second now, isn't it? That he's made.
So now Carrington-Yates is pitted. We've got 13 or so cars on the lead lap.
Ryan Bensley's been in and he's gone back out into the race.
So I think the first of the 2 stoppers is Rob Carvell, second Tom Sibley and third Ryan Bensley. Carvell is a long way ahead of Sibley. Sibley's dropped 20 seconds behind him. And then there's about another 20 seconds to Bensley. And then Seibold and Palmer as the 4th of the double stoppers. There's the Snetterton start line marshals showing the 5-second board, as you were saying.
There's the 93 car even of Alex Povey and Guy Povey. That car is running in 18th position, so a bit further down than you'd expect to see them. I think they've only made the 1 stop so far.
Sort of in a position where it kind of suggests they might have made 2 though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Will all resolve soon.
It will, because in the next 8 minutes everyone will have need to have made, or at least got into the pits to make their stops. It's pushing hard still, driver of car 25, which is Max Palmer now, I think. Car running in 15th position overall.
There's still no sign of Andrew Woodbine, so I don't think he must be out. And that car we saw that was topping fluid up never did get back out. Just 6 laps done for the 41.
Yeah, I've not seen any sort of Andrew Woodbine in the pit lane, so he must have stopped somewhere out on circuit, I think. I'm not sure that we've seen that car anywhere.
Unless it went straight into the garage.
It could have done. It could have done. Just driven into the garage, and we wouldn't have necessarily noticed it.
There's the leader. Sam Carrington-Yates up towards Coram. He's got to pit, what, in the next 3 laps?
Yeah. Yeah, certainly got to be the next 3 laps, I would think. And just looking, I think there's another penalty board about to be prepared. Is he going to come into the pits?
Andrew Woodbine is in the garage. So says James Winstanley.
Excellent.
So thanks for that. So Andrew Woodbine's second of our retirements. But Carrington-Yates carries on out front, lapping quickly. Headlights on. Turns right through Ritchie's corner.
87 Louis Woodward is just back out of the pits again. Is that first stop though for him?
Yeah, it must be, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Not sure.
Well, if he's not, he's in a good position.
Because he should really be around Ryan Bensley in that, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense as a 2-stopper.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a Sibley, I think it's the second of those behind Rob Carvell, but a little way behind. And then Woodward would probably fell behind Bensley, so Bensley would be 3rd and 4th for Sibley of the completed stoppers. But as we say, in about 5 minutes' time, they should all resolve, because everybody who hasn't made their second stop will have to.
That's right. Richard Lakey back out into the race.
Is Jack Godden in? Because he's just slotted.
Yes. Yes, he is. Jack Godden's in. It's a turn over to Father Christopher.
He's getting out of the car, is he?
Well, can't see actually what's going on from my vantage point here. It's difficult to say whether he's got out of the car. He's going to stay in the car to try and manufacture the best result possible. But Christopher due to be getting into the car for the second part of the race. I think that's Jack. I can see out of the car. It is. Thumbs up from Ma7da. Thanks, Matt. Ma7da letting me know that it is Jack Gordon that's out of the car. So Christopher Gordon has got in for the second part of the race. Well, second part of the race. It's the last quarter of the race, really.
So can he hang on to a podium finish? Where's he come out? Oh, that's Rob Carvel, isn't it? So the leading stopper is just about going to get in front. So how far behind is Tom Sibley, I guess, is the question. Not yet across the line, because that would be what would probably end up being the battle for third. There's Woodward, who's a little bit further back. He's about 20 seconds behind Sibley, so Sibley should be, here he comes, across the line. So for what should be third place, he is, 25 seconds behind, something like that.
Yeah.
And with, 7 laps to go? So that's, a few seconds. But I think we can now hear from Ma7da in the pits.
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh. Down here with Jack Godden, who just jumped out of the car from the car. How was that for you, Jack?
Yeah, it was good. It was a solid start, looking nice. Dad's now into the end.
Yeah, Dad's now dropped into the car. How do you reckon he'll get on? Of course, you've done really well so far to get the car up there.
Yeah, he's not quite as quick as me, but hopefully we're all right for the rest of the race, yeah.
Bit gloomy to end the day, but track conditions seem okay on there, is that correct?
Yeah, it's nice. I like it driving in the evening.
Just a few problems with the tech down there, but that was Jack Godden talking to Ma7da.
I think the leader then, Ian, Sam Carrington-Yates, hasn't come through, so I presume
yes,
Mark Sullivan is getting in.
Indeed, the car is just going back out into the race, so whether the Ma7da can head a little bit further down the pit lane and just make sure that it is Sam Carrington-Yates that's no longer in the car, and Mark, looks like a different helmet, so I think Mark Sullivan has got in.
So Rob Carvel, there he is, that's the gap, so it's from the end of the pit lane to the bomb hole, so it's quite a gap with 6 laps to go. Maybe 7, and Rob Carvel trying to get past the traffic first, which has been a little bit problematic. Oh, it has a big moment, the road car sideways in front of the chaser, Rob Carvel. So Rob Carvel going after Mark Sullivan, whose best lap in qualifying was a 2:35.
The road car number 9 just going in to make its second stop, by the way.
So Rob Carvel will be pleased that's gone from in front of him. And Carvel is 35 seconds then behind. That'd be a couple of less getting Mark Sullivan up to speed. There he is, through Palmer. So that is the chase gap. And he really does need to catch about 5 seconds a lap, doesn't he, here?
Yes.
Rob Carvel, who's already pulled out 10 seconds to Chris Godden. And, of course, Carvel's got the penalty as well. So that's could be a problem.
And he's got 5 seconds added to his time, which Sullivan and Carrington-Yates don't as yet, anyway.
Tom Sibley is 16 seconds behind Chris Godden, so that is catchable, I think, for Sibley. Then who's 5th? Lewis Tyndall in the pit lane, or... Oh, yes.
Yes, that car's going back out into the race.
But it's Andrew Chang, I think, is it, across the line?
Or Ryan Bensley, I think, in the car at the moment, yes.
So they're 5th now, the 53 car. 6th is Louis Woodward, and then 7th is that car X in the pits, Lewis Tyndall, and then 8th is Ian Carvel, so they're all quite close together still.
Yeah, and you can see them all in shot there, actually, as they head down towards, which is on board with our camera car there, number 19, David Pickup and Richard Wadlow-Smith, in 26th position at the moment, about 25 seconds behind the next car in front of them on the same lap, so maybe not harboring too many ambitions of improving on that position. As the road car goes back into the race. That's the number 5 car, which is in 9th position, which is probably going to be Alan Caulfield now aboard that car, isn't it?
So they're recovering, of course, after an early spin. And they're 7 seconds behind Ian Carvel. Then 10th is the Seybold Palmer car.
Caulfield sort of shared the car with Lewis Tyndall at Brands Hatch and took the victory there.
They're now in 7th and 9th, respectively. In separate cars.
Yes.
Obviously.
15 minutes to go. Pit window closed board is being displayed now on the start line. There's treble 7. The race leading car goes through to complete another lap. That's the car now being driven by Mark Sullivan. It was a 2-minute 40.18, but it was the first lap out of the pits, wasn't it? So not a representative lap time. But we'll see what the gap is to Rob Carvell. He'll be coming through shortly. So we continue to watch the number 19 on board. Great to have this on board view here. Meanwhile, Rob Carvell is coming up to the line now in second place on 59, and the gap is down to 26 seconds, 26.27 seconds, with 14 minutes of the race left to go. So Carvell was 10 seconds fast on that lap, but as I say, it wasn't a representative lap time for Sullivan, because he was making his way out of the pit lane.
Christopher Gordon across the line. He's doing a 2:35. So Tom Sibley continues to catch him in 4th place. The 14 car is now 12 seconds behind. He did a 2:31, so he's 4 seconds quicker.
He's probably going to catch that up, isn't he, in the course of this quite a few minutes. So Tom Sibley could be on for his 2nd podium in a row.
Sam Carrington Yates might have done enough here, mightn't he, to take a 3rd victory with the season, the 2nd while Mark Sullivan's been his co-driver. If Mark Sullivan can bring it home, no pressure.
As out of Murray's comes our number 19 car up the line to complete another lap. You can see the drivers driving into the sun more or less here as they come along the centre straight just across the left hand side. So it's not directly in driver's line of sight as they head down to Riches.
Across the line, 7th and 8th were side by side, Ian Carvell and Lewis Tyndall. So that's an interesting battle out on track.
Although Ian Carvell's got a 15-second penalty and Lewis Tyndall only got 5.
For now.
Yes. And that's the 11 car, isn't it, of Richard Lakey. Down there in 18th position.
So we should have Mark Sullivan through soon to get a representative lap time.
And that's not him, that's the number 1 car of James Reddish coming across the line. That's the 75 car of Lewis Tyndall heading through Hamilton.
Did he get ahead of Ian Carvell, I wonder?
Just need a slightly wider shot, don't we, to see if he did. There's the treble 7 car through. It was a 2:36.95 that time for Mark Sullivan. Richard Phillips has had a spin, number 44 at Agostini.
Tyndall did get past Carvell, by the way, so he's up to 7th and going after Louis Woodward, who's 4 seconds up the road.
So they've probably got. Yeah, it's probably going to be 5 laps, I would think, remaining in this race now.
No, it's just over 12 minutes when he crossed the line.
Yeah.
The gap's down to under 20 seconds. That was nearly 7 seconds that Rob Carvell caught.
Oh, if he keeps up at that rate, Rob Carvell could do it. But of course, he's then got to pull apart a lead of 5 seconds because he's got this 5-second track limits penalty as well. So he's not just got to catch and pass Mark Sullivan, he's got to pull out a 5-second lead as well, all in the space of the next 11.5 minutes or so.
There you can see Lewis Tyndall official ahead of Ian Carvell for 7th there towards the end of their 30th lap in this race.
Yes, and that's on the road as well, so it will make the 15-second penalty for Carvell a little bit more academic, potentially. Although that could drop him back down a couple more positions, certainly 1 more position yet. It's Tyndall.
For 3rd, the gap's now 7 seconds, Gordon to Sibley.
Yes, and the gap was closed by almost exactly 4 seconds on that lap, so we should see Tom Sibley moving up into 3rd position before the end of this race. But I think Christopher Godden will still be good for the top 4 after that Sterling stint by Jack in the first part of the race.
They have got a little bit of a penalty to deal with as well, haven't they?
5 seconds, yeah.
On my screen, I've got Christopher Gordon plus, so I don't know if there's another penalty as well.
Okay, yes, can't see anything that's been notified there in terms of any extra time that might have been added to him.
The official as well, so give all these penalties out. Might need an extra page for that.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be able to get all the official results on the 750 Motor Club website. if you want to check out the results of this race and all the weekend's racing here at Snetterton. And of course you'll also be able to find the live timing and access to the live stream for next weekend's racing at Silverstone on Saturday, Burkitt's 6-hour relay race.
Still got, I think, 19 cars on the lead lap here.
That's not bad, is it? Considering we're 80 minutes into this race. I know it's a long lap, only on lap 31 of the race, as the sun is now at the point of setting very nearly. It might just about dip below the horizon by the time we get to the end of the race. So we'll start to get a little bit on the gloomy side quite quickly.
Leader through, 2:34, better lap for Mark Sullivan.
But another lap in the 2-minute 30s for Rob Carvel, so that's down to 15 seconds now, 4 laps to go we think. But he's only, I think, probably just about going to catch and pass him, isn't he? He's not going to get 5 seconds to get at that rate of progress.
Yeah, so that was going a couple of seconds quicker than Mark Sullivan on that lap, was quite important.
Over the line comes Christopher Godden, and he does another 2:34, so he's been fairly consistent, but he's now nearly been caught by Tom Sibley, who has done another lap in the 2-minute 30s, and the gap between those two is now almost 3 seconds, and Sibley in the number 14 car is closing at 4 seconds a lap, so probably at some point, sort of 2/3 of the way around this lap, we are going to see Christopher Godden, number 71, and 14, Tom Sibley together.
Yes, that's right. And there's the camera car, carrying on.
It's been a relatively successful race, but by the standards of the camera cars we've had today, and that it's got 82 minutes into it. There is the 93 car. I always get confused because the 9 is missing off the windscreen. And 8 minutes of the race left to go. 25 car there. That's the Max Palmer car running in 12th position now.
They've dropped down. So they were inside the top 10 in the first stages. Here's a battle for third, though. They're almost together now. Tom Sibley's almost caught Christopher Godden. So that's 3 seconds in about half a lap. And Tom Sibley is then with the third place car. How quickly can this change around then? Can Tom Sibley get himself ahead of Christopher Godden before the end of the lap?
Patrick Scharfig has now got a 5-second penalty, and I think also the 16 car is going to get another penalty. They've already got 15, I think. So that might be up to 45 now for them.
Look in the background, Godden's still in front of Sibley, behind this car.
Which is the 111 car of Antonio Almeida Souza. But yes, just looking into the background, yes, they're almost together there. In fact, it's Sibley now ahead of Godden, isn't it? So Sibley has gone through, number 14, ahead of Christopher Godden now and up into third place. He's not going to catch the 2 cars ahead of him. It's 24 seconds behind them.
Leading gap is 10 seconds now. A better lap for Rob Carvel, bringing the gap down.
A lap in the 2:29s at this stage of the race is pretty good going. But having said that, Lewis Tyndall did the lap in the 2:29s, which was his personal best lap of the race as well, in 7th position. 2:29.72. There's Sibley now, up into 3rd position. And he's about to go over the line. With Christopher Godden just behind him, trying to stay with him.
Lewis Tyndall, who we saw earlier, has caught Louis Woodward for 6th.
The sun's gone down, Josh. Sun setting on the 750 Motor Club season with 6 minutes of the race left to go. It's gone. The sun has gone. It'll be back tomorrow, we hope. 53, Ryan Benzie just getting across the line, but there's Ian Carvel now, and the number 58 car is in 8th place.
In front of him are 7th and 6th place, so 6th, 7th and 8th together after, 84 minutes of racing.
So that's Lewis Tyndall and Louis Woodward, 75 and 87.
So Tyndall's passed them both now, hasn't he?
Yes, so Tyndall there. A slower lap from him, but he was passing Woodward on that lap for 6th place overall, but he has got this 5-second penalty, so he needs to get 5 seconds ahead of Louis Woodward to hold on to that 6th position.
Now Tom Sibley's got 3rd, Christopher Godden is staying with him.
He is, he's not really letting Sibley get away. Now whether that's a problem for Sibley or Godden has just now settled into his stint, and by following Tom Sibley's lines he's able to improve his own lap times, maybe.
Here's a second place car. Rob Carvell catching the leader, pushing on. Late on the brakes through the S's. He's got a lapped car between himself and the leader. We've got 2 laps of the race to go, I think.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, won't it? But he's still saying he's got this 5-second penalty that he's got to be added to his time as well. So he needs not to just catch Mark Sullivan, but pass him as well. There's a flock of geese fly past our commentary box. There is the 59 car of Rob Carvell then. So let's have a look at the gap as they come through this time. Well, the 777 car crosses the line now. A 2:35 that time for Mark Sullivan. For Rob Carvell, it's a 2:29.48. The gap down to 4.5 seconds. He's gonna, I think he's gonna take the lead on the road, isn't he, Rob Carvell, before the end of this race?
Yeah, then Matt can sort out what's going on with all the penalties afterwards.
Good luck, Matt.
But yeah, we could have an exciting conclusion on the road, if nothing else, to this race. They have cars to lap still as well, I think. So on the last lap, 6 seconds it was, wasn't it, that Sullivan was quicker. So if he does 6 seconds on the next 2 laps, that's going to be about a 5-second margin. But yeah, easier said than done, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. 43, which you've seen there, the Frodiani and Weinberg car going through shot.
Carvell, I think, goes up the inside of the back marker, so there's no cars between himself and the leader. There is the leader, Sullivan. There is second Carvell. The gap is less than 4.5 seconds now.
Yep, there we go, watching them through. Oh, and that's a big off for number 42. It was up on 2 wheels there as it dug into the ground. That's the Liam Vazit's, Johnny Webster and Jim Allen car. And the bumper now is trailing underneath that car. That's the bomb hole. That's a very odd incident there by the looks of it. The way that the time marks just indicate the car veered off onto the infield. Here's Rob Carvell though in second place in the number 59 RW Motorsport car. And there you could just see ahead of him on the road the race leader Mark Sullivan. 42 car getting back into the race, although I suspect it might be pit lane bound. The 4040 Motorsport prepared car. 3 and 25 go across the line side by side as well. And that's going to be a change for 13th position, I think. Jeremy Woodgate getting ahead of Max Palmer.
There's another lapped car now between the leaders. So Mark Sullivan hasn't actually lost much time on this lap. So it's a better lap for he, or a not so good lap for Carvell in the traffic.
That's the 46 car, which was being driven by Harrison Newman. I think it must be Mark Horgan that's now aboard.
So if he's going to make it on the road, it's going to be the last lap of the race that Carvell will have to get past.
It certainly is. And I wonder if Carvell knows that he's got the 5-second penalty. I'm sure he will do from the signals from the pit wall and any in-car communications as well. So up and over the line they go. Less than 2 minutes to go. So starting the final lap of the race, it's Mark Sullivan leading in car treble 7, 1.37 seconds. Now the gap to Rob Carvell, a 2:33.68 that time from Sullivan, 2 minute 30.54 from Rob Carvell.
I guess we should treat this as a real battle just in case those other penalties have not been made aware of yet for the leading car, because Carrington Yates has gone, get it right, Mark Sullivan has just gone quicker than he's gone all race long, at 2:33.6. So the leaders heading up towards Palmer, I think. Yeah, they're nose to tail now. So Rob Carvell is with Mark Sullivan. Here they come into shot. 777 in front, getting a bit of a slide on. Sullivan pushing on, and Rob Carvell might be able to challenge here in down towards Agostini.
Yeah, let's have a look. He'll try and make it through there. You can see the headlamp shining brightly onto the rear of the number 777 car being driven by Mark Sullivan. Sullivan will be keen to try and defend here, or maybe not, because Carvell goes through on the inside at Agostini to take the lead on the road. Now he's got half a lap to try and pull out 5 seconds, we reckon, because he's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, and that is going to be the tallest of orders.
It is. What Mark Sullivan doesn't want to do is make a mistake trying to go with Carvell, I guess.
That's true. Through Oggies they go, and towards Williams, bring them back onto the Bentley straight. Yes, Sullivan's not got to lose focus here. There's a back marker ahead that could come into play as well, but that's the broken car, which is persisting on, number 42, but they both get past that reasonably cleanly. So along the Bentley straight towards the the Brundle and Nelson sequence for the final time. It's not quite going to be enough, I don't think, for Rob Carvel.
As far as we're aware, that seems to be the case. But interesting conclusion to this race, and good to have the 90 minutes uninterrupted. So a true race has been able to play out with no safety car interruptions, isn't it?
And just to mention as well, Christopher Gordon has been improving his lap times, has been sitting behind Tom Sibley. He's only lost about 3 seconds to Tom Sibley over about 3 or 4 laps since he's been passed. So that's been a good drive from Christopher Gordon. The 46 car has been given a penalty of some description, but here comes Rob Carvel. So
on 2 wheels,
through Murray's, through the final corner. The checkered flag's being made ready, and the winner on the road, at least, for this Gashox 116 Trophy final round of the season. Well, it's missed the checkered flag, and the checkered flag's actually been shown then to the treble 7 car of Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, which actually probably is the right answer in a way, because the car was only 2.12 seconds behind Rob Carvel as they went across the line. And so it's going to be Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, because as far as we're aware, no penalties for them. So they will be the winners in the Gashox 116 Trophy. Rob Carvel, it will be that will be classified in 2nd place. We should have Tom Sibley. Yes, he's just gone across the line now. He will be in 3rd position, 32.6 seconds behind the leader. Jack and Christopher Godden, they're going to take 4th. Christopher Godden at the wheel towards the end. And that's a good drive from the Goddens to take 4th position overall. 5th place, I think, is going to be over the line now. That's 53, Ryan Bensley and Andrew Shang, 50 seconds off the pace of the leaders. And in 6th place, it's going to be the 75 car of Lewis Tyndall. Yes, there he goes over the line now, just ahead of Ian Carvel. Ian Carvel with 15 seconds of penalty to be added to his time. And so that will drop him behind Louis Woodward. It will also drop him behind Anthony Seton and Alan Caulfield as well. So I think Ian Carvel will be classified something like 9th in the end. And then 10th is going to be interesting, because I think it's going to be the Patrick Scharfegger, Kevin Begley car, but they've got 15 seconds of penalty added to their time. So it's going to be, I think, Alex and Guy Povey in the end that are going to complete the top 10, 11th on the road. But lots of penalties to be sorted out. Toby Stephens, the timekeeper, working there in the dark by the looks of it, across the way from us. There's no lighting in the timekeeper's box. They will be making sure all the classified results reflect all the time penalties that have been given out during the course of that race, including the one to the on-the-road winner, which was Rob Carvel.
You'd think there'd be lights in the timekeeper box, because we have 24-hour racing here at Snetterton.
It looks like they've got candlelight in there, doesn't it? Illuminating Avril and Ben over there in the timekeeper's box at the moment. But yes, well, that was an entertaining way to round out the field. I don't think Rob Carvel, because he didn't see the checker flag, I don't think he's stopped, has he? So the first car that's come through into Parc Ferme looks like the 777 car of Sullivan and Carrington-Yates, who effectively won the race then by about 2.88 seconds it will be from Rob Carvel.
Yeah, so Matt Suckling's got a few things to work out with the drivers down there.
Well, he's a true pro, is Matt Suckling, so he will have it all under control, as ever. Oh, they've found the light switch in the timekeeper's box, and they've just turned it on. They were so busy timekeeping the race, they didn't have time to go and turn the lights on. Let's have a look at the results, though. 59, Rob Carvel, the winner on the road, but with that 5-second penalty, we think that's going to drop him down the order. So we think Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates will be declared the winner in the 777 car. Third, though, to number 14, Tom Sibley. 4th to number 71, Jack and Christopher Gordon. 5th to number 53, Andrew Shang and Ryan Bensley. 6th to number 75, Lewis Tyndall. Ian Carvel was 7th on the road, but he'll drop back a little bit because he had penalties as well, but he was 7th on the road in number 58, ahead of 87, Louis Woodward. 5, Anthony Seton and Alan Caulfield, and 99, Patrick Scharfer and Kevin Begley. They also have penalties that I think will drop them outside the top 10 and move Alex and Guy Povey, number 93, from 11th up inside the top 10. Richard Phillips was 12th on the road, number 44, ahead of 3, Jeremy Woodgate. Shane and Andrew Rowe were 14th at number 9, Freddie Tatham 15th in 89, Ben Seibold and Max Palmer 25th in car 16, and Richard Lakey, James Reddish 17th and 18th. The 16 car, 3 drivers aboard that one, and indeed the one in 20th as well. Theo Millward and Chris Bayliss, having missed qualifying, they came back to 21st position. Antonio Almeida Souza survived some bonnet issues in the 111 car to finish 22nd. There you can see the rest of the cars coming through. A quick shout out to our number 19 camera car, David Pickup and Richard Wadlow-Smith, who came home in 25th position. And we just lost, I think, 2 cars in the end, Andrew Woodbine and the Julian Kingston-Smith number 41 car. So that is the result of the final race of the 750 Motor Club main season. Let's head down to Matt Suckling in the pit lane to see who he's got with him.
Thanks very much, Ian. Down here with our race winner then for the final race of the weekend. We'll start with Sam, who was in the car first. Sam Carrington-Yates, well done. You built up a nice margin there to hand over to Mark, and you came home with a victory.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it wasn't as easy as you'd imagine. Rob has carried pretty good pace there, so it was a difficult race. I knew I had to just get as big a lead as possible because obviously Rob's got a few seconds on Mark at the moment. But Mark's done a good job to bring the car in there. A lot of pressure.
And we spoke to Mark after qualifying. He gave a lot of credit to you about how he's kind of been coached by you and how he's improved across the season as well, which must be nice to hear. Yeah, I think at the start of the season I knew that there was something there to work with, and there definitely is for next year. There's a lot more to come from him. But yeah, he's done amazing this year, and it's nice to finish off this year with a win. I bet it is indeed. And Mark, you took over the car for the second stint there. You had to work hard as well because there was people chasing you down, but you had some good pace as well.
Yeah, I mean there was some quick lads out there, and I had a big off somewhere just under the bridge there. Managed to nearly managed to get back on the track, and a lot of pressure there from Rob Carvel, who's obviously a very experienced racer. So yeah, like Sam says, been a great way to top off a rookie season, you know, but all credit to Sam, couldn't have done it without him. Coaching, amazing driver. He should be in British touring cars or something. He's a legend. So next year we've got a few plans up our sleeves, haven't we? Hopefully do this again, and then maybe a bit of historics as well. So yeah, it should be good. Should be interesting.
And towards the end there, did you know that Rob had a penalty, and did you kind of just let him go, or did you work as hard as you could?
To be honest with you, the radio, we had no radio comms, so I didn't have a clue. But when he was up behind me, I thought, yeah, that's Rob Carvel, and I know he's quick. And he managed to throw it up the inside of me up into the chicane, because I was trying to defend as fairly as possible, you know, but there's no way I was going to do anything dodgy, you know. But yeah, he got past me, and then I was gutted because I thought we'd lost it. It was only when we came in that Sam told me that he had a penalty for track limits, you know. So at the end of the day, a win's a win, isn't it?
Certainly is indeed. And Sam there, Mark, talking about next year. You've enjoyed the 116 trophy this year, but big plans for next year, hopefully.
Yeah, massive plans. 116 again, and probably drive a Capri. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to just jump up to the next level. There's money involved in it, a lot of money. I'd love to do something as well as with Mark. I'd love to do something slightly more high tech, but you know, this is great. I can't thank Mark enough. If it wasn't for Mark, I wouldn't be racing this year anyway. So you know, I've enjoyed it. It's been a really good season.
Great job, guys. Well done to end the season on a high and a win as well. Thank you very much to Mark and to Sam as well. So there we go. That is your final race of the day here at Snetterton. It's been a wonderful weekend in terms of the Championship Finals weekend from the 750 Motor Club. And that is not quite done for the season, because we've got a weekend to look forward to next week. Next Saturday, of course, the Burkitt relay race at Silverstone. And, of course, Josh, Ian, Marcus and Lewis will be there for you. But from here at Snetterton this weekend, thank you so much for your company. Alpha Live has brought you all the action. And, of course, the 750 Motor Club have been here to deliver the racing as well. But from Josh Barrett, from Ian Soman and myself, Matt Suckling, we'll say good night and see you again soon. Bye-bye.